Chapter 342. You don't like it, do you? Chijian. I heard from the caravan that the great yellow fruit banyan God-given seed of your tribe uses a lot of God-given seed remains from the sky. And the quality and size have been improved? Yes. Chijian Cockroach King replied, I have seen it. The tree has grown considerably in size, but the quality has improved very little. Huatao Cockroach King immediately asked, what about the yield? Chijian Cockroach King said, the number of fruits is still not good, and the yield has not increased significantly. Huatao Cockroach King said, the great yellow fruit banyan is only at the level of mountain master now. It should be promoted to county master in the future. There should be a big improvement. It has great potential in the future. In the eyes of outsiders, the most eye-catching of the entire Chi cockroach tribe is the great yellow fruit banyan, which also has the effect of extending life. It has not really grown up yet, but its reputation has spread. Thinking of the character of the big yellow fruit banyan, the Red Cockroach King felt helpless and changed the subject, asking, Huatao Cockroach King, what do you think of this little guy Bamboo? Smart. Huatao Cockroach King shook his antennae again and said, first of all, the color of its shell is not very pleasing. Huatao Cockroach King, let that black guy go to pay a visit to Chanshan Cockroach King. You are wasting your opportunity. A mental power filled with dissatisfaction suddenly came from outside the peach forest. The Red Cockroach King greeted indifferently, You Nectarine Cockroach King. Huatao Cockroach King said coldly, I am responsible for this matter. You Nectarine, it is not your turn to care about it. You Nectarine Cockroach King came with 2 young warriors of the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe and asked, Princess Huatao, you did not discuss with me in advance and change the quota at will. What about the 2 little guys Jintao and Xiangzhong? Who will go? Meet the Fire Peach Cockroach King. Meet the Fire Peach Cockroach King. The 2 warriors who followed the Nectarine Cockroach King greeted the Fire Peach Cockroach King, carefully ignoring the Red Hard Cockroach King, lowering their antennae, and were a little nervous. Jintao and Xiangzhong are both warriors with God-given seeds, born from the Nectarine Cockroach King's lineage. Jintao is already a mountain master in the 3rd age. Xiangzhong is just a senior warrior in the 5th age. Princess Huatao glanced at him and said casually, Xiangzhong, go back and come again tomorrow, and postpone it one by one. Who is the last warrior to be arranged? Let it be postponed to the next longevity banquet. The Longevity Cockroach King accepts the visits of the younger generations of the tribe during the longevity banquet every 9 years. Only 2 younger generations are allowed to visit every day. The number of places is limited, and the rewards issued are also limited. The Nectarine Cockroach King was angry, and remembered something, and continued to ask, I remember that you arranged a quota for that little bastard at the last longevity banquet? It didn't come. The Fire Peach Cockroach King didn't want to continue arguing, and said calmly, the soldier who was postponed lives outside the Sea of Trees. Right? Or is he from outside Chanshan County? I will give him a portion of yuzu bamboo rice as compensation. Yuzu bamboo rice. You are taking advantage of your power to collect benefits again. The Nectarine Princess paused, lost her temper, and said, how many portions did you take? I want 4 portions. The annual output of yuzu bamboo rice is less than 32 portions at most. Bamboo spent 5 portions of yuzu bamboo rice to get a quota to meet the Longevity Cockroach King, not to compete for the remains of the Longevity Peach God-given seeds, but simply to see this legendary ancient Cockroach King with his own eyes. Along the way, pay attention to the careful counting and find something strange. The total number of the Longevity Cockroach King's live seeds has reached 53. L9 Cockroach King, only 1 step away from breaking through the limit of the original force creatures and ascending to the cosmic level of life. The gene lock is limited. Stuck at a critical node. Can't continue to grow? Bamboo silently speculated in his heart. More than 1,000 years, for carbon-based original force creatures, is almost the end of life. But for carbon-based original force plants, it is the most prosperous period of life. When I think of the death of the long-lived Cockroach King, these high-quality original force plants will wither and die. Especially the Longevity Peach God-given seeds on the mountain. Bamboo felt inexplicably heavy, and a little worried. Wouldn't he be trapped and killed on this planet? Hey, little black guy. Metal ability. Are you from the Red Cockroach tribe? The living cave of the long-lived Cockroach King was opened at the foot of the mountain. The spiritual power came out of the cave, with a sense of novelty, and a strong sense of vicissitudes and weakness that could not be erased. There was no kindness from an old warrior towards his juniors. On the contrary, the first feeling Bamboo had was wisdom that saw through everything. A little uncomfortable, Bamboo Gudong's mind replied, Red Cockroach Tribe, Jinping Mountain Range, Liju Peak, Bamboo. Meet the Eternal Cockroach King. Come here. The Eternal Cockroach King's mind floated out of the cave. Bamboo's metal ability controlled the metal food plate to float, flying in the air, holding the cow's leg with his two forelimbs, speeding up his pace, and coming to the front of the cave. When you get closer, you can clearly feel the unique breath of that strong life form after entering the aging period. Dull and depressing. That is the smell of death. After the Eternal Cockroach King entered the aging period, he lived in seclusion in the cave, no longer moved easily, and entered a state of dozing and semi-sleeping, reducing the metabolism in the body, and then delaying the arrival of death as much as possible. The food intake was reduced accordingly. It was said that the food was only taken once every 9 years, which was during the longevity banquet. It lasted for 15 consecutive days, and was brought by outstanding young people from the tribe every day. Every time a 9-year period passed, the seeds of the longevity peaches given by the gods blossomed and bore fruit, and it could leave a huge fortune for the younger generations. Bamboo stood at the entrance of the cave and looked inside cautiously. The luster of the shell was dim. The force veins that should have been hidden after the insect warrior was promoted to the princess flickered in the darkness, emitting a fiery red light. This was caused by the aging of the body, and the force veins could not perfectly accommodate the force, constantly absorbing and dissipating. Aging is divided into many stages, and the loss of control of the force veins belongs to the last stage, which means that the life of the longevity cockroach king has entered the final countdown stage. Bamboo manipulated the food plate to land gently, placed the cow leg, and began to cut it, cutting it into very thin slices, and placing it neatly on the plate. Hey, your metal ability is wrong. The cockroach king was surprised and puzzled, and said, the force veins are in the heart, different. As long as Bamboo uses his metal ability, the insect king level can basically detect that the force veins related to the metal ability are located in the heart. This is not the first time he has encountered such doubts. Bamboo calmly replied, it is innate. Really? The cockroach king did not quite believe it and said, if you don't want to say, then I won't ask. After the cockroach king finished speaking, he immediately asked, the juniors who come to me have at least one God-given seed. What God-given seed are you? On the way here, the rhubarb fruit ficus and the big fruit tea oil told Bamboo that this is a question that the cockroach king must ask every junior who visits it. After all, the God-given seed is related to future development. It took 5 portions of yuzu bamboo rice to get a spot. Bamboo didn't want to waste it, so he started to introduce them one by one, saying, the purple gold God-given seed is originally sungrass, with a division growth model. There are currently 29,523 divisions, each of which condenses 3 grass seeds every year, strengthens metal ability, and is of standard medium quality. The price to the caravan is 1 raw stone per seed. The green bamboo God-given seed. This is a high-quality bamboo species that I cultivated myself and can bloom and bear fruit every year. There are a total of 6 bamboo God-given species in Liju Peak, all of which are cultivated in a similar way. The green bamboo is a division growth model, with 584 divisions, and each bamboo pole condenses 2 bamboo fruits every year. Bamboo patiently introduced all the 7 God-given species he had. The longevity cockroach king also listened with interest, but only when Bamboo mentioned the 3 God-given species of oil tea, bloodthorn, and yuzu, did he slightly nod his antennae and praise them lightly. Not bad. This is a quota bought with 5 portions of yuzu bamboo rice. Isn't it going to be a loss? Bamboo brought a large plate of cut beef into the cave and gently placed it in front of the longevity cockroach king. Suddenly, he thought, longevity cockroach king has worked hard for the development of the tribe all his life. Does he prefer those insects that consider issues from the perspective of tribal development? Most likely. Bamboo continued, Liju Peak is mainly planted with bamboo species. I plan to build a bamboo sea, so I also invited a red ring queen bee to live there. Sure enough, the longevity cockroach king became interested and asked, Little queen bee? What's its name? How strong is it now? You are a lucky little guy. Bamboo said, it's called Torreya grandis, and it has a Torreya grandis God-given seed and a small fire bamboo God-given seed. Oh, that's really good. The Cockroach King began to eat, and at the same time said with emotion, "The bamboo species you cultivated are also good. At least many God-given species were born." Yes. In comparison, bamboo species are relatively easy to cultivate. Bamboo said, "There is also a little warrior in Leju Peak named Pyracantha, which bred a mud bamboo God-given seed." "So many?" The Cockroach King asked. "Does your Leju Peak have other God-given species?" Bamboo said, "There is also a little warrior named Red Rice, which bred a deep-water barnyard grass God-given seed. In addition, there is a wild cliff cypress God-given seed, which strengthens the speed in the basic physique. Once invited the princess of the black and white cockroach tribe, helping to promote growth. In recent years, a large number of God-given seeds from outer space have been used for irrigation. The growth state is very good, and the first metamorphosis is about to begin." The Cockroach King said, "Huatao showed me the kind of debris. I believe you have guessed some of its origins. Right? Thuja suchuanensis is a good tree species. If it is strengthened with that debris, it must be even better. It has great development potential, and is worth spending psychological cultivation." "Yes." Bamboo agreed and said, "This wild Thuja suchuanensis God-given seed can grow up to be a guarantee for Leju Peak. Are you starting to think about the future now?" The Cockroach King stopped eating, paused, fell into complete silence, and sped up his eating speed. Bamboo shaved all the beef leg meat, one plate after another, and handed it to the Cockroach King to eat. According to the rules, after eating, reward should be distributed. The reward was placed next to the Cockroach King, a colorful tray with 20 small and exquisitely crafted colorful cockroach-shaped tokens on it. This is a token, a few pieces as a reward, and you can get a few ordinary peach seeds from the Fire Cockroach King later. And you can also use this to get the corresponding share of the God-given seeds of the longevity peach in the future. The Longevity Cockroach King knocked the tray beside him with his tentacles, and said, "The debris from the sky is the remains of a huge God-given seeds. And you got them all? Right? Your Leju Peak is already rich enough. You don't like this thing, right? I won't give it to you." "What did you say?" Bamboo stammered. "Well, Longevity Cockroach King, Jinping Mountains are located in the borderland. Leju Peak is poor in original force, and the investment in operating the God-given seeds is huge. Otherwise, you still give some?" Chapter 343. Not a single one can be missing. I don't mean anything else. I just want to express my efforts for the development of the cockroach tribe. At least give me 2 plaques as a token of my appreciation? Is it intentional? Eternal Cockroach King. How about you give me some? Bamboo decided to shamelessly ask for it. The Cockroach King refused and said, "Leave the opportunity to other warriors who need it." Bamboo said unwillingly, "I need it too." The Cockroach King was unwilling to say more, waved his antennae, and expelled him. "Did you eat something wrong? Also from outer space? Getting into trouble is not small. According to the current state, you will soon enter the next molting evolution, and you will lose your life in 9 out of 10 cases. The seeds of the God-given erythrina on the mountain will mature in late autumn. You go and inform Huatao, and I will reserve 500 seeds for you." Erythrina. Bamboo's antennae trembled, and he was surprised and happy. He said respectfully, "Thank you, the Cockroach King. Go. Go." The Cockroach King seemed a little impatient. The Longevity Cockroach King. Bamboo said in embarrassment, "There are 2 more warriors in Leju Peak who have encountered similar troubles as me. Can you give them more?" 2 more? You just eat anything?" The Longevity Cockroach King was silent for 2 seconds and said, "Then let Huatao leave all the erythrina seeds produced this year for you." "Thank you." Bamboo expressed his gratitude again. The Longevity Cockroach has a great effect. It can extend life and slightly increase the success rate of promotion to the Cockroach King. Therefore, it is very famous. When mentioning Changshan County, any warrior with a little experience will immediately think of the Longevity Cockroach Peach, and most of them will only think of the Longevity Cockroach Peach. This was also the case before Bamboo came. Only after seeing it with your own eyes can you know that there are more good things in Changshan County than just this. There are many good things, not just ordinary ones. In Bamboo's opinion, the God-given seed of the erythrina tree on the mountain is absolutely no less than the God-given seed of the Changshan Longevity Peach. The strengthening effect of the erythrina seed is similar to the basic talent ability of the cockroach race, which is the enhancement of vitality in the basic constitution. Specifically, It should enhance the survivability of somatic cells under negative conditions such as heat, cold, energy deficiency, and nutrient deficiency, and thus greatly increase the success probability of evolution and growth. It can be said to be a sublimated version of the basic talent ability of the cockroach race. The only regret is that it has not been bred into a life seed. At present, it is only a standard superior quality. If it continues to metamorphose and evolve once, it may only be barely upgraded to the lower quality of the best. Perhaps we should be thankful that this wild God-given seed is currently in an excellent growth state and has great development potential. It is very likely that it can complete the third metamorphosis and growth. Once successful, the wild God-given seed will not be restricted by the life of the warrior and can stand for tens of thousands of years. Bamboo dragged a yellow beef leg and a food plate over. In the end, he dragged a stripped beef bone and an empty food plate that was suspended in front of his head by the metal power. See, there's nothing. A waste of quota. The nectarine cockroach king gloated over the misfortune and emphasized, don't even think about missing a grain of the promised yuzu bamboo rice. The Chijian cockroach king was already very unhappy, and he happened to run into the most annoying nectarine cockroach king. Now he was made a fool of himself, and he was even more angry. He lay on the ground, lowered his antennae, and kept silent. I just think that the color of the shell of the little guy bamboo may not be pleasing, but everything else is very good. This little guy is actually very good. Chijian, don't be angry. The fire cockroach king consoled him, unable to conceal his happiness, and emphasized, I'll do it for you. Not a single piece of yuzu bamboo rice can be missing. Yes. The red cockroach king groaned. There was still some mincemeat on the leg bone of the yellow cattle, and bamboo casually threw it at the place where the ordinary flying cockroaches gathered, walked forward, and returned the food plate to the fire cockroach king. The fire cockroach king finally confirmed and asked, nothing? That? There are no ordinary longevity peach seeds. Bamboo paused, a little embarrassed, and said, Fire cockroach king? That? The Chonshun cockroach king asked you to leave all the Erythrina seeds produced by the Erythrina God-given seeds this year to me. In many tribes, some of the God-given seeds that are particularly precious and have a very small yield are generally not sold to the outside world. For example, bamboo's yuzu bamboo rice, and the frost shadow black dates of the cedar cockroach king. The law of nature. The better the original force food, the lower the yield. The seeds of the Erythrina god are no exception. They condense into pods. Each pod has 6 seeds, and only about 200 pods are produced each year, which means a total of about 1,200 seeds. Chonshun County never publicizes it to the outside world, let alone sells it to the outside world. The annual output is quietly digested within the tribe. If you buy it with raw stones, I'm afraid it won't be affordable at a normal price. Bamboo emphasized, free gift. No need to pay for raw stones. What? Little guy. What did you say? The fire peach cockroach king and the nectarine cockroach king, who were gloating just a moment ago, explained subconsciously. Bamboo emphasized again, free gift. The Chonshun cockroach king said. Really? Jin Tao lives in the peach forest and sea of trees. He has some knowledge of the seeds of the Erythrina god and knows how precious they are. He can't believe it. The red bladdish king also couldn't understand and asked, Bamboo, what do you mean? Why not ordinary longevity peach seeds? Bamboo explained, the longevity bladdish king has a keen eye and saw that I was eager to grow, leaving serious hidden dangers. The next time I shed my shell and grow, my life will be in danger. So he gave me all the output of the Erythrina god-given seeds this year. The fire peach bladdish king and the nectarine bladdish king looked at each other and were dumbfounded. At the foot of the longevity mountains, the longevity bladdish king was right next to them. And this little guy definitely didn't have the courage to lie. It wouldn't be false. Then, he turned around and glared at Bamboo fiercely. The nectarine cockroach king said angrily, why are you so anxious to grow up? You are looking for death, and you blame us in Chonshun County. The fire cockroach king questioned, are you sure it's all? There is a certain limit to the vitality of Erythrina seeds. 500 seeds are enough for ordinary soldiers. Even if Bamboo was thick-skinned. He was stared at by the 2 angry cockroach kings and felt guilty. He said, there are 2 little guys in Li Zhufeng who have encountered the same trouble as me. So, hee. The red cockroach king sneered, and then said proudly, 5 portions of yuzu bamboo rice. Not one less. Fire cockroach king. Nectarine Cockroach King. There will be not one less Erythrina seeds produced this year. Right? The Nectarine Cockroach King lay on the ground. His antennae drooped. And he was silent. The Fire Peach Cockroach King said unhappily, "All right. I get it. There is not a single missing Erythrina seed. We have another deal in late autumn. I will ask Princess Blood Peach to help deliver it. You also remember to send me all the yuzu bamboo rice." The exchange of yuzu bamboo rice and ordinary longevity peach seeds has always been passed on by Princess Blood Peach. Yinshu Banmao sent the bamboo rice and other things to Shuadao County and retrieved the seeds at the same time. Bamboo said, "Understood." The Fire Peach Cockroach King was also in a terrible mood and asked, "Red Cockroach King, is there anything else?" "Nothing." The Red Cockroach King raised his antennae and called, "Bamboo, let's go!" After leaving the Fire Peach Cockroach King's territory, the Nectarine Cockroach King's scolding thoughts were faintly heard from the back, probably venting his anger on the warrior named Golden Peach. Hee hee. The Red Cockroach King couldn't help but laugh proudly and praised, "Bamboo, you made a lot of money this time. The longevity peach is expensive, but at least you can still buy it. Erythrina seeds are a good thing that you can't buy even with raw stones." "Yes," Bamboo replied. The Red Blatant King said, "Erythrina seeds strengthen vitality, and the basic innate abilities of our cockroach race are strengthened tenfold. If you grow slowly in the future, it should be a sure thing for you to be promoted to a princess in the future." "Yeah," Bamboo answered perfunctorily. The Red Blatant King was unhappy and asked, "Bamboo, I am talking to you about a very serious issue. What are you thinking about?" Bamboo shook his head, turned slightly, looked back at the direction where the Longevity Blatant King lived, and said, "Nothing." In the previous life, Bamboo was best at the soul-stealing secret technique. In this life, as an insect warrior, he also cultivated the first level of the secret technique and was particularly sensitive to the soul. When facing the Longevity Blatant King, he was completely attracted by the thick and indissoluble twilight aura on it. Afterwards, he suddenly realized a problem that he had almost overlooked. Why did the soul of the Longevity Blatant King not show any signs of aging? During the communication, the Longevity Blatant King showed weakness. Bamboo was very familiar with it and knew it very well. He could accurately distinguish between soul weakness and soul aging, which were two completely different signs. The aging and decay of the body led to soul weakness? It didn't look like he was pretending. But why didn't the soul age? Is this a unique ability of the insect warriors on this planet? Or did it eat some kind of force food that was particularly effective in strengthening the soul? L9 Cockroach King. Why did the long-lived Cockroach King consume a huge amount of resources to advance to the 9th age? Bamboo turned around and looked at the Red Cockroach King, holding back and not asking. Why consider so many useless things now? The puzzle would naturally become clear after I was promoted to Cockroach Queen and awakened the related inherited memories. Chapter 344, Changxing's Birthday Banquet. The trading square of Changsheng County has two major features: rows of nests like grave mounds made of earth and stone, and wind power stations that rotate with the wind. Changsheng County really bought a set of sweeping robots. However, during the serious trading, since electromagnetic waves will destroy the original force food and cause it to deteriorate, all the first-level electrical boxes are shielded with lead blocks, and the sweeping robots are all withdrawn. Changsheng County has a large number of insects. Normally, if there is leisure time, the warriors living in the sea of trees will have dinner and exchanges in the square. The sweeping robots should only be used for daily self-use and play a practical value. The prosperity of Changsheng County is obvious to all, and there is no need to deliberately show off. The Changsheng Birthday Banquet will officially start the day after tomorrow and will last for 11 days. At this time, the trading square is not very lively. It was evening and the breeze was cool. There were a few warriors walking around the square with spider silk bags. Most of them are warriors from the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe, and they are selling goods produced in their territory to warriors from foreign tribes. A small number of foreign warriors walked around, mostly chatting nearby. The real transaction will not start until the day after tomorrow. At that time, the Spider King of the Illusion Flame Spider tribe and many large caravans of princesses will arrive, and they can buy precious goods from the 10,000 races continent and even the 10,000 nations continent. The small peaches produced by the ordinary peach life species will also mature the day after tomorrow. The longevity peaches are not easy to buy, but the small peaches are still plentiful. One elder can live in one nest room with one younger generation. The Red Blattle King led the way, and he was familiar with the road, and soon found the Princess of Oil Pear and her group. The 4 pits have been occupied, and the left and right sides are warriors from other places in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. How is it? Avocado Princess asked. Yes. Red Blatch's king tapped his antennae. Avocado Princess said, I'm asking Bamboo. How is it? Have you seen the immortal Blatch's king? How many seeds? Yes, but no seeds. Bamboo explained, the immortal Blatch's king gave me something better, which will arrive this winter and be sent directly to Shuadao County. Avocado Princess asked, what else can be better? Bamboo lowered his mental power and said, Erythrina. Avocado Princess understood, tapped her antennae, and stopped asking. Bamboo Princess, Flame-Clustered Blatches, and Yellow-Striped Mountain Master were at a loss. Immortal Blatch's king waved his antennae and said, don't ask too much for now. The ground was covered with peels and core fragments. Bamboo asked Yinshu Bamao, did you buy good stuff? Nothing particularly good. Yinshu Bamao said, those who want to strengthen their physique will have to wait for the caravan to arrive. I bought some fresh peaches first. Red Cockroach King. Bamboo. You guys can have a taste. After that, he went into the nest and took out some peaches condensed from ordinary peach tree life seeds. Ordinary force food is not worth much. 100 raw stones can buy a big bag. However, the products produced in Changsheng County are said to be absolutely excellent. Either fragrant, sweet, fresh, or crisp, and different types of peaches have different characteristics and taste. Bamboo was not polite. First turned his eyes and picked a honey peach. The Red Cockroach King also picked one up and tasted it, saying, according to the practice of previous years, the faster caravans will arrive tonight and tomorrow night, and the slower ones should arrive one after another starting the day after tomorrow. The Oil Pear Princess glanced at Bamboo's spider silk bag and said, Bamboo, unless it's the Spider King caravan, other caravans can't get particularly good force food, so there's no need to spend your force crystal. Bamboo said, I understand. The purchasing power of one force crystal. If it is the force food condensed from ordinary God-given seeds, it will take several large bags, and there is no way to carry it back over a long distance. Princess Avocado continued, I have contacted Princess Crimson Peach, who lives in the Sea of Trees, and she will send small longevity peaches produced in her territory. I have always bought from her in previous years. The quality is absolutely top-notch, and the price is not bad. A single peach is sold for 40 raw stones. Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass said, Bamboo, I have reserved 50. After getting the things, we will eat 10 first, and take the remaining 40 back for other warriors to taste. Bamboo said, that's fine. If there is nothing particularly good, take some small longevity peaches back. The small longevity peach is not small. It is the largest of all peach species. But the number of fruits is very small. Generally, a grown peach tree only condenses about 100 peaches. The growth cycle is still very long, with a flowering period of half a year, a fruiting period of 1.5 years, and a fruit-free period of 1 year. The first caravan arrived late at night. The Spider King caravan was huge, with no county lord level warriors, but a large number of mountain lord level warriors, 23, and a large number of high level, intermediate, and primary flame spider warriors. This type of super large caravan often trades with the insect kings of various tribes. The goods on their backs are complete in categories, including rare treasures, and they are sought after wherever they go. As soon as the caravan entered the square, it was immediately surrounded by 3 layers inside and outside. There were foreign warriors who participated in the Changsheng birthday banquet, and more were local warriors of Changsheng County. Bamboo brought an extra force crystal, originally intending to buy force food that can enhance the physique and increase the probability of successful dormant evolution to deal with the current crisis. Now that they have obtained the seeds of the Erythrina, they are no longer so enthusiastic. The Red Blatton King and the Avocado Princess have seen this kind of scene many times, so they didn't react much. But the Weeping Banyan Princess squeezed in with the Yellow Fruit Banyan. They brought 10,000 raw stones and planned to purchase a batch of high-quality force food. Flame-Clustered Spotted Grass, Yellow-Striped Mountain Master, and Big Fruit Tea all ran to join in the fun. In the second half of the night, several princess-level caravans came intermittently. In terms of scale, they were completely different from the Spider King caravan and were not so popular. Bamboo saw that these caravans were not very crowded, so he went up to ask. But there was nothing particularly good that he wanted. The next day. During the day, warriors of various tribes came one after another. In the middle of the night, large and small caravans arrived intermittently. Before the Changsheng birthday banquet officially started, the trading square began to become crowded. At noon on the third day, the entire trading square was like a vegetable market, full of insects. The warriors of the Flying Fire Lotus tribe came with the small longevity peaches they had just picked from their territory, and sold them door to door. The price of small longevity peaches ranged from 10 to 30 raw stones, and they were very easy to sell. The foreign warriors who came to participate in the longevity banquet were usually an elder with one or two younger ones with good potential. It was not easy to carry a large number of small longevity peaches, so they were eaten directly after they were bought. If they were eaten continuously for 11 consecutive days, they would have a good effect of prolonging life. In the afternoon, the red Blatten King restrained the flame cluster spotted grass and the big fruit tea oil, and they were not allowed to wander around. In the evening, they left the trading square directly. Bamboo followed the red Blatten King to the Fire Peach Blatten King's territory. The longevity peaches were placed in the force food storage box, and were sealed with amber juice, which had solidified at this time. Fresh fruits need a low-temperature environment to be preserved for a long time, or eaten as soon as possible. Get the things and say goodbye directly. Travel day and night, and leave Changsheng County. In the vast jungle, after 2 consecutive days, they arrived at the border between Bitao County and Xuedao County. Be careful. The flying bamboo suddenly issued a warning. His body suddenly sank, and the flames of his wings rose. Bang! The white shadow flashed and hit the carapace. Bamboo lost his balance and fell to the jungle below. Raptor warriors attacked. The opponent was too fast. Just as he stabilized his body, the white shadow attacked again. Bamboo dodged in time, avoiding the vital part of his head, completely lost his balance, fell into the jungle, and the spider silk bag he was carrying also fell out. The white shadow's intention was obvious, which was to snatch the spider silk bag containing the longevity peaches. Northern Wilderness piercing Cloud Eagle. Descend. Land. At this time, the red Blatten King and the Oil Pear Princess reacted one after another and quickly landed in the jungle. The white shadow appeared again and pounced on the spider silk bag of bamboo. Looking for death, the red Blatten King shouted, and the red flame swept. The Avocado Princess had more combat experience. She locked onto the spider silk bag of bamboo, opened her mouth, and a white incandescent beam flashed, hitting the spider silk bag. The flame attack was extremely destructive. The spider silk bag and the small longevity peaches inside were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving only the metal box containing the longevity peaches and a force crystal. The white shadow, who was plundering rapidly, did not dare to resist, and was forced to temporarily deflect the flight trajectory, and fled far away, turning in the air. And the white shadow flashed and pounced on the metal box again. Chapter 345 Cloud-Piercing Eagle. Crawl! A sea of fire rose up around the red Cockroach King, and the red flames fell from the sky, trying to cover the metal box. However, it was a beat slower in speed. The opponent was too fast. Princess Avocado didn't even have time to prepare to release the second pillar of fire. Princess Chuirong followed suit, also locked the metal box, opened her mouth, and sprayed a set of fire pillars. However, Princess Chuirong's combat power was much worse than Princess Avocado. A hurricane formed around the white shadow, which directly extinguished the fire pillars. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the metal box. Suddenly, countless black tentacles spread around the metal box, instantly wrapping the box and solidifying it into a large metal lump, pitting it to the ground. Metal power. Ding dang. The sharp claws hit the metal lump, making a crisp sound, and the claws pierced through several holes, but failed to touch the hidden box. A white shadow flashed and appeared in the distance. Then it climbed up to the sky again, and after a few flashes, it disappeared into the clouds. It came suddenly and left decisively, with unparalleled speed. The sea of fire controlled by the red Blatant King landed a second later, igniting a large area of jungle around the metal box. In an instant, the flame shot up to the sky and thick smoke billowed. Bamboo said, a beast warrior of the county level who is good at speed. But he is not good at frontal combat and failed to sneak attack. So he ran away. Bamboo. Are you okay? The red Blatant King landed, and his flame ability was exerted. The surrounding sea of fire gradually extinguished, He looked down and found that the metal lumps formed by Bamboo's metal ability had been melted, and the metal box containing the longevity peaches was intact. Bamboo quickly ran forward and opened it to check. The box was filled with amber juice, and the longevity peaches were not damaged by the decline shock. Other warriors came up one after another, and only after confirming that the most important longevity peach was not damaged did they breathe a sigh of relief. Yinshu Banmao looked at Bamboo's back armor and said, "Bamboo is injured." The attacking cloud-piercing eagle warrior was probably a 7th-year-old princess, and her pure strength was several levels higher than Bamboo's. Luckily, Bamboo had enhanced his ability to perceive the force veins, so he detected it in advance and avoided it in time. Otherwise, he would have died from the first attack on his head. The carapace was strengthened with metal, and he ate all kinds of force-enhancing food at all costs. His comprehensive physique far exceeded that of ordinary Mountain Master-level Cockroach warriors. The back carapace was only scratched by 6 holes by the claws, and it has begun to heal at this time. "This injury is nothing. It will heal in a while," Bamboo asked the Red Blatant King. "The ability to control airflow is very rare. The Northern Wilderness Cloud-Piercing Eagle tribe? It should be a powerful tribe, right?" The Red Blatant King nodded his tentacles solemnly. "Princess Yuli said, it is said that the Piercing Cloud Eagle tribe controls a 1,000-year-old wind poplar tree seed. The almost unattainable speed is thanks to this God-given seed." The Red Blatant King said, "In the Northern Wilderness, there are only a few flying beasts, and the Piercing Cloud Eagle is the best flying tribe among them." Princess Chui Rong hesitated and said, "It directly targeted the Bamboo and launched a surprise attack. And the goal was clear, which was to snatch the box containing the longevity peaches." "It wouldn't be. It shouldn't be." The Red Blatant King first denied it, and then added, "But this possibility cannot be ruled out." Princess Yoli analyzed, leaving early is actually a disguised way of informing other warriors participating in the longevity banquet that we have bought longevity peaches. The strange thing is, why did it directly target Bamboo? Red Blatch's King said, "The cloud-piercing eagle is not only fast, but also has a vision far beyond our insect warriors. It can fly high in the clouds and even see prey on the ground. The metal box is square and placed in a spider silk bag, so it can be identified at a glance." After saying that, he raised the spider silk bag he was holding to show it. "It's true. The square box is placed in a soft spider silk bag, with clear edges and corners, and it can be identified at a glance." The cloud-piercing eagle warrior did not dare to provoke the Blatch's King, so he naturally targeted Bamboo. Red Blatch's King continued, "This is exactly the border between the two counties. Few insect warriors have set foot here. Most of the warriors who participated in the longevity banquet in the south will pass by here. This is a good place for a sneak attack. Most of them have been planned in advance and carefully selected." The Princess of Oil Pear sighed, "Our insect race has gone from decline to prosperity, and the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe is the same. According to legend, during this period, the beasts of the Northern Wasteland will be unable to restrain themselves and go south to cause chaos. When prosperity reaches a certain level, war is not far away. War is still far away. It is not time to consider it now." The Red Blatant King said, "Don't speculate. This matter is strictly forbidden to be spread. I will personally visit the Changsheng Blatant King later. There are only a few people who know that we bought the Changsheng longevity peaches. With the prestige and wisdom of the Changsheng Blatant King, I will go to ask them one by one. If there are any problems, I will know once I ask. Whether it is the collusion of the warriors within Changsheng County, or the chaos of the Northern Wasteland Beast tribe. If such a bad incident happens, and the news spreads, the reputation of the Changsheng longevity banquet will definitely be damaged. The best solution is to block the news and deal with it privately." Finally, the Red Blatant King called out the names and warned, "Especially the 3 little guys: flame-clustered spotted grass, rhubarb ficus, and camellia oleifera. You are not allowed to mention it to any insects. Understand?" "Yes." "Understood. I understand." Flame-clustered spotted grass, rhubarb ficus, and camellia oleifera responded one after another. Princess Avocado said, "We can't fly faster than that beast. But we have nothing to fear in ground combat. Let's run close to the ground." The Red Blatant King replied, threw away the small longevity peach in his spider silk bag, put Bamboo's metal box and force crystal into it, and ordered, "Form a battle formation. Princess Avocado, you go in front. Use your fire power to clear the way." The big yellow fruit banyan and big fruit oil tea follow side by side. And the flame-clustered banyan and the yellow-striped mountain master follow side by side. Bamboo. You are sensitive and have strong combat power. You and Princess Chuirong will be on the left and right to provide flank protection. I'll go at the back. Let's go! Princess Avocado was carrying a bag of small longevity peaches, which she brought back from a long distance, mainly for the young warriors in the territory to taste. It looked like a big bag full of peaches, but it was only worth 1,000 raw stones, which was worthless. So we threw it away directly. Line up and run on the road. The cockroach warriors actually run faster, and they are used to flying because the dense branches and leaves of the jungle on the ground block their way, making it difficult for them to run. Princess Avocado walked in the front, and whenever she encountered vines or shrubs blocking her way, she would directly use fire to burn them. She just set fire to clear the way, and Princess Bamboo and Princess Chuirong used their fire control abilities to extinguish the forest fire. After 2 days and 1 night, they passed through the jungle where few insects were, and in front of them was the jungle that the Blood Peach County warriors often set foot in. Only then did they readjust and take off, entering the desolate jungle at the junction of Shuadao County and Chijian County. He landed there, ran on the ground, and finally arrived at the Chijian forest. After a night of rest, the Chijian Cockroach King organized soldiers and personally went out to escort Bamboo back to Liju Peak. The box containing the longevity peaches was directly sent to the cold storage on the top of the mountain. A pit was dug on the ground, and the soil and rocks were metallized and reinforced, buried, and then metallized and reinforced. In one breath, he consumed the original force equivalent to 500,000 raw stones, exerted the metal ability, converted several tons of tempered metal, and sealed the box. Seeing that the things were hidden safely enough, the Chijian Cockroach King was relieved. There were still many things to do, so he said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Bamboo said that he would bring back delicious food for everyone. When the members of Liju Peak saw Bamboo return, they all went up the mountain happily. Pyracantha ran to Torreya Peak as soon as possible and called Torreya over. Duju and Longju ran to Huiju Mountain and brought Huiju and Danju with them. But where is the legendary little longevity peach? Something happened on the way, and the little longevity peach was destroyed. Bamboo explained briefly and ordered, Big Bear, you stay on the top of the mountain and guard the cold storage. The other members of Liju Peak should be alert recently. Yu Tao, you should walk around Liju Peak more often. Patrol and beware of accidents. With a few simple words, the members on the mountain were expelled. The First Heart's magical power pattern consumed too much original force, and he lay quietly at the entrance of the cave to recover. Chapter 346: The Best Way to Eat the Longevity Peaches. The spider silk bag carried by Yanshu Banmao contained a small amount of high-quality force food and 20 small longevity peaches, all well preserved. After returning to the Iron Blade Mountains, he immediately went all the way to the Iron Blade Peak under the pretext of giving small longevity peaches, and then privately found the master of the Iron Blade Mountain. That night, the master of the Iron Blade Mountain set out in a hurry and rushed to Liju Peak overnight. Bamboo, what's the matter? There are many warriors at the level of the mountain master in your Liju Peak now. Is there anything else that you must ask me for help? Yanshu Banmao used the excuse of Bamboo needs help with something to trick the master of the Iron Blade Mountain here. Bamboo's purchase of the longevity peaches was not publicized, and the master of the Iron Blade Mountain was still in the dark. It's okay. It's okay, Bamboo said, master of the Iron Blade Mountain. Please wait. After Bamboo finished speaking, he flew down the mountain and carried Baba up the mountain. Baba, check the body of the Iron Blade Mountain Lord. After saying that, he held Baba in his arms and walked around the Iron Blade Mountain Lord. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord was a little confused and a little annoyed, and said, Bamboo, if you have something to say, just say it directly. The dry season is coming soon, and Iron Blade Peak is also very busy. Oh, I'll be there soon. Bamboo put Baba on the ground and asked, Baba, how is it? Baba said, not very good. I told you last time that I am old, and will soon enter the aging period. My condition is very bad. Very bad? Very bad? Stop! Bamboo said, didn't I bring back a longevity peach? Baba asked, force food that prolongs life? Is it gene repair? What type of gene fragment is it specifically for? How can I tell the problem at the genetic level? Bamboo said, the thing is on the mountain. I'll get it down. After saying that, he quickly went up the mountain, used his metal ability to take out the box. He hurried down the mountain, opened the box, picked up Baba, and scanned it again. It's gene repair. Ah! Wow! A very rare multi-series gene repair. It also comes with the ability to strengthen the BOT and CR Force genes. Baba was amazed and said, Bamboo, this thing is useful to you. If you eat it, the risk factor of the next dormant evolution can be reduced by about 15%, which will also be of great benefit to your future growth. I'm young. Why eat it? Bamboo asked Baba. Calculate quickly. Is this thing useful to the Iron Knife Mountain Master? Baba said, of course it is good. As long as it is a force creature. No matter who it is. No matter how old it is. It will benefit you for life. Bamboo. The bugs on this planet are so stupid. This kind of good. Selling all the things? Is it cheap? Why don't you buy a few more? Bamboo said faintly, I spent 3 million raw stones to buy one. Baba calculated and said, then you have made a lot of money. Remember? Buy as much as you can in the future. Okay. Bamboo said, Baba. The things are for the Iron Blade Mountain Lord to eat. You should calculate and give the best use plan. It is only at the level of the Mountain Master. It doesn't need so much. Baba said, it is best to eat as much as the number of wrong genes, combined with the existing several force foods that strengthen the basic constitution. You will give it peach pits, which is more than enough. What about the pulp? You can't let the younger generation eat the sweet peach meat, and the elders eat the bitter peach pits. Right? Bamboo said seriously, Baba. Please recalculate and speak after you have figured it out. The Lord of Tidal Mountain found that Bamboo had been concentrating his mental power to communicate with Baba, who could make sounds. He knew that Baba came from outer space, and had the special ability to check the physical condition of soldiers. What the hell? What's in the box? It was sealed with amber juice. So it should be some kind of force fruit. Bamboo. What are you talking to it? What is this? The Lord of Tidal Mountain complained and asked, and released his mental power openly, scanning and checking the thing sealed in the amber fruit. And he became serious instantly. Bamboo. This is longevity peach. You are planning to. Lord of Tidal Mountain. This longevity peach is prepared for you. Yinshu Banmao said you have something to do with me. Nothing else? No. Just this. Goodbye. The Lord of Tidal Mountain flapped his wings directly into the deep space, and rushed to the outside of Liju Peak. Master of Tidal Mountain. Bamboo shouted. And then he took off into the air. Faster. And caught up with him, blocking him in front, saying, Master of Tidal Mountain. Yinshu Banao and I both think that you should see with your own eyes how Tidal Mountain and Jinping Mountain Range have gone from poverty to wealth, from desolation to prosperity. With you here, it is inevitable that Tidal Mountain and Jinping Mountain Range will become prosperous and wealthy. I have seen it. Bamboo. The longevity peach is too valuable. There is no need to waste it on me. You should sell it. The Master of Tidal Mountain suddenly accelerated and bypassed Bamboo. Bamboo also accelerated and caught up with him, saying, it's just 2 million raw stones. The income of Liju Peak for 4 or 5 years. Raw stones are nothing at all. The key is that it is difficult to buy a peach, and I can't resell it. The Master of Tidal Mountain said, Bamboo. Don't persuade me anymore. I won't eat it. I don't have the seeds given by God. It would be a waste if I eat it. In the distance, Yinshu Banmao finished giving away the small longevity peaches, and hurried to Liju Peak. He bumped into him. Seeing that the situation was not right, he immediately accelerated forward and stopped the Master of Tidal Mountain. In the back, Hongdao noticed the movement on the mountain, looked around curiously, and found that something was wrong. So he followed him. Bamboo Gudong shouted with his mental power, Hongdao. Hurry up. Help. Stop the Master of Tidal Mountain. Ah? Hongdao didn't understand what was going on, hesitated for a moment, and followed Bamboo. One on the left and one on the right, flying on both sides of the Master of Tidal Mountain. Yinshu Banmao blocked the front and slowly forced the Master of Tidal Mountain to stop, landing in the jungle below the mountain. Bamboo said, Master Tidal Mountain, you can't finish a longevity peach, and you can't use even half of it. I have asked Baba to calculate carefully, so that everyone can share the food. Everyone can share? Yinshu Banmao asked hurriedly, Bamboo. What do you mean? Bamboo said, Baba can accurately calculate the amount of food to be eaten. In addition, with some force foods that strengthen the basic constitution. The effect of the longevity peach can be better exerted. A peach can be divided and eaten by everyone. Yinshu Banmao asked, "Can I have a taste of it?" Bamboo said, "Yes." Yinshu Banmao persuaded Master Tidal Mountain. "Look, everyone has a share. And you are not eating alone. Let's go. Let's eat together." After a long period of persuasion, the master of Tidal Mountain reluctantly agreed. Returning to Liju Peak, the three guys, Big Bear, Rat King, and Baizu, who were originally staying at the top of the peak, went down the mountain and guarded in front of the box. Baizu was holding a dagger, eager to try. Dazu was busy carrying out various force foods, and divided them into portions according to Baba's request. "Baba, have you calculated it?" "I have calculated it," Baba said. "Bamboo, you and the Lord of Tidal Mountain, Rat King, and Baizu are in a serious condition, and they urgently need the longevity peach to repair their damaged genes. So they are eaten in 2 portions. Other members, just eat a little pulp, which is good for future growth. The first time you eat the pulp. The second time you eat the peach core. The pulp is divided into 4 portions. The Lord of Tidal Mountain eats 1 portion. Bamboo, Rat King, Baizu eats 1 portion. And the other members on the mountain eat the other 2 portions. For all types of force fruits, the essence of the force is concentrated in the seeds. And this longevity peach is no exception. So the best part is actually the peach core. The peach core can be divided equally. The Lord of Tidal Mountain eats half. And you eat half. He ate the other half with the Rat King and Baizu. In total, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord didn't even eat half of the longevity peach. Bamboo asked Baba, "According to this plan, how many years can the Iron Blade Mountain Lord extend his life?" Baba said, 50 years is the best plan for it. It is only at the level of the Mountain Master. Even if it eats a whole peach, it can only extend its life by 50 to 60 years at most. Repairing the wrong gene fragment has different effects on different life individuals. You and Baizu are both very young. The most important wrong gene fragment is left behind by rapid growth. After using it, the risk of failure will be reduced in the next dormant evolution. The effect of extending life is very small and not obvious, because your lifespan is still very long. The Rat King is relatively old. Eating the same amount can significantly prolong his life, so it is most cost-effective to feed it. Most of the other members on the mountain are still young. No matter what, there will be no obvious effect of prolonging life, combined with the original force food that strengthens the basic constitution. Eating a small amount of food can only have a small increase in the success rate of future evolution and growth. Understood? Bamboo asked, "How to do it specifically?" Baba said, "Eat first to replenish your physical strength. You also need some B-series nutrient solution." "Okay. I understand." Bamboo ordered, "Hongdao, take the belly bamboo and red rice, and go down the mountain to hunt some food." Chapter 347 Trade Sanctions. All members on the mountain gathered at Liju Peak. Baba carefully examined the body of each member and recalculated. According to the requirements, they first ate to replenish their physical energy, and then ate the corresponding nutrient solution to strengthen their physical fitness. Then Baba carefully calculated the force food for each member to strengthen their physical fitness. The types and quantities of force food were different for each member. After eating these force foods, they rested until dawn and ate again to replenish their physical energy. Next was the longevity peach, carefully peeling off the amber solid condensed from the sealed amber juice. Inside was a white jade peach fruit, with a little pink in the white, and a faint fragrance. The strong force constantly stimulated the brain nerves and stirred the soul. The longevity peach was really big, with a length of about 15 centimeters from top to bottom, a horizontal breast width of about 13 centimeters, and a total weight of about 1.8 kilograms. Bamboo used the red flowers collected from the mountain, crushed them to extract the juice as ink, dipped a piece of hay in it, and followed Baba's instructions to draw the cutting line on the surface of the longevity peach. The thing is too precious, and this is probably the only chance to eat it in this life, so it doesn't require 100% accuracy, but the approximate amount cannot be wrong. After drawing, finally use the metal ability to make a disc. The bamboo rat warrior's forelimbs are relatively flexible, so it is best to use a dagger to cut. White bamboo is not very reliable. The Rat King will do the cutting. Bamboo, can we start? The Rat King asked. Cut, Bamboo ordered. Silver light flashed continuously. The peach fruit was split into two, and the peach core was quickly picked off. The knife light flashed again, and the two were split into four. The faint fragrance of peach fruit filled the air, and the strong original force began to spread. Baizhu quickly picked up a piece and handed it to the Lord of Taidao Mountain. Lord of Taidao Mountain. Eat quickly, Bamboo said in a low voice. The Lord of Taidao Mountain hesitated for 2 seconds, took it, and swallowed it in one gulp. The Rat King swung his knife and cut again, dividing the other piece into 3 equal parts according to the cutting line drawn, and quickly picked up a piece and swallowed it. Baizhu stepped forward, swallowed a piece himself, and picked up a piece at the same time and handed it to Bamboo. The Rat King swung his knife like a shadow, continued to cut the rest into small pieces, and then worked with Baizhu to deliver the peach fruit to each member. Once the fresh fruit was cut, the original force quickly dissipated. The actual purchase price of the thing is 3 million raw stones, and a delay of 1 second is a loss of hundreds or thousands. Once the thing is in hand, it is stuffed directly into the mouth. Once the thing enters the mouth, it is swallowed directly into the stomach with all the strength. The huge peach fruit is gone in an instant. Lying on the ground, they all silently absorbed the force, feeling the wonderful and comfortable force effect. The Rat King was the first to finish absorbing, and after recovering, he stood up, put the peach pit into the force food storage box, and poured the prepared amber juice into it, according to Baba's request. After eating the peach meat, rest for 3 days, and then eat the peach pit. The Iron Knife Mountain Master has eaten the longevity peach, and he has eaten the most, in addition to prolonging life. Another benefit is that the success rate of molting evolution in the future is increased. With such a good basic condition, it is a waste not to promote to the princess. After that, Bamboo will take out 30,000 raw stones every year to help it grow, and it can be promoted to the princess in a relatively good state in about 30 years. In total, it is only 900,000 raw stones, and the cost of lighting up 10 magical veins at the second heart position is just. Liju Peak currently has 42 force crystals left in reserve, which is basically enough for normal expenses. Abnormal expenses are to continue to light up the magical patterns. This reserve is not even enough, so there is no need to continue investing, which makes things difficult. Mid-August, snow began to accumulate at the top of Liju Peak. Bamboo usually took Baizhu and the Rat King to lie on the snowy peak to endure the cold. Qijian Blatten King came slowly with Date Princess, Shiwatao Princess, and Yansu Ban Mao. The express finally arrived. Bamboo went down the mountain. Plain clustered spotted grass pushed forward a medium-sized spider silk bag filled with seeds and said, "Bamboo, I got the Erythrina seeds. 1,284. Not one less." Trouble. Bamboo put the spider silk bag into the cave and asked, "Red Blatch's King, Blood Peach Princess, are you here for the last incident?" Red Blatch's King said, "I went to Changsheng County to ask. It wasn't just us who were attacked last time. Warriors from 3 other kingdoms were also attacked. Unfortunately, the longevity peaches purchased by the Horned Blatches were stolen." Red Blatch's King said, shaking his antennae, and said, "It is currently determined that it has nothing to do with the Flying Fire Cockroach tribe. This is a premeditated robbery. There are only 2 possibilities left. One is that other insect tribes are colluding with the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe, and there are insect warriors observing in the trading square and then tipping off. The most likely possibility is that those piercing Cloud Eagle warriors have figured out the rules of the longevity banquet, lurking in advance, and launching a surprise attack at the right time." Shiwatao County Lord said to Presley, "In the territory where the piercing Cloud Eagles of the Northern Wilderness live, only the summer can be considered warm all year round. In other seasons, when the insect warriors go there, their combat effectiveness will naturally be suppressed by 30%. If they encounter a cold winter, they will be frozen to death." The Red Blatten King said, "It is not easy for us insect warriors to initiate a war in the north, but this matter cannot be tolerated." Princess Shiwatao said, "The beast tribes in the northern wasteland are not in collusion, and can be roughly divided into 2 camps, the east and the west. The eastern wasteland camp is mainly composed of grassland wolves, snow wolves, and brown bears, and the piercing Cloud Eagle is considered a vassal of the Snow Wolf tribe. I have consulted the Eternal Blatten King about this matter. The Eternal Blatten King means to restrict the caravans and prohibit the sale of any force food to the Eastern Wasteland Beast tribe, according to the stupid nature of the Beast tribe. If the force food is insufficient, They will definitely go south to rob. We can gather the insect kings and princesses of each tribe. Level warriors. Lying in ambush in the territory of the wolf spider tribe. Waiting for them to come and die. The Red Blatton King continued, at present. It is confirmed that the 23 northern insect kingdoms, including the frost centipede, sand waita, Blatodia, black Blatodia, horn Blatodia, golden mantis, mole armor, and wolf scorpion, which are friendly with our fire lotus kingdom, have agreed to join the war. The blood peach princess said, I will go with the red Blatton king to the flower Blatodia kingdom and the knife mantis kingdom to ask them if they are willing to join the war. Anyone who participates in this operation will have priority in obtaining the right to purchase longevity peaches at the next and the next longevity banquet. I understand. Bamboo was a little surprised. The Zerg on this planet would engage in a trade war. They also knew that war depends on geographical advantages and how to lure the enemy deep into their territory. They know a lot of tricks. Bamboo then asked, I only have the strength of a mountain master. I don't need to participate in the war. Right? Shiwatao Princess said, Of course not. You are a victim. I heard that you were injured in the last attack. I came here in person to inform you of the situation to avoid misunderstandings about our flying fire cockroach tribe. Okay. The last attack incident ends here. Bamboo. You don't need to worry about the rest. The red Blattish king raised his antennae and asked. Bamboo. Who did you sell the longevity peach to? How many raw stones did you sell? Well, I didn't sell it. Bamboo hesitated and said, I think the longevity peach can also increase the probability of successful molting and growth. We shared it among ourselves. Flame-clustered Blattish grass quickly added, I also ate a piece. I felt it. The effect is very good. You shared it? The red Blattish king collapsed immediately after hearing this, and said angrily, You are so young. Why do you eat that thing? You are just reckless. Waste. Bamboo. You want to be angry, mad at me to death. Right? Chapter 348 Bamboo wakes up. After a long commotion, the red Blatton king pressed Bamboo's direct elder, Yinsu Banmao, to the ground and beat him. Only then did he feel relieved and left with Princess Shiwatao, heading south to the flower Blatton kingdom to do business. Bamboo carried Baba up the mountain. Baba, this is the Erythrina seed I mentioned to you. Scan and analyze it quickly. The red Blatton tribe has awakened its fire ability and likes warm and hot climates. Bamboo doesn't want to continue hiding in the snow on the top of the mountain. Baba scanned and calculated, and then said in surprise, Hey, this is the B1 series basic physical enhancement, including the multiple enhancement effects of B101. Bamboo. You are saved. Bamboo asked, Can you? Of course you can. Baba said regretfully, It's a pity that this is just an ordinary God-given seed. If it is nurtured by insect warriors to become a life seed, the enhancement effect will definitely be better. Live seeds have their own constraints. Bamboo said casually, and said happily, Baba, please calculate carefully and help give a reasonable consumption plan. Baba said, It is originally composite multiple reinforcement. No need to cooperate with other force food. Just use some B-series nutrient solution before and after eating. The seeds are slightly toxic to carbon machine creatures. You can wrap them with metal ability. Put them in boiling water and then eat them. Baba continued, It's expensive. Right? For different races, there are different limits for the reinforcement effect. The cost-effectiveness of your red cockroach tribe is the highest when you eat 300 seeds, and then the effect begins to decay. At about 400 seeds, it is close to the limit, and it is completely ineffective when it exceeds 500 seeds. Due to different constitutions, the reinforcement limit of bamboo rat warriors is slightly lower. Rat King has good talent and only needs about 200 pills to reach the limit. But Baizu, the idiot, can't do that. He needs 300 pills. Baba continued, among the members of Liju Peak, Data has the worst overall physique. This thing will be of great benefit to his promotion to princess in the future. The second is Cattail. He is naturally weak, so he must have his share. Bamboo asked Baba, I used 300 pills. Is it enough? Enough. Baba said, You used 300 pills. Rat King uses 150 pills. Baiju uses 200 pills. This is the most cost-effective number, and it is enough to save your life. It is best to eat 200 bigheads and cattails. They will be promoted to princesses in the future, and the risk of failure can be reduced by about 13% to 14%. Bamboo calculated silently that with this distribution, there will be 234 left in the end. Baba, what about the rest? Who do you think needs it most in Lizufeng? Wind chimes? Wind chimes are a matter of the soul, and have little to do with physique. The physique of cockroach warriors is very good. Baba thought about it and said, in fact, this thing is of great benefit to any force life form, and any member of Lizufeng. It is not suitable to give it to anyone alone. You might as well divide it equally, and distribute it to other warriors on the mountain. Eat one and you will get the effect of one. And the cost performance is also very high. I understand. Then divide the rest equally. Bamboo asked again, Baba, after I finish eating, do I not have to hide on the top of the mountain and freeze? Of course. Baba said, that's great. Call Rat King and Baiju down. I want to continue observing the three of you and collecting data. Maybe I can reverse analyze and analyze some useful information. The seeds of Erythrina were divided into 10 days and eaten one after another. Baba continued to observe and confirmed that the strengthening effect after consumption was the same as predicted. The bloodthorn fruit was ripe, and the autumn harvest dinner of Lizufeng was held as scheduled. This time, Bamboo also appropriately upgraded the level of the dinner, using metal ability to make fine food plates. A small plate for bloodthorn fruit pulp, and a large plate for animal meat slices. Each warrior participating in the banquet had 2 plates of food, one large and one small, and an extra large tray in the middle with compressed biscuits and energy drinks for free use, which looked very rich and exquisite. After the banquet, the fruit of the God-given seed of the Tata tree matured. All 174 female flowers were successfully pollinated, which took a year and a half to grow into 174 kiwi-shaped Tata fruits that were slightly slender and purple-black throughout. Lizufeng currently has 2 wild God-given seeds. The strengthening type of the Thuja God-given seed is good, and the current development potential is also good. But it is a little worse than the 10 wild God-given seeds in the Changsheng Mountains. The most beautiful thing is the accompanying brain nerve strengthening effect. But it is just an incidental effect. The Tata tree God-given seed is different. It improves the energy structure type of the living body, and then improves the energy storage capacity. This ability improvement can play a huge role in evolution, growth, combat, etc. In Bamboo's opinion, Tata is a top God-given seed that can be ranked alongside the Changsheng longevity peach and Erythrina tree in Changsheng County. Baba, the Tata fruit is ripe. Please confirm its strengthening effect and how to eat it. Baba glanced and checked, saying, my prediction and calculation are correct. It can increase physical reserves by up to 17%. Eat one every morning and evening. Raw. There are only 174. Not enough. You need to eat 200 to reach the limit of strengthening. I suggest you share it with Baiju. Don't worry about the Rat King. It can successfully complete the next evolution. Okay. I understand. Bamboo asked Baba, check Tata again and estimate how many fruits it can condense next time. Baba said, the Tata tree itself is a plant that grows extremely slowly. Don't hold too high hopes. The number of fruits next time will not exceed 500. The natural environment has many variables, and I can't give an accurate number. Too few. Bamboo continued to ask Baba, when can Tata complete its first transformation and growth? Baba said, you have seen the remains of Tata's realm master level. You should know that Tata tree is an extremely tall tree. At the current speed, it will take at least 50 years, and the tree trunk height will exceed 150 meters. Don't give away the debris randomly. Without it, the growth rate of Tata will make you realize the real despair. Bamboo said honestly, okay, I won't give away randomly anymore. Tata fruit is different from any other fruit on this planet. It does not contain sugar, has no taste, and has some woody tendency. It is very hard and tastes like chewing wood. The first fruit was too small. Bamboo and Baiju each took 87. The effect was good, but not so ideal. Baba had to take 10 times a day and frequently collected data from Bamboo, Baiju, and Rat King. It continued. Autumn, winter, spring, summer. The seasons cycled, and before I knew it, nearly a year had passed. As a result, Baba was unable to deduce useful information, and it was too late to collect more data. Rat King fell into a deep sleep in early summer and evolved again. Promoted to L4 Mountain Master. The genetic modification of eating the original heart disappeared, and returned to normal growth. Chiwu Mountain Master has been urging But Bamboo did not go to the southwest region Ghost Locust Kingdom as agreed. The reason is very simple. The journey is too long. The original heart continues to transform genes, and is on the verge of evolution. Bamboo does not want to fall into a deep sleep and evolution on the way back and forth, or in Chiwu Mountain. Following the Rat King, Bamboo fell into a deep sleep. This time it was even more excessive. It was only 2 years away from being promoted to L6 Mountain Master. Due to eating longevity peaches, erythrina seeds, and tata fruits, the wrong genes were repaired and the physical fitness was comprehensively strengthened. And he survived the catastrophe without any danger. Extremely weak, but not as weak as before, and can move on his own. Bamboo was sleeping and evolving this time, and the youngest Longu guarded him outside the cave. This little guy, Longu, was just as stupid as Pyracantha. When he saw Bamboo wake up, he didn't even bother to help get some food and drink. He just glanced into the cave, turned around and ran down the mountain. While running, he excitedly shouted with his spiritual power, "Bamboo is awake! Bamboo is awake!" Chapter 349 Holy Bamboo. How stupid is this? Bamboo was very depressed. Baba was in the cave, monitoring Bamboo's evolution at all times. "Baba, can you get me some food? I want to, but I have no electricity. How long did I sleep this time? 25 days. That was close. What are you afraid of? I calculated it for you. You won't die. According to the time. It is the dry season now, and everyone should be busy working up and down the mountain." Bamboo climbed to the metal cabinet with difficulty, took out energy drinks and compressed biscuits to eat and recover. In a hurry, Hong Nao and Duju rushed to Bamboo's living cave. Neither of them was willing to give way to the other, and finally got stuck at the entrance of the cave side by side. "Bamboo! Bamboo! You're awake! What? What? Are you here to tear down my nest?" Bamboo angrily asked. "What's the matter?" "Hong Dao. You speak first," Hong Dao replied. "Bamboo, Hongmi and I cultivated a new high-quality rice variety last year. Do you remember?" "I remember." Bamboo was surprised and asked, "Did you get the God-given seed after sowing it this year?" "Yes," Hong Dao said. "A God-given seed is being nurtured and is now guarded by Hongmi." Bamboo couldn't help but praise, "Hong Dao, I was right. You are the smartest person in Lizyufeng besides me." "Ha ha." Hong Dao was proud and said, "Bamboo, I think so too. This is wisdom, which they don't have." "Pooh." Baba couldn't stand it and couldn't help but speak out. Bamboo ignored Baba, thought for a moment, and said, "Red rice. The God-given seed was cultivated by you and red rice together. You already have a deep-water barnyard grass God-given seed." "Right," Red Rice said. "Red Rice and I have discussed that this God-given seed will be given to it to breed. With my wisdom, I will definitely be able to breed more God-given seeds in the future. I will breed the next one. Red Rice and I will take turns." Not bad. Very good." Bamboo was very satisfied, tapped his tentacles, and said, "You bred the God-given seeds yourself. You can arrange them yourself." Bamboo asked Duju again, "What are you panicking about?" "I'm not panicking," Duju said anxiously. "Bamboo, I finally found a new mutant. Guess which bamboo species it is?" Red Rice rushed to shout, "I guess it's Duju." Red Rice. Duju was angry and pushed hard. With a click, a rock at the entrance of the stone cave broke. Red Rice exerted force again. Duju realized something was wrong and quickly retreated. And Red Rice followed. With a crash, a large piece of rock fell and blocked the lower half of the cave entrance. Baba gloated over the misfortune and laughed loudly. "Ha ha. Bamboo, your nest has been demolished." Hong Nao and Duju saw that the situation was not good, looked at each other, turned around, and rushed down the mountain. "Two little bastards," Bamboo cursed, ate silently, rested for a while, recovered a little, and used his metal ability. He simply consumed a lot of force in one breath and metallized the entire cave entrance to avoid similar problems. In fact, other members on the mountain heard that Bamboo had awakened and followed him up. When they saw the collapsed cave entrance, they all ran away silently. In the end, it was still the big bear who carried an elk up the mountain. The new rice variety is obtained by Hong Dao improving deep water barnyard grass and then hybridizing it. Rice cultivation is troublesome, and the quality cannot be high. The only advantage should be the yield. In short, This thing can't make a lot of money. Banbu went down the mountain and took a look, and symbolically praised Hongmi for a few words. The real good news is the variant of the belly bamboo. The bamboo species was brought over by the red cockroach warrior belly bamboo from the Wangua continent. Because the name matched, it deliberately sowed a lot and insisted on large-scale breeding and selection every year. The belly bamboo is very unique. It is only 3 to 4 meters high, but the maximum diameter of the bamboo pole can reach 6 to 8 centimeters. The bamboo joints are short and bulging, like the bulging abdomen of insect warriors after eating, and the appearance of a big belly, so it is named belly bamboo. This bamboo species is rare, but not precious enough. The condensation is a bamboo fruit, which is slightly smaller than an apricot and does not have a special strengthening effect. But this does not negate the value of the belly bamboo variant. On the contrary, the value of this variant is definitely higher than that of the 7-color bitter bamboo, the golden bamboo, and even the ghost bamboo. At present, it is confirmed that there are 2 bamboo species that can be hybridized with belly bamboo, namely the Holy Sound bamboo and the Thunder Sound bamboo. These 2 bamboo species are from Chiwu Mountain. They can be said to be the 2 most precious bamboo species in Liju Peak. Ordinary Shengyin bamboo breathes into life species, which has the effect of prolonging life similar to small longevity peaches. Ordinary Lane bamboo breathes into life species, which has the effect of strengthening lightning ability. The reputation of these 2 bamboo species is second only to the legendary dragon bamboo, and is no worse than the ma bamboo. When Banbu was sleeping, Baba confirmed it, and at the cost of electricity, carefully calculated and confirmed that the belly bamboo mutant has the relevant genes for flowering and fruiting every year. This year, it bloomed for the first time in the dry season. The hybridization pollination of the belly bamboo mutant and the normal belly bamboo has been completed, and it went smoothly. The restored species can be obtained in autumn this year. According to the rules, it is named Belly Bamboo 1. Without hesitation, the planting scale of the deformed bamboo will be expanded next year, and the bamboo 1 will be cultivated on a larger scale to prepare for hybrid mass production. The most important thing is the hybridization of bamboo 1 and Shengyin bamboo, which can be carried out next year, and the experimental results can be obtained the year after. If the new bamboo species is bred into a life species, the condensed bamboo fruit has a certain life-extending effect, and it can be used as the iconic bamboo species of Liju Peak. Banbu thought of the name in advance and named it Shengju. As for the hybrid of bamboo 1 and Lane bamboo, it is very valuable, but it does not match the innate ability of the red cockroach tribe and cannot be used. It can be considered to be sold at a high price. There must be insect tribes that have awakened lightning abilities willing to buy it. The subsequent experiments related to the deformed bamboo will take 2 years to complete, and the subsequent cultivation and expansion will take about 4 to 5 years. Duju has been planting bamboo with Banbu for more than 10 years, and is already familiar with the cultivation process of various bamboos. In addition, there are red rice and cattail to help. If there are problems that cannot be solved, they can also ask Baba for help to calculate and analyze from the genetic level. Banbu boldly arranged for Duju to be responsible for breeding. As the highest leader of Liju Peak, he only needs to wait for a result. After thinking about it, there is only one last question. After Duju 1 is cultivated and hybridized with Shengyin bamboo and Lane bamboo, there is a high probability that a God-given seed will be born. And if you are lucky, 2 seeds can be born. As the owner of Liju Peak, should Banbu exercise his rights as the owner of the mountain and breed another bamboo God-given seed? In the end, Banbu gave up. If a God-given seed is obtained, it will be given priority to Duju for breeding. If there are 2, the second one will be given to Longzhu to breed. Longzhu is the direct descendant of Fengling. Banbu promised to give it a bamboo seed of God, so he should not break his promise. After 2 busy days, he arranged all the things on the mountain. After returning to the cave, he roughly calculated that if 2 or 3 more God-given seeds were added, the annual income of Liju Peak would exceed the expenditure. According to the rules, if the cross between Duju 1 and Shengyin produces a God-given seed, it is likely to have a longevity effect. If the luck is bad, it will have a longevity effect. If things go wrong, you will become rich overnight. In a trance, it feels like you are about to get rich. Banbu's mind became active again. Should he use some more force crystals to continue to light up the magical veins at the second heart position? Once the idea comes out, It is difficult to suppress it. At present, at the L7 Mountain Master level, the original heart has been genetically modified twice, and the first small magical power has been activated at the second heart position. The veins are running day and night, and can provide the original force equivalent to 150 original stones every day. These original forces are being infused into the second magical vein of the second small magical power. Each magical vein requires 90,000 original stones. 30 veins form a group, and 5 groups form a small magical power. In total, 150 magical veins need to be lit up and activated, which requires the original force of 13.5 million original stones. The reserve of original force crystals is not enough, and it is far from enough. Slowly endure? The ordinary life plants of bamboo can provide about 100 original stones of original force every day. Combined with the output of the second heart, there are a total of 250 original stones of original force every day. It takes about 150 years to calculate. It's too long. I can't wait. Find a way to make money. And it must be a lot of money. The Chiwu Ghost King asks the Chonlu Mountain Master to bring a message every year, urging me to go over. What's the matter? Bamboo was not very interested in this, because the other party could not easily share the bamboo. However, there is no dry season in the southwest region, so we can only wait for droughts. Droughts are very unstable, and only come once every 3 to 5 years. Bamboo seeds are planted in Chiwu Mountain, and the Chiwu Ghost King and his people cannot breed them every year, and it is impossible to make money by selling bamboo seeds. Therefore, Bamboo is very sure that the Chiwu Ghost King intends to share the bamboo mutants. Chiwu Mountain has a large mineral vein, and the ghost-faced locusts are a rich family with no shortage of raw stones, and the bamboo mutants are too expensive. Therefore, Bamboo is also very sure that the price he needs to pay is not ordinary high. Go or not? The dignified Chiwu Ghost King has invited and urged continuously. Whether the negotiation is successful or not, he should go and visit. Moreover, most of the precious bamboo species in Liju Peak were given by the Chiwu Ghost King, so it was reasonable to go. The only thing left was when to go. After careful consideration, Bamboo decided to set off as soon as possible. Chapter 350 Chiwu Mountain. Bamboo is currently a L7 Mountain Master Warrior, and can release 7 consecutive flame abilities. He also has the metal magical ability of a Master of the Inheritance Realm at the first heart position. In addition, he has the enhanced perception ability of the Force Pattern. His comprehensive combat power is no less than that of a county-level warrior, which is enough to deal with most battles. According to the Chonlu Caravan, there are 2 options to go to the Ghost Locust Kingdom in the southwest region. Safe route: fly along the Jinjiang River, go south all the way to the sea, and then fly west along the coastal jungle. When you can see the colorful maze in the sky, you have entered the territory of the Ghost Locust Kingdom. Jinjiang is a natural national boundary line, rarely visited by insects, and there is no dispute. Last time, the Leju County Lord of the Ghost-Faced Locust Tribe came this way. Dangerous route: fly straight to the southwest, across 17 kingdoms along the way, and head straight to the southwest region. Breaking into the territory of a foreign kingdom is likely to encounter a hot-tempered warrior and cause a conflict. Bamboo didn't want to cause trouble, so he finally set off along the Jinjiang River. After flying for more than a month, he arrived at the coast. Calculating the time, it was already the Mid-Autumn Festival in August. The southern tropical area was still hot, and the climate was bad, with sometimes strong winds, sometimes heavy rains, or strong winds, rainstorms, lightning and thunder. According to the Chonlu Caravan, the southern coast not only has a bad climate in summer and autumn, but also has the threat of sea beasts and seabirds. So the coastal areas are mostly barren territories without insects. In the tropical jungle, the plants are tall and dense, and wild beasts are rampant. Among them, there are many powerful beast warriors. It is said that there are also beast warriors who are good at flying in the sky and attacking by surprise, which evolved from birds of prey and seabirds. Attacks may occur at any time. In the following journey, Bamboo began to be extra careful, hunting frequently, keeping his physical strength sufficient at all times, ensuring that he would have enough physical strength to fight or run away when encountering danger. Another month passed during this flight. It was already winter, and the bad weather had finally improved. At dusk when the sun set, the breeze was gentle. In the distant sky, a line of colorful rainbow light was finally seen. That was the light projected by the sun shining on the colorful maze that span the western end of the Wangua continent. Finally arrived. The ghost-faced locust is the largest tribe in the southwest region, with a vast territory and many vassal tribes. Bamboo flew northward and found a territory where warriors of the Huan locust tribe lived. 2 days later. Landed. Explained the purpose of the trip. Asked for directions. And then hurried on. After another 2 days and 2 nights of flying, the towering mountains finally came into sight. The rolling mountains and peaks stood tall. Before he got close, a purple light rose into the air and intercepted Bamboo. Which tribe are you from? Ahead is the Chiwu Mountain Longan Forest. No entry. Please land on the ground. The one who stopped Bamboo was a purple butterfly with a wingspan of more than 6 meters. It was in a state of alert combat, with purple force veins all over its wings, and lightning power brewing, ready to launch at any time. This is a very famous vassal tribe of the Ghost Locust Kingdom, the Smashed Butterfly tribe, which awakened the lightning ability. The Fire Blatella Kingdom, the Red Blatella tribe. Liju Peak, the Lord of Bamboo Mountain, was invited by the Chiwu Ghost King to visit. Bamboo answered while landing on the ground. The Fire Blatella Kingdom? The Smashed Butterfly warrior landed with him, thought for a while, and asked tentatively, Eternal Life County. Eternal Life Peach? Which kingdom are you from? That's the eastern region of the continent. Very far away. Yes. Bamboo asked. I haven't asked what I should call you yet. Ingxia, the Jade Butterfly warrior answered. At this time, 2 more Mountain Master level Ghost Locust warriors came. One warrior asked, Princess Ingxia, this is... It comes from the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, named Bamboo, and said it was invited to visit the Chiwu Ghost King. Princess Ingxia finished speaking, flapped her scaly wings and flew into the air, saying, You greet the guests. I will go to Chiwu Mountain to report to the Chiwu Ghost King. The 2 Ghost Locust warriors guarded Bamboo on the left and right, like guarding against thieves. One after another, a large number of warriors came, but they did not show their heads, and they were all lurking in the nearby woods. The flying speed of the princess-level Jade Butterfly is not slower than that of the Sky Raptor. About an hour later, Princess Ingxia hurried back again. Master Bamboo, the Ghost King Chiwu invites you. After saying this, Princess Ingxia emphasized, Please walk along the commercial road. Princess Leiju is coming to greet you. Walking along the designated plank road is the rule of all the big families. It is the time for the ripening and harvesting of longan fruits. To prevent the theft of tree species, the entire Chiwu Mountain has entered a state of high alert. Okay. Bamboo could only agree. Chiwu Mountain can be seen from a distance in the air, but the distance on the ground is still far away, especially the undulating and wrinkled mountain terrain. The distance has increased several times. Princess Ingxia flapped her wings and flew at low altitude to lead the way. It took half a day to walk out of the longan forest. And finally, Chiwu Mountain could be seen from the ground. Ahead is a vast sea of bamboo. The traces of the drought are still there, and the newly planted bamboo has not yet fully grown. In large areas, the bamboo forest seems a little sparse. Princess Leiju came running and called out from afar, Master Bamboo, you are finally here. Bamboo also called out, Princess Leiju, long time no see. Please come out to greet me in person. Princess Leiju flapped her wings, leaped, and sped forward, saying, Last month, the Chiwu Ghost King specifically asked Princess Chonlu and discussed sending me to Liju Peak to invite you. I'm so sorry. Bamboo explained. Too many things have happened in recent years, and there are too many things to deal with. I really can't get away, so I'm delayed. Princess Ingxia flapped her wings and landed lightly on Princess Leiju's carapace, asking Leiju, It's just the Mountain Master. What does the Chiwu Ghost King want it for? Princess Leiju said, Princess Ingxia, haven't you heard that the golden bamboo and the 7-color bitter bamboo were cultivated by the Bamboo Mountain Master of Liju Peak in the Fire Cockroach Kingdom? Alas, bamboo again. You are so boring. Princess Ingxia immediately lost interest, flapped her wings and flew into the air, saying, I'm going to work. After saying that, she turned into a purple shadow and disappeared in the sea of trees. Princess Leiju said, Bamboo Mountain Master, it doesn't matter after passing the Longan Tree Sea. Please fly at a low altitude. Let's go faster. The Chiwu Ghost King has been waiting impatiently for a long time. Bamboo asked, What's the matter? So anxious? Princess Leiju said, It's very important. Let's talk about it when we get there. Okay. Bamboo didn't act pretentiously, and directly flapped his wings into the deep sky, flying in a straight line across the rolling mountains. The ghost-faced katydid has a well-developed back, and is not good at flying, but it has a certain flying ability. On the ground plank road, Princess Leiju kept running and leaping, up and down, and her speed was no slower than that of Bamboo. Soon they passed through the Bamboo Sea and arrived at the foot of Chiwu Mountain. The majestic mountain, with Chiwu Mountain as the center, extends outward to 9 large mountain ranges. These 9 mountain ranges are not simple. Each of them contains rich raw stone mines, which is the foundation of the entire Guizhou kingdom. Chiwu Mountain is also not simple. The abundance of original force is at least twice that of Leiju Peak, from the foot of the mountain to the top. In addition to various precious bamboos, almost all are life-giving plants, of various shapes and colors, including dozens of trees. Bamboo keenly captured the breath of 6 insect kings. There are at least 6 insect kings living in Chiwu Mountain. Not only that, there are 23 tall and abrupt trees of God-given species that can be seen by the naked eye on the south side of the mountain alone. There are life-giving species and wild God-given species. The core clan land of the largest clan in the southwest region is many times richer than the Changsheng County of the Fire Cockroach Kingdom. Chapter 351 Dragon Bamboo. It can be seen that the Chiwu Ghost King has a special liking for tall bamboo species. Its common species is mainly Ma bamboo, with a total of 24 trees, forming a large bamboo forest. The Chiwu Ghost King lives in the bamboo forest. The ghost-faced katydid tribe is quite special. After being promoted to the Mountain Master, they either awaken the metal ability or the earth and stone ability. Under normal circumstances, they should awaken one elemental ability. For example, the Princess Leiju awakened the earth and stone ability, and her carapace is brown-yellow. If the metal ability is awakened, the carapace should be dark gold with a little metallic color. The ghost-faced katydid race is relatively sturdy, with 6 legs covered with sharp spikes, and a sharp horn on the top of the head. It is better at close combat, and is a strong ground race. The Chiwu Ghost King is obviously an alien, with a dark carapace covered with irregular brown spots like rust, and 2 sharp horns on his forehead, 1 black and 1 yellow, 1 in front and 1 behind, 1 large and 1 small. The breath is restrained. However, through the induction of the force veins, Bamboo is very sure that the Chiwu Ghost King has awakened both metal and earth and stone abilities. There is also a Butterfly King from the Butterfly tribe lying on the back of the Chiwu Ghost King. This Spy King belongs to the relatively normal category. He is purple all over, with hidden force veins, a completely restrained breath, a light body, and quietly lying on the back of the Chiwu Ghost King. The relationship between the Butterfly and the Ghost-faced Katydid tribe is similar to that between the Red Ring Hufan and the Flying Fire Lotus tribe. They are vassal races with a symbiotic relationship. They can command ordinary butterflies. Their main responsibility is to pollinate plants and help manage the sea of trees. The Lehigh Kingdom is often attacked by raptor warriors from the ocean, and the butterfly is an important aerial combat force. Meet the Ghost King Chiwu. Master Bamboo. The Ghost King Chiwu was in a high position, so he naturally had a sense of majesty. He was not friendly and amiable because they shared common interests. After a simple greeting, he introduced, "This is the king of the begonia butterfly from the Jade Butterfly tribe." Bamboo immediately said, "Meet the king of the begonia butterfly." The begonia butterfly king stared at Bamboo, and gently tapped his antennae as a response. The Ghost King Chiwu asked, "Master Bamboo, when you went up the mountain, you should have seen the kind of bamboo that can bloom every year." "Right," Bamboo replied, "I saw it. Perhaps because the weather has been good in recent years, and there has been no drought. The bamboo planted in Chiwu Mountain is still a deformed species, and the restored species has not yet been cultivated. That is, the bamboo one defined by Bamboo has not been cultivated. Even if it is cultivated, it will not work. The genetic quality of the first generation of seeds harvested from the sowing of Bamboo 1 is still good. If the sowing continues, the seeds produced in the second generation will begin to show genetic degradation traits, and the production will be inferior seeds. To sell high-quality bamboo species, it is necessary to constantly crossbreed the mutated species with the normal bamboo to obtain the brand new Bamboo 1 species." Bamboo took the initiative to say, "Chiwu Ghost King, the geographical environment of the southwest region is not suitable for hybrid breeding of plants such as bamboo." "Yes," the Chiwu Ghost King said simply, and instructed the Princess Leiju, The Bamboo Mountain Master has come here on the road, and he is a little tired and hungry. You go to prepare force food and fresh meat to entertain the guests. Yes. Princess Leiju left. The Chiwu Ghost King was silent for 2 seconds and said, Bamboo Mountain Master, let's go to the top of the peak to talk. The Begonia Butterfly King took action first, flapping his wings, flashing out of the bamboo forest, and then flashing into the clouds and disappearing. What's the matter? Do we have to go up the mountain to talk? Sure, Bamboo said respectfully. Chiwu Ghost King, please go first. Chiwu Ghost King followed the mountain path and climbed quickly to the top of the mountain. Bamboo followed closely behind. Chiwu Mountain is a famous towering mountain. It is winter now. The clouds are sinking, and 1/3 of the mountain is deep in the clouds and covered with snow. Bamboo followed Chiwu Ghost King all the way to the top of the mountain. Bamboo Mountain Master, look over there. Chiwu Ghost King stretched out his hunting foot and pointed to the western sky. It was morning at this time. The sun was shining, and the colorful maze in the distance reflected the colorful brilliance, reflecting the sea of clouds, which was beautiful. To the east of the 10,000 Races continent, there are misty mountains and colorful mazes. Passing through the colorful maze is the 10,000 Nations continent. To the west of the 10,000 Races continent, there is also a colorful barrier, and it is more thorough. The caravans of the colorful flame spider tribe cannot pass through, and no one can tell what is on the other side of the barrier. Haitang Butterfly King asked, Master Bamboo, I heard from the caravan that you can enter and exit the colorful barrier freely. It turned out that it was not just for the matter of the bamboo mutants. No wonder they kept urging. Bamboo's mind turned slightly, and he understood what they wanted to do, and asked back, the caravan should have mentioned the compass. Right? Have you tried it? Chiwu Ghost King said, tried? It doesn't work. When entering the colorful barrier, the direction of the pointer keeps changing. The mountains are undulating. The rocks are rugged, and the method of laying plank roads with spider silk does not work. Bamboo asked, Chiwu Ghost King, do you have relevant information? What is on the other side of the colorful barrier? Is it similar to the 10,000 Races continent? If it is similar to the 10,000 Kingdoms continent, ruled by the ant race, it will be difficult to deal with. Or it may be ruled by beast races, which is even more dangerous. There is no relevant information. The Red Crow Ghost King said, however, it is said that a long time ago, there were dragon bamboos living in the southwest region. I guess there should be some on the other side of the fantasy color barrier. If you are lucky, there may still be some alive. No matter what race the other side is, they will definitely not refuse the raw stones, let alone the original force food, as long as they are willing to pay enough. There is nothing that cannot be solved. Give enough benefits and promise enough benefits. Whether it is ants or beasts, they will definitely be unable to refuse and will definitely be willing to help search. No matter how lucky you are, you may not need to look for it and can buy it directly. The Red Crow Ghost King paused and continued, in the past few hundred years, I have commissioned hundreds of caravans of all sizes to help inquire. Their footprints are all over the 10,000 Races continent and the 10,000 countries continent. If they are not found, it means that the inherited memory is correct. The dragon bamboo has been extinct from the continent we live in. The Red Crow Ghost King pointed to the fantasy color barrier and said, we can only hope on the other side. The Chiwu Ghost King wants to cross the colorful maze and enter the opposite continent to find the dragon bamboo. It's a good idea. According to the inherited memory, the dragon bamboo should be the only bamboo species that can be hybridized with the ma bamboo. In the inherited memory, the largest bamboo species in the past and the largest bamboo species in existence are hybridized. Once successful, the harvest should be a supergiant bamboo that surpasses the dragon bamboo and ma bamboo. If you are lucky, you can harvest a God-given seed. A bamboo forms a bamboo forest. After being promoted to a princess or cockroach queen, the number of bamboo poles may reach thousands. The height of each bamboo pole should be more than 80 meters, taller than ordinary trees. How vast is that? I'm afraid it would take half of Leiju Peak to accommodate the super large God-given seeds. Right? Even if there are no God-given seeds, the ordinary hybrid bamboo species of dragon bamboo and ma bamboo are definitely top-level tree species that are no less than any tree. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, Master Bamboo, you also like bamboo. You must be obsessed with the legendary dragon bamboo like me, and regard it as the highest pursuit of your life. Right? If there is a chance, I am willing to try it. Bamboo said, but there are too many unknown dangers in this matter. The Red Blatten tribe is a small tribe that depends on the Fire Blatten kingdom. Liju Peak depends on me for survival. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Chiwugo's king. I can't take risks easily. Master Bamboo. Don't worry. I certainly won't let you take risks easily. The Chiwugo's king said, you just need to lead the way and take us through the fantasy maze smoothly. The biggest danger is the unknown races living on the opposite continent. I will organize a group of elite warriors. Haitang Butterfly King, and I will go there in person. Generally speaking, we can probably deal with it. Right? You take the risk yourself. Bamboo thought for a while and said, then I can try it at the edge first. It's not that easy to cross the fantasy maze. I need to understand the specific situation. I will arrange warriors. Guards. I will send you there. If you need anything, just ask. The Chiwugo's king paused and said briefly, whether this succeeds or fails, I will share the bamboo that blooms and bears fruit every year with Li Zhufeng for free. If we can find the dragon bamboo successfully, you will also have a share of the bamboo seeds. However, we still have to make an agreement that the cultivated bamboo seeds cannot be sold to others. At the same time, as the iconic plants of the Ghostface Katydid and Red Cockroach tribes, they can only be used within the tribe. In our Ghostface Katydid tribe, bamboo seeds can only be used by the tribe. Cultivate in the bamboo sea of Chiwu Mountain. You can only cultivate in the bamboo sea of Liju Peak. Understood. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, this is good for everyone. Bamboo shook his tentacles again and said, the dragon bamboo became extinct during a cold disaster. According to my inference, there must be something wrong with the sun in the sky, affecting all continents. I'm afraid it's not that easy to find. Sun? The Chiwugo's king raised his head, looked at the sky, and said, no matter whether there are still survivors, how can we be content without trying? Chapter 352, Blood Green Longan. When they went down the mountain again, Lei Zhu had already prepared the food with 2 warriors. A small banquet to entertain foreign guests. The tribe seemed to be very particular about eating. 3 large metal plates were neatly arranged with various kinds of force food condensed from ordinary live seeds. Each of them had 2 plates of different sizes. The small one was filled with several kinds of force food condensed from freshly picked God-given seeds. There was also a large plate, where 2 Ghost Locust tribe warriors were cutting the meat, cutting it into slices, and arranging them neatly. Princess Lei Zhu pointed to the plate and said, Master Bamboo, this is the most famous blood green longan in our Chiwu Mountain. It was just ripe and picked today. You can try it. In the small plate in front of Bamboo, there was a longan with a diameter of more than 4 centimeters. The brown shell was covered with grass-green veins. The 4 sensed that the breath of this thing was a bit weird. Pinch it up. Peel it open. And inside is the blue flesh, with clear meridians, as if the blood of insects is flowing. A sharp and strong fragrance permeates, and the sticky force begins to overflow, judging from the concentration of the force. It is a good thing at the same level as the longevity peach. It seems to strengthen the basic constitution. But it is not quite like it. Princess Lei Zhu introduced. Our Ghostface Grasshopper tribe has experienced countless generations of efforts by our ancestors. A total of 6 major tree seeds, including longan, small-scaled leaf shirt, magnolia, snake fruit, carambola, and wax apple, have been cultivated. A total of 67 top precious tree species have been cultivated. The blood-green longan is the most distinctive one among them. Princess Lei Zhu said half-jokingly, Master Bamboo, I really suspect that you came here on time. The blood-green God-given seeds are similar to the longevity peaches of your Fire Cockroach Kingdom. They can only be harvested once every 13 years. And there are only 999 fruits each time. Not more or less. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 13 years. It is even more exaggerated than the longevity peach. However, the number of fruits seems to be slightly more. What is the specific strengthening effect of the blood-red longan? While asking, Bamboo stuffed the fruit and the core into his mouth, chewed it hard, and swallowed it all into his stomach. No matter what the strengthening effect is, it must be a good thing. Looking down, there is also a strong force inside the fruit shell. It is shameful to waste it. Pick it up, chew it up and swallow it. As a force creature, the gastrointestinal function is strong, so there is no need to worry about indigestion. Princess Lei Zhu said, we don't know what this thing strengthens specifically. We have asked many experienced large caravans to taste it. but they can't tell. However, it is certain that eating it will be good for growth. Seeing Bamboo eating, the Chiwugo's king shook his tentacles gently and ordered, Leiju, go up the mountain and get 2 snake scale fruits and Ghost Fog Lotus for Bamboo Mountain Master to taste. Bamboo silently felt the enhancement of the genes contained in the original force of the blood-green fruit, and divided his mind to forcefully explain the temperature and climate in the north and south. The east and southwest regions are different, and the plant species vary greatly. I have never eaten this kind of fresh fruit before. Try it. Try it. The Chiwugo's king said calmly. The snow peaks of Chiwu Mountain have a total of 48 kinds of fresh fruits that are abundant in summer, 31 of which are in line with your innate abilities. Bamboo Mountain Master, you should rest on the mountain for 2 days and taste them one by one, refrigerated and sealed. It must be the condensation of the seeds given by God. There are 48 kinds of fresh fruits produced in summer. Bamboo smacked his lips secretly and laughed dryly. How can I say that? Well, after a long journey, I really need to rest for a few more days. In addition, entering the colorful maze requires some preparation, mainly spider silk, which must be long enough. The Red Crow Ghost King said, the spider silk has been prepared long ago, and it is long enough. That's good. Bamboo explained, I need to tie the spider silk first, and try it back and forth on the edge to find out some rules. If there are no other accidents, I should be able to pass smoothly. I hope there will be no other accidents. The Red Crow Ghost King sighed. The continent opposite the fantasy color barrier is the only hope for finding dragon bamboo. The Begonia Butterfly King asked, Master Bamboo, have you felt it? What kind of strengthening effect does the blood red longan have? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, I am short-sighted and can't tell. Bamboo's detailed understanding of force food mainly comes from this. The basic understanding comes from the inherited memory of the Zerg, and then through practical tasting. Deep understanding. There are too many kinds of God-given species on this planet. I have eaten hundreds of them. After eating too much, I have accumulated experience. The blood red longan is named with strengthening genes, but it is hard to feel what kind of strengthening it is. Experienced caravans can't tell, and Bamboo doesn't have that ability. Baba will definitely be able to identify it. Bamboo said shamelessly, Begonia Butterfly King, Chiwugo's king, you can give me a few more before I leave. I will take them back to study, and I will definitely give you a definite result later. Chiwugo's king thought Bamboo was greedy and wanted to eat more after eating one, so he didn't answer. Begonia Butterfly King asked with interest, how to study? Just do some comparative tests. Bamboo felt that his statement was not clear and caused misunderstanding. He changed his mind and stated, more than 10 years ago, a large wreckage from outer space fell into the Orchid Mountain range of the Dalmantis tribe. There were many incomprehensible new things in it, most of which were studied by me. If it weren't for the invitation from the Chiwugo's king, I should still be in there helping the Dalmantis tribe research the wreckage. I was born with a very flexible mind, and I am the best at research. Wreckage from outer space? I've heard of it. We in Chiwu Mountain have purchased many interesting things through caravans. The Chiwugo's king became interested and asked, do you know the kind of metal beast that can clean up garbage on the ground? Of course I know. Bamboo said, the specific method of using that thing is what I researched. Bamboo couldn't help but sigh silently. The Dalmantis tribe's salesmanship is a bit strong. It's only been a few years? Things are sold to the southwest region. You researched it? The Begonia Butterfly King obviously didn't believe it. The Chiwugo's king complained. They only gave 4 large power boxes, and the power in them is always exhausted. I have to spend raw stones, and ask the caravan to send them to the Dalmantis tribe for replenishment. Bamboo asked, didn't you build a power station? Do you know about power stations? The Begonia Butterfly King rushed to say, the caravan told us about it, but we don't know how to build one. It is said that many insect warriors in your eastern region who have mastered metal abilities know how to build it, but they all think the journey is too far and refuse to come no matter how much they are invited. The Chiwugo's king asked, Master Bamboo, can you build a wind power station? Of course. Bamboo said, this thing was originally researched and used by me first. Bamboo took the initiative to say, I will help you build one. The structure is very simple. With a sample, you can imitate it and build it. At the same time, you can master the metal ability and the earth and stone ability. You can build as many as you want. After Bamboo finished speaking, he used his metal ability to transform the earth and stone on the ground into 3 metal blocks of iron, copper, and aluminum. and then said, "Building a power station requires a large amount of these three metals. Among them, iron is the most in demand. It would be best to find an iron mine and use metal ability to extract it from the ore, which saves a lot of effort." The Ghost Locust Kingdom seemed to have no warriors who were good at fire. Bamboo didn't want to ask for trouble, and was dragged to help make fire and smelt iron. At this time, Lei Zhu was carrying the force food down the mountain. "Put the things down." The Chiwu Ghost King was a man of action. He touched the iron on the ground with his tentacles and ordered, "Lei Zhu, mobilize the warriors of the tribe who have mastered metal abilities to find ores containing this metal. Well, I remember that there are some in the Magnolia Mountains. Go over there and look for them." Chapter 353 New World. It's great to be the leader of a large tribe with a thriving insect population. If you want to do something, just say a word and hundreds of little warriors will run for their lives. The Chiwu Ghost King issued an order in the morning, and Lei Zhu came to report at noon. He found the iron ore at a range for the Mountain Master level warriors who had awakened the earth and stone abilities to start digging. At the same time, he also organized a group of county level warriors who had awakened the metal ability to start refining the iron ore. In the evening, the most demanding steel for building wind power stations was transported to the trading square. At this time, Bamboo had already used his metal ability to directly transform the earth and stone and manufactured the most core motor. The trading square is surrounded by undulating mountains and tall and majestic mountains. There must be no wind around the square. Bamboo designed the power station on a distant mountain peak planted with ordinary bamboo. It was more troublesome, and the Chiwu Ghost King had to use his earth and stone abilities to make a strong enough electric pole to bypass the planting area of live plants and use copper wire as a conductor to guide the current to the trading square. Chuishan purchased a complete set of sweeping robot equipment through the caravan. The Dalmantis tribe was generous enough to give about 2 kilometers of superconducting wires. There are 4 first-level electric boxes, which are arranged in the 4 corners of the trading square. The current generated by the power station is led to the side of the trading square through wires and poles, and then introduced into the electric box through superconducting wires. The second-level electric box and third-level source crystal arranged by the caravan are probably not arranged reasonably, with many dead corners and overlapping areas. Bamboo made careful calculations and helped to replan the layout to ensure that the various sweeping robots are reasonably distributed and cover every corner of the square. It took Bamboo 2 days to complete the whole process. The Chiwu Ghost King confirmed that the wind power station was fine, waved his tentacles, and issued an order, "Build 51st. The technology has been passed down, and the next step is for the county-level Ghost Locust warriors who have awakened their metal abilities to work hard." All insect tribes on the continent are similar, especially the rich tribes with a large insect population. They like to have parties in their spare time, and they must hold large celebration banquets after the harvest. When eating and drinking, use lead blocks to shield the first-level electric box. When the first-level source crystal detects that the overclocked electromagnetic wave is shielded, the electric box will trip and cut off the power, and the corresponding electronic equipment will stop running, so it will not radiate electromagnetic waves, especially high-frequency radio waves and microwaves, outward. And it will not cause the problem of spoilage of the original force food at the banquet. After eating and drinking, uncover the lead blocks, and the sweeping robot will go to work and clean up the residue. It is very practical and looks very high-end. The only drawback is that you can't enjoy the interesting scene of the sweeping robot running around while eating the original force food. From now on, Chiwu Mountain no longer needs to spend raw stones every year, buy electricity from the Dalmantis tribe thousands of miles away, and worry about insufficient power in the power box. Bamboo suddenly became very popular in Chiwu Mountain. There are more than 50 meters of unused superconducting wires. Bamboo was inspired to show off a little and make a fan. This immediately made the warriors of the entire Chiwu Mountain look at him with a higher regard. The power station on the mountain converts wind into electricity, and when it reaches the foot of the mountain, it converts electricity into wind again. It's amazing and incredible. The Chiwu Ghost King is the most generous. He waved his tentacles. The cold building storing the original force food is built on the top of the mountain. Whatever you like to eat, take it yourself. Chiwu Mountain is truly rich, and Bamboo certainly won't be polite to them. They only eat the best and most expensive food and eat as much as possible. After 3 days of leisurely and carefree, the spider silk was ready. Lei Zhu led the team, escorted by 10 county-level Ghost Locust warriors, and set off to the west. There are many mountains in the southwest region. Ups and downs, layers of mountains, deep mountains and dense forests, gullies and waterfalls. The ghost-faced locusts are a tribe that is not good at flying, and it is difficult to walk on the ground. Therefore, their ancestors used the ability of earth and stone to open up a plank road that is connected in all directions for walking, and also built a bridge across the river. After 4 days of continuous travel, they finally arrived outside the fantasy maze. After a half day of rest, they started to move. Lei Zhu and other ghost locust warriors stayed outside the maze and set up a large roller with a 3-kilometer-long spider silk, with spider silk tied to his body, and a compass with a 180-degree mark on his forelimbs. Bambi entered the maze tentatively for the first time. At the edge, the compass was barely usable. After walking about 500 meters, he encountered a towering mountain. The cliff was steep and almost vertical. He cut with his toes and confirmed that the rocks were fixed by the earth and stone power and were harder than steel. Bambi tried to climb up, but the cliff was more than 1 kilometer high. There was no way to be lazy. Go back and start over. Bambi also carried a large roller wrapped with 3 kilometers of spider silk on his back, tied it to his carapace, and set out for the second time. The roller on his back got stuck, so he first used the spider silk of the roller outside the illusion maze. After 3 kilometers, due to the long distance and the interference of ground friction, he could hardly drag it anymore. So he started using the spider silk of the roller on his back. This time, we climbed along the cliff and successfully crossed the mountain. There was a rocky flat land at the foot of the mountain. After walking about 2 kilometers, the spider silk ran out, and a bad conclusion was also measured. This place was too close to the magnetic mountain vein, and the compass was seriously affected. Move 5 kilometers horizontally and continued testing. The situation was slightly better, and the compass was usable, but it was not sure whether there were other interference factors ahead. Bambi returned, took 2 more roller spider silks, and continued to go deeper into the fantasy maze for about 5 kilometers, testing and collecting data along the way. Fortunately, the Zerg tribe gods, who set up the maze, did not block the road. The interference of the magnetite vein on the geomagnetic field was relatively constant. As long as the brain's computing ability was strong enough, the compass could still be used. Finally, Bambi broke free from the spider silk and headed further. In this respect, the structure of the fantasy maze is similar to that of the east region of the 10,000 races continent, with 2 mountain ranges and a plain in between. The difference is that the mountains on the western region are higher and steeper. The plains between the mountains are longer, and there are rocks everywhere, and there are several small mountain ranges in between, and the walking distance extends for more than 80 kilometers. After crossing the mountains and passing through 500 meters of flat land, the view is suddenly clear. This is the new world. The landform in front of me is almost exactly the same as the southwest region of the Wanzhou continent on the other side of the fantasy colors, with continuous mountains, green mountains, and clear waters. Even in winter, there are birds singing and flowers blooming, full of vitality. The difference is, why is there no force? Bambi sneaked carefully, close to the ground, and climbed over one mountain after another. There is no force at all. Indescribable fear. The soul is trembling. Every cell is shivering and breathing desperately. This fear is the instinct of force creatures, living in the force environment. The carapace absorbs natural force all the time, and these forces supply the force genes in the cells in the body. Force creatures out of the force environment are like fish out of water. The force genes will suffocate and die, and the force creatures will also quickly decline. The second heart seemed to have sensed the changes in the environment and Bambi's fear. Instinctively, the force generated was no longer injected into the magical veins, but was integrated into the blood and input into the body cells. It can barely meet the demand. Bambi's fear calmed down a little. Standing on the top of the mountain, he looked around. There was endless mountains. His mental power was expanded to collect detailed information about the soil, plants, birds, beasts, and insects of this continent. It is not much different from the Ghost Locust Kingdom in the southwest region. It can be guessed that it was originally a coherent whole, but was later forcibly isolated by the illusion barrier. Why is there no force at all? This confirms the speculation of Bambi and Baba, the so-called Zerg gods of this planet. Use some ability to isolate the entire galaxy from the main universe. In a fully closed state, the force will not overflow, nor can it be filled inward. It could also be speculated that the continent under our feet was originally full of force, like the 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 nations continent. But it was gradually consumed over the long years. The spherical planet is divided into pieces of continents by the colorful maze that penetrates the sky and the earth. Its main function is to isolate the force. Why is there no force on this continent? There are two possibilities. The first is that the force is exhausted. The Zerg race is transferred to the next continent to survive. If the force of the next continent is exhausted, it will be transferred to the next continent. The purpose of this rotation is to delay the exhaustion of the force of the entire planet and ensure the continuation of the race. The second possibility is that the insects on this planet have been living on the continent of 10,000 nations and the continent of 10,000 races. The two continents have been consuming the force constantly, and the so-called gods have left some means to constantly draw force from other closed continents to replenish it. Which possibility is it? It is very simple to verify it. Just look around and see if there are any traces of the Zerg living on the continent under your feet. Chapter 354 Business Mutual Praise. The southern jungle is as vast as the sea, and the mountains are undulating like waves. Bamboo flew and soared between the forests, searching aimlessly, and soon felt tired. The world is boundless, and how small a single individual is. Whether it is looking for dragon bamboo or the remains of insect warriors, individual strength seems pale and powerless. After wandering for 2 days, some basic information was obtained and returned by the original route. Seeing Bamboo successfully walk out of the fantasy maze, the bored Princess Leiju was immediately excited and asked eagerly, "Master Bamboo, how is it? Did you get through?" "It's over. As we guessed. The geographical environment and flora and fauna on the opposite side are similar to our Wangua continent." Bamboo couldn't feel good. "That's great." Princess Leiju was overjoyed. The other warriors cheered. Princess Leiju soon realized that something was wrong and asked, "Master Bamboo, what race is living on the other side? Is it very powerful?" Without waiting for Bamboo to answer, Leiju said proudly, "With the order of Chiwu Ghost King, our Chiwu Mountain can immediately gather 14 insect kings, more than 500 princess-level warriors, and more than 3,000 mountain-level warriors. I don't believe that there are still big tribes that can compete with our Ghost Locust Kingdom." "That's right. If they know what's good for them. It's best to trade with us and help us find dragon bamboo. Master Bamboo, with the strength and financial resources of our Ghost Locust Kingdom, you don't have to be afraid at all. By the way, have you noticed? Is there any dragon bamboo?" The Ghost Locust warriors led by Princess Leiju were more heroic than each other. "We have no shortage of strong people, let alone money. It's best to negotiate and trade peacefully. If we can't negotiate, then we will fight. Anyway, Longview must win." However, they don't know that some problems in this universe cannot be solved by force. Financial resources? That's possible. Princess Leiju, the situation on the other side is not the same as we guessed. Bamboo carefully considered his words and said, "There is no force on the continent over there. So there are no insect warriors or beast warriors. The only ones who survive are ordinary birds, beasts, and ordinary insects. No force." Princess Leiju was stunned for several seconds. But she couldn't react in the end and asked, "Master Bamboo, what does this mean?" Bamboo shook and pointed around randomly. Recognizing Jindao, Princess Leiju. "Look, the place where we live is full of natural force. Everywhere. Omnipresent. Right?" "Yes." Princess Leiju asked with a chuckle, "Master Bamboo, do you mean that there is no natural force on the continent over there?" Bamboo said, "Yes. There is no natural force." Princess Leiju couldn't believe it and couldn't accept it. She asked with difficulty, It's not big. Maybe?" "Master Bamboo, did you sense it wrong?" Bamboo said patiently, "How could I sense it wrong about the force?" Princess Leiju asked, "Is the force not sufficient?" "Well, just like some places. The force is poor?" Bamboo corrected, "It's not poor. It's nothing. Impossible." Princess Leiju's mind turned, and she couldn't imagine what it would be like without any natural force. Not only Princess Leiju, but the other 10 princesses who were traveling with her couldn't figure it out. Our natural force is quite abundant. How could there be no force on the other side? The function of the illusion barrier is to isolate the flow of the force. Bamboo explained briefly, not wanting to continue to tell them in detail, and said directly, "Let's return to Chiwu Mountain first. Report the situation to Chiwu Ghost King, and ask him to decide." Leju County Lord and the others couldn't believe that there was a place without any force. This behavior was like a frog in a well. They had always lived in a place with abundant force. And they habitually believed that all places should have abundant force. There was another reason. As creatures of the force, they were instinctively afraid. They didn't dare to imagine what a place would look like without the force. Why? Can't you pass the illusion barrier? Looking at the exploration team returning listlessly, Chiwu Ghost King immediately thought of the worst result. Passed, but Leju County Lord couldn't continue. And looked at Bamboo. Bamboo said, on the other side of the illusion barrier, there is no force. That is, there is no natural force. Nothing at all. No natural force. Begonia Butterfly King subconsciously exclaimed. The Red Crow Ghost King calmed down a lot, lowered his tentacles, remained silent, and said nothing. The Begonia Butterfly King also calmed down and fell into deep thought. Force creatures all know how terrifying it is to be without the force. That is an absolute death zone. The air was still for 2 seconds. Unexpectedly, the Red Crow Ghost King raised his tentacles, tapped them lightly, and said, "We understand. Don't spread the news to avoid causing unnecessary panic." The Begonia Butterfly King asked, Master Bamboo, what is the geographical environment on the other side of the fantasy color barrier? Is it very different from our side? Bamboo said, I have carefully investigated the mountains, rivers, climate, soil, vegetation, birds, beasts, insects and other factors. And there is almost no difference. The difference is that there are no beast warriors or insect warriors over there. Without the force, it is impossible to have warriors. I understand. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, Master Bamboo, do you have any good suggestions? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, without the force, no warrior can stay for a long time. And the search for Dragon Bamboo has become extremely difficult. I have been thinking along the way, and I can't think of any good solution. Unless, the Chiwu Ghost King said, I am afraid it won't work this year. I will start to prepare. Reserve a large amount of ordinary force food. And recruit a group of warriors who are not afraid of hardships. Bamboo suggested, it is better to use some raw stones. Relative to the volume and weight, raw stones contain more force than ordinary force food. You can chew raw stones in moderation to replenish the force. Well, it's a good idea. But it can only be used as an emergency and auxiliary method. It still needs to be replenished through force food. The Chiwu Ghost King said, this year's force food reserves are not sufficient. Lord Bamboo, what do you think about the year after next? Bamboo thought for a while and said, it would be best to postpone it for a few more years. Led by the Fire Cockroach Kingdom, the various kingdoms of the insect tribes in the eastern region will block the trade with the northern wilderness beast tribe. I am worried that those beasts will go south to retaliate. So we need to see the situation clearly before making plans. Are the northern wilderness beast tribes starting to get restless again? The Chiwu Ghost King paused for 2 seconds and said, I think it is more important to search for the Dragon Bamboo. The beast trouble is not a small matter. I will find a way to help you solve it. Bamboo was puzzled and asked, help me solve it. The Chiwu Ghost King said, I can send a Ghost King and a Butterfly King to help you guard it. It's no problem at all. Leju Peak is just a remote place. The Northern Wilderness Beast Tribe can't just send a large number of Beast Kings to attack your territory. Right? Bamboo chuckled, that won't happen. Chiwu Ghost King asked, then let's set the time for the year after next? Bamboo said, yes. Yes. Chiwu Ghost King said, Hai Tang and I both want to go to the other side of the fantasy color barrier to have a look. I am more curious about what the world without the force looks like. Bamboo Mountain Master. Is this okay? Bamboo said, of course. We can set off now. Find out the situation. Then there is no need to rush. You have worked hard during this period. Take a good rest for 2 days first. Chiwu Ghost King said, Bamboo Mountain Master. Do you know Princess Fengyang of the Golden Mantis Kingdom and the gorgeous Golden Hall tribe? Princess Fengyang. Of course I know her. I was in the same group with her when I was studying the wreckage in the Sword Mantis Kingdom. Bamboo suddenly realized and said with a smile, is it here to help build a wind power station? I cut off its source of income. No. Princess Fengyang has come all the way to help us. And we in Chiwu Mountain will not treat it badly. Chiwu Ghost King said, Princess Fengyang is at the foot of the mountain. I mean, please let it stay for 2 days. You all live in the East region. So you can go back together. Which is safer. Thank you for your trouble. Chiwu Ghost King. Banba thought for a while and suggested, Princess Fengyang is very serious about her work. And she is a rare insect that can use its brain. If there is a large-scale operation next time, you can also bring it to help. Oh! Begonia Butterfly King was surprised and teased. Are you two in the same group? Princess Fengyang keeps praising you for being extremely smart. And you praise it for being able to use its brain. Are you flattering each other? Chapter 355 Light. It is true that Fengyang County Lord can use his brain. But his brain is not so good. Chiwu Mountain is rich. And Chiwu Ghost King is rich and powerful. Bamboo just wants to pull him to follow him and make some money. He also has a little compassion. Banba knows that Fengyang County Lord has no God-given seeds and lives in a remote mountain range. He was promoted to a county lord with the help of the elders of the tribe. He is very lucky and has hundreds of insects and descendants. He is also very unlucky. Among his younger generations, only one warrior found a herbal God-given seed. Overall, they are poor. Fengyang County Lord worked in the Dao Mantis tribe to make money and tasted the sweetness. Now there should be no work for the Dao Mantis tribe. So he traveled through mountains and rivers to Chiwu Mountain. In fact, he just wants to save more growth resources for his younger generations. How big is the continent opposite the fantasy color barrier? Searching for dragon bamboo on a continent without any original force is like looking for a needle in a haystack. The ghost-faced katydid tribe is not good at flying and is not suitable for searching. It is not known how the Chiwu Ghost King plans to arrange the insect power. In terms of financial resources, it all depends on luck. If you are lucky, you can find it in one go. If you are unlucky, it is estimated that you need to invest tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of raw stones. The gorgeous Blade Mantis tribe has good flying ability and good eyesight. Princess Fengyang can help. It doesn't matter if she can make some money along the way. Next to the trading square, Princess Fengyang is concentrating on studying the fan that Bamboo made casually. The structure is of course clear at a glance. She wants to understand the principle. Princess Fengyang. Long time no see. Master Bamboo. You are back. Princess Fengyang turned around, stared at Bamboo, and said with emotion, Master Bamboo? Smart insects are really welcome wherever they go. Successfully passed through the fantasy maze? Bamboo tapped his tentacles gently. Princess Fengyang suppressed her mental power and asked, What's the situation over there? What tribe lives there? This matter is kept secret for the time being. We'll see what the attitude of the Chiwu Ghost King is in 2 days. Bamboo changed the subject and teased, Princess Fengyang. I stole your job. You won't blame me. Right? How could that be? Princess Fengyang tapped her tentacles lightly, pointed to Chiwu Mountain, and said, the core tribe of the largest tribe in the southwest region. The richest in the 10,000 tribes continent. And never stingy. They commissioned a caravan to invite me to come and build a wind power station. I was invited here. And although I couldn't help, they still followed their promise and paid 2 force crystals as a reward. Oh! Bamboo asked, Princess Fengyang. When are you going to go back? Princess Fengyang said, It's not good to collect rewards and do nothing. Listen to the arrangements of the Chiwu Ghost King. Stay and wait for a while. And when you are done, return together, so that we can take care of each other on the way. It's not peaceful all the way here, especially in the coastal jungle. So it's good to travel together. Bamboo asked, Princess Fengyang. Is there anything to do in the Daoang tribe? No. Princess Fengyang said, the things that can be researched have been studied long ago. The sweeping robots have been sold out. And most of the corresponding wind power stations have been built. Bamboo said, if you are free, you can come with me to Chiwu Mountain to help. I have recommended it to the Chiwu Ghost King, and it will not refuse. Princess Fengyang looked at the distant mountaintops. 50 wind power stations have been built, and the electricity generated is enough for use. Princess Bamboo, is there anything else I can do? Yes. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, tomorrow I will ask the Chiwu Ghost King if I can take you with me. After chatting for a while, Bamboo returned to Chiwu Mountain. Ordinary visitors are arranged to live in the trading square at the foot of the mountain. Bamboo is a distinguished guest, so he was arranged to live in Chiwu Mountain. Soldiers are responsible for delivering ordinary meat to the cave entrance, and the force food is taken at will. The only drawback is that the cold storage where the blood red longan, snake scale fruit, and ghost fog lotus are hidden is guarded by an insect king and is not open to Bamboo. It is said that the cold storage is stored with good things that are almost the same level as the longevity peach. especially the ghost fog lotus, which can strengthen the soul. It is a pity that the ghost-faced locust tribe realized the benefits of strengthening the soul, and only gave Banbu 2 to eat, and refused to give more. The Chiwu Ghost King also solemnly warned that it should not be publicized. All tribes are almost the same. The real good things are hidden, digested internally, not sold to the outside world, and even blocked from the news. One day, Banbu was taking a proper rest. Leiju and the 10 county-level locust warriors were busy preparing to cross the colorful maze. They set out in the evening of the next day. This time, Leiju brought 20 county-level locust warriors, carrying large and small bags of force food. Banbu asked the Chiwu Ghost King for instructions, and Fengyang County Master was also brought along. Climbing up and down the cliff, it is not advisable to carry too many things each time, so it has to be divided into several trips to transport all the prepared force food in. Metal ability. The steel cable is locked around the chest, and the carapace is connected with another steel cable, 3 meters apart, in a string. Banbu led the way, followed by the Chiwu Ghost King, and then 10 ghost locust warriors carrying force food. The narrow butterfly is good at flying and fighting in the air, but not good at crawling on the ground. The Begonia Butterfly King lay on the Chiwu Ghost King's back armor, and was carried by the Chiwu Ghost King to hurry on. Not daring to rush in easily, he specially picked a steep cliff, practiced twice, familiarized himself with the cooperation, and then entered the illusionary maze. Sure enough, no force at all. Looking at the undulating green mountains in front, the Begonia Butterfly King murmured, and instantly adapted, flapped his wings, and the purple shadow jumped, flickering, and disappeared into the sky. Banbu activated his metal ability, untied the steel rope connected to the back armor, and turned back to check. The Chiwu Ghost King was calm and thoughtful. The 5 county-level ghost locust warriors were not good enough. Just like when Banbu first came, all trembling with fear, unable to suppress their instinctive fear. Chiwu Ghost King, what are your plans? Let's look around first. Chiwu Ghost King slowly turned around, activated his metal ability, untied the metal chains that bound the force food on the 10 warriors, and ordered, eat some force food, and you will slowly adapt to the environment. After that, he slowly walked towards the mountain not far away, intending to investigate in person. The 10 ghost locust warriors opened the spider silk bags containing force food and ate frantically. Master Banbu, don't you want to eat? A warrior asked. No need. Banbu was also uncomfortable all over, observing the changes in the second heart, and had no interest. After about half an hour, these warriors finally got used to it. Chiwu Ghost King and Begonia Butterfly King ran away without a trace. 10 warriors started to move, opening a road to the nearby mountain peak and building a cave for living and storage on the mountain. Banbu returned to the other side of the fantasy color barrier alone, leading another 10 warriors to continue moving the goods. It takes a whole day to go back and forth. Leiju and Fengyang County Lord stood guard outside. 2 days later, the road to the top of the mountain was built. 5 days later, all the force food was moved in. On the last trip, Banbu sent 20 County Lord level warriors back and brought Leiju and Fengyang County Lords over. In the same way, Leiju and Fengyang County Lords were both uncomfortable for a while. Although they were mentally prepared, it still took them a long time to adapt. The gods have fallen. The stars have been destroyed. The Yuanqing realm is the only remaining pure land. You are the only remaining descendants of the gods. The power of protection will eventually be exhausted. The star realm will eventually wither. The tribe needs warriors with both wisdom and courage to cross the endless darkness and find the light of hope. Princess Fengyang suddenly read out the inherited memory that will only be awakened when promoted to the Insect King, and said in a daze, "Is this the withering of the star realm?" The so-called withering of the star realm in the inherited memory should refer to the exhaustion of the original force in the closed space. Chapter 356 Investigation. Planning. Sometimes, knowing the truth is not necessarily a good thing, especially such a truth that is shocking to insects. Blocking the news is to prevent some insects with active minds, but weak wills from thinking wildly, such as Princess Fengyang. Will the world we live in also run out of the force one day? Without the force, how can our insect descendants survive? Is the tribe destined to perish? Then what is the meaning of our efforts? Then what is the meaning of our lives? The more extreme ones may think, it is better to die. Of course, Princess Fengyang was not so embarrassed. She was worried for 2 days, and then she was relieved from her depression. Princess Leiju stayed to guard the force food warehouse. Starting from the force food warehouse, Bamboo and Princess Fengyang flew aimlessly and wandered around. Try your luck and see if you can find Longju. Search carefully and look for traces of the insect races that once lived together. The Chiwu Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King came back 3 times, hurriedly replenished the force, and set off again immediately. The stronger the warrior, the more he relies on the force. The Insect King can only be away from the force environment for 3 days at most, and it cannot be more than 3 days. The Red Crow Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King cooperated. After replenishing the force every time, the Red Crow Ghost King would personally carry a large amount of force food, enter the jungle, and head far away. Even so, he could only last for 5 days at most. The Begonia Butterfly King used the Red Crow Ghost King as the origin and used his flying ability and speed advantage to search a large area. The continent is vast and covered with dense jungles. If you fly in the air at a fast speed and look down, you will see a green area and you can't tell the type of vegetation. If the flight speed is slowed down, the efficiency of the search will be very low. Searching on the ground is basically inefficient. After nearly a month of busy work, all the force food brought in was exhausted, and the Chiwu Ghost King finally gave up. Master Bamboo, Princess Fengyang, have you found anything? The Chiwu Ghost King asked. A little bit, Princess Fengyang answered in a very professional tone. Master Bamboo and I carefully examined the nearby plants. A total of 27 plants that were recorded as extinct in the inherited memory were found. They are not cold resistant. If this continent has ever encountered a cold wave, they should be extinct. But they still exist. So it can be inferred that this continent has never been affected by the cold wave. Bamboo added, however, most of them are herbs whose seeds are easily spread. One possibility is that the continent near the fantasy color barrier was affected, and a large number of cold-resistant plants have become extinct. Some places further west should not have been affected by the cold wave. And the seeds, all of them came from there. So, the most labor-saving way for us to find the dragon bamboo should be to go west for a distance, and then search again. The Red Crow Ghost King said, Hai Tang and I also paid attention to the distribution of plants, and went to a farther place to investigate, and came to the same conclusion as you. Hai Tang Butterfly King said, I'm afraid this matter is a bit troublesome. The news should not be spread, and it is destined that not too many warriors can be involved. Correspondingly, we may need to invest a lot of time. The Red Crow Ghost King said, the Ghost Locust Kingdom also has a tribe that is good at flying. The beautiful Dragonfly tribe. They are the fastest flying and most visually sensitive insect race. Let them be responsible for the search, and it will be twice as effective with half the effort. But the price is, Chiwu Ghost King said, to search for dragon bamboo on a continent without the force. You can only eat a lot of force food to replenish consumption, or at worst chew raw stones to replenish consumption. Master Bamboo, we need to prepare for the worst. What if we can't find the dragon bamboo for a long time? Although I am the master of Chiwu Mountain, I can't easily use the tribe's wealth on a large scale. My initial budget is that the tribe will pay 50 million raw stones. If it doesn't work, I will take another 50 million raw stones privately. The search for dragon bamboo is also divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, the tribe's raw stones are used up. At that time, I will give the lighting tribe a salary. After the dragon bamboo is found, it will still belong to our Chiwu Mountain and Leiju Peak. If the first stage, that is, the tribe's 50 million raw stones are exhausted and still can't find it, we will enter the second stage. The specific details will be discussed at that time. If there is not enough benefit, the lighting tribe may withdraw and be replaced by the butterfly tribe to take charge of the search. The Chiwu Ghost King paused and continued, in order to save the cost of raw stones, our Ghost Locust tribe warriors are still responsible for the transportation of force food. The Begonia Butterfly King waved his tentacles, pointed to the west, and said, it just so happens that there are also majestic mountains over there with snow on the top of the mountain, which can be used to store force food for a long time. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, Master Bamboo, do you have any good suggestions? Bamboo said, it is best to find a senior warrior or mountain master to transport force food and find dragon bamboo, without the participation of the princess. The lower the strength, the less the force consumption, which can save consumption. Moreover, the lower the strength, the salary to be paid is relatively low. Princess Fengyang agreed. The biggest problem in finding dragon bamboo is that there is no specific location target. The continent is too vast, and the number of groups is more advantageous than individual strength. The Red Crow Ghost King thought carefully, touched his tentacles and said, "That makes sense. I will consider it." The Red Crow Ghost King asked, "Any other suggestions?" Bamboo said, "Next time I will bring 2 beast warriors to help. One is good at jungle tracking and searching, and the other has a flexible brain and can also freely shuttle through the colorful barrier. Bamboo rat warriors who can search for treasure?" The Red Crow Ghost King said, "You are most welcome." The Chiwu Ghost King looked at Princess Fengyang and said, "The time is set for the year after next. The specific departure time is preferably in early summer, and arrive in autumn. Princess Fengyang, please follow the Bamboo Mountain Master for another trip. And the reward is 100,000 raw stones. In addition, you can also help find the dragon bamboo, and I will pay an additional raw stone salary." The Chiwu Ghost King finally added, "All the warriors involved in this matter, as long as they find the dragon bamboo, will be rewarded with an additional 1 million raw stones." Bamboo and the Chiwu Ghost King are now on the same front. Finding the dragon bamboo will be of infinite benefit to both sides. On the contrary, if it cannot be found, the raw stones invested by Chiwu Mountain will be wasted, and Bamboo himself will run back and forth. And in the end, it will be a waste of time. Bamboo couldn't help but remind him, "Chiwu Ghost King, you can raise the reward and lower the salary appropriately, so that the warriors involved in this matter will work seriously." Begonia Butterfly King rushed to say, "That makes sense." Chiwu Ghost King asked, "Bamboo Mountain Master, what do you think is the appropriate arrangement?" Bamboo said, "The senior warriors of the Lighting Tribe will be paid once every 5 days of work. It can't be more. Just give 50 raw stones. Of course, the original force food and raw stones consumed during the period are calculated separately. 50 raw stones in 5 days? The Chiwu Ghost King pondered for a long time and said, "Too low. If it is spread out, the reputation of Chiwu Mountain will be damaged. The key is the reward." Bamboo emphasized, "No matter who finds the dragon bamboo, the reward is 5 million raw stones. This reward is not small. Right? No insect will think that Chiwu Mountain is stingy. In addition, the warriors involved in this matter must keep it secret, and the news cannot be spread. Right?" The Chiwu Ghost King still shook his antennae and denied, "It is right to raise the reward. The salary is too low, and I am afraid that we cannot recruit enough warriors. For details, I will discuss with the 3 Dragonfly Kings of the Lighting Tribe. Accept your proposal, and keep the salary as low as possible." The Chiwu Ghost King asked, "Master Bamboo, do you have any other good suggestions?" Bamboo said, "That's all for now." The Chiwu Ghost King said, "It's uncomfortable to stay in this place. Let's return to Chiwu Mountain now." Chapter 357 Typo. Chiwu Mountain has 9 Ghost Kings and 5 Butterfly Kings, so the affairs of the mountain are not completely decided by the Chiwu Ghost King. The Chiwu Ghost King has no right to manage the affairs outside the Chiwu Mountain, the Ghost Kingdom, and has to negotiate. Recruiting warriors from the Lighting Tribe is a troublesome matter, and there are too many details to negotiate. In addition, there are many things to prepare, the most important of which is to reserve high-quality force food, preferably produced in the territory of the county-level warriors. And the fruit shell must be hard and thick, and can be stored for a long time. Entering an environment without force, it is mainly necessary to rely on force food to replenish the force. And chewing raw stones can only be used as an emergency auxiliary means. So it takes a full 2 years of advanced preparation and large-scale stockpiling. The Chiwu Ghost King is vigorous and resolute. After returning to Chiwu Mountain, he immediately summoned all the Ghost Kings and Butterfly Kings to discuss the search for dragon bamboo. Bamboo had been staying at the trading square at the foot of the mountain with Princess Fengyang, and they seemed to have reached an agreement. The Butterfly Kings on the mountain left one after another, and finally the Chiwu Ghost King also hurriedly left the mountain. On that day, many warriors of Chiwu Mountain started to move one after another. Bags of freshly excavated raw stones were sent to the trading square and then transported up the mountain. Cut pieces of raw stones were transported out of Chiwu Mountain. And at the same time, bags of force food produced in the princess's territory were transported back and moved to the snow-capped peaks on the top of the mountain. This is the beginning of the purchase and hoarding of force food. The Chiwu Ghost King is worthy of being the master of a mountain. He is straightforward and decisive, and has full command majesty. After confirming that he wants to find the dragon bamboo, The entire Chiwu Mountain immediately started to operate efficiently without any drag. Banbu and Fengyang Princess both returned to their own territory anxiously, rested for 2 days, and said goodbye to Leju Princess. Fengyang Princess received 2 force crystals. This is for easy carrying, with additional conditions. In the spring of the following year, a caravan will go to Fengyang Princess's territory. The force crystals will be handed over to the caravan, and the caravan will pay 200,000 ordinary raw stones. In recent years, force crystals have gradually become a hot large denomination, hard currency, favored by caravans and large tribes. Because the number is too small, they are all very precious. And try not to spend as much as possible. Banbu got a bamboo tube of bamboo mutant seeds, a total of 100 seeds, and also received a gift, 60 blood red longans, which were packed in 2 force food storage boxes. Similarly, the boxes from the sky that can store fresh fruits for a long time are also very precious. Next year, when the Chonglu caravan passes by Leju Peak, Banbu needs to hand over the boxes to the caravan. The caravan will then return them to Chiwu Mountain. The gift of the blood-green longan was specially ordered by the ghost King Chiwu. Banbu crossed the colorful maze, built a wind power station, an electric fan, and showed his outstanding wisdom in the research of the wreckage of the Orchid Mountain range. He won the recognition of all the warriors in Chiwu Mountain. The ghost King Chiwu hoped that Banbu could help with the research and figure out the specific strengthening effect of the blood-green longan. The blood-green longan particles are too big, 2 full boxes, quite heavy, and it is a burden to carry them during the flight. Banbu flew all the way, eating all the way, and only left a sample to take back to Baba for scanning. If Baba can do it, then it can do it. If Baba can't analyze the results, then Banbu will definitely have no way. Princess Fengyang also got a chance to eat one, and felt that the force enhancement was particularly useful. But she couldn't tell what it was specifically used for. Suddenly, her mind became clear. Master Banbu, didn't Princess Leju ask you to help study the strengthening effect of the blood-red longan? Yes. Why did you eat them all? Didn't I leave one? One is not enough. Princess Fengyang was very confident and asked, Master Banbu, you should have figured out the purpose of this thing a long time ago. But you didn't say it on purpose? I'm not that kind of bug. Banbu said, Princess Fengyang, you also ate one, right? Yes. Princess Fengyang replied. Banbu said, that's hush money. Don't let Chiwu Mountain know about this. Princess Fengyang was speechless and confused. She didn't know whether Banbu's words were true or not, and didn't know what he was doing. However, since she planned to follow Banbu to get benefits from Chiwu Mountain, there was no reason to ruin Banbu's plan. Flying with something in hand will affect the speed to some extent. It was not until early spring in January that Banbu returned to Leju Peak. At this time, the members on the mountain had already entered the busy state of spring plowing. Passing by Huizhu Mountain, I took a look along the way. Unknowingly, the little Huizhu of that year had grown into an L1 senior warrior, and Danju was not much behind. He was currently an L9 intermediate warrior, and was preparing to be promoted to a senior warrior in late spring and March. After 4 years of intermittent development, Huizhu Mountain and its surroundings have all developed into bamboo forests, and the cultivation of some insignificant common bamboo species has begun to shift here. Long Yu and the 2 little guys were busy at the foot of the mountain, cultivating the nursery. Maju brought Jinju to help make a nutrition ball. Baizu wore a red t-shirt, a red hat, a dagger on his waist, and a sword on his back. Looking alert, I am the deputy captain of the combat team. I am here to protect your safety. Banbu! Banbu is back. Longzu flapped his wings and greeted him. Huizhu hurriedly followed. Danju was still as timid as he was when he was a child, with a reserved personality, standing quietly in the distance and watching. Banbu. What's in it? Is there another force crystal? I'll help you get it. Longzu took the spider silk bag and couldn't wait to open it to check. Bamboo tube? Maju mutant? Banbu is amazing. He really got the seeds back. 2 force food boxes. Open. Empty? Open another one. Still empty. There is a blood-red longan at the bottom of the box. Banbu. What is this? Longyu asked. Such a strong force fluctuation. It must be a good thing. Huizhu was eager to try. Don't move. Banbu waved his tentacles, patted Longyu and Huizhu on the head, closed the box, and said, there is only one. I have to ask Baba to help check it first. Longyu asked, Why are there 2 boxes? Would you continue to check the empty boxes? Complained, it should be 60. Bamboo. Did you eat them all? I don't see you so smart usually. It's related to eating. You suddenly became smart. Right? Stop talking nonsense. Keep working. Bamboo felt that he shouldn't have come here. Snatched the spider silk bag. And packed up the things again. Baiju walked forward swayingly. And said proudly, Bamboo. How did I do? I guard this place. No beast warrior dares to come and make trouble. Are you sure you're not slacking off? Bamboo got angry just by looking at him. And activated his metal ability. His military dagger and sword flew up and landed at his feet. He waved his tentacles and knocked Baiju's hat away. He waved again and slapped him hard on the head. Scolding, stop talking nonsense and get to work. Bamboo. I'm a combat team. If you're lazy again, I'll deduct a year's salary from you. I'll go help the nutrition group. Baiju ran away. Idiot! Bamboo couldn't help but curse. And took off into the air, flying towards Leisure Peak. He landed directly on the power station. Baba! Yeah! Baba responded weakly, guessing that Bamboo needed her help again, and refused without waiting for him to speak. No electricity. Bamboo looked at the foot of the mountain, and saw no wood piled up. He asked, where is the wood from the wasteland reclaimed last autumn? It was all burned. It flew around Leisure Peak twice, and it was over. Baba complained, Idiot and Shaji don't come to play with me anymore. As they got to know each other at Leisure Peak, Baba's bad nature gradually revealed itself. She nicknamed Baiju Idiot and Pyracantha Shaji. Bamboo took out the box, opened it, and said, Baba, there are some good things. Please help me take a look. It is indeed a good thing. You ate it all yourself. Baba teased casually, scanned, and analyzed the force characteristics of the blood-red longan, and asked in surprise, O-type force food? Bamboo. How much have you eaten? Turn around and let me see. O-type? Bamboo was puzzled. Humans divide the types of force food into A to J types. Type A is the best, strengthening the soul. Type B strengthens the physique. Type C strengthens perception. Type D strengthens mental ability. Type O? Bamboo heard of it for the first time. Turn around. Baba completed the scan and confirmed, it is indeed O-type force food. But I ate too little. So the effect is not obvious. Chapter 358 Holy Bamboo. I ate 58. Is that not enough? Bamboo asked Baba. What is the specific strengthening effect? I feel that there are benefits, but I can't tell what the specific benefits are. That's because you ate too little. Baba said, according to your current state, you need to eat at least 1,000 to have a clearer feeling. And you can eat up to 3,000. The specific use, in simple terms, is to coordinate gene conflicts. There are minor conflicts between genetic genes and force genes. And there are also certain conflicts between different types of force genes and force genes. Especially for you, who awaken both metal and fire abilities at the same time. The conflict between force genes is the most intense. It is not fatal, but your future growth will definitely be affected to a certain extent. There are too many benefits of O-type force food. Increase the probability of successful gene evolution. Reduce the probability of wrong genes appearing in cell division. Reduce the generation of harmful impurities during cell metabolism. The amount? The force biological level optimizes the force veins and enhances the power of elemental abilities. The cosmic life level enhances the power of magical powers. You keep growing, and the force genes are constantly generated in your cells. So you can eat O-type force food continuously. And it will always be beneficial. It's really a good thing. Bamboo thought about it and sighed. The insects in Chiwu Mountain have felt the benefits of this thing, and are holding it very tightly. I'm afraid there will be no chance to get more. Nonsense. As long as you eat one. A fool can feel that it has benefits. But you can't tell what it is specifically. Baba also sighed. This planet is really wonderful. It seems to include all types of force food in the universe. And there are all kinds of good things. Bamboo asked Baba. Do humans also have O-type force plants? Baba said, there is one. Soldiers are not qualified to touch it. You don't know it's normal. The blood-green longan is good, but the demand is too high. Bamboo's current state requires 1,000 to show initial effects, and 3,000 to reach the peak effect. The blood-green seed given by the god in Chiwu Mountain has a flowering and fruiting cycle of 13 years, and only 999 fruits are condensed each time. Well, don't think too much. There is no chance to get so many. Chiwu Mountain also has ordinary blood green longan, which is bred by soldiers as live seeds. Bamboo has tasted it, and the effect is similar. But it is far from it. Ordinary blood green longan trees are bred into live seeds, with a long flowering and fruiting cycle, and a small number of fruits. Chiwu Mountain is not optimistic about this tree species. Maybe there is a chance to get a few ordinary blood green longan seeds, and sow them by yourself, but the subtropical temperature is not enough. I am afraid it will not survive. Bamboo returned to the mountain, and Hong Dao was the first to discover it, and ran up to greet him. Bamboo, you're back. Hey! What is this? It looks delicious. Chiwu Mountain specialty. Blood green longan. Bamboo threw the thing to Hong Dao and said, "It's not particularly useful. Just for fun. Take it and try it." Duju followed. Without waiting for Duju to ask, Bamboo asked first, "Duju, how is the bamboo seed experiment going? How is the development of Duju 1? Can large-scale hybrid breeding be carried out this year?" Duju watched Hong Dao swallow the blood green longan in one gulp, and then looked at the 2 empty force food boxes. He was stunned for 2 seconds and asked, "Bamboo, what did you say? Delicious? Why is it gone? You only know how to eat." Bamboo waved his antennae and hit Duju's head hard, saying, "I ask you, how is the bamboo seed cultivation going?" "Not bad." Duju reacted and said, "Last year, 31 Duju 1 restored species were harvested. The bamboo fruits were sown in the rainy season in late autumn last year, and all of them germinated and grew successfully. Now the first bamboo pole has grown to about 1.5 meters, and the underground stems are well developed. It is estimated that the second and third bamboo poles will be pulled out soon. Among them, there are 2 trees with the best growth, and the 4th bamboo pole can be pulled out this year." Duju picked up the 2 force food boxes unwillingly and looked through them. He continued to introduce and said, "Bamboo, I plan to focus on using the pollen of the 2 Duju 1 trees with the best growth to pollinate Shengyin bamboo. First, cultivate high-quality hybrids corresponding to Shengyin bamboo. Next year, we will hybridize with Lane bamboo." Bamboo said, "I have important things to do next year, and I have to go to Chiwu Mountain again. The hybridization experiment of Duju 1 and Lane bamboo should not be delayed, and it will be carried out this year." Bamboo continued, "I have seen the status of Longzhu, and there is no problem in promoting L9 senior warriors this autumn. Duju, you should have no problem too. Right? You can be promoted to L2 mountain master this autumn. Right?" Baba answered listlessly, "Duju is in good condition. No problem." Bamboo said, "That's good. At most 2 God-given seeds. If there are 2, you and Longwu each have 1. If there is 1, Duju, you will breed it." "Okay," Duju replied. Bamboo pointed to the bamboo tube again and said, "The mutant species of Ma bamboo have been brought back. An integer of 100. Open a special nursery near the foot of the mountain, and sow them quickly. This year, we must cultivate bamboo 1. In addition, the deformed bamboo species, bamboo 1 and bamboo 1 species should be concentrated in the mountainous areas, away from the route of the caravan. The caravan should not be informed for the time being, so as to prevent them from spreading the news all over the continent." "Understood," Bamboo agreed. "Now, it is responsible for sowing the important bamboo species on the mountain." Hong Dao finally digested the original force of a blood-red longan and asked, "Bamboo, are you going to Chiwu Mountain again?" Bamboo said, "I have to go there again. I am afraid I will be busy there for a long time. Oil Tea and Rat King will go with me. What are you busy with?" Bamboo muttered, "I guess that the deformed bamboo species is not so easy to get." Hong Dao said solemnly, "Last winter, news came from Qijing County that after the trade was blocked, the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe attempted to go south to plunder and was intercepted. If the blockade continues, those beasts will probably go crazy." Duju then realized and said worriedly, "Yes. Bamboo, you can't leave Liju Peak easily." "It's okay." Bamboo said, "Chiwu Mountain will send a Ghost King and a Butterfly King to help guard it. If I go there to help, our Liju Peak will be safer." "Butterfly King?" Duju asked. "Narrow Butterfly." Bamboo said, "Narrow Butterfly also feeds on nectar. Let Xiangpu collect nectar for more than 2 years this year and next year. Don't neglect it." Hong Dai asked, "Bamboo, what did you go there for?" Bamboo said, "Don't ask. Other members of the mountain came one after another, and dispersed after greeting, continuing to be busy with their own things. After patrolling the territory, Bamboo ran to Xiangyu Peak to check and confirm that the development there was good. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the cave to rest. Chapter 359. Liju Peak has two main labor forces, Xiangpu and Datu, as well as the brute force of Daxiong, and the 7 bamboo rat warriors with nimble front paws. Most of the farm work is undertaken by them. So far, Bamboo basically does not have to work in the fields himself, which is the only benefit of being the mountain master. Life is the same as usual. He gets up early every morning, patrols the territory, and checks the growth of important bamboo species on the mountain. Every evening after dinner, he walks around the ordinary life plants, absorbs the excess force accumulated by them for a day, and injects it into the second heart magic pattern. Quite leisurely. If I am really bored, I will run to the jungle at the foot of the mountain and catch 2 more beast warriors. If I can't finish them, I will cut them into pieces and feed them to the ordinary cockroaches in the territory. Now is the early spring season, and it is about to enter the peak period of reproduction. Eat more meat, and the offspring born will be stronger. Flowers bloom and fade, and caravans come and go. After the busiest spring plowing, the relatively leisurely early summer followed. The only drawback was that no little warriors were born in Liju Peak, Huizhou Peak, and Xiangui Peak this year. On the other hand, good news came from the Taidao Mountains. They were very lucky this year, and 3 little warriors were born in one go. The most important thing was that another little warrior was born in the territory of Yanshu Banma. Is this considered an extra sister? Bamboo refused to admit it. Born so late, several decades younger, must be considered a junior. Well, it can be considered a half-direct junior. Bamboo went to visit with a lot of gifts, and found that Yanshu Banma was so happy that he was dizzy and didn't know which way was which. So he couldn't help but have evil thoughts. A persuasion that appeals to both emotion and reason. From the development of the little soldier to the future of Liz Yufeng. Finally, Bamboo revealed that if luck is good enough this year, Liz Yufeng may harvest at least 2 God-given seeds. The 2 bamboo God-given seeds cultivated by Duzhu, and the hybrid rice cultivated by Hongdao also have a certain probability of producing God-given seeds. And the number is difficult to estimate. There may be excess God-given seeds. So why not send the little soldier over and give him one when the time comes? God-given seeds. Yin to Banao was impulsive and really gave the little soldier to Bamboo and took him back to Liz Yufeng. The abduction was successful. Bamboo's plan was simple. If the little soldier didn't like Bamboo, he would use it to pretend to be a local soldier of Liz Yufeng and report to the king of Qijin Cockroach. According to the agreement, Qijin County would have to send 2 more little soldiers over, and the number of insects in Jinping Mountain Range would increase by 3. If the little soldier likes Bamboo, it would be even better. Send him to Huizhou Mountain to keep company with Huizhou and Danju. The joy lasted only one night. In the middle of the night, the master of Taidao Mountain brought all the master-level warriors of Taidao Mountain Range and came to kill them fiercely. The little warrior is back. You can take my life. But the little warrior? Absolutely not. In addition, Yanshu Banao was scolded and lost the right to raise the little warrior. The little warrior was taken to Taidao Peak for training. After this incident, Bamboo finally realized the fact, no matter how close the relationship is, Taidao Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range are still 2 mountain ranges, and he has separated them long ago. He considered the development of Jinping Mountain Range. And similarly, the master of Taidao Mountain also considered the development of Taidao Mountain Range. Both mountain ranges are in short supply of warriors, and there is no room for negotiation when it comes to the problem of insect population. Under Baba's guidance, the remains of the world tree are used for irrigation all year round, and various ordinary life plants are growing well. The white jade mulberry and the angry fruit have broken through the limit one after another, and the tree heights have exceeded 25 meters and 20 meters respectively. The pyrophil pine life species on the top of the mountain has changed the most, and suddenly entered a period of vigorous growth. Last year in this spring, the tree height changed every day, and in 2 years, it also exceeded 20 meters in height. The pyrophil pine is the iconic planting of the Blatodia tribe. It is a precious and high-quality tree species among all the ordinary life species in bamboo, second only to the ordinary longevity peach life species that is being nurtured. It is a tall tree with great development potential. After Baba's test, She gave clear data that the vigorous growth period will last for at least 30 years. And it will easily break through the height of 100 meters. Bamboo was not polite. And persevered. Squeezing the original force accumulated by ordinary life species at regular intervals every evening. The second magical vein of the seventh group was lit at the second heart position. At the current speed, if I stay at Leisure Peak honestly, I can light up one line in 1 year without spending extra raw stones. And I can light up a formation in 30 years. It's okay if there are no little warriors. The insect population is zero growth. But the number of God seeds is increasing. The territory's income is increasing year by year. And the income will soon exceed the expenditure. There are 42 force crystals in reserve at present. Can I invest the extra income every year in the second heart magic pattern? Bamboo's heart can't help but itch again. Last year, the creeper in the red-orange mountain range was promoted to the mountain master. Its creeper god seeds are of medium quality and large scale. According to the budget, this autumn, Bamboo will receive about 4,000 raw stones in return. The investment in Yuzu bamboo rice has begun to generate profits, which will continue to increase in the future. And the income will only increase. The rice seed given by God, which was bred by Hungmi, grows in deep water rice fields. The rice grains are emerald green and named emerald deep water rice. It strengthens the ability of plants. A small part is eaten by oil tea, and most of it is sold to the black and white cockroach tribe. The growth pattern of the ramette plant is similar to that of the purple gold planting, with similar yields and comparable incomes. At present, Hungmi is a mountain master level warrior, and the emerald god-given seed can provide Li Zhufeng with a net income of about 40,000 raw stones every year. A new rice seed can be hybridized with a variety of rice. Hongdao continues various hybridization experiments with Hungmi, and there is a high probability that it will produce results and continue to obtain god-given seeds. Of course, the most important thing is the hybridization of Dujuan with Shengying bamboo and Lane bamboo. According to experience, as long as the luck is not particularly bad, Li Zhufeng's income will increase significantly. In the 19th year of bamboo, in mid-May, the dry season arrived as expected. Xiangpu personally took the lead to command the bee colony to collect pollen and precisely pollinate. A moment of great significance. Li Zhufeng entered a state of high martial law. Not a single bird was allowed to fly in. Bamboo personally guarded the experimental site of Shengying bamboo and Lane bamboo. Fengling, Duzhu, and Longzhu followed day and night to guard the other three directions respectively. They were always nervous when the wind blew, fearing that there would be any accidents. Bamboo had the experience of squatting once. So at night, he was distracted, paying attention to the bamboo forest on one hand and the changes in the number of stars in the night sky on the other. The number of stars in the night sky is sometimes more and sometimes less. In the past 10 years, the overall number has been increasing, and currently has reached about 40. That means that there are many stars that can turn newly born high-quality plants into God-given seeds. And the probability of obtaining God-given is very high. Silently, a star extinguished. Correspondingly, a strange force descended from the sky and landed on a white bamboo flower in the Holy Sound bamboo forest. It's done. Bamboo's tentacles swayed lightly, trying to keep a calm state of mind and continue to wait. It's done? Fengling was sensitive and found something strange. Duzhu jumped up and growled, "It's done. It's the Holy Sound bamboo. Bamboo. The holy bamboo God-given seed you predicted. Wow. Holy bamboo." Longzhu cheered and asked, "Bamboo, where's mine? Why is there no response in the Lane bamboo experimental bamboo forest? Don't make noise." Bamboo's mind was low, and he shouted, "Be quiet. Keep waiting." It was useless to keep waiting. Until dawn, no stars extinguished, and no bamboo flowers that could grow into God-given seeds were born in the Lane bamboo experimental bamboo forest. As expected, he didn't show up on the second night or the third night. Chapter 360 Mountain Reservoir. The appearance of the three bamboo species, Duzhu, Shengying bamboo, and Lane bamboo, is very different from other bamboo species. The bamboo poles are short. The bamboo nodes are thick and short, and the branches and leaves are sparse. The same is true for flowering and fruiting. Only the sheath rings of the middle bamboo nodes produce ears, and each ear has only 2 or 3 small flowers. These characteristics jointly determine that these three bamboo species will be rare varieties. Only 31 Dujuan seeds were obtained last year. although they are all Duju 1. There are also differences in genetic quality. And the difference is obvious. They were sown in the autumn of last year and began to develop in the spring of this year. Among them, the worst 10 or so trees only produced the second bamboo pole, while the 2 best trees produced the 5th bamboo pole in the spring. The pollen produced by high-quality bamboo species will definitely have better genes for the offspring obtained by hybridization. Bamboo also paid special attention to Shengyin bamboo. Since there were too few flowers, and the amount of pollen was limited, he asked Xianpu to command the bee colony and give all the pollen produced by the 2 best quality bamboo species, Duju 1, to Shengyin bamboo. In addition, 2 Duju 1 bamboo species gave birth to the 4th bamboo pole this year, with slightly inferior genetic quality. Bamboo asked Xianpu to collect pollen and give it to Lane bamboo. As a result, Shengyin bamboo gave birth to the God-given species, but Lane bamboo did not. From this, Bamboo speculated that only the best quality can trigger the stars in the sky to project the God-given power. It didn't work this year. It doesn't matter. Duju 1 will bloom next year, and we will try again next year. After comforting the disappointed and frustrated Fengling and Longzhu, Bamboo expelled the other members, who came to watch the fun, and he and Duju stayed to guard. Duju suppressed his thoughts and said, "Bamboo, how about giving this holy bamboo seed to Longzhu?" Fengling has always hoped that Longzhu can have a seed given by God. Duju has been naughty since he was a child, but he has a strong sense of chivalry in his nature, and is very loyal. When he played with Hengmi when he was a child, he took special care of Hengmi, and gave Hengmi all the delicious and fun things. Now that he has grown up, Hengmi follows Hongdao to cultivate bamboo seeds. Longwu follows Duju to cultivate bamboo seeds. It can be seen that Duju takes special care of Longwu. Let's go in order. Duju, you have priority. Bamboo advised Duju to enter the level of Mountain Master. The time required for each stage of growth increases by 3 to 10 years. If you miss this one, you may not be so lucky to catch up in the future. Longzhu is still young. You can stop it from eating forced food, stop growing, and wait until next year to advance. If the God-given seed corresponding to Lane bamboo cannot be cultivated next year, there will be opportunities in the future. Duju said, "Bamboo, I can also slow down the growth rate." "That's not necessary." Bamboo said, "Don't worry. Longzhu will definitely have a God-given seed, either next year or the year after. At most it will be delayed for another 1 or 2 years. "Well, okay." Duju said, "Bamboo, if we are luckier, the strengthening effect of the holy bamboo should extend our lifespan." "Right." Bamboo said, "If we are lucky. It is like this. After a while, let Baba come to check and you will know. As for you, hurry up to grow. Complete the molting growth, and prepare to breed your first God-given seed." "Got it." Duju suddenly got an idea and asked, "Bamboo, the strength of our Liz Yufeng members is constantly improving, and the interval between molting growth is getting longer and longer. What if a God-given seed is born in the future, and it happens that no member on the mountain can be promoted in a short time? What should we do?" Bamboo said, "If it is bamboo seeds, send it to Wuju Mountain. If it is other plants, send it to Torreya Peak." Duju said, "What about the income? How to calculate the income?" "At present, the output of the God-given seeds of all members of Liju Peak is all collected and sold together, and everyone purchases the original force food needed for growth on demand, which is equivalent to a primitive collective system. There is definitely no problem in Liju Peak. It is rich, and slowly, there are too many raw stones to spend, and everyone gets along well with each other. But outside Liju Peak," Bamboo said, "let's talk about it when we have it. When the time comes, I will set a set of rules that can convince everyone." Flowers bloom and fade, and bamboo fruits are beginning to form. The fruits of the holy bamboo God-given seed slowly absorb the natural original force, and the original force genes, unique to the original force plants, begin to proliferate in the genetic genes. When the bamboo fruit grows to the size of a pea, Bamboo brings Baba over. "Baba, this is the holy bamboo God-given seed. Scan it, and see what type of strengthening effect it has." B-Series strengthens physical fitness. Baba was in a very bad mood. Bamboo asked, "What are the details?" Baba said, "This is my second time observing the growth of force plant seeds. The database does not have any extra relevant data. How can I calculate it?" Bamboo said, "Baba, then you stay and collect data." "No power." Baba said angrily, "Bamboo, I heard from an idiot that you are leaving Liju Peak again? Or going to Chiwu Mountain? Bamboo said, that's for next year. Baba said, then take me to the Orchid Mountain Range this year. I need to replenish my energy. Bamboo thought of a way to sneak into the wreckage of the Orchid Mountain Range to charge Baba. He calculated the time silently, guarding the holy bamboo God-given seeds to mature. It will be autumn. And it will take more than a month to go back and forth. It's too late. If the Northern Wilderness Beast tribe makes any move, they will definitely move south in late summer or early autumn, and then jump out to cause trouble in autumn when the fruits are ripe. At that time, I must stay at Liju Peak. Bamboo said, Baba, I have thought about it. The expansion of the bamboo sea requires a large amount of water resources. When I return from Chiwu Mountain, I will plan to build a high mountain reservoir, which will be located 5 kilometers northwest of Liju Peak, 1 kilometer long, 100 meters wide, trapezoidal, and 3 to 25 meters deep. I can build a small hydroelectric power station for you along the way. The gates will be open to release water during the rainy seasons in spring and autumn, heavy rains in midsummer, and dry seasons, which can provide you with a large amount of electricity in a relatively stable manner. Baba began to calculate. She has collected a lot of climate data over the years, and soon concluded that hydroelectric power stations are much more reliable than wind power stations. She couldn't hide her joy and asked, Bamboo, you don't dare to lie to me, right? Bamboo said, how dare I lie to you? Huh? That's about right. Baba said, lift me up a little higher. I still need to collect some data. Check it carefully. Bamboo held Baba high up and scanned the sacred bamboo God-given seeds. In the following time, Baba stayed outside the bamboo forest, dividing the day into 24 periods, collecting the growth data of the God-given seeds regularly. 5 kilometers away from the mountain range on the northwest side of Liju Peak. The geology is special. It is all hard granite. The soil is thin and barren, and it is difficult for vegetation to survive normally. There are rocks everywhere, and it is originally a wasteland. This kind of geology has its advantages. The foundation is solid enough. After the excavation is formed, you only need to ask a few county-level insect warriors who have awakened the earth and stone ability to come to help. A little strengthening will make it a good high mountain water reservoir. The work of opening up the bamboo sea was suspended. Bamboo first sent the big bear to clear the rocks on the mountain. The iron sand palm directly patted them into powder and scattered them with the wind. The bamboo rat warriors led by the Rat King had a lot of things to do. In their spare time, they went to dig, first flattened the terrain, and dug out the drainage gullies. The serious excavation work was not ordinary. So we had to wait for Bamboo to return from Chiwu Mountain before making detailed plans. No matter how good the bamboo rat warriors were at digging. After all, there were only 7 of them, including an idiot who refused to participate in physical labor after joining the combat team as deputy captain and thought about fighting all day. Bamboo had planned that after the beast plague in the northern wilderness was lifted and the autumn harvest celebration dinner was over, he would keep the warriors of the same tribe who attended the banquet to help dig for a few days. After eating and drinking for free for so many years, it was time to contribute. Right? There were many insects and they were powerful, so it should be easy to dig out the reservoir. Chapter 361 Wind Chime God-Given Seeds. Bamboo fruit matures a few days later than bamboo rice. For the same species and the same plant, the seeds of God-given seeds mature a few days later than ordinary seeds. The seeds of bamboo one cultivated this year were harvested first. Baba worked tirelessly to scan and analyze genes one by one, distinguish the good from the bad, and carefully select them. And a total of 1,000 seeds of the best quality were selected. The autumn rainy season is coming soon, and we will send them to Huizhou Mountain, open a nursery, and sow them directly. In addition, Baba also selected 500 seeds of excellent quality bamboo mutants and ordinary bamboo seeds, and sow them in season. Next year, we will definitely harvest a batch of better quality bamboo one seeds. The wind power station rotates intermittently, and the thermal power station burns day and night, and all the electricity produced is used for seed selection. Scanning and analyzing genes of each seed is a time-consuming and power-consuming arduous task. Bamboo put aside his pride and begged Baba for several days. Baba was so annoyed that she finally agreed. Bamboo had his considerations, and even worries for doing so. It has been confirmed that for the same new high-quality species, the stars in the sky, judgment mechanism must be to select the one with the best genes and give a reward. Chiwu Mountain was extremely determined to find the dragon bamboo, especially the Chiwu Ghost King, who meant to spare no expense. The long-standing tribe of the ghost-faced katydid has cultivated dozens of high-quality tree species from generation to generation, and has many tree species given by God. They must know the secret of the stars in the sky, rewarding the seeds given by God. Chiwu Mountain readily shared the mutant species of bamboo, and the Queen of Dragon Bamboo was also shared by both parties. Bamboo didn't think that Chiwu Mountain could be so generous in the face of a super high-quality God-given seed. This was not a normal reaction. There was only one possibility. Chiwu Mountain had made preparations, and they were 100% sure that the God-given seed produced by the hybridization of bamboo and dragon bamboo must have been born in Chiwu Mountain. The two parties were in a cooperative relationship, but there was also a competitive relationship, and it was an extremely important competition for the God-given seed. Dragon bamboo was a mythical existence among all bamboo species, and bamboo was also determined to get this God-given seed. It was not clear what means Chiwu Mountain had hidden, but it was certain that their means were nothing compared to Baba. From the scientific selection and breeding at the genetic level, no matter what primitive means, there was no comparison. Next year, Chiwu Mountain will send a Ghost King and a Butterfly King to help guard it. It is estimated that they will also inspect the cultivation of bamboo seeds in Liju Peak. Otherwise, why would they be so straightforward? In response to this, Bamboo made another arrangement. The high-quality bamboo 1 seed selected by Baba will be sent to Huizhou Mountain for cultivation, and the remaining ordinary bamboo 1 seeds will be planted around Liju Peak. Since they are in a competitive relationship and there is a suspicion of playing tricks, Bamboo does not mind using some tricks to confuse the opponent. The selection of various seeds related to bamboo has been completed. The holy bamboo fruit is ripe. The belly bamboo falls into a deep sleep and sheds its shell to evolve. Bamboo asked Longzhu to select an ordinary holy bamboo fruit with full fruit and send it to Huizhou Mountain to let Huizhou breed into live seeds. 3 more were selected and Fengling sent to Torreya Peak to give Torreya and other 3 little warriors to breed into live seeds. This practice is experimental in nature, and the purpose is to confirm the enhanced effect of ordinary holy bamboo after it is bred into live seeds. Baba's computing ability is also limited. It is a means beyond human scientific knowledge to breed ordinary seeds into live seeds. Ordinary seeds do not have the original force gene, and it is impossible to calculate what kind of enhanced effect this seed will have. However, after it is bred into a live seed, it will be easily analyzed by showing it to Baba. In another 3 to 5 days, the fruit of the holy bamboo God-given seed should be ripe. Baba, have you figured it out? What kind of strengthening effect does the holy bamboo God-given seed have? When the fruit is fully mature, the most important force gene will be finalized. At present, I can only tell you that it has the strengthening effect of repairing faulty genes. That is similar to the longevity peach. Extending life? Probably. However, the faulty genes of living organisms vary greatly, and there are countless possibilities. Specifically, which aspect of the faulty genes are repaired determines the effect and value. Bamboo asked, can it be analyzed? Baba was waiting for Bamboo to say this, raised her voice, and answered, no. Bamboo ignored its bad taste and continued to ask, Baba, how big do you think the holy bamboo God-given seed is compared with the longevity peach God-given seed? Baba said, it is definitely not as good as the longevity peach. I can't calculate the specific difference now. The more anxious Bamboo is about something, the less anxious Baba is. Seeing Bamboo worrying there, Baba feels particularly comfortable. A spoiled, pampered electronic life. Bamboo didn't argue with it, and tried his best to keep a normal mind. The God-given seeds are about to mature, so be alert to all surroundings with 100% vigilance. Suddenly, I vaguely sensed that there was a force fluctuation rushing in the distance. Northwest direction. The force characteristics of the Red Blatten tribe warriors. A red figure appeared in the field of vision. It turned out to be the White Wool Mountain Lord guarding the Bluebell Peak. Bamboo shook his tentacles and communicated wirelessly, notifying Hongdao to come and guard the God-given seeds, while he slowly climbed up the mountain, passing through the bamboo forest of the God-given seeds of the rain bamboo. He calmly wandered around the bamboo forest. Bamboo didn't want to reveal the news of the God-given seeds of the holy bamboo for the time being. It would be best to wait until the belly bamboo is fully nurtured and the seeds are sown before announcing the matter. Bamboo, inspect the mountain. The White Wool Mountain Lord came in a hurry and went directly to Bamboo, landing not far away. not close to the territory of the God-given seeds of the rain bamboo. Bamboo said, yes. I patrol the mountain twice a day to communicate with the tree spirits and enhance the relationship. The Yuju tree spirit discovered something and immediately conveyed a thought with a strong sense of incredible emotion. Bamboo. You are lying. Lying? It's not the first time. Making a fuss. Bamboo ignored the tree spirit. Enhance the relationship? Is there such a saying for managing the seeds given by God? I learned it. Byrong didn't want to think about it, and said excitedly, Bamboo, I have good news. The little guy Lonling just harvested a seed given by God. Oh! Bamboo was surprised. Now, Byrong and Zupi are the two mountain masters guarding Lonling Peak, and they are paid 5,000 raw stones each year. It was autumn, and Bamboo thought it was here to collect wages. Oh! Bamboo said, that's great. In the future, Liju Peak can reduce some resource assistance. Wind chime flower God-given seed? The lowest grade vine-type plant. Unless it has a particularly good strengthening effect. It is difficult for the annual income to exceed 50,000 raw stones. This income is not very attractive to Bamboo now. And he is not very interested. The Lord of Barong Mountain is completely the opposite. He is very excited. He fanned his wings like a God-given seed of his own, and explained in detail. Lonling learned some breeding techniques in Liju Peak and tried hybridization. The result was successful. According to Lonling, the hybridization used a rare variety called Night Eye Wind Chime. The seeds were given to it by Fengling last year, and Fengling commissioned the caravan to get it from the Wangua continent. It is said that it cost a lot of raw stones. Bamboo asked, Lord of Barong Mountain, did you come here along the mountain range? In Xiang. Did Fengling meet him at Torreya Peak? The Lord of Barong Mountain said, yes. I happened to meet him at Torreya Peak. Fengling heard the news and was anxious to go to Lonling Peak. I was wondering why Fengling had not come back after being out for most of the day. Bamboo said, this is a happy event. A good start for the development of Jinping Mountain Range. I have to go there in person to congratulate her. Bamboo fanned his wings and said, Lord of Barong Mountain, let's go up the mountain. I need to prepare some gifts. Lonling settled at Lonling Peak, and Fengling had been running back and forth. Bamboo, the future lord of a county, had only visited 3 times. There was no other reason. The journey was long, and he didn't want to run away. A seed given by God, no matter its quality, is of great significance to the future development of Lonling Peak. This time, he must go. According to custom, as an elder, he had to bring some gifts with him. It just so happened that Data was in the cave. Bamboo immediately ordered, Big Head, prepare 20,000 raw stones. I'm going to Bluebell Peak. Master Barong, wait a moment. After saying that, he rushed down the mountain and entered the warehouse, where the remains of the World Tree were stored. Originally, there were 3 warehouses. In recent years, Liju Peak has used them, and the first warehouse is about to run out of stock as gifts. Bamboo suddenly remembered Baba's warning, without the remains of the World Tree, the growth rate of the seeds of the Tata tree gods will make you despair. Use them sparingly, and don't give them away randomly. Bamboo picked and chose, selected the smallest bag, and carried it up the mountain. 10,000 raw stones are the salary of Master Barong and Master Brown Skin this year. It is usually settled in late autumn, and they are brought back on the way to avoid another trip. A bag of World Tree remains and 10,000 raw stones, which Bamboo carried by himself, are gifts for Bluebell. Chapter 362, What You Wish For Will Come True. The wind chime plant gets its name from its seeds, which condense into pods with a hard shell. After maturity, it still hangs on the plant until the vines wither in winter and fall off naturally after drying. The dried seeds shrink and become smaller. When the breeze blows, the pods sway and make a crisp sound of ding-ling-ling. It starts to produce heading and flowers in early summer and lasts until late summer. It blooms and bears fruit continuously. In midsummer, you can often see flowers and fruits growing at the same time on the same plant. Therefore, this vine plant has a unique advantage, which is high yield. The wind chime seeds taste particularly bad, bitter, and slightly poisonous. They must be boiled in water before eating. This is the most unpopular thing about the wind chime plant. It is Mid-Autumn Festival now, and the entire Bluebell Peak is still green and densely packed with wind chime plants of various colors. There are still a large number of seeds that have just matured. The autumn wind blew, and there were patches of ding-ling-ling sounds. How did you fall asleep in the windy night and the noise pollution? Bamboo secretly slandered in his heart. Two figures were busy climbing up and down the cliff. Looking closely, it was Feng Ling and Lan Ling who were busy harvesting ordinary seeds. Bamboo was furious. You have been away from Liju Peak for so many days, and you haven't returned yet. It's the autumn harvest season, and there are a lot of farm work on the mountain. So you can't handle it, right? What the hell are you doing? Just move to Lanling Peak to live. Bamboo, master of Barong Mountain. Feng Ling rose into the air from a distance and greeted. Bamboo asked, did Lanling put the seeds of God into the life bag? Feng Ling said, Lanling has just been promoted to L4 senior warrior and put the seeds into the life bag. As expected, all warriors have the default habit of concealing the news of harvesting the God-given seeds at the first time, and will not announce the news until at least one evolution and the thing is swallowed into their life bag. The more cautious ones, such as Bamboo, usually announce it only after the God-given seeds are bred, or simply keep it secret and do not publicize it. Feng Ling's lonely and timid personality has not been completely changed so far. He said with some trepidation, Bamboo, I want to discuss something with you. Bamboo asked, what is it? Feng Ling said, in the past 1 or 2 years, Lanling has to cultivate new high-quality wind bell flowers, and may be a little too busy. I plan to live here for a while. I have also learned a lot of breeding knowledge over the years, and I can help it. Bamboo has a toothache. Hey, wishing for it will come true. Whatever you think of will come true. Bamboo, Barong Mountain Master. Lanling followed and took off, greeting from a distance, with a little temperament of the future Bluebell Peak Mountain Master. In terms of natural character, Bluebell is much better than Terrea Grandis and Fire Bamboo. Bluebell lives alone on Bluebell Peak. The other two little warriors don't like windbells, and even hate the noise pollution. So they all go to live on the small mountain next to them. Bamboo arrives, and the two little warriors come under the leadership of the brown-skinned mountain master. Bamboo finds that he has ignored these two little guys, and should bring them some small gifts. Fortunately, the gifts he brought to Bluebell are enough. So he picked up 2 pieces of World Tree debris from his pocket, and sent them away. Bamboo's gift to Bluebell, a reward of 10,000 raw stones, is to let it find a caravan next year to purchase a batch of good force food to strengthen the basic physique, speed up the growth rate, and breed the God-given seeds as soon as possible. A bag of World Tree debris. This is a treasure that cannot be bought even with raw stones. Grind it into powder and water it. In the future, the God-given seeds can develop better, increase production, and slightly improve quality. Symbolically toured the Bluebell Peak and said goodbye to the white wool and brown skin mountain master. Asked Feng Ling. This guy is really determined to stay and refused to return to Liju Peak. The reason is, Lan Ling and I can definitely cultivate another wind bell God-given seed. Bamboo is now strong enough to fly at the maximum speed without carrying anything. He rushed back to Liju Peak from Bluebell Peak in a day and a half. It took more than 3 days to carry large and small bags when he went there. It took 5 days to go back and forth. The holy bamboo fruit was ripe, and was immediately sent to the top of the mountain, where the temperature was close to 0 degrees. A special cold storage was dug to keep it at low temperature to prevent the development of the embryo. The belly bamboo is still sleeping, and the state is stable. It will wake up in about 3 days at the shortest and 5 days at the longest. The other warriors were busy. So the big bear, who was too strong to do the harvesting work, was in charge of guarding. After seeing the situation clearly, Bamboo went directly to the charging station and found Baba. Baba, have you seen the seeds of the holy bamboo god? Yes. Do you have any questions? There have been a lot of winds in recent days, and the blades of the wind power station are turning, and Baba's mood has become cheerful. Bamboo couldn't help thinking, when the hydroelectric power station is built in the future and it rains, Baba's mood will definitely be better. In summary, that is, when it is windy and rainy, its mood is particularly good. This is completely contrary to the normal psychology of natural creatures. Magical electronic life. Baba, how is the result? Not bad. Are you sure it can repair faulty genes and extend lifespan? Yes. What are the details? Similar to the longevity peach, it has the ability to repair multiple types of faulty genes. However, it is still not as good as the longevity peach. First, the types are not as rich as the longevity peach. And second, the quality is inferior. The most important thing is that it does not have the gene strengthening effect that comes with the longevity peach. That is, it does not have the strengthening effect that greatly increases the probability of successful gene evolution, which makes its value far less than the longevity peach. Yes. Bamboo nodded his tentacles to agree. There is another important factor that makes the longevity peach so popular and sold at a sky-high price. That is, it greatly increases the probability of the county lord's success in becoming the insect king. How important is the insect king to an insect race? The reason why the tribes on the Wanzhou continent tried their best to make friends with the Changsheng County and tried every means to obtain the purchase rights. Baba continued, according to the classification of insect warriors on this planet, the longevity peach is the best of the best and is known as the divine product. The bamboo fruit condensed from the holy bamboo God-given seeds should be of lower in quality at the mountain master level. The promotion to the princess should increase the yield, and the promotion to the cockroach king should reach the standard of top in quality. The cockroach king is the end of growth. You can still use the remains of the world tree, but the improvement is very limited. At most, it can barely reach the upper end quality, and it will not be as good as the longevity peach in the end. The more detailed explanation, what Baba said, are all the issues that Bamboo cares about most. But it is still not comprehensive enough. Bamboo asked, what is the specific yield? Very low. Baba said, restricted by natural laws and bound by the laws of the universe. The flowering period of the holy bamboo God-given seeds is extended to a long 6 months. The fruiting period is as long as 1.5 years. And there is also a 1-year recuperation period. The number of bamboo poles is the same as other bamboo species, but each one can only produce 1 bamboo fruit. Bamboo calculated in his mind that it would produce 584 bamboo fruits in 3 years. The size of the bamboo fruit may not even be as big as the core of the longevity peach. However, the flowering and fruiting cycle of the longevity peach is 9 years. A rough estimate is that if the belly bamboo can be promoted to the cockroach king in the future, the overall output of the holy bamboo god will not be lower than that of the longevity peach god. In terms of value, divided by 10, it is still a huge fortune. Bamboo was very happy and continued to ask, Baba, can you calculate how many years the holy bamboo fruit can extend your life? This is easy to calculate. Baba said, when the quality is lower than the best, it can extend your life by 50 years at most. And when it is the standard best quality, it can extend your life by 100 years. I can't calculate the specific size of the bamboo fruit now, but a single bamboo fruit is definitely not enough. It takes about 50 to 100 to reach the limit. I can't calculate the specific number. Bamboo continued to calculate, spending money to buy life. 1 year of life. Priced at 10,000 raw stones. Very favorable. Right? Then, when you are at the level of Duzhu Mountain Master, the price of a holy bamboo fruit can reach 0.5 to 10,000 raw stones. The flowering and fruiting cycle is 3 years, and 584 bamboo fruits are condensed each time. The average annual income is 1 million to 2 million raw stones? This is higher than all other God-given seeds in Lizhu Peak combined. In the future, Duzhu will be promoted to princess. And if nothing unexpected happens, the income will double. In the future, Duzhu will be promoted to cockroach king. And if nothing unexpected happens, the income will double again. Bamboo suddenly felt a little regretful. Such an important thing. Should it be bred by myself to be safe? Thinking about it, he suddenly felt ecstatic again, with a higher income. The matter of lighting up and activating the magical veins at the heart position will be settled. As the highest-ranking mountain master of Lizhu Peak, he has worked hard for the development of the mountain day and night. If he embezzles a little public funds, everyone should have no objection. Right? After the ecstasy, Bamboo suddenly thought of another question while turning, and asked Baba, can the effects of the longevity peach be superimposed? How many years of life can be extended at most? Baba simply answered, that thing is too big and the effect is too strong. So the effect is obviously reduced. Eating the first one can extend your life by about 100 years at most. And the second one can only extend your life by about 80 years. The third one is only about 50 years. If consumed properly, it can extend life by up to 300 years. After Baba finished speaking, she sighed. It's a pity that it can only stagnate at the peak level of force life. If it breaks free from the shackles and is promoted to cosmic life, the effect will have a qualitative change, and it will continue to grow. Looking at the entire universe, it can definitely be listed as the top force plant, with infinite development potential. but it will eventually be trapped and die at the level of force life. It's a pity. Yes. It's a pity. Bamboo followed with a sigh. Bamboo said slowly, Bamboo, will you also die of old age on this planet? Then you must remember to build more power stations for me before you die. What is this? Bamboo said angrily, Bamboo, I have thought about it carefully. And the mountain reservoir will be delayed for a few years. Chapter 363 The Seeds of the God-Given Flame Fruit. Ordinary things can be left to Daxiong with confidence. But the gift of the holy bamboo god is too extraordinary. So Bamboo dare not relax. He simply eats, and immediately goes up the mountain, to guard the cold storage with Daxiong. He has not rested well after running back and forth between Liju Peak and Lanling Peak. He vaguely feels a wave of force approaching. The force fluctuation of the Red Blatten tribe warrior. Very strong. Is it Princess Day? The Fire Lotus Queen Bee fell into a deep sleep in the late spring of this year, and was promoted to the Insect King. If everything goes well, it should be about time to wake up now. Daxiong, guard the things. No matter what happens, you can't leave. Do you understand? I understand. Bamboo slowly went down the mountain, summoning his spiritual power, and calling for Datu to come back. Coincidentally, when Datu returned, Princess Day also arrived and landed in front of Bamboo's living cave. Bamboo, what are you doing on the mountain? It's autumn. Why is that bear lying on the mountain? Bamboo noticed the arrival of Princess Day, and Princess Day also sensed Bamboo's movements. Nothing. Bamboo said, a God-given seed. I let it guard it. Oh! Another God-given seed. Princess Day used an exclamation tone. But in fact, she was not surprised at all. In recent years, due to the expansion of Yuzu bamboo rice, she has received news that warriors have obtained God-given seeds almost every year, which has made her a little numb. Especially in Liju Peak. There are already enough God-given seeds. In Princess Day's opinion, one more or one less will not make a big difference. Princess Day, is there something wrong? Bamboo asked symbolically, and then ordered Datu, go and get 2 force crystals. When Data heard that the force crystal was going to be used again, his antennae immediately stood up. And he asked vigilantly, Bamboo, what do you want to do again? Bamboo said, the Fire Lotus Queen Bee is about to be promoted to the Insect King. Prepare some gifts. Data asked too. Promoting to the Insect King is a big deal. But it was a big deal in Qijing County at that time. So Li Zhufeng just wanted to show his appreciation. If it was before, Bamboo would definitely send 10,000 raw stones to be done. But it is different now. The holy bamboo God-given seed has been successfully cultivated. And Li Zhufeng is about to make a fortune. So he has to act more generously. When Princess Day heard about the 2 force crystals, she was really shocked. She shook her antennae and wisely chose not to say much. Who would complain about receiving too many gifts? Data lowered his mind and reminded Bamboo. We don't have many force crystals in reserve. Bamboo said seriously. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is the direct elder of Torreya Grandis. It has been promoted to the Insect King. How can we be stingy? Okay. Data waved his antennae reluctantly and directed the ant colony to enter the nest to carry the force crystals. Bamboo asked Princess Day again. The promotion of the Fire Lotus Queen Bee must be very smooth. Right? The Fire Lotus Queen Bee has just turned 300 years old. Several decades younger than the Red Blatant King. She is young and energetic. Eats longevity peaches. And uses nutrient solution to regulate her condition. The probability of success must be much higher than that of the Princess Qijian back then. Princess Qijian has evolved into the Red Blatant King. So there is no reason for the Fire Lotus Queen Bee to fail. All is well. And he will wake up soon. Princess Day was in a very good mood and said, Bamboo, the Red Blatant King wants you to come over to discuss matters. Discuss matters? Bamboo asked. Is there anything about the Red Blatant County that needs my participation? Princess Day said. Yes. You will know when you go there. Go ahead and don't worry. I'll help you guard Liju Peak. Bamboo asked. What's the matter? It's important. Princess Day refused to say. Data brought the force crystal. Bamboo simply packed up his things, full of doubts, and set off for Qijing County. Princess Avocado and Princess Ginkgo were both there. Qijing County learned its lesson this time. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee separated from her God-given seeds and shed her shell to evolve in the territory of the Qijing Cockroach King to avoid the situation of insufficient natural force. At this time, she was still in a sleeping state, but her breath was stable. and she successfully passed the most difficult stage. She was only a few days away from waking up. The Chijian Cockroach King was guarding her personally. The dense swarm of bees surrounded Chijian Mountain in 3 layers, not allowing anyone to get close. There were also hundreds of Chijian cockroach warriors distributed in the Chijian Sea of Trees, guarding and alerting, and not allowing anyone to get close. Arranged to rest at the trading square of the Sea of Red Trees. Following Bamboo, Princess Chuerong arrived with the big yellow fruit banyan. Princess Yoli, Princess Inxing, Bamboo, you are here too? What do we need to discuss? Princess Chuerong also didn't know, and started asking after landing. I don't know. Bamboo shook his antennae. Princess Yoli and Princess Inxing both shook their antennae to indicate that they didn't know. At present, the elder with the most say in the Red Blatten tribe is definitely the king of Red Blatten, followed by Princess Yoli and Princess Inxing, and then other elders of the old counties, Chuerong County and Li Zhufeng. Chuerong County has a big yellow fruit banyan seed given by God, and has great potential in the future. It is a typical case of father relying on son. Gradually, Princess Chuerong has a certain say in the tribe. Li Zhufeng has a lot of various God-given species, and they are very rich. In addition, Bamboo's ability has been recognized, and Yuzu bamboo rice has benefited the whole tribe. So he also has the right to speak. Generally speaking, it is a major event related to the development of the race, and the Red Blatant King will call everyone together to discuss the matter. Princess Yoli waved her antennae and said, "The Fire Lotus Queen Bee is almost ready. Let's wait patiently for a few days." The waiting time was not long. After receiving the news, the Red Blatant King rushed to the trading square in advance. After the greeting, Princess Avocado rushed to ask, "Chijian, what's the important matter?" "Nothing serious," Chijian Cockroach King said. "There is a difficult matter, and I need your help to make a decision." Chijian Cockroach King paused and said, "During the autumn harvest this year, a seed of the Chijian tree god was found in the Chijian forest. It is a high-quality tree species cultivated about 22 years ago. We named it Yanhui Chijian. The fruit is fiery red. Ordinary seeds are bred into life seeds, and the effect of strengthening the flame ability is better." "Yanhui Chijian tree," Princess Chuerong exclaimed. Chuerong County is also planting Chijian trees. It knows this precious tree species. Princess Yoli seemed to know something and asked, "The God-given flame fruit seed should be better than the God-given red hardwood tree seed you have now, right?" Bamboo's mind immediately came to life. This tree species was cultivated more than 20 years ago. Is this a natural birth? Or is it a God-given reward from the stars in the sky? Bamboo then understood what the red hardwood cockroach king was struggling with. How to deal with this super high-quality God-given flame fruit seed. By the way, there was also a bit of a show-off meaning. Bamboo couldn't help but look down on it. It's just a high-quality tree seed bestowed by God. What's there to brag about? It's 100% to enhance the flame ability, right? Can it be compared with the seed bestowed by God of bamboo? Sure enough, the Red Blatant King immediately said, "The aura displayed by this God-given seed obviously surpasses my Red Blatant Tree God-given seed. I'm in a dilemma now." After thinking about it, there are 3 ways to deal with it. The first is not to breed it into a live seed, but to sow it directly, cultivate it, and leave it to the future generations. The second is that the Fire Lotus Queen Bee will wake up immediately and give the seeds to her for breeding. The third is to select an excellent little warrior from the Red Blatant Tree Sea, allocate resources, and the Red Blatant County will start to cultivate the second Blatant King. It's really difficult. All 3 treatment methods are not very good. The Red Blatant Tree itself is a slow-growing tree species. The first method takes too long and the benefits come too slowly. The second method brings the fastest benefits. But there is a big problem with the temper of the Fire Lotus Queen Bee and her stubborn character. If the flame fruit God-given falls into her mouth, the status of the Red Blatant King in Chijian County will be reduced by 1. Chijian County should simply be renamed Fire Lotus County. The third method has its merits, but it also has many disadvantages, and the interests are quite complicated. The biggest problem is that when the little warrior grows up in the future, he must go through the fatal hurdle of being promoted to the Blatant King. What if he is killed? Thinking carefully, it seems that there is no good way to have the best of both worlds. For a while, I couldn't make up my mind and couldn't come up with a good suggestion. "Why not sow directly?" the habitually ignored big yellow fruit banyan asked tentatively. Timidly, "I think we should leave more things for the younger generation to help them through the difficult decline period." And in the next prosperous period, Xijin County can be more prosperous. Bamboo was immediately annoyed when he heard this. If you don't say anything, no one knows you are a fool. Sure enough, he came right after. Maybe we should do this. Princess Yuli said, the remains of the world tree from the sky have a good effect of promoting growth, and can also slightly improve the quality of the seeds given by God. Does Xijin County have any more storage? If not, Liz Yufeng has plenty. Ask Bamboo for some. Princess Chuerong immediately added, we in Chuerong County can use some big yellow fruit figs to trade with the black and white cockroach tribe, and ask them to help promote growth appropriately, help quickly pass the young plant period, and compress the time of the first metamorphosis to grow within 100 years. Chapter 364 Little Brown Red Warrior. Do you all think direct sowing is better? I think so too. So I'll consider it first, the Red Blatten King said, looking at Bamboo. The other insects focused their attention on Bamboo. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag, took out the metal storage box, and said, the Fire Lotus Queen Bee is about to succeed. I brought it a little gift. Red Blatten King, please help me accept it. The Red Blatten King said, we are now talking about how to deal with the seeds of the flame fruit god. As he said that, he couldn't help but open the metal storage box. On the top layer were 2 white force crystals. Looking at the spider silk bags carried by Princess Avocado and Princess Ginkgo, both of them delivered 10,000 ordinary raw stones. Princess Chuerong was slightly better, with 10,000 raw stones, plus a large bag of messy high-quality force food. The total value is estimated to be 20,000 to 30,000 raw stones. Bamboo, when did you change your nature? Princess Yuli was surprised and said dissatisfiedly, why do you give so much? It highlights the poverty of us old guys. Right? It's not a change of nature. This guy can't suddenly become so generous. Princess Chuerong seemed to understand Bamboo's temperament better and asked, get rich again? Chiwu Mountain? Chiwu Mountain may indeed make a fortune, but it's still uncertain now. Bamboo said, Li Zufeng has cultivated many God-given seeds in recent years, and the income has improved. Lonling Peak has also cultivated a wind bell God-given seed recently. Li Zufeng's burden will be reduced in the future. As one increases, the other decreases, and the income is abundant, so I should naturally give more. After Bamboo finished speaking, he changed the subject and said, however, as the number of God-given seeds increases, the consumption of the God-given seeds debris from the sky naturally increases. Slowly, Li Zufeng himself is running out of supplies. So, the original stones can be given, but the God-given seeds debris is not. Ahem. It's not absolutely impossible. I can give 2 bags as a token of my appreciation. After going around in circles, it turns out that he is unwilling to give the God-given seeds debris. But Bamboo's words are dead. He gave away 2 force crystals. It's not that he is stingy, but that the God-given seeds debris is indeed not enough. I know it's a good thing. Xijin County has stockpiled some. Xijin Cockroach King said, Bamboo, send 10 more bags. 10 bags. Okay. Bamboo asked, Xijin Cockroach King, are you sure you can plant this God-given flame fruit seed directly? This thing grows very slowly. You may not see it generate considerable benefits in your lifetime. Xijin Cockroach King hesitated again after being asked this question. He was anxious to develop Xijin County into a large county with tens of thousands of insects. The God-given flame fruit seed could be bred into a life seed, which could provide the resources needed for development. He also wanted to leave some foundation for his insect descendants. But there was only one thing, and there was only one choice. He could only choose one of the 2. A difficult choice. Princess Ginkgo suggested, the Fire Lotus Queen Bee is about to wake up. Why not wait for it to wake up and ask for its opinion? When it comes to making decisions, the Fire Lotus Queen Bee is exactly the opposite of the indecisive Red Blatten King. It is much more decisive and has only one opinion, Sao directly. The Fire Lotus Queen Bee's opinion is irrefutable. There is no room for discussion, and the matter is settled. In the autumn, Bamboo stayed in Xijin County for a few days. On the way back, he visited Qingang Mountain Range and Hongju Mountain Range. He specially visited Tieju County Lord, Tieju Mountain Lord, with 2 tree-like God-given seeds. His territory is more fertile. Unfortunately, the Red Blatodia tribe and the Blatodia tribe are mixed, and the smell is not good. Ordinary cockroaches are unwilling to live in his territory, so there is no direct descendant. He dragged his feet and returned to Liju Peak. At this time, The belly bamboo has completed the molting evolution and incorporated the holy bamboo into the life capsule for breeding. After the bamboo rice and bamboo fruit are harvested, the fruits of the blood-thorn God-given seeds are ripe. Due to the beast plague in the northern wilderness, this year's autumn harvest celebration dinner is not as lively as in previous years. Only the red Blatodia warriors from several nearby mountains hurriedly came and left in a hurry after eating. They had to go back to defend their own territory. The bloodthorn fruit cannot be eaten up and should not be wasted. Bamboo tried to invite the black and white Cockroach tribe warriors from the Yabai Mountains. In recent years, the owner of Huabai Mountain has earned a lot of raw stones through transactions with Liz Yufeng. He has been doing well in the Cockroach Kingdom and has reached the level of L8 mountain owner. He really has the hope of impacting the level of county lord. In winter, the members of Liz Yufeng did not dare to leave the mountain and enter the jungle to find the seeds of God. The Rat King led Maju and 5 other bamboo rat warriors to dig the mountain reservoir. According to Bamboo's plan, they first dug out the outline. Yucha occasionally went to the nearby jungle to check if there were any beast warriors. The other members stayed at Liz Yufeng and had basically nothing to do until the end of winter and the beginning of spring. News came from the north, on the northern border of the Wolf-Scorpion Kingdom. The alliance led by Changsheng County had a head-on conflict with the Beiwang Beast tribe, which turned into a small-scale war. Both sides suffered casualties, and the tribes were urgently dispatching warriors to support. War comes when it comes. A few days after the news of the war came, another news came. Both sides did not want the war losses to expand, and they had stopped fighting and were ready for peace talks. The conditions proposed by the Insect Tribe Alliance were to hand over the few cloud-piercing eagle warriors who sneaked into Changsheng County to plunder, plus a compensation of 500 million raw stones. The amount of compensation was too high, and Bamboo estimated that if they could not reach an agreement, they might have to go to war again. If the beast warriors could not win on the front battlefield, they would find ways to pass through the blockade in the autumn, disperse southward, and attack the rear. The warriors who suffered from the fighting were those who lived in the barren mountains. The insect population was scarce, and they were most likely to be successfully attacked. However, in spring, the situation would change for 2 reasons. The warriors in the barren mountains had little income from the territory, and they almost ate it all in winter. So they did not gain anything from the successful looting. In spring, when the temperature warmed up and summer came, the insect warriors could also attack the territory of the northern wilderness beast tribe and plunder the mineral veins. And the beast warriors, who went south, had to return to defend. Spring is here and flowers are blooming. The warm sunshine is shining. Warm and indescribably comfortable. The busy season of the year. I don't know when Bamboo developed the habit of sleeping in. As usual, he woke up when the golden sunlight slanted down the cave in the early morning. He pulled over a piece of Goju mountain mang left last night. The metal ability was activated, and the food plate in the corner of the cave flew down in front of him, ready to be cut and eaten for breakfast. Several metal cabinets were opened one after another, and a box of compressed biscuits, a can of energy drink, a nutrient solution, and various force foods flew to the ground. A hearty breakfast. It was already mid-morning, so it could also be called lunch. What a wonderful life. According to the routine, after eating, patrolling the territory, the work for the day is done. The rest of the time, lying in the cave entrance to bask in the sun during the day, and practicing a little after eating at night. Bamboo's antennae swayed, and in a trance, he seemed to catch a trace of the pheromone of the red cockroach warrior. A friendly taste. His spirit was lifted. His soul trembled, and the force sensed and caught a faint force fluctuation. Turning around, he looked at the cave entrance. A brown-red little cockroach warrior was lying at the entrance of the cave, with only half of his head exposed, looking into the cave furtively. "Hey, little warrior." Bamboo gently waved his antennae and said softly, "Little guy, come here." The little warrior was a little scared, shaking his antennae vigorously to release friendly pheromones, fearing that Bamboo would misunderstand him. Bamboo thought about it, cut off a small piece of wild meat, put it on the food plate, and manipulated it with metal ability. The food plate gently flew and landed at the entrance of the cave. The little soldier must have just completed the awakening of the force, and was very hungry. Hunger overcame fear, and he ran to the food plate and ate the meat slices. Hee hee. Bamboo couldn't help laughing. A direct descendant born in his own territory. He looked much smarter than Hungmi, and knew to ask for help. Brown shell? Not red? I haven't seen it before. Maybe it was frozen in winter? Bamboo thought, relieved in his heart, replaced by unconcealed happiness. The little soldier ate the meat slices and plucked up the courage to approach Bamboo. Bamboo opened the energy drink and dripped a drop into the food plate. The little soldier tasted it. And immediately, his antennae stood up and released the joy pheromone. It's so delicious. Bamboo opened the metal box again, took out a compressed biscuit, and placed it in the food plate. The little soldier took a bite and was even happier. Delicious. 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 Then he lay on the compressed biscuit and refused to move. It looked like he was going to stay there until he finished eating. Bamboo placed it in the corner of the cave, crawled out of the cave, shook his tentacles, and communicated wirelessly to pass the good news to other members of the mountain, and at the same time notified them to go to their own territory to look for it. Maybe there is more. Chapter 365 Crown Pair. Little soldiers like to lie on the heads of their elders. The brown little soldier is no exception. He hangs around and stays on Bamboo's head most of the time and refuses to come down. Unlike Pyracantha when he was a child. Pyracantha was lazy and nagging. This little soldier is much more normal and likes to play. Bayou often goes to the rice fields at the foot of the mountain to catch some locusts for it. This is the happiest time. Little soldiers instinctively like to choose such weak insects to practice hunting and killing techniques. The brown little soldier is not afraid of strangers at all. He is not afraid of the beast warriors on the mountain, including the fierce big bear. He likes Baiju the most. He likes to climb on Baiju's head and tease the silver-white mutant hair on its head. The February sun is not too scorching. At noon, Bamboo lies lazily at the entrance of the cave. Bayou holds Baba in his arms. A stupid guy and a clever multi-headed guy chat casually. The general content is that Baba fooled Baiju and told him to dig more reservoirs and build a hydropower station as soon as possible. Bayou always insisted that as the deputy captain of the combat team, his main responsibility was to fight, and he did not need to participate in physical labor. It's okay to work. You ask Bamboo to pay me double salary. Not far away, the little soldier was running back and forth, struggling to kill a rice locust nymph whose hind legs were pinched off. And he was having a lot of fun. Excuse me. Is this the Liju Peak of Bamboo Mountain, Master? From afar, vigorous mental power came from the southwest side of the mountain. This is a strong mental power that ordinary insect kings do not have, and it can only be achieved after soul strengthening. The Ghost King and Butterfly King of Chiwu Mountain came so early. Baizu, send Baba into the cave, and keep an eye on the little warrior, Bamboo ordered. And then he responded with his spiritual power. Yes. He flapped his wings and flew into the air, and went down the mountain to greet him. Bamboo had met all the Ghost Kings and Butterfly Kings of Chiwu Mountain. The ones who came to Liju Peak were the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King. Wax Apple Ghost King is a successor of the inherited title, the kind that is inherited from generation to generation. He is specifically responsible for the management of the Wax Apple Forest in Chiwu Mountain, and commands all the Ghost Locust Warriors in Chiwu Mountain who like wax apples, live in the Wax Apple Forest, and participate in the management of the forest. The contemporary Wax Apple Ghost King is very old, and is approaching the aging period. He has a qualified successor, so he basically doesn't have to worry about the affairs of the territory. Similarly, the Hibiscus Butterfly King is also approaching the aging period. Bamboo Mountain Master, Wax Apple Ghost King, Hibiscus Butterfly King. You two have worked hard. The two sides greeted each other and exchanged simple greetings. Please follow me up the mountain. Bamboo led the way. Okay. The Wax Apple Ghost King carried the Hibiscus Butterfly King on his way. Wax Apple Ghost King, Hibiscus Butterfly King. Did you come here via Jinjiang? Being old and dying, they all seemed more amiable. The Wax Apple Ghost King replied, No. We set out from Chiwu Mountain in early winter last year, crossed the continent, traveled to various countries along the way, visited many insect kings famous on the continent, and visited their territories. When insect kings roam the continent, they generally don't annoy the tribes along the way, so there are no such dangers. We are passing by Liju Peak this time, so we came here to take a look first. We are about to enter the aging period, and after aging, we can't move around freely, so we plan to walk around and take a look while we can still move. Oh! Bamboo suddenly realized and asked, Are you planning to travel around the continent? Almost. Wax Apple Ghost King said, We came early because we planned to visit Changsheng County of your Fire Lotus Kingdom. Then go to Shuesong County and Yusong County of Blacha Kingdom. And Ice and Snow Mountain City of Wolf Scorpion Kingdom. Finally, go to Orchid Mountain Range and Yunshan County of the Blacha Tribe. Go north. Enter Changsheng County. Pass through Blacha Kingdom. Enter Wolf Scorpion Kingdom. Then go east. Enter the Bugger Kingdom. And go east to the edge of the Fantasy Color Barrier. Follow the Fantasy Color Barrier. Going south along the barrier is the Tiger Armor Kingdom. The Sword Mantis Kingdom. And finally along the Jinjiang River. Back to Liju Peak. Master Bamboo. Is the direction and route correct? Yes. Bamboo said, the next journey is long and far. You two should rest and adjust for 2 days in Liju Peak first. Bamboo summoned the members of Liju Peak to go up the mountain in batches. Met the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King. And took them to visit Liju Peak. Entertained them warmly. And rested for 2 days. Bamboo personally sent them north again. All the way to Qijing County. For the distinguished guests from Chiwu Mountain. The Qijing Cockroach King could not neglect them. So he sent the Yellow Striped Mountain Master to lead the way and send them to Changsheng County. They walked leisurely on the ground. It would take at least 3 months to complete this big circle. If they stayed for a few days in each place, it would take nearly 4 months. After calculating, the time was just right. When the caravan passed by, Bamboo bought a few more python-patterned honey melons on purpose. The little warrior was born relatively early, and was given plenty of various force foods that strengthened his physique. He could shed his shell and grow once a month, and was successfully promoted to an L4 junior warrior in mid-April. In early summer, all kinds of fresh fruits are still fresh fruits that have just condensed. Bamboo called the members on the mountain to a party. Eating melons. Of course, there is something more important. That is, what kind of plants the little brown-red warrior likes, which determines where he will go. The melon was cut open, and Bamboo cut off a small piece and placed it on the food plate, admonishing, eat slowly. The little warrior is very smart. He knows that eating more force food is beneficial and harmless. No matter how much he is given, he will not eat more. There is also a piece of compressed biscuit on the food plate. He runs back and forth between the biscuit and the melon, takes 2 bites of the biscuit, and then runs to take a bite of the melon. There is also a unique habit. After eating, he lies on the remaining melon to rest, intending to eat after resting. Seeing that it is almost done, Bamboo asked as usual, little guy, tell me, what plants do you like? The little warrior turned his head and looked at the northwest side of Liju Peak. He shook his tentacles and replied, pear tree. Pear blossoms. Beautiful. Pear blossoms? Pear trees. That's not bad. Playing with rice locusts every day. Bamboo is afraid that it will like rice. It's okay as long as it's not rice. Xiangpu said in surprise, Bamboo. The pear tree forest under Liju Peak needs to be managed. This little guy is just right. The pear tree has many flowers and honey, which is the main food source of Xiangpu Bee Colony. The fruit forest under the mountain is usually taken care of by Xiangpu's combat bees, but it still looks clumsy and not good at farming and management, and often needs help from big heads and bamboo rat warriors. Hongdao said, Bamboo, you can arrange for it to live on the small peak between Liju Peak and Xiangju Peak. There are 2 continuous small peaks about 5 kilometers northwest of Liju Peak. The concentration of the original force is not bad. After the small peak, it is next to the Plan Mountain Reservoir location. Arrange this young soldier to live there. Towards Liju Peak, he can manage the pear orchard. And towards Torreya Peak, he can manage the water storage and drainage of the reservoir. A perfect arrangement that has the best of both worlds. Well, that's it, Bamboo said, since it is so close to Liju Peak. It can also be considered a member of our Liju Peak. There is a difference in the treatment of Liju Peak members and non-Liju Peak members. It is clear that he abused his power and took special care of his direct juniors. No objection. Bamboo then asked, what name should we give it? Xiangpu suggested, Fragrant Pear. Bamboo said, it is so strong. It will definitely be a brave and powerful warrior in the future. It is not appropriate if it is not fragrant. Hongni suddenly became smart and shouted, Dongguan pear is the largest pear species, so it should be called Dongguan, or Dongli, or Guanli. Hongdao rarely did not argue, and nodded in agreement, saying, I think it is good to call it Guanli. Bamboo also thought so, and finally decided, then call it Guanli. Banbu continued to make arrangements. Hongmi, you will set off tonight, and go to Chijian County to inform Chijian County Lord to prepare 2 little warriors. As usual, send them to Liju Peak the year after next. A few more naggings. It would be best if there is a little who also likes pear trees. Warrior. Banbu finished speaking and added, the 2 small peaks are called Guanli Peaks, each of which has a little warrior who likes pear trees. And they are all considered members of our Liju Peak. Hondao continued Banbu. The Dongguan pear tree species is the iconic plant of the Hornblatt tribe. It is said that the Hornblatt Kingdom has the closest relationship with our Hualien Kingdom. Is it possible to get some pear seeds from Dongguan County? It's okay to ask for 2 live seeds, but large-scale planting is impossible. We have all kinds of bamboo in Liju Peak, so there is no need to violate the taboos of other tribes. Banbu thought for a while and said, it is definitely not possible to use ready-made high-quality tree species cultivated by other insects. But we can entrust the caravan to search and see if we can get the native species of Dongguan pear. The native species is a tree species that grows in the wild, evolves naturally, and grows naturally, based on the native species, after large-scale planting, screening and breeding or genetic mutation. The excellent offspring that are bred are called derivative species. This is a title that Banbu learned in Chiwu Mountain, which is not in the inherited memory. Chapter 366 God-Given Seeds Exchange. With the birth of the crown pear, the number of red cockroach warriors in Jinping Mountain Range has increased by 3, reaching a total of 15. With a little more luck, it will soon reach 20. With 20, will 30 be far away? With 30, will 40 be far away? By analogy, with the wealth of Li Zhufeng, every warrior can be guaranteed to reach the level of mountain master, and the growth of the insect population will enter an increasing mode. Breaking through 200 is not so unpredictable. Looking to the future is bright. For several years, the quality of ordinary life plants on the mountain has been improved to a limit that cannot be further improved by continuous use of the remains of the boundary tree. Every summer, the fresh fruits condensed by ordinary life plants in Li Zhufeng are gradually enriched. Ingri fruit, white jade mulberry, rambutan, blood peach, osmanthus pear, siafeng jinlan, etc. Sweet fresh fruits are the most pleasing, and both insect warriors and beast warriors like to eat them. Midsummer is the happiest harvest season. At present, everyone is breeding ordinary longevity peach seeds, and in the future, there will be small longevity peaches famous on the mainland to eat. After a year of recuperation, the Tata tree's divine seed bloomed again. The number of flowers is not ideal. Only 291. The Tata tree not only grows slowly, but also does not like to bloom and bear fruit. And the yield is extremely low. The remains of the world tree in the first warehouse are used up. Banbu ordered that except for the seeds of the God-given cypress, and the seeds of the God-given holy bamboo that are about to be bred, other ordinary life seeds and God-given seeds on the mountain will no longer use the remains of the world tree. All are kept for Tata to use. Longzhu was promoted to L9 senior warrior in late spring, and has never chosen a life seed. The dry season is coming. Li Zhufeng entered a state of emergency labor and strict alert. Pollen was collected from the 2 best belly bamboos of last year. Number 1. And a forest of laying bamboo was created. Late at night, Banbu took the belly bamboo and the dragon bamboo to wait. This year, the number of stars in the sky is still more than 40, which is not very stable, and the specific number changes every night. Banbu was distracted, watching the night sky and the bamboo forest. Late at night, a wave of force fluctuations descended from the sky. A star went out, and then a white bamboo flower began to fluctuate slightly, absorbing the natural force at an extremely slow rate. Sure enough, the existing best species must be used for hybridization to trigger the divine mechanism of the stars in the sky. As expected, Banbu lost his excitement and simply reminded, "It's done! It's done!" Longzhu cheered. Duju was not very interested and asked, "Banbu, are you here to guard?" Banbu said, "Longyu, stay and guard with me. Duju, go and get busy." Duju went to Huiju Peak to check the development of the deformed bamboo species there. Cultivating high-quality bamboo species one is the most important thing at present. Nothing else. At the end of June, Fengyang Princess arrived at Huiju Peak, and it followed to work and earn money. Calculating the time, it is almost time to set off for Chiwu Mountain. Han Dao went to Chigang mountain range. And Tieju Princess arrived later. Tieju Princess has no direct descendants to take care of. And she has 2 tree seeds given by God. And her annual income has overflowed. When Bamboo visited last winter, he asked about it on a whim. The general meaning was that once Longzhu was found, he would ask Tieju Princess to help transport it. Tieju Princess agreed directly. And she helped for free. The legendary dragon bamboo is the largest bamboo species. And a single bamboo basket must be very large. Princess Tieju is a hybrid of the Blatodia tribe and the red Blatodia tribe. She is sturdy and strong, inheriting the strength talent of the Blatodia tribe and the flying ability of the red Blatodia tribe. She is most suitable to help with transportation. The dragon bamboo was dug out and transported as soon as possible. Transported back to Liju Peak for transplanting. And cultivated in a hurry to complete the hybrid breeding with Maju 1. So as not to be preempted by Chiwu Mountain. Wait a few more days. The Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King, who traveled around the world, returned to Liju Peak along the Jinping Mountains. Bamboo arranged for them to live in the middle layer of the mountain in the east. Pack up and get ready to go. Bamboo Mountain Master. Bamboo Mountain Master. Is there a God-given seed in that lane bamboo forest? The Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King found bamboo. They have seen the situation in Liju Peak and don't think it is very good. The concentration of the force in Liju Peak is acceptable. Outside of Liju Peak, the natural force is low, and it is a truly barren wilderness. There is no foundation to speak of. And there is not even a decent forest. The bamboo sea has only just emerged in recent decades and has just taken shape. Most of the bamboo species come from their Chiwu Mountain. The members on the mountain are in a mess. And the number is pitifully small. The number of God-given species seems to be quite large. And the only ones with good quality are kerosene tea, rain bamboo, secluded bamboo, and blood thorns at the foot of the mountain. But they are not particularly good. There are 2 wild God-given species of trees that look promising. But they are still short, and it is unknown when they can grow up. In their opinion, the biggest highlight of the entire mountain is the belly bamboo 1 species. So after returning to the mountain, they first observed the Shunging bamboo and Lane bamboo forests on the mountain. There is nothing unusual about the Holy Sound bamboo. This bamboo species is naturally precious and can be used as the iconic plant of Liju Peak. The Thunder Sound bamboo is also good. Master Bamboo. Can we take a close look at the Thunder Sound bamboo God-given seed that is being nurtured? The Hibiscus Butterfly King asked. Bamboo said, of course. The God-given seed nurtured by the Thunder Sound bamboo is also a bamboo fruit. It is about half a month away from maturity. Most of the force genes have taken shape, and it can be vaguely seen that it is strengthening the lightning ability. The Wax Apple Ghost King exclaimed in admiration, saying, the Chiwu Ghost King spent more than 300 years cultivating the 2 bamboo species, the Holy Sound bamboo and the Thunder Sound bamboo. After generations of selection and optimization, the quality is already very high. The Hibiscus Butterfly King couldn't help but exclaimed, yes. The quality of the belly bamboo species is also very good. The quality of this God-given seed born from hybrid breeding is second only to a few top-level tree God-given seeds. The Wax Apple Ghost King thought for a while and said, if it is nurtured into a live seed, it can probably reach the lower quality of the best quality. About that, the Hibiscus Butterfly King agreed and asked, Bamboo Mountain Master, are you interested in exchanging God seeds? We Chiwu Mountain can exchange a tree God seeds with you. Exchange? Bamboo asked, how to exchange? Hibiscus Butterfly King said, you have seen the 6 large forests managed by our Chiwu Mountain. The total area should be about the same size as your Jinping Mountains. Right? Bamboo said, almost. Hibiscus Butterfly King said, the vast forests can naturally produce 1 or 2 God seeds every year. Every few years. There are warriors who cultivate new high-quality tree species, and then obtain God seeds. The Ghost King of Wax Apple was worried that Bamboo would not understand. So he explained, for example, the wax apple tree species currently has 17 native species, including the ghost wax apple. After countless years, and the efforts of countless ancestors, about 2,000 derivative species have been cultivated. Bamboo said, I understand this. In fact, Bamboo realized the problem of native species and derivative species very early. But the concept was vague. At the beginning, it was very wise to name the restored species of the distorted species as XXX1. With this consideration in mind, in the future, Derivative species such as XXX2 and XXX3 should be cultivated. The seeds given by the thunder bamboo god strengthen the lightning ability and are compatible with the narrow butterfly tribe. It can be seen that the hibiscus butterfly king wants it very much. It is not compatible with the red cockroach tribe. In the future, when it condenses into fruits, it cannot be used by itself and can only be sold to the caravan. Exchange? It is best to exchange it with a tree species that strengthens fire or metal, which can be used by many members of Liju Peak. It's okay to change to one that strengthens the ability of plants or water elements. The former is useful for oil tea, and the latter is useful for red rice. Bamboo looked at Longzhu. Longzhu's love for bamboo species is not to the extent of obsession, and he seemed a little tempted. It's not impossible to exchange. Bamboo hesitated and asked, but how to exchange? Hibiscus Butterfly King was secretly happy when he saw this, and said, when the thunder sound bamboo god-given seeds are mature, I will send them over. It will only take half a month to fly across the continent at a high speed. By then, you, the master of Bamboo Mountain, will have almost arrived at Chiwu Mountain. Right? You come to choose the god-given seeds, and I will bring them over after you have chosen them. Wax Apple Ghost King added, there must be god-given seeds. Once the Chiwu Ghost King gives an order, a warrior will immediately send them over. The only question is whether they are suitable. Of course, if we can't choose the right one this year, we can continue to choose next year. If we still can't choose the right one next year, we can still choose the year after next. Okay. Bamboo was excited and asked in a fake way, Longzhu, you make the decision. I agree. Longzhu couldn't suppress his excitement. It asked Bamboo about the prosperity of Chiwu Mountain, the sea of trees managed by Chiwu Mountain, each of which is a high-quality tree species selected from thousands of miles away. And there is no useless tree. This is a guaranteed exchange. And at worst it is a fair trade. Just when the agreement was about to be reached, on the side, Fengyang County Lord, who was watching the excitement, reminded faintly, most of the trees in the south are not suitable for survival in Liju Peak, such as the 4 species of wax apple, longan, snake fruit, and carambola. Yes, this basin of cold water cooled the enthusiasm of both sides instantly. Chapter 367 Take a Gamble? The genes of the god-given seeds are strong and their ability to adapt to the environment is slightly stronger. But it is best to survive in the best climate environment, especially for tall trees, which can grow better in a suitable environment. In the eastern region of the continent and the southwestern region of the continent, Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain, one has a subtropical climate and the other has a tropical climate. The difference is too big. Of the 6 major forests in Chiwu Mountain, 4 were removed at once, leaving only the small scale-leaf foreign shirt and the magnolia. The selectivity is greatly reduced. The fatal thing is that the probability is greatly reduced, and it is difficult to coincidentally encounter these 2 tree species to give birth to the god-given seeds. Longzhu is disappointed. Bamboo is not willing to accept it. Hibiscus Butterfly King also wants this god-given seed bred by Lane Bamboo, but he is also unwilling to accept it. Wax Apple Ghost King, Bamboo Mountain Master, how about this? I will set off now, return to Chiwu Mountain, and ask about this year's harvest. Maybe it will be such a coincidence? If it is not a coincidence this year, I will rush to Liju Peak immediately, and there will be no delay. Wax Apple Ghost King said, it is just the beginning of autumn now, and the beast plague in the northern wilderness has not yet occurred. With me here, there is no need to worry about the safety of Liju Peak. A round trip will take about a month, and the time is almost enough. Longzhu looked at Bamboo expectantly. It's good to try. Bamboo agreed without hesitation and said politely, Hibiscus Butterfly King, then I'll trouble you. Okay. Hibiscus Butterfly King was also impatient, flapping his wings, and saw purple lightning flashing, and he directly rose into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. What a fast speed! Princess Tieju sighed and asked, Bamboo, shall we set off too? Bamboo said, it's time to set off. Chiwu Mountain provides food and accommodation, so there is no need to bring other sundries. And there is actually nothing to pack. Yucha stays in a spider silk thread, carried by Fengyang County Lord. Rat King can lie on Bamboo's carapace and be carried by Bamboo to fly. Tieju County Lord is helping for free. After finding Longzhu, there is still the most difficult thing to trouble it to do, so it is allowed to take it easy when it goes. There is also a headache. Who should be given the crown pair of the L6 Junior Warrior just now? Fengling has gone to Lanling Peak and has not returned yet. Duju and Hongmi are naughty. Pyracantha is lazy. And Longju is mediocre. Guanli is a direct junior who is rare to be close to him. Junior warriors and intermediate warriors are the key periods for the development of character, thinking and habits. Banbu is afraid that it will be led astray by these insignificant guys on the mountain. Guanli is so smart that he should be taken care of by himself and trained into an excellent Qian warrior who is good at both literature and martial arts. After thinking about it, I decided to take it with me. Travel through mountains and rivers. Go to the southwest region and gain knowledge along the way. Go to Chiwu Mountain. And you could also see the appearance of the core tribe of the most prosperous tribe in the Wangua continent. Yes, that's right. Read thousands of books. Travel thousands of miles. And be knowledgeable from a junior warrior. Banbu asked the Rat King to put on the backpack. And the Guanli warrior stayed in the backpack. Get ready. Let's go! Still fly along the Jinjiang River. Directly to the sea. And go west along the coastal jungle. Because of the things, it took 48 days to reach the destination. In the same place, at about the same time, they were intercepted by the county-level butterfly warrior named Ingxia. Banbu and Fengyang County Lord both knew that the Rat King and Yucha were both small beast warriors with no threat. Princess Ingxia locked onto the master of Tieju Mountain and asked bluntly, "Who is it?" Banbu replied, "It's called Princess Tieju. And she came to help. Lei Zhu didn't tell me that there was such a warrior coming to visit." Princess Ingxia said, "Wait. I'll go and report." After saying that, she waved her tentacles. The ghost locust warriors, who noticed the movement and rushed over, were alertly distributed around. They were all marginal warriors living in the sea of trees. And they didn't recognize Banbu and Princess Fengyang. Banbu said to the somewhat embarrassed Princess Tieju, "The flying speed of the butterfly warriors is very fast. Let's just wait for a while." The little warrior Guanli popped his head out of the Rat King's backpack. He had just woken up and was a little dizzy. He looked around and asked, "Banbu, have we arrived at Chiwu Mountain?" "This is the sea of longan trees in Chiwu Mountain." Banbu shook his tentacles and called, "Guanli, come here." Guanli flapped his wings and gently landed on Banbu's head, twisting and turning, looking at him curiously. The same routine as last time, waiting for about an hour. Princess Ingxia returned and led them into the bamboo sea. And Lei Zhu came to greet them again. "Banbu Mountain Master. This is Princess Tieju." Banbu explained, "I asked it to come and help. Once the dragon bamboo is found, ask it to help carry it." "Oh, got it." Lei Zhu suddenly realized. Banbu continued to introduce, saying, "This is the Rat King. He also has the ability to freely enter and exit the illusionary colors. This is Yucha. I brought him here to enter the other side of the illusionary colors to look for ruins. I want to confirm whether there were insect tribes living on the continent over there." Lei Zhu County Lord said, "Then, this little cockroach warrior must be your direct descendant. My name is Guanli." Guanli took the initiative to introduce. Banbu added, "It was just born in my territory this year and likes pear trees. Pear trees are good tree species. Smart little guy." Lei Zhu praised and continued, "Hibiscus Butterfly King returns to Chiwu Mountain. And the exchange of the Thunder Sound Bamboo God-given seed." Princess Lei Zhu paused and said, "There is no particularly suitable God-given seed this year." "There is one. Banbu Mountain Master. You can take a look first and then make a decision." Banbu asked, "What tree species? What type?" Princess Lei Zhu said, "Magnolia tree. The original species is Tianmu magnolia. After countless years of seed selection and cultivation, a precious tree species named Chongmu magnolia is derived. The tree species must be good enough. However, this seed was born naturally, and the current force fluctuations show that it strengthens the physique. The specifics cannot be identified. Stars in the sky God-given seeds rewarded by God have regular strengthening effects, which must be good. The God-given seeds that naturally strengthen the physique are all random, and the specific possibilities are all different. It is easy to get a worthless and useless strengthening effect, or it may be a useful strengthening effect of extremely high value." "I understand," Banbu said. "Then I will take a look before making a decision." Lei Zhu County Lord said, "The Begonia Butterfly King attaches great importance to this transaction. If you agree, Banbu Mountain Lord, it will immediately set off and personally send the seeds to Lei Zhu Peak and bring back the God-given seeds of Thunder Bamboo. If you don't agree, we at Chiwu Mountain also hope to obtain a batch of seeds of ordinary belly bamboo and Thunder Bamboo hybrids from Leju Peak every year in the future. Bamboo said, I plan to simply name this hybrid bamboo species Thunder Bamboo. Princess Leju, do you have any objection? Of course I have no objection, Leju said, but there is already a bamboo species called Thunder Bamboo. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, it's okay. It's just a coincidence. Bamboo just mentioned it casually. He didn't have the heart to name the bamboo now. He regretted it in his heart. He should have brought Baba along earlier. The God-given seeds and seed states strengthen the physique. Bamboo went over and couldn't figure out what it was even if he saw it. Baba scanned, calculated and analyzed the force genes of the God-given seeds, and could get a comprehensive and detailed result. The current situation is equivalent to a gamble. The only question left is whether to gamble? What if you lose? They stopped talking along the way, and their minds were full of thoughts and considerations. And they were entangled. Wow! 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 Guanli suddenly bared his teeth and claws, flapped his wings vigorously, exclaimed repeatedly, mobilized his mental power, and shouted Bamboo. Look! What a big mountain! Standing on a hill. In the distance, the Chiwu Mountain that penetrated the sky and earth and soared into the sky was already in sight. Chapter 368 I'll listen to you. Chiwu Mountain has very strict management of foreign guests. Princess Fengyang, Princess Tieju, and Yucha were arranged to rest at the trading square at the foot of the mountain. Bamboo can climb Chiwu Mountain. The illusion barrier is a means left by the gods. In the eyes of insect warriors, being able to enter and exit the illusion barrier freely is a godlike ability. The Rat King has this ability, so he was also invited to the mountain. As for Guanli, a L6 junior warrior who poses no threat and is a direct descendant of Bamboo, he was fortunate to follow him up the mountain. Chiwu Ghost King and Begonia Butterfly King were already waiting. In front of them was a green wooden tray with a beige magnolia seed covered with yellow-brown spots on it. The two sides met and briefly introduced themselves. Begonia Butterfly King introduced the two tree species Tianmu Magnolia and Zhongmu Magnolia in more detail. And then the seed in front of him. The God-given seeds that strengthen lightning power are too rare. And even the Insect King can't suppress his expectations for this God-given seed exchange. Along the way, Bamboo had already made a decision. But when he saw the real thing, he checked it with his mental power. But he couldn't see any signs. He couldn't help but start to struggle again. Longzhu is now an L9 advanced warrior. He will breed and sow the God-given seeds of Thunder Bamboo, and then use the remains of the World Tree for irrigation, and be promoted to the Master of the Mountain. He will have a stable income of more than 100,000 raw stones every year, and the future development potential is not bad. On the contrary, if you are unlucky, the strengthening effect of this heavy-eyed Magnolia God-given seed is useless, and it may become a decoration with no actual income. This situation is not uncommon. When Bamboo built a wind power station, he saw it on the branch mountain next to Chiwu Mountain. There were 8 useless God-given seeds in a neat row. Bamboo, change it. Guanli shook his tentacles and said, this God-given seed is very good. What a smart little guy. The Begonia Butterfly King praised and immediately said with a smile, Master Bamboo, look, this little guy has discovered the extraordinary nature of this God-given seed. Bamboo gritted his teeth and said, okay, change it. Bamboo immediately said, Guanli, this is your decision. If the things are not good, Longzhu will settle accounts with you. I have nothing to do with the raw stone. Ah? Guanli was a little confused and lacked confidence. He said, Bamboo, why don't you think about it carefully? Bamboo said decisively, I won't think about it. I'll listen to you and change it. Bamboo, you are bad. Guanli drooped his tentacles and lay on Bamboo's head, depressed and angry. Okay. The Begonia Butterfly King finalized the agreement, flapped his wings, and said, without further delay, I'll set off now. After that, he took out a delicate metal bottle, collected the seeds, closed the bottle cap, put them in his mouth, flapped his wings, and flew away. The narrow butterfly tribe all has a natural impatient temper. The Red Crow Ghost King shook his antennae helplessly, and then asked, Master Bamboo, King Rat? Business is important, and you are a little late. Let's discuss the specific matters first, and start the action tomorrow evening. Leju County Lord brought the Ghost Locust Tribe warriors. said beast meat and force food, and ate while discussing. Perhaps it can't be called a discussion. To be precise, the Red Crow Ghost King unilaterally explained the detailed action plan to Bamboo and King Rat. After going down the mountain, Fengyang County Lord immediately stepped forward and asked, Master Bamboo, how is it? Did you exchange? Yucha lay lazily, nonchalant. Beside him, Tieju Mountain Lord couldn't help but raise his antennae and listen silently. Laying bamboo and Tianmu magnolia are both precious species second only to the longevity peach. This level of transaction involves raw stones, which is potentially a rare large-scale transaction on the mainland. Strengthening the physique has too many variables, and it is difficult to predict whether it is good or bad. Fengyang County Lord and Tieju County Lord didn't dare to make any comments. Driven by curiosity, they really wanted to hear a result. It's exchanged, Bamboo said. The Begonia Butterfly King set out immediately to exchange at Liju Peak. Just know the result. No need to ask or say anything else. Princess Fengyang asked again, what about the search for Dragon Bamboo? When will we start? Does the Ghost King Chiwu have more detailed arrangements? We will start the operation tomorrow evening. But Princess Fengyang, you and Yucha can start a few days later. Bamboo said, you and Yucha will form a team to find traces of insect warriors or beast warriors. The specific method is, Bamboo went down the mountain to introduce its work to Princess Fengyang in detail, and finally said, if you don't find it, the Ghost King Chiwu will pay 200,000 raw stones as salary. If you find it, there will be another 200,000 raw stones as reward. Hearing the raw stones, Yucha, who was dozing on the ground, stood up and asked, do I have it too? No. Bamboo said, this is our Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain working together to find answers and solve the doubts in our hearts. I will be responsible for distributing your salary and rewards, which is equivalent to having nothing. Yucha laid down silently again. Princess Tieju asked, Bamboo, do you need my help? Bamboo said, Princess Tieju, you don't need to participate in this matter. Just rest in the trading square. Chiwu Mountain provides food and accommodation, and high-quality force food. Guanli, you follow Princess Tieju. Stay in the trading square honestly. Don't run around. Understand? I will come to see you every time I'm done. I know. Guanli was inexplicably blamed, and was still angry at this time. He agreed, flapped his wings directly, and landed on top of Princess Tieju. Bamboo finally said, they won't let me go into the cold storage to eat anything, so I'll rest at the foot of the mountain. After a long journey, let's rest first. Just when he was about to rest, Lei Zhu hurried over again. Master Bamboo, there is one more thing that the Chiwu Ghost King forgot to ask. What is it? Have you figured out the blood green longan? Princess Fengyang's tentacles stood up again, curious to listen to the result. Oh! Bamboo almost forgot about this, and flicked his tentacles and said, I figured it out. Princess Fengyang's tentacles trembled. I saw with my own eyes that the 2 boxes of blood green longans used for research were eaten up on the way back, and I ate one myself. Bamboo must have known it a long time ago, but he deliberately didn't say it. His purpose must be to get more blood green longans from Chiwu Mountain in the name of research. Princess Lei Zhu also secretly exclaimed, it's really amazing. Chiwu Mountain has obtained the blood green longan seeds given by the gods for nearly 1,000 years. The problem that has not been figured out for nearly 1,000 years has been solved in one go. It's really amazing. Princess Lei Zhu looked at Princess Fengyang and Princess Tieju, and said, Master Bamboo, I'll have to trouble you to go to Chiwu Mountain again. The meaning is very clear. No matter what the specific strengthening effect of the blood green longan is, Chiwu Mountain does not want the news to leak out. Princess Fengyang and Princess Tieju tactfully went into the earth and stone cave that looked like a grave mound and began to rest without asking too much. Bamboo followed Princess Lei Zhu up the mountain. The insect warriors on this planet have no concept of cells and genes. It took a lot of effort to explain the use of the blood green longan. The most important thing is to tell them the correct way to eat it. There is nothing to hide about this matter. The things belong to others. Apart from envy, there is nothing else you can do. Tell them the truth and make a good relationship. Maybe you will have the opportunity to exchange with them in the future. Exchange with things of similar quality, such as Shengju bamboo fruit and Yuzu bamboo rice, which are all good things that are qualified to be exchanged with blood green longan. The warriors of Chiwu Mountain have begun to move, moving bags of force food stored on the snow peak on the top of the mountain to the direction of the fantasy maze. go down the mountain and rest for a night. The next day, eat and drink enough and set off in the evening. Chapter 369 Dragon Bamboo Continent. Chiwu Mountain named the continent opposite the fantasy color barrier Dragon Bamboo Continent, which is no smaller than the 10,000 races continent. According to the custom of the 10,000 races continent, it is roughly divided into 3 major regions, East, Central, and West, entering an environment without force for a long time to survive. The biggest trouble in flying in the air to search for dragon bamboo is the supply of materials. Most of the materials have to be consumed in transportation, whether it is the lighting tribe or the butterfly tribe. It is true that they are good at flying, but they cannot be responsible for air transportation. Each time, at most they can carry 2 bags of force food, and the speed is seriously affected. If the distance is a little far, the force food they carry on the way back and forth may be consumed on the way. Flying in the air requires resistance to gravity, which consumes a lot of energy, and a strong tribe must be transported from the ground. The ghost-faced locust tribe is very suitable, and the most suitable one is the mountain master level warrior. According to the plan of the Chiwu Ghost King, the total number of ghost locust warriors participating in the transportation will exceed 1,000 at most. Divide into several steps and implement them step by step. The force food was first transported from Chiwu Mountain to the storage warehouse outside the fantasy color barrier. This was just the preparation work. During this period, Bamboo took the Rat King to try to enter the fantasy color barrier, familiarized himself with the path and direction calculation, and went back and forth several times to ensure that everything was foolproof. Then they split up to act. 40 county-level ghost locust warriors, 20 in a group, led by Bamboo and the Rat King, carried the force food through the fantasy color barrier and transported it to the other side of the continent. A round trip took a day. After returning, rest for half a day and continue. When the stockpiled force food reached a certain level, the first team of high-level ghost locust warriors began to be transported to the opposite side of the fantasy color barrier. This team of warriors was responsible for clearing the way, cutting down the jungle, solidifying the soil and rocks, and forming a road that was easy to walk on. First, a road leading to a towering mountain about 100 kilometers away was opened up. The snow peak was named Longu Peak, which was the general warehouse for storing force food and the first supply station for finding Longzhu. After the road was opened up, Bamboo and the Rat King sent the second team of ghost locust warriors over. These warriors were responsible for transporting the force food to the snow peak for storage along the open road. At the same time, the first team of ghost locust warriors continued to open up the road to the west. Bamboo and the Rat King led their teams respectively, continuously transporting force food to the opposite side of the fantasy barrier and stockpiling Longzhu Peak. About 400 kilometers west of Longzhu Peak, another mountain was selected and named Guiyuan Peak as the second supply station for stockpiling force food. A month later, Longzhu Peak had enough force food stockpiled, and the transportation road to Guiyuan Peak was opened. Bamboo and Rat King sent the third team of ghost locust warriors to Longzhu Continent. This group of warriors was responsible for transporting the force food between Longzhu Peak and Guiyuan Peak. After this team of warriors was sent over, Bamboo and Rat King took 40 warriors and began to transport raw stones to the opposite side. Chewing raw stones can indeed replenish force, but it is difficult to swallow, and it is also difficult to defecate if you eat too much. Chiwu Mountain is rich and treats its own tribal warriors well. It would rather consume more force food and more raw stones than let its own people suffer. The raw stones are prepared for the lighting tribe warriors, who are responsible for the search. A bag of force food is matched with 5 pieces, which is equivalent to 500 raw stones. The force food is mixed with the raw stones to save money. After a month and a half of preparation, 400 dragonfly warriors arrived. They will be arranged in a long line at intervals of nearly 2 kilometers, divided into 2 ends, heading south and north respectively, flying at low altitude, and checking in turn. Each time they set out, they carry 2 bags of force food. 1 bag is consumed on the way there, and 1 bag is consumed on the way back. In this way, a round trip takes 10 days, and a comprehensive search of 400 kilometers from east to west can be completed. To the south, it can reach the coast directly, and to the north, it can go deep into the entire southern tropical region. A warm and rainy environment is most suitable for the survival of dragon bamboo. In fact, the dragon bamboo is a bamboo species with strong vitality. It can survive at temperatures above 0 degrees. It likes humidity and heat and is very drought resistant. It may also exist in some subtropical areas, but the probability is relatively small and is not included in the scope of the search. Overall, the search width is about 1,000 kilometers, and the operation is carried out in sections, with a vertical depth of 400 kilometers each time, from east to west. The speed is very slow. After each round of searching, the lighting warriors had to rest, try not to move, reduce exercise, and reduce the consumption of force food, waiting for the next supply station to be built and the next batch of supplies to be transported. And then, they could start the next round of searching. In the busyness, 3 months passed. After searching about 3,000 kilometers to the west, the Chiwugo's king completed the search for the eastern region defined by this area, and found no trace of the dragon bamboo. Continuing to move forward, we will enter the central region. The further west we go, the greater the intermediate consumption of transporting materials. And this distance is still, out of every 10 bags of force food sent from Chiwu Mountain to Longzhou continent, 7 bags are consumed during transportation. More and more soldiers are deployed to the front line, gradually reaching the expected 1,400. Even if they lie still, they consume about 200 bags of force food every day. If they move, the consumption will almost double. The most critical thing is the transit point of Bamboo and Rat King. They lead 40 soldiers to cross the colorful maze to transport force food, and the speed is a bit slow. Once the front line is cut off from supplies, the soldiers in the deep without force environment will suffer damage to their force genes at the least, or rapidly age and die at the worst. The search work in front has to be suspended, and everyone lies still. After a half-month suspension, 3,000 bags of force food are stored at the Longzhou Peak Supply Station, and then they dare to continue the next step. Winter is gone and spring is here. In the tropical south, the lowest temperature will not be lower than 10 degrees Celsius, and the change of seasons is not so significant. The search work continues. There is no good news. The weather is getting hotter day by day. Bamboo began to worry and helped calculate the consumption. The 50 million raw stones budgeted by Chiwu Mountain were about to run out. The most fatal thing was that they had probably gone 5,000 kilometers westward and were about to complete the search for the central area of Longzhou continent. The first phase of the plan came to an end. A few days later, no more force food was delivered to Chiwu Mountain. Princess Leiju conveyed the order of Chiwugo's king. The search was over, and the participating warriors returned to the operating territory first, rested for a year, stockpiled force food, and continued in the autumn of next year. 2 years of planning, mobilizing troops, and investing 50 million raw stones. But in the end, all went down the drain. The atmosphere in Chiwu Mountain was a little depressing. Among all the participating warriors, only the Chiwugo's king remained calm and composed. Bamboo had to secretly admire him. Apart from anything else, his magnanimity as the leader of Chiwu Mountain was enough. Bamboo! Seeing Bamboo going up the mountain, the little warrior Guanli flew over. This little guy didn't like Princess Tieju very much. Instead of hanging out with her, he became attached to the Begonia Butterfly King and followed her around every day. Bamboo Mountain Master, what are you doing? The Begonia Butterfly King was surprised. Bamboo went up the mountain carrying a spider silk bag, which obviously contained something. I asked Princess Fengyang and Yucha to venture west to search, and we got a little harvest. Bamboo opened the spider silk bag and took out a hemispherical plant tuber that looked like a tortoise shell. The woody tuber has dense roots at the bottom of the hemispherical shape and a vine branch on the top. I started as a junior warrior, and every time I shed my shell and grew, I would awaken some inherited memories about plants, until I reached the level of a mountain master. I roughly calculated that my memory contains about 250,000 kinds of plants. After a careful search, there is no record of this plant. The thing was found by Princess Fengyang and Yicha, and Princess Fengyang also has no memory of it. After Bamboo finished speaking, he asked Chiwugo's king, Begonia Butterfly King, do you have any related memories? Chiwugo's king and Begonia Butterfly King looked at each other and shook their antennae. The Red Crow Ghost King said, I haven't seen it before. The Begonia Butterfly King said, it seems to be a completely new plant. The Red Crow Ghost King asked, the western region of the Dragon Bamboo continent? Bamboo said, yes, the western region. Princess Fengyang has seen it before. Most plants are recorded in the inherited memory. They also exist in our Wangua continent. There are also a few plants that are not recorded in the inherited memory at all. The Red Crow Ghost King quickly reacted and roughly understood what bamboo meant. If he continued to go west, he would no longer simply look for the dragon bamboo, but would also look for completely new plants that were not recorded in the inherited memory. Chapter 370 Turtle Shell Vine. When looking for plants, it is not enough to just be new and rare. Only those that have some kind of strengthening effect after being bred into life seeds can be included in the precious plantings. Among all the plants in the world, tall trees are the best choice for life seeds. Tuition's vision is to find tall trees and screen precious tree species. It is not difficult to find trees. The next search plan is slightly changed. The distance between the warriors of the lighting tribe is doubled. That is, 1 kilometer apart. And the flight altitude is reduced by half to about 150 meters. Fly low and carefully identify each tall tree. If you have never seen it, and it is not recorded in the inherited memory, collect seeds, an appropriate amount of soil, and bring it back for cultivation. This decision means additional investment and also has a stop-loss effect. What if you are lucky enough to find a top-level precious tree species? Tuition's investment will be profitable, and you can start planning to cultivate the 7th tree seed based on this. No matter how lucky you are, if you find the dragon bamboo, it will be perfect. If you are unlucky, at least you can find a few relatively good new tree species, which can also reduce losses to a certain extent. With more choices and possibilities, the probability of making money is greater, and the loss is reduced. 50 million raw stones are used up, and another 50 million raw stones will be invested next. Bamboo is heartbroken. What if nothing is accomplished? He can't bear it. So he made such a suggestion. Master Bamboo, our main goal next is to find the dragon bamboo. The Red Crow Ghost King said, only the western region of the dragon bamboo continent is left. Let's start early next year and try to finish it before spring. Regardless of the outcome, the warriors involved in this matter can return to the territory in time, and the management of the territory cannot be abandoned. Bamboo promised, I understand. I will come earlier next year. Are you going back? Guanli had been listening with his antennae erect. Hearing this, he couldn't help but speak, reluctantly flapping his wings and taking off, landing on the head of the Begonia Butterfly King. The Begonia Butterfly King also loved the clever Guanli. Guanli is currently a L9 junior warrior, and the life seeds he nurtured are all top-grade tree species carefully selected from the Magnolia Sea managed in Chiwu Mountain. Magnolia trees like humidity and heat, and are also resistant to severe cold and drought. Guanli made a fortune by following along. The Begonia Butterfly King suggested, Master Bamboo, you can let Guanli stay in Chiwu Mountain. Just take its life seeds back, sow them in autumn, and let other warriors help manage it first. Trees like begonia grow relatively slowly, so it won't be too late to transplant Guanli's territory in 2 years. Bamboo! Bamboo! Guanli shouted expectantly. This is okay. Bamboo warned seriously, Guanli, you are not allowed to be naughty in Chiwu Mountain. Understand? I understand. Guanli cheered and assured, I am the best. Staying in Chiwu Mountain will definitely be beneficial and harmless. Continue to rub the high-quality tree species in the Chiwu Mountain Sea of Trees. Every extra tree rubbed will be a big profit. Chiwu Ghost King said, Master Bamboo. The first stage of the search for dragon bamboo failed. In the second stage, I will privately take out 50 million raw stones to continue. The details of our cooperation may change greatly. Bamboo knew that if Chiwu Mountain increased its investment, it would definitely add conditions to Li Zhufeng. However, Li Zhufeng was innocent and seemed to have nothing to show. Chiwu Ghost King, please give me your orders. Chiwu Ghost King said, as we expected. The lighting tribe will not simply work for wages. Once they find the dragon bamboo, they will also take a share. The specific distribution method is that the lighting tribe will not participate in the management of the bamboo sea, and we will provide them with 2,000 hybrids of hemp bamboo and dragon bamboo every year. But you can rest assured that bamboo seeds can only be bred into life seeds by lighting tribe warriors, and will not be sold outside. The lighting tribe is a vassal tribe of the Ghost Locust Kingdom, and will not make any mistakes. Bamboo nodded his tentacles and said, 2,000 is not too much. It's acceptable. Chiwu Ghost King continued. We need to pay too much to cultivate bamboo seeds, promote flowering, and hybridize in Chiwu Mountain. So, Master Bamboo, I have another request. From now on, you, Li Zhu, need to provide 3,000 bamboo seeds to our Chiwu Mountain every year. Sure enough, Chiwu Mountain has come up with a way to promote bamboo flowering even when there is no dry season. The experimental site is not near Chiwu Mountain, so I just didn't see it, Chiwu Ghost King said, Master Bamboo. During the natural dry season every year in Liju Peak, there are red-ringed acid bees to assist in the management and help cultivate 5,000 bamboo seeds. This is not a difficult task. Right? Bamboo said, not difficult. Chiwu Ghost King emphasized, it must be the best species after careful selection. Of course. Bamboo asked, Chiwu Ghost King. How long will it take? Forever. Chiwu Ghost King said, as long as Chiwu Mountain and Liju Peak are there. This agreement will be fulfilled. The bee colony commanded by Torreya Grandis is limited in size, and the number of ordinary seeds that can be cultivated each year is limited. This is equivalent to Liju Peak losing 5,000 seeds in trade income each year. And according to the current pricing, it only loses 2,500 raw stones. This little bit of income is nothing. The problem is the time limit of forever. Okay. Bamboo thought carefully and nodded his tentacles to agree, and then shook his tentacles gently, saying, I hope that after me, Liju Peak can exist forever. The Chiwu Ghost King said, if you find the dragon bamboo, the bamboo sea you plan to build will have a soul. With the dragon bamboo, the bamboo sea will always prosper. If the bamboo sea prospers, your Liju Peak will also prosper. The Begonia Butterfly King also said, precious planting is the foundation of a tribe. The seeds bestowed by God are destined to be few and far between, and can only make a small number of warriors rich. A wide variety of high-quality species can make every warrior in the tribe live a relatively affluent life. A tribe cannot have only the insect king. Most of the warriors must be able to grow to the level of the mountain master through self-reliance. Only in this way can the tribe avoid the crisis of extinction. The Chiwu Ghost King said, we Chiwu Mountain have been planning to build the 7th tree sea. I have chosen bamboo species. If we find the dragon bamboo, we can build it on a large scale. If we can't find it, the Begonia Butterfly King took over the conversation and said, then, the efforts of the Chiwu Ghost King in this life will be in vain, and Chiwu Mountain will look for other types of high-quality species again. If we find the dragon bamboo, everything will be fine. If we can't find the dragon bamboo, the topic will become heavy. The extremely high standards of Chiwu Mountain. The bamboo sea must have the dragon bamboo, the top bamboo species recorded in the inherited memory. Otherwise it is not worth spending insect power and financial resources to develop. Finally, after a short chat, Bamboo went down the mountain, rested for 2 days, and prepared to return to Liju Peak first. The Rat King stayed behind, and intermittently, he still needed to deliver the force food to the other side of the fantasy color barrier. Yucha and Fengyang Princess stayed behind and continued to wander in the western region of Longzhou continent, looking for high-quality tree species. If they found tree species, they would not have to hand them over to Chiwu Mountain, and Liju Peak and Fengyang Princess would share the benefits equally. This was Bamboo's proposal. In the future, regardless of the result, Bamboo would pay Fengyang Princess an additional 200,000 raw stones as a reward. Last year, Yucha and Fengyang Princess teamed up to successfully find dozens of traces of insect race warriors who had lived there, confirming that Longzhou continent was once a rich land full of natural force. And later, the force must have been exhausted. It is also a heavy topic, from which we can associate that one day, the continent of 10,000 nations, and the continent of 10,000 races will also run out of force, and all races will wither and die. Knowing the answer, everyone chose to keep it to themselves and avoid talking. Bamboo and Princess Tieju traveled together and returned to Liju Peak. Princess Tieju was not very confident about the little ant king named Strong in her territory. She went back to take a look and come back next year. Bamboo carried a small spider silk bag with 3 bamboo tubes in it. One bamboo tube contained the seeds of 1 leaf, and the other 2 contained 200 seeds. The seeds of the vine plant with hemispherical tubers and cracked tortoise shells. Bamboo named this plant tortoiseshell vine. Bamboo had another important information about the tortoiseshell vine that he did not tell the Chiwu Ghost King. Yucha saw it with his own eyes, and wisely chose to keep it secret. Princess Fengyang did not know it. The tubers of this vine plant are only a few centimeters in diameter, and the largest ones are 20 to 30 centimeters. There are even larger ones. Camellia oleifera found a hemispherical tuber with a diameter of more than 5 meters. Correspondingly, the vine is more than 100 meters long and survives by clinging to tall trees in the nearby area. Camellia oleifera collected 200 seeds. 100 of which came from ordinary small tubers, and the other 100 from large tubers. They searched northward, where the climate is not so hot. They took them back and tried it. Maybe they could grow them in Liju Peak. Bamboo suspected that the small-tubered tortoiseshell vine was the native species, and the large-tubered tortoiseshell vine should be a precious derivative species cultivated by a certain insect tribe that once lived in Longzhou continent. It can survive in the cruel natural world, which shows that the vitality of this plant is strong enough. The native species itself was born in nature, so it is natural that it can survive in nature. The derivative species is cultivated by insects, which can be said to be spoiled. It is precious and high quality, but its natural survival ability is very weak. Once they leave the help of the insect warriors, without the insect warriors to weed, fertilize and water them, they will soon be overwhelmed and eliminated by other plants in nature. Chapter 371 to the south. When Bamboo returned to Liju, it was already midsummer and was about to enter the dry season. The Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King asked about the situation and immediately planned the next round of travel, to the west, into the Horned Blatella Kingdom, and then to the north into the Golden Mantis Kingdom. Continue to travel around the countries, calculate the time, and rush back in late spring next year to continue to help guard Liju Peak. The territory of Princess Tieju was originally guarded by Hongdao. In addition, due to the beast plague, Princess Huagang of Qingang Mountain Range has always sent 3 warriors to help guard it. So safety is not a problem. Princess Tieju returned, and Hongdao returned to Liju Peak. Bamboo's main purpose of returning this time was to bring back the life seeds of Guanli, and sow them in time. There was no other important thing. After being away for more than half a year, he took a 2-day break and visited Chuirong County, Taidao Mountain Range, and Qijian County respectively to say hello and report safety, and to see their development status. They are still the same. No major changes. Bamboo then returned to that leisurely and comfortable life. Previously, because of the presence of the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King, Baba hid in the big head's ant nest and pretended to be dead. Instead, a few ordinary sweeping robots were used to fill the gap under the wind power station. Long Yu directly put the heavy-eyed magnolia God-given seeds into the life capsule for breeding, because there are certain risks for L9 senior warriors to be promoted to mountain masters. It is estimated that it will take 4 years. Duju is similar to Longzhou. Under normal circumstances, it should take at least 3 years for L2 mountain masters to be promoted to L3 mountain masters. Because of the increased risk factor of breeding the God-given seeds, it has to be slowed down a bit, and it will take about 4 or 5 years to be promoted. It is impossible to observe detailed conclusions in a short period of time, and Bamboo is not in a hurry. Time flies. In the late spring and early summer of Bamboo's 22nd year, the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King returned to Liju Peak. Bamboo and Princess Tieju are on the road again. According to the plan, Chiwu Mountain purchased a large amount of force food from the Ghost Locust Kingdom last year, and will continue to purchase this year, starting in summer and lasting until autumn. The caravan was also commissioned to help purchase a large amount of force food. The first batch was delivered from the beginning of summer to the end of summer last year, and the second batch will be delivered this year. Bamboo and the Rat King's mission is still the same, leading the team to shuttle through the fantasy maze and transporting force food. This year, they came early, and the Rat King has been leading the team to transport to the Dragon Bamboo continent. When it was Bamboo's turn, the task was much easier than last time, and there was almost nothing to do. Some warriors of the Ghost Locust tribe started to be busy in advance. The transport team transported force food to the mountain supply station in the westernmost part of the central region of the Dragon Bamboo continent in advance. The pioneering team began to open up a transport plank road to the western region of Longzhou continent. In late summer, the last large Spider King-level caravan passed by Chiwu Mountain and brought a large amount of force food. Bamboo was busy for a few days to deliver the force food and the 400 Lighting Tribe warriors who participated in the search. Next, we have to wait until the mid-autumn season to have work to do, and there won't be too much stuff, so the Rat King can handle it. Many young warriors are born in Chiwu Mountain every year. After these young warriors are promoted to intermediate warriors, they will be gathered together and taught by experienced older warriors to impart various knowledge. This includes the experience of managing the Sea of Trees and cultivating plants accumulated by their ancestors in Chiwu Mountain. Guanli also mingled among them, just like going to school, going on time every day and returning home on time. Bamboo originally planned to teach in person, But seeing this situation, he wisely did not ask too much. The knowledge he could impart mainly came from the inherited memory of human beings, mainly mathematics and physics, supplemented by chemistry, materials, engineering, genetics and other subjects. And the rest were human history and literary subjects that had no practical use. Bamboo came to teach, at most forcing Wanli to learn mathematics and physics knowledge, with some simple biology and genetics knowledge, to survive on this planet. The knowledge taught by Chiwu Mountain is more practical. Suddenly I was bored. Bored? Bamboo also followed the action, and planned to go to the western region of Longzhou continent to take a look. The geographical environment there is very different from that of the 10,000 races continent and the 10,000 kingdoms continent. According to the preliminary statistics of Princess Fengyang, about 1/10 of the plants are not recorded in the inherited memory. He picked up 2 bags of force food from the force food supply station in the western region of Longzhou continent, took 1,000 raw stones, and flew on the road, flying slowly at low altitude, heading west. 5 days later, after finishing a bag of force food, he turned south. 5 days later, after finishing the second bag of force food, Bamboo landed and crawled along the ground. The raw stone was not tasty, so he kept it for emergency use. The force generated at the second heart position began to be injected into the blood to replenish the consumption of the force gene in the body. At the current speed, it can only barely supply crawling on the ground. Flying in the air is a strenuous exercise, and the cell metabolism and force consumption are aggravated, which is not enough. Walking along the way, paying attention to observation, and occasionally using mental power to scan, Bamboo discovered about 500 plants that were not recorded in the inherited memory. There are mostly herbs and vines. Shrubs are rare, and there are only 18 species of trees. They grow in a unique way, but they are not as tall as ideal. Collecting seeds at random and taking some back is fine for the sake of novelty, but it is probably not possible to cultivate them as native species to establish a sea of trees. The animals are also different from those on the Wanzhou continent. Most of them are strange and have never been seen before, and there is no record in the inherited memory. The inherited memory should be selectively ignored. Large and ferocious animals are recorded, but small and non-threatening animals are not. The speed of cockroaches walking on the ground should be the fastest among the insect races. After nearly 10 days, Bamboo suddenly realized that something was wrong. I have walked more than 2,000 kilometers to the south. Right? Why haven't I reached the coastline yet? Flap the wings and take off. Looking from the sky, the endless, pale yellow plain is dotted with spots of green. There are also 1,000 spare raw stones that can be chewed to replenish the original force. Bamboo landed and ran faster. The front gradually began to change from dense jungle to arid wasteland, due to the tropical wasteland formed by drought and water shortage. There is no sign of cooling in winter. It can be seen that this is close to the equator of the planet. There is no similar environment in the 10,000 races continent. The animals and plants slowly began to change drastically. A few of them are familiar, but most of them are not. Across the equator is the southern continent. It's a bit strange. Gods, having transformed this planet, it seems that the transformation is not thorough enough, and some places are not well transformed. 10 days of rushing on the road. The original stone has been carefully saved. After eating 500, there are still 500 left for backup. Driven by curiosity, we walk slowly and continue to head south. 5 days later, at dusk, we could vaguely see colorful lights shining on the horizon line in the southern sky. Go up to the sky and look out. Colorful maze. Continue to head south. Is there another new continent? It should be the Mid-Autumn Festival in August, and the climate in the wasteland is still as hot as summer. This is the equator. Bamboo immediately had a guess in his mind. A circular colorful maze divides the planet into 2 hemispheres along the equator. 2 circular colorful mazes divide the planet into 4 petals along the north-south meridian. Just like cutting a melon. 1 circular cut and 2 vertical cuts. The melon is cut into 8 pieces. This planet should have been deliberately divided into 8 continents by the gods. Other places require crossing the vast sea to see the colorful maze that divides the northern and southern hemispheres. It seems that this place does not need to cross the sea, and the entire land runs directly from north to south. Bamboo casually hunted an unknown beast, ate to replenish his energy, and ate a piece of raw stone to adjust his condition to the best. Speed up and run towards the colorful maze. Go over and take a look. Chapter 372 Another New Continent. At the equator, the wasteland has become a semi-desert state. There are plants, all of which are drought-resistant plants. They are in a half-dead dormant state at this time. Bamba guessed that there should be a dry season and a rainy season here. This is the dry season. And when the rainy season comes, these plants should be able to come back to life. The same is true for animals. Most of them are struggling on the line of life and death, living around a small mud pond and a river that has dried up and only a little muddy water remains. Once the mud pond or the river dries up, they must migrate and find new water sources. It can be guessed that most of the weak individuals will die on the way to migration. Cruel living environment. Bamboo arrived near the fantasy maze and suddenly hesitated. Take a risk? What if I am unlucky and the location I enter happens to correspond to the magnetic mountain? I am afraid I will get lost in it. However, it took more than a month to get here. I came here with the force generated by the second heart. Chiwu Mountain is more than 20,000 kilometers away from here. If other warriors want to come, Bamba thought quickly and quickly listed a plan. If other warriors want to come, they must build a supply station every 500 kilometers along the way to transport the force food one stop at a time. Calculating the consumption, the result was soon obtained. To send the 2 warriors alive, at least 5,000 warriors must participate, and at least 30 million raw stones must be invested all the way. For every day a warrior stays here, the raw stone consumption is fixed at 1 million. Chiwu Mountain has invested 100 million raw stones in the search for dragon bamboo. Bamboo estimated that they would not go to great lengths just to get an answer to what is on the other side, and continue to invest more than 50 million raw stones. It was not easy for him to get here. Go back and come again? I would come alone again, and could not make any useful preparations. Holding a compass, he lay in front of the colorful maze, and thought for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind and walked in slowly. Slowly walked through 500 meters of flat land. And there was an undulating hill in front. After crossing the hill, there was flat land. He was more cautious, and took every step carefully. He stopped every 10 meters to observe. Observe. Change the pointer. And record data. After walking about 10 kilometers, he calculated the deflection of the pointer, turned around, and returned the same way. Moved 500 meters laterally, re-entered, and continued testing. After repeating dozens of times, he finally determined the approximate direction of the magnetic mountain. He chose a location far away from the magnetic mountain, entered the colorful maze, and explored the depths. After more than 10 days of hard work, we finally made the determination and crossed it boldly. The scene in front of us was completely opposite to the dry and barren wasteland behind us. The jungle with tall and dense plants, moist and fertile soil, and the hot climate seemed to squeeze out water from the air. This is a continent where life is thriving. The same thing is that this continent still has no natural principles. The jungle is too dense, and it is difficult to move on the ground. You can only take off and fly at low altitude. Bamboo soon found out with disappointment that the plant species on this continent are similar to those on the coast of the southwest region of the Wangua continent. Due to the temperature, rain and fertile soil, the growth is particularly lush. Fly slowly for most of the day. Rest for a little while. Stop and go. And keep heading south. 4 days later, we flew about 800 kilometers and arrived at the southern coast. Following the coastline, we flew and surveyed for half a month, and slowly figured out the outline of this continent. In the western region of Longzhou continent, a small U-shaped continent was thrown out at the southernmost end. The entire continent is almost in the tropical area, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides. So it is a paradise for tropical plants with high temperatures and high heat. Bamboo thought of 2 more questions. Did insects or beasts live on such a small continent in the past? If so, it means that this continent was once a rich land with abundant force. If not, it means that this continent has always been a wasteland without force. No matter what the answer is, it will not produce practical benefits. Bamboo decided to look for it, and began to wander around the mountains, looking for traces of survival. Simply, just wanting to know a result and satisfy his curiosity. Anyway, it has been more than 3 months since he came out. The people in Chiwu Mountain have been anxious for a long time. Now they are probably too anxious and have calmed down. Chiwu Ghost King is not stupid. He will definitely send Begonia Butterfly King to Liju Peak to check the status of the life seed plant. If the life seed is alive, the corresponding warrior is still alive. Bamboo is not anxious. The speed of the second heart producing original force is slow, so he will look for it slowly. Hey, bamboo forest. There is a big mountain in front of him. Bamboo is about to go up the mountain to check and find the remains of intelligent life. He accidentally found a small bamboo forest submerged in the sea of trees. Professional habit forces him to land in the bamboo forest and identify the bamboo species. Dragon bamboo? Bamboo suddenly realized that this bamboo forest was unusually tall, surrounded by tall trees, and ancient trees that have survived for who knows how many years. There are hundreds of meters of trees everywhere. In contrast, this bamboo forest was subconsciously underestimated. Careful identification. The diameter of the bamboo pole is more than 30 centimeters, and the height is generally more than 50 meters. The bamboo pole and bamboo leaves are dark green, and the sheath ring is slightly dark red. When digging the soil, the underground stems are all light gold. The bamboo basket has fish scale-like patterns, and the color is dull, dark gold. That's right. It's the dragon bamboo. After searching for a long time, it was finally found in this remote location. Bamboo thought about it, flapped his wings and flew into the air, landed on the mountain, and began to search on the mountain. Sure enough, he soon found traces of several collapsed caves. Most insect warriors like to choose to live in the mountains. Dig caves, live in caves, dry and moisture-proof, and shelter from wind and rain. After a long time, the geological changes. The cave collapsed, and everything was buried. Bamboo stood on the top of the mountain and looked down. He was sure that this mountain was once the settlement of a certain insect tribe. They also cultivated the sea of trees and prospered for a while, but finally could not escape the fate of withering and decline. As for the bamboo forest growing at the foot of the mountain, it was probably simply because the dragon bamboo was an excellent plant, so a separate piece was managed. It should not have mastered the hybrid breeding technology. Otherwise, this place would not only be a small bamboo forest, but a vast bamboo sea. Do you want to take some back? Dragon bamboo shoots in spring. Just in time, Bamboo went down the mountain to check. Fortunately, some bamboo baskets had just arrived underground stems, and it was still too early to grow into new bamboo baskets and shoot bamboo shoots. It was the best season for transplanting. However, after thinking carefully, something was not right. It would take about 2.5 months to return to Chiwu Mountain from here. The journey was too far. It would take at least 1.5 months to carry the things and go back to Leju Peak from Chiwu Mountain. Even if Obito dug the bamboo basket, it would not survive this trip. In fact, it was unlikely to transport the bamboo basket back to Chiwu Mountain alive. Bamboo thought about it and immediately thought of a solution. With great effort, Obito dug the bamboo basket, hunted the giant python in the jungle, wrapped it with python skin, and brought a bamboo pole about 5 meters long, cleared a space for takeoff, and carried it with 2 front legs and 2 middle legs. Fortunately, the distance was not far, and it flew slowly back to the location of the fantasy maze, and then locked it on its back with a metal chain, and carried it through the fantasy maze. The other side of the fantasy maze was the wasteland, and it was still the dry season. Bamboo chose a location and planted the bamboo basket. He traveled to the other side of the illusion, used his metal ability, made a metal bucket, fetched water from the bucket, and brought it over for irrigation. After 2 days of irrigation, he confirmed that the bamboo survived, and repeated the same trick to continue digging and transplanting bamboo baskets. Bamboo will continue to spread and generate underground stems, develop bamboo baskets and bamboo poles. And each bamboo is a small bamboo forest. Bamboo is familiar with the characteristics of bamboo, and he is very particular about digging bamboo baskets. He only digs and collects 1 bamboo basket for each bamboo, so as to ensure genetic diversity. After more than 20 days of busy work, 10 bamboo baskets were successfully transplanted. Fetch water for irrigation. Collect animal feces for fertilizer. The underground stem that was transplanted first grew well, because the bamboo pole was cut off. A bulge on the bamboo basket began to develop into a bamboo shoot. After careful care, half a month later, the first bamboo shoot broke through the soil, followed by the second one. 10 bamboo baskets each produced shoots, followed by the underground stems that also completed their growth and produced bamboo shoots. Bamboo continued to take care of them until one day, a drizzle suddenly fell on the wasteland, and those half-dead plants seemed to have woken up overnight and began to sprout green shoots. In just a few days, the wasteland was full of vibrant green. Bamboo knew that this should be the rainy season, and went to check the river in the wasteland. The river was just a small stream of water trickling through. Continue to wait. One night, a strong wind suddenly rose. Dark clouds covered the sky. Thunder rolled, and then heavy rain. The bamboo shoots had long grown into bamboo poles. Bamboo estimated that the dry season would not come in a short time. So he set off boldly and headed north. Chapter 373: A Ray of Hope in Despair. It is quite troublesome to travel in an environment without the force. You can't be in a hurry, and Bamboo doesn't dare to be in a hurry. After more than a month, he returned to the western region with his memory, and came to the supply base where he left. There were no soldiers in the base for a long time. He scanned with his mental power, and found that more than 200 bags of force food were sealed and stored with metal power. He opened it, and ate a bag in one breath. Only then did he have the mind to look around. The Ghost Locust warriors opened up 2 roads, one to the east, returning to Chiwu Mountain, the other to the west. They should not have found the dragon bamboo, and continued to open up to the west, reaching the westernmost fantasy barrier of the dragon bamboo continent. Calculate the time. Whether or not we find the dragon bamboo, it's over. What's the point of hoarding so much force food? After a careful inspection, he smelled the scent of oil tea. It suddenly dawned on me that Chiwu Mountain should confirm that his life species is not dead, leaving oil tea here to wait. And the force food is all prepared for oil tea. Don't rush to travel. Stay and wait. It just so happens that I feel uncomfortable all over after not replenishing my force food for a long time. I need to rest well. The next journey is also long. Across the continent, nearly 10,000 kilometers. In the early morning, Yucha suddenly called out from outside the cave, "Bamboo. Is that you?" Bamboo asked, "Where is Princess Fengyang?" "She didn't stay too." "Did she?" Princess Fengyang went back. "I'll stay and wait for you." Yucha said, "Bamboo. You suddenly disappeared." And the Chiwu Ghost King and the others were very anxious. The Begonia Butterfly King went to Liju Peak in person to check. "Your life species are all alive. So they confirmed that you are still alive." "So I stayed." Bamboo asked. "What did you do at night?" Yucha said. "Looking for tree species. I'm just sitting around doing nothing anyway." Bamboo asked. "Did you find any?" "I don't recognize many of them. I picked some good-looking ones and took them back." Yucha said. Princess Fengyang found several high-quality tree species that can be planted in the north and gave us many seeds. It was in a hurry to go back to study and plant these new tree species. It's really a scientific bug. Yucha continued. Princess Fengyang also told me when she left that she would send the harvested tree species, including the life seeds of Guanli, back to Lizufeng. If you're not dead, remember to send the salary of 200,000 raw stones back. If you're dead, forget it. The seeds are hers for Lizufeng. Bamboo had guessed that the situation would be like this, and asked, "Did you find the dragon bamboo?" Yucha shook his head and said, "No." "That's right. It would be troublesome if they really found it." Bamboo asked, "Guanli, Rat King, and Tieji Princess. What about them?" Yucha said, "They all stayed." "Okay. I understand." Bamboo said, "Yucha, take a rest first. We will set off on foot in the evening." Yucha hesitated for a moment and said, "Bamboo, I heard from the warriors of the Gika tribe that without the dragon bamboo, it is meaningless to manage the bamboo sea and there is no future for development. Chiwu Mountain has to give up." "Bamboo, will we continue to grow bamboo in Lizufeng? That is the demanding pursuit of the top clans. Their ancestors left too many precious tree species, so they only pursue the best. Our Lizufeng is different. We don't have any management foundation. For our Lizufeng, ordinary precious bamboo species are very good. Holy bamboo can be used as the iconic bamboo species of our Liju Peak. So, no matter what, our Liju Peak must develop the bamboo sea." Bamboo paused and said, "What's more, I have found the dragon bamboo. The Chiwu Ghost King is really bold. He spent 100 million raw stones and still maintained the demeanor of a big clan. You know, 100 bags of force food were transported from Chiwu Mountain to the supply station in the western region of Longzhou continent. After being consumed in the middle, it would be good if 10 bags could be delivered in the end." Knowing that Bamboo was alive, he left a large amount of force food for Yucha at all costs, and kept a proper amount at each supply base along the way. It cost millions along the way. The journey back was much easier due to the supplement of force food. The distance was there, but it still took a month to finally return. First, go to the trading square to report safety to the Rat King and Princess Tieju, and briefly tell the experience. The Rat King knew the secret of Banbu's second heart, and knew that nothing would happen. So he was not worried at all. But he did not spread the secret. Princess Tieju, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Banbu return safely. The news of Banbu's return was reported back to Chiwu Mountain in advance. Not long after entering the square, Guanli ran down the mountain. This guy had good food and drink in Chiwu Mountain. And now he has grown to a L6 intermediate warrior. Princess Leiju followed. After such a long time, there are still many warriors in Chiwu Mountain who are familiar with Banbu. After hearing the news, they all came. Visiting is one reason. The main reason is curiosity. How can he survive for more than half a year without the force? Princess Leiju was relatively tactful. As a representative, she asked Banbu, Master Banbu, where have you been for so long? Is there another continent on the other side of the fantasy color barrier? Is there the force? This is the only speculation that Chiwu Mountain can think of to reasonably explain why Banbu is not dead. Not west, but south. I have always been heading south. Banbu shook his tentacles and said, there is something important. Let's go up the mountain to visit the Chiwu Ghost King. Guanli flapped his wings and flew up the mountain. As soon as he approached the bamboo forest where the Chiwu Ghost King lived, he rushed to encourage his spiritual power and shouted, Banbu went south, not west. You guessed wrong. This was what Princess Leiju was about to report. To the south? The Chiwu Ghost King seemed to understand something and asked, Master Banbu, you found that the sea area could not be seen to the south of the western region of Longzhou continent. So you couldn't help your curiosity and kept going south, wanting to walk to the end and check the situation. Right? Hee hee. That's right. I was unknowingly far away from the supply station. Banbu took the initiative to explain, however. I also found that in an environment without the force, as long as I lie still, I can slowly recover and automatically generate the force in my body. Is there such a thing? The Chiwu Ghost King pondered and said, this should be an exception. Other warriors may not be able to. 2 Lighting Tribe warriors were unfortunately injured in the process of searching for Longzhou, and they were quite serious. Guanli heard this and was suddenly surprised and asked worriedly, Banbu, are you okay? I'm fine. Banbu shook his tentacles. The Chiwu Ghost King spoke calmly. After a brief exchange of spiritual power, he clearly felt a strong sense of twilight. In more than half a year, he seemed to have suddenly aged. The Chiwu Ghost King was still far from the aging period. It should be because he did not find the dragon bamboo, which was a big blow. The despair after hope was the saddest. He lost the ambition to open up the 7th forest of Chiwu Mountain, which hurt his spirit of perseverance. Banbu couldn't bear to keep it a secret. So he simply said, Chiwu Ghost King, there is good news. I went south all the way and encountered a colorful barrier at the southern end of the continent. After passing through the colorful barrier, it was another continent. I was lucky and happened to encounter a small piece of dragon bamboo forest there. Dragon bamboo? The Chiwu Ghost King jumped up directly. Dragon bamboo. Princess Leiju exclaimed. Dragon bamboo. Dragon bamboo. Dragon bamboo. Driven by curiosity, the Ghost Locust warriors, who followed him up the mountain, exclaimed again and again. Chiwu Mountain has decided to give up the bamboo sea management, and has even started to remove some bamboo forests, intending to plant unknown tree species recently found from the western region of Longzhou continent, and try to cultivate them. The nursery has been developed. Seeds have been planted, and the future transplantation forest land has been planned. The news came too suddenly, and there was a ray of hope and despair. The Chiwu Ghost King landed in front of Banbu and asked, have you found Longzhou? Yes. Banbu took the initiative to explain, the journey is too long, equivalent to crossing the Wanhua continent twice, and it is an environment without the original force. It will take me more than 2.5 months to get back. Even if I dig the bamboo basket with soil, it is still impossible to bring it back alive. However, I have thought of a way to cultivate it there. Use the dry season to stimulate Longzhou to bloom and bear fruit, and then bring the seeds back directly. I came back this time mainly to report the news to save everyone from anxiety. After 2 days of rest, I have to set off again. There is a dry season over there. I don't know when the dry season will come. If it comes early, the bamboo seeds I transplanted will die of drought. I'd better stay by the side to take care of them. Bamboo returned to Chiwu Mountain mainly to arrange for Guanli to return to Liju Peak. It had been away for too long, and had to be promoted to a senior warrior. It has not seen what its territory looks like so far, and it doesn't know how the plants it ordered are developing. The Chiwu Ghost King was enthusiastic, and sent Leiju out directly with 20 princess-level Ghost Locust warriors to escort it. Bamboo arranged for the tea oil, and the Rat King to return with a large army. Princess Tieju could stay, get the seeds, and travel with Bamboo, rushing on the road, and send them back to Liju Peak for cultivation as soon as possible. Chapter 374 Giant Dragon Bamboo. Bamboo didn't know how long the rainy season would last in that wasteland continent, and when the dry season would begin. He didn't dare to stay in Chiwu Mountain for too long. He only rested for one day, arranged everything, and set off immediately. Dragon Bamboo is to Chiwu Mountain. It is related to whether a sea of trees is worth building, and to Chiwu Ghost King. It is a lifelong pursuit and dream. Chiwu Ghost King was particularly generous to Bamboo and prepared a whole bag of high-quality force food condensed from God seeds, all of which were easy to preserve dried fruits, specially purchased from the caravan in late summer last year. The force food condensed from ordinary life plants, under the same volume, contains less force than the original stone. The force food condensed from God's plants, under the same volume, contains more force than the original stone. Generally speaking, the higher the quality, the thicker the force contained. This bag of original stone is very particular. When flying along the plank road, every time he arrived at a supply base, he took out the ordinary force food stored in the base and ate it. Only a small amount of high-quality force food was used during the journey. When he reached the western region and turned south, there was no supply base along the way. He slowed down a little and reduced the consumption of high-quality force food. In short, he tried to save as much as possible. All the way down, the time spent was reduced to within 2 months. Bamboo kept controlling it. There was still half a bag left, and he planned to save it for use when he returned. In this way, the return journey would only take 2 months. The rainy season in the wasteland seemed to be coming to an end. When Bamboo arrived, it happened to be a cloudy and rainy day. The rain was light and lasted for a short time, but the thunder and lightning were very intense. The 10 transplanted dragon bamboos grew into a total of 32 bamboo poles, forming a small bamboo forest, with not a single bamboo pole missing and intact. After the rain, the sun was scorching. Bamboo collected animal feces everywhere and drew water from the nearby river beach for the last irrigation and fertilization. There were 2 more light rains, followed by hot and high-temperature weather. The native plants in the wasteland were the first to notice and had already bloomed. At this time, the fruit seeds entered the ripening season. There was no more rain in the following period. Due to the high temperature and lack of water, the native plants in the wasteland were sunburned and yellow. But they did not die, and entered a semi-dead dormant state. The mature seeds dried up, each showing its magical powers, and different species spread the seeds in their own way. Bamboo determined that the dry season had arrived. According to the calendar he set, it was probably the beginning of August. Referring to the development law of the Ma bamboo, it stimulated flowering and fruiting, and the fruits would have to wait until the beginning of October to be harvested. Calculating the time, the seeds were picked when they were ripe, and they would not be delayed for too long and would be transported directly, so that they could be sent back to Liju Peak in the spring of next year. It was just right. Bamboo stopped watering the bamboo seeds. Longzhou is mainly not cold resistant, but its drought resistance is still relatively strong. Under the scorching sun, without rain for a long time, the air is getting drier, and the change of air humidity is also the main factor stimulating bamboo species to bloom. The drought in the dry season of the wasteland stimulates the flowering smoothly. Male and female flowers bloom at different times, and male flowers bloom 1 or 2 days earlier. Under natural conditions, the dragon bamboo relies on wind to spread pollen, and the success rate is extremely small. Under the premise of a large bamboo forest, it is not necessarily possible for 1 female flower out of 10 to successfully obtain pollen. There are only a small bamboo forest with 32 bamboo poles in bamboo now, and wind pollination is almost impossible. So measures must be taken. The bamboo poles of the dragon bamboo are too high, and the difficulty coefficient increases accordingly. The body of the spotted bee is huge, so it must be careful to flap its wings and fly to keep a sufficient distance from the flowers. Use a small section of metal wire to put on the broken leg of an ordinary bee. And the metal power controls the broken leg hair to touch the male flower to collect pollen. The mental power is divided into two. And the focus is divided into two. At the same time, lock the female flower ready for pollination. And then control the metal wire to fly slowly. And the broken leg with pollen touches the stamen of the female flower to complete the pollination. In order to ensure the excellence of the seed genes, the spotted bee adopts cross-pollination, which increases the difficulty. The flowering period is only 2 or 3 days, and the best pollination time is only 1 day. Fortunately, there are only 32 bamboo poles in total, and the workload is not very large. After a busy day, it is successfully completed. The most critical links of flowering and pollination are done, and the next work is much easier. Guarding closely, waiting for the flowers to wither and bear fruit, and the fruits to grow. Bamboo soon discovered that after years of not working, his pollination skills had improved slightly. The fruit-bearing rate of pollinated flowers exceeded 50%. 32 bamboo poles condensed a total of 244 bamboo fruits. Much more than expected. Patiently waited for 1.5 months. In early October, the 10 transplanted dragon bamboos exhausted their last vitality. And at the same time, the bamboo fruits were fully mature. The dragon bamboo fruit is the same as the ma bamboo fruit, with a hard shell on the outside and seeds inside. There are more than 10 seeds in one fruit. Wet fruits need to be dried. Bamboo strung the bamboo fruits together with a metal 4-wire, hung them on the tentacles, and set off directly on the way home. In the dry season, the sun is fierce enough. The air is dry, and the sparse dry plants seem to be able to spontaneously combust at any time. After walking for 4 or 5 days, the bamboo fruits hanging on the tentacles were completely dry. Bamboo stopped, peeled the fruit shells, and picked the seeds one by one. He selected 500 seeds with full grains and divided them into 2. One for Chiwu Mountain and one for himself to take back to Liju Peak. The number of seeds with less full and round grains was the largest. Nearly 2,000. All of which were thrown away. In addition, there were more than 300 shriveled and deformed seeds, all of which were left and taken back to Liju Peak for sowing. This is a habit developed over decades of cultivating bamboo seeds. Theoretically, such seeds have a probability of less than 1 in a billion to develop into the kind of dragon bamboo mutant that can bloom and bear fruit every year. There is still half a bag of high-quality force food left. Bamboo ate it sparingly. Along the way, he moved forward at a constant speed, running on the ground in areas with sparse vegetation, and flapping his wings to fly low when he encountered an insurmountable jungle. Entering the plank road opened up in Chiwu Mountain. It was much more convenient. You can run directly along the plank road. There are ordinary force food available at each supply station. After 2 months of travel, they returned to Chiwu Mountain smoothly. The dragon bamboo seeds were divided equally, and the cooperation between the two parties ended. The next is a competitive relationship. Bamboo didn't stay for long. He took a half-day rest and went on the road directly, in order not to affect the flying speed. The seeds were put in metal bottles and tied to the leg shell, flying in the air, running at full speed. At the end of early spring in January, the seeds were sent back to Liju Peak. At this time, the members on the mountain received the news and opened the breeding nursery in advance. And the nutrient soil was already prepared. When bamboo landed, the seeds were immediately sent over. Working overtime, the nutrient soil was made into a nutrient ball, and the seeds were sown. Bamboo took the red rice and belly bamboo to guard and observe at all times. The wax apple ghost king and the hibiscus butterfly king stayed at Liju Peak and observed for a few days, watching the dragon bamboo seeds sprout and the young bamboo shoots break out of the ground, and then left. There is no problem with the dragon bamboo, but due to the long-distance transportation problem, the bamboo seeds in Liju Peak are sown 1 month later than those in Chiwu Mountain, which is a big step behind. Moreover, in their opinion, there is also a problem with the ma bamboo in Liju Peak. The members of Liju Peak are too young, without the experience of their predecessors. The breeding technology is okay, but the seed selection technology is seriously immature, and the growth of ma bamboo 1 is very poor. The name of the hybrid of ma bamboo 1 and dragon bamboo has been determined, and Chiwu Mountain and Liju Peak are uniformly named giant dragon bamboo. The wax apple ghost king and the hibiscus butterfly king left confidently. There was no accident. The seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god must have fallen on their Chiwu mountain. Little did they know that just as they left, a batch of high-quality bamboo seedlings of Maju 1 were transported from Waju Mountain and planted in the experimental site that had been selected long ago. Baba, who had been hiding in the big-headed ant nest, was also sent down the mountain to charge urgently, and then sent back up the mountain to scan and test, calculate the genes of each bamboo species participating in the breeding experiment, analyze and compare, and select the best plants. Chapter 375 Victory. According to the God-given rules of the stars in the sky, there can only be one dragon bamboo God-given seed, and it will only fall on the flower that breeds the best plants. Countless experiences have determined that this God-given seed will be at the same level as the Ghost Fog Lotus, the Blue Blood Dragon Eye, the Longevity Peach, and other God-given seeds. That is, the Divine Product God-given seed. It is a competition, and there is no silent war. You die and I die. And there can only be one winner. The Big Bear and the seven-headed bamboo rat warriors all took action, going north into the territory of the Iron Knife Mountains. The Big Bear used the iron sand palm to chop off the ancient trees one by one. The seven-headed bamboo rat warriors removed the branches and leaves, cut them into sections, transported them to the mountain to dry, and finally chopped them into wood. The thermal power station started, clanging, producing electricity to supply Baba. Baba lay still, not wasting, waiting. Bamboo also began to prepare. The interval between his last promotion to L7 Mountain Master was long enough, and his growth was somewhat delayed due to entering an environment without force to find and cultivate dragon bamboo seeds. This year, he needs to increase the intake of high-quality force food to make up for it. Last spring in Chiwu Mountain, Bamboo explained to the Rat King and made arrangements in advance. Last year, the 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu, Xianhuan, and Zijing began to use all their social relationships in the Fantasy Flame Spider tribe, regardless of cost, to get bamboo super high-quality force food worth 500,000 raw stones. You can't eat it all, but you can't eat enough. The seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god fell on Liju Peak. Bamboo will be promoted to L7 Mountain Master as soon as possible and put it into the life capsule to breed as his own life seed. This will be a vital life seed in the insect life. The dry season arrived as expected. Bamboo one and Longju bloomed one after another. Baba, who had accumulated a lot of electricity, began to show her skills. She scanned and analyzed in advance and locked in the 10 best quality bamboo 1 and 10 best quality Longbu. At this time, she scanned the bamboo flowers of these 20 bamboo species one by one, analyzed the genes of each female flower, and analyzed the genetic genes carried by each pollen grain of the male flower. Each male flower of bamboo 1 has more than 10,000 pollen grains. This is a huge measurement and calculation project. There is only one day after the flowers bloom, and Baba's computing power is almost stretched to the limit. More accurate screening. Select the pollen with the best genes, match the cattails, command the bees to collect, and according to Baba's instructions, accurately grant the female flowers with high genetic quality. The electricity accumulated for nearly half a year was almost completely exhausted in just one day, and the work was barely completed. At night, all members of Lizufeng gathered outside the Longzhu bamboo forest, waiting silently. In the past few years, the number of stars in the sky has increased again, reaching 47. The number of stars that come to reward from God is definitely enough. The sky is full of opportunities, but what is lacking is the triggering opportunity. Waiting with bated breath. The critical moment that determines the outcome is torture every minute and every second. Until late at night, the members of Lizufeng, including Bamboo, could not bear it anymore, and they were irritable and began to lie down. I wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how to start. Everyone is paid so much. What if they fail? This is a question that makes me uncomfortable just thinking about it. Naturally, the true God is favoring me. The gods favor us. As always, without any sign, a star suddenly went out in the night sky. A strange wave of force descended and fell on the bamboo forest of Longzhu. Bamboo finally couldn't hold back, jumped up, and burst into a crazy mental burst, shouting, "It's done!" The other members of Li Zhufeng also noticed it. They were about to shout happily, but they were all startled by the shout, stunned for 2 or 3 seconds, and cheered. "It's done! We succeeded! The seed given by the dragon bamboo god. It belongs to Li Zhufeng. Chiwu Mountain. Go to shit. Chiwu goes king. Go to shit. Li Zhufeng won. After several years of planning, various preparations, and nearly half a year of intense busyness, they all shouted out like venting, and the tense nerves can finally relax. After the noise, there was silence. Baizhu picked up Baba, raised her head, and shouted, Baba is the best. Baba is the best. Yes, Baba is the best. What means does Chiwu Mountain have? No matter what means you have, they are nothing in front of Baba. There was another round of cheers. Hydropower station. Hydropower station. Hydropower station. Baba followed the shout. An untimely call. Reservoir. Reservoir. You all dig a reservoir for me. Is it so easy to build a hydropower station? Is it so easy to dig a reservoir? Do you want to tire us to death? Everyone knows that there are conditions for asking Baba to work. Bamboo has agreed. This time, the condition is to build a mountain reservoir and the hydropower station within 3 years. Such a large reservoir. And we have to build a flood discharge channel. I am exhausted just thinking about it. Can't everyone be happy for a while? Spoiler. Bamboo began to assign tasks. Hongmi, you leave now, and go to Qijing County to invite the king of Qijing cockroaches to help guard the place. Rat King. Take Maju and the others and spread them around the mountain to warn. Yucha. Don't lie down recently. Wander around the jungle around Liju Peak. Beware of any beasts approaching. Even ordinary beasts. Hongdao. Duju. The rest of you don't have to work for the time being. All stay around the bamboo forest. Xiangpu. Please mobilize all the combat bees and spread them around Liju Peak. Don't let any birds in. Big Bear. You guard the mountain gate in the south of the mountain. Be alert recently. Once you find any messy things approaching the mountain, don't hesitate. Slap them to death. I'm about to fall asleep. Baizhu. You help guard outside the cave. This time, the molting growth is a bit reluctant, and it must be extremely weak after waking up. Bamboo is only 1 step away from the sleep evolution. 5 days later, the Red Blatten King arrived. Hongmi had already explained the situation, so there was no need to explain further. The Red Blatten King replaced Bamboo and lay down beside the Longzhu bamboo forest. Guarding it personally, Bamboo went up the mountain, accelerated his eating, calmed his mind, and adjusted his state. A month later, he felt drowsy. Woke up from a deep sleep. It was raining outside the cave. It was not too heavy, but it was a common moderate rain in the Mid-Autumn Festival. It was as weak as expected, but not extremely weak to the point of being completely unable to move. Baizhu! Bamboo called softly. A white shadow flashed, and Baizhu immediately went into the cave, shook his body, shook off the rain on his body, and moved quickly. Opened the drawer. Took out 3 cans of energy drinks in succession. Opened them, and placed them in front of Bamboo. Then took out the box of compressed biscuits and opened it. After eating 3 cans of energy drinks and a box of compressed biscuits, the weak state caused by long-term sleep evolution was relieved. The entrance of the big head and nest was opened in the cave where Bamboo lived. Seeing this, a combat soldier ant lying at the entrance of the cave immediately waved its antennae and released pheromones. Soon, Big Head came out holding a force food storage box. Outside the cave, the Red Blatten King was also there. Noticing that Bamboo had recovered from eating, he poked his head into the cave and asked, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" Bamboo replied. The Red Blatten King said, "Don't delay. Put the seeds into your life bag first. I'll go to the jungle to hunt some fresh food and bring it back." After saying that, he flapped his wings and left. Big Head opened the box, and on the top layer was a dark red bamboo seed the size of a peanut. Bamboo had seen many seeds of God in seed form, but this one was different. It had an extremely strong force fluctuation and was also large in size, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary dragon bamboo seed. Judging from the aura displayed, it must be a physical strengthening. "Has Baba seen the seeds?" Bamboo asked. Data replied, "The Red Bladdish King is here, so Baba is not allowed to show up." Bamboo ordered Baizhu, "Hurry up. Go down the mountain and bring Baba up." Understood. A white shadow flashed, drilled out of the cave, and ran down the mountain. Along the way, he passed on the news of Bamboo's awakening. Bamboo asked again, "Datu, how long did I sleep this time?" Datu replied, 37 days. The stronger the strength, the longer it takes for each genetic evolution to sleep. This time, 37 days should be considered good for the hasty promotion. Chapter 376 Strength is Productivity. Baba went up the mountain, scanned it carefully, and Dada put it into the ant nest and hid it. Bamboo spit out the ordinary longevity peach seeds that had been bred, gave them to Dada for safekeeping, and put the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds into the life capsule. Members on the mountain came to visit one after another, and seeing that everything was going smoothly, they left one after another. The Red Blatton King came back from hunting and had a simple chat with Bamboo for a while, mainly to inquire about the experience of cooperating with Chiwu Mountain to find dragon bamboo in recent years, and asked about Bamboo's future development plan. In fact, there is nothing to plan. Just plant bamboo with all your strength and expand the bamboo sea. Chiwu Mountain's concept is correct. With the dragon bamboo species and the giant dragon bamboo that is a hybrid of ma bamboo and dragon bamboo, the bamboo sea has a soul and a backbone. The giant dragon bamboo is a star, and other bamboo species, including the holy bamboo and the thunder sound bamboo, are planets, foils, and embellishments. The Red Blatton King stayed at Liju Peak for 2 days, and only left when Bamboo completely recovered from his weak state. After the Red Blatton King left, the members of Liju Peak immediately became active, and went up the mountain to ask Bamboo, what is it like to breed a giant dragon bamboo god seed that is as precious as the longevity peach? Is there something special? It is very special. The rate at which the giant dragon bamboo god seed extracts the original force is a bit fierce, and it absorbs the original force equivalent to 50 raw stones every day. Compared with the last time Bamboo bred the Yuju god seed, the rate is about 10 times. It has shown its uniqueness in all aspects before it was born, which is extraordinary. After expelling the members on the mountain, Bamboo asked Datu to take Baba out of the ant nest. Baba, have you calculated the dragon bamboo God-given seed? What is there to calculate? It's the same as you guessed. Bamboo knew this. Of course. What he needed to know was more detailed information. He asked, is it the legendary enhanced power? Baba said, yes. My database records a lot of information about similar force plants. This dragon bamboo God-given seed belongs to the best one. After passing through your life capsule and becoming a life seed, it will be better. That is, the best? Bamboo asked, specifically? Data. Baba said, it is a comprehensive power enhancement. A natural perfect enhancement mode. According to my estimation, it can enhance the power of up to 1.4 levels. Level is a division of the strength of warriors by humans. According to the human division, there are only 4 levels of the original force creature level. For the insect warriors on this planet, the primary warriors at the time of the awakening of the original force are the 1st level, the advanced warriors are the 2nd level, the mountain master warriors are the 3rd level, and the insect king is the 4th level. The insect warriors and beast warriors on this planet are somewhat special, compared with other races in the universe. They have 2 more transitional stages, intermediate warrior and prince level. This should be due to the gene lock, which is to suppress growth. The force plants on this planet belong to the normal range, and the force life stages are all 4 levels common in the universe. The initial stage of birth corresponds to the 1st level, the 1st metamorphosis and growth corresponds to the 2nd level, the 2nd metamorphosis and growth corresponds to the 3rd level, the 3rd metamorphosis and growth corresponds to the 4th level. What does it mean to strengthen the power of level 1? That means that after strengthening, the mountain master level warrior can obtain the same power as the insect king level warrior. The dragon bamboo can strengthen up to 1.4 levels of strength, which means that a mountain master level warrior can use it to gain a huge force that exceeds that of the insect king. However, Baba said highest, and the strengthening effect of the force plant increases with its own growth. The so-called highest refers to the strengthening effect of the dragon bamboo after it grows to the level of the master. Li Zhufeng also has an example. When Tada strengthens his physical structure and is at the level of the realm master, he can increase his energy level by 1, which is equivalent to an increase of 1 level. However, it has now been knocked down to the mortal world and returned to the initial state of the force creature. The strengthening effect has been infinitely weakened and has become less exaggerated. Bamboo continued to ask Baba, when I am promoted to Cockroach King in the future, how much can the strengthening effect of the dragon bamboo god seed reach? Baba said, about 0.45 levels. I can't do an accurate calculation at present. 0.45 levels. For Bamboo at present, is equivalent to having the strength of an L8 Mountain Master Warrior, who is not inferior to an L7 County Lord Warrior. It combined with some other types of force food that strengthen strength. It may be possible to achieve a maximum of 0.5 levels of improvement, a bit exaggerated strengthening improvement. Seeing Banbu waving his tentacles triumphantly, Barba couldn't help but pour cold water on him and said, strengthening strength alone is not enough. That is just brute force. If you want to perfectly transform strength into combat power, you first need the same level of force food that strengthens the soul. Soul alone is not enough. The most perfect thing is to get the same level of force food that strengthens speed and muscle strength. The soul is the most important. Strength, speed, intensity, and comprehensive enhancement are the most perfect physical enhancement. Every bit of enhancement can be converted into corresponding combat power. Banbu said, with a giant dragon bamboo. I have the capital to trade. I know where there are the same level of soul-enhancing force food. I can exchange with them. The Ghost Fog Lotus in Chiwu Mountain that you mentioned last time? Baba said contemptuously. The soul is above everything. Only a fool would exchange with you. Hee hee. You just watch it when the time comes. You will definitely be able to exchange it back. Banbu was not only not hit by Baba's words, but even more proud. Barba poured cold water on him again and asked, this planet is basically in a peaceful state. What are you doing by strengthening your combat power? Who are you fighting with? Banbu thought for a while and said seriously, Baba, the insects on this planet are a primitive farming civilization based on farming. There are no technological machinery, and all kinds of farm work are done by Zerd warriors. When working, strength is very important. Only with great strength can efficiency be high. Banbu concluded. On this planet, strength is productivity. Force food that strengthens strength is more precious than force food that strengthens the soul. In short, I'm going to get rich. Baba thought about it carefully, and found that she had no words to refute. She couldn't stand Banbu's smug look of shaking his tentacles, and said with contempt, stupid natives. Banbu ignored Barba's jealousy, and continued to ask, Baba, what about the flowering and fruiting cycle? What about the yield each time? And how much do you need to eat to reach the ultimate strengthening? Baba said angrily. 100 years. Banbu's breath stagnated, and he said hesitantly, Baba, don't scare me. Talk nicely. How many years? Seeing this, Baba's mood improved a little, and then finished speaking, saying, divide by 10. 100 years divided by 10. That is 10 years. Longevity Peach is 9 years. Blood Red Longan is 13 years. And Dragon Bamboo is 10 years, which is barely acceptable. Banbu continued to ask, what about the yield? Baba said, condensed bamboo fruit. Different from ordinary bamboo fruit. Contains pulp, then skin and tender flesh. Sweet and delicious. And there are seeds inside. The seeds are the key. And the strengthening effect is the best. Each bamboo pole should be condensed with one bamboo fruit. And the growth pattern of the division is exactly the same as other bamboo species. Baba did not wait for Banbu to ask, and continued, according to your current mountain master level, you need to eat about 50 complete bamboo fruits to achieve the ultimate strengthening effect. And the highest energy level should be increased by 0.3. The complete bamboo fruit I mentioned. It includes the pulp and the seeds inside. However, this kind of thing has an effect for every one you eat. The first 25 should be the best. As the number continues to increase, the effect begins to decrease until it is completely ineffective. Wow! 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 Banbu was really too proud this time, exclaiming repeatedly, saying, the level of the mountain master is very valuable. Feed it to the Rat King first. Dig out the reservoir on the top of the mountain first. Baba, I will build a hydroelectric power station for you first. That's about right. Baba thought about it, and it was not right, and roared Banbu. You said that the hydroelectric power station will be built within 3 years. Chapter 377 Visual Enhancement. Mountain reservoirs must be built. Of course. In Banbu's plan, they must be built as soon as possible, mainly for the expansion of the Bamboo Sea. South of Liju Peak, the soil is generally sandy and has poor water storage capacity. A large reservoir is a necessary facility. Otherwise, without sufficient water reserves, a drought can easily destroy the Bamboo Sea. Hydropower stations and the like, of course, are built along the way. Last year, the Insect Tribe Alliance led by Chijiang County fought another battle with the Northern Wilderness Beast Tribe. The casualties increased, and neither side gained an advantage. This spring, peace talks began again. In the end, the cloud-piercing Eagle warriors, who sneaked into Changsheng County to plunder, were handed over. But the compensation was dropped. The dispute was settled. The trade blockade was lifted. And the beast plague ended. At the foot of the mountain, the bloodthorn fruit matured. This year's Liju Peak Autumn Harvest Dinner was unusually lively. Some soldiers come here to eat and drink for free. And even bring the junior mid-level soldiers here to eat. Too much. Right? Well, don't leave now that you're here. Help me dig a reservoir. The reservoir is planned to be 1 kilometer long and 100 meters wide, with a step of 1 meter and a height of 0.5 meters. The total number of steps in the design is 50, layer by layer, with an internal trapezoidal structure as a whole. The bamboo rat soldiers dug, and each step had a drainage outlet. Bamboo planned to metallize the hole and set up a drainage valve. In this way, the gates can be opened and released one by one according to demand, reducing waste. Go to Dalmantis Kingdom. Spin the original stone to invite 4 princess-level soldiers to come to help. Use the earth and stone ability. Solidify one by one, and enhance the pressure resistance of the reservoir dam. At the same time, bamboo rat warriors were sent to dig a steep underground drainage channel along the mountain range, using earth and stone abilities to reinforce it. Bamboo personally took action and used his metal abilities to embed 3 turbine generators inside the drainage channel. This is the design plan given by Baba. Once the reservoir at the top of the mountain is open to release water, the water pressure will be applied to the turbine generator at the foot of the mountain, converting potential energy into electrical energy with maximum efficiency. In the past few years, bamboo rat warriors have dug out a prototype of the first stage of the reservoir intermittently. This year, more than 100 red cockroach warriors helped, and after 4 months of hard work, they dug down 2 levels. At a depth of 1.5 meters, the reservoir has a preliminary water storage capacity. In the future, year after year, it will slowly dig deeper. Each of the red cockroach tribe warriors who helped was given 400 raw stones as a reward. It was very cheap labor, and the total amount was only a little more than 60,000 raw stones. The county-level warriors of the Dalmantis tribe were not easy to deal with. They were doing technical work. The price agreed in advance was 3,000 raw stones per warrior per month, and 12,000 raw stones would be paid for 4 months of work. After a busy period, more than 100,000 raw stones were spent. In late winter, the work of digging the reservoir was completed, and the belly bamboo and dragon bamboo fell into a deep sleep one after another. 20 days later, the belly bamboo woke up first. The timing was just right. In the early spring of the 26th year of bamboo, the bred holy bamboo God-given seeds were planted as soon as possible. Longju woke up next, and the heavy-eyed magnolia God-given seeds were bred. Bamboo brought Baba over as soon as possible. Baba, come on. Help me see the specific strengthening effect of this God-given seed. Hey, what a good thing. You exchanged it with the thunder bamboo God-given seeds? The quality of this God-given seed is slightly higher. Baba scanned it and was a little surprised. She said, and it is an extremely rare visual enhancement. Visual enhancement? Bamboo was just the opposite. Hearing this, his fiery heart suddenly cooled down and asked, what's more specific? The visual range or the spectral width? Baba said, it is a rare and ultra-high quality. The comprehensive enhancement mainly enhances the scope of the eye's recognition of light waves, and comes with visual range enhancement. Perhaps, it will be a qualitative change when used on you insect warriors. Bamboo. This thing is the most useful to you. It has an auxiliary effect on your original heart. The premise is to enter your starry sky. Bamboo became more worried when he heard it. Baba suddenly realized the problem and stopped talking. The normal vision of the compound eyes of insect warriors is to recognize visible light during the day and to recognize infrared rays of some bands at night. The enhancement effect of the seed of the heavy-eyed magnolia god is mainly to expand the scope of the compound eyes to receive light waves, such as ultraviolet rays with wavelengths lower than visible light, and infrared rays with more wavelengths. Intuitively speaking, after the field of vision is enhanced, the eyes will see the world more colorful. The accompanying visual range enhancement directly allows you to see farther and have a sharper vision. In general, the enhanced effect of the heavy-eyed magnolia God-given seed is that you can see more and farther. For human warriors, This is a valuable enhancement effect that can assist in combat. For Zerg warriors on this planet, it seems a bit useless. Why see so much? What's the use of seeing far? In the values of the Zerg warriors on this planet, the value of the God-given seed is ranked in order: prolonging life, increasing the probability of successful molting growth, increasing labor efficiency, improving growth rate, and strengthening elemental capabilities. Improve combat effectiveness? This has to be ranked last. The seed of the heavy-eyed magnolia god is not completely useless, but its value is ranked last, which means it can't be sold at a high price, and it's not easy to sell. Bamboo. Long Zhu looked at Bamboo with resentment. What a loss. I didn't intend to exchange it. Bamboo was also heartbroken and forced to explain. It was Guanli, the little guy, who made a fuss and insisted that I exchange it. This, Long Yu. If you have any questions, go to Guanli. Long Yu said. Guanli told me that you deliberately cheated it. Bamboo sorted out his thoughts and said righteously, we don't lack raw stones at Liju Peak now. This seed of the heavy-eyed magnolia god is helpful in battle. We can use it ourselves to improve everyone's combat effectiveness. Especially Daxiong. Look at it. Its eyesight has always been not very good, and it will be improved after eating this. So, the seeds of the magnolia god given are still useful. Bamboo forced an explanation, waved his antennae, and said, Magnolia likes heat, and there are not many open spaces on the mountain. You can plant it down the mountain, next to the paddy field where the seeds of the cattail god given are planted. Pick an open space to sow. Remember to keep a distance to avoid the two seeds of the god given fighting in the future. Li Zhufeng must have suffered a great loss in the exchange with the seeds of the god given in Chiwu Mountain. However, after the busy winter, the spring is even busier, and everyone soon lost the mind to think about it. The seeds of the holy bamboo god-given have successfully germinated and grown vigorously, and it will bring a huge amount of wealth to Li Zhufeng. It is currently confirmed that the ordinary holy bamboo seeds that breed into life seeds also have a similar strengthening effect to ordinary longevity peaches, and the holy bamboo will be listed as the iconic plant of Li Zhufeng. Therefore, Li Zhufeng wants to expand the scale of Shengying bamboo planting and optimize it through breeding and generation after generation. Ordinary thunder bamboo seeds are bred into life seeds, which have the effect of strengthening lightning ability. Bamboo sets the price of a single seed at 1 raw stone, and the sales are still very good. So Li Zhufeng plans to focus on cultivating and selling ordinary thunder bamboo seeds. There has always been a stable demand for seeds of bamboo species such as green bamboo, rain bamboo, small fire bamboo, mud bamboo, steel bamboo, and secluded bamboo, and they all need to be properly cultivated. Ordinary life seeds all over the mountains need to be taken care of, and a large number of seedlings generated after sowing unknown tree seeds collected from the western region of Longzhou continent need to be taken care of, and regular observation and recording are required. The most important thing is Longzhou, which must be cultivated as soon as possible to form a scale. The members on the mountain were busy all night long, and it happened that the wild cliff cypress god-given seeds ushered in the first metamorphosis and evolution. An extremely important qualitative change is also accompanied by a certain risk of failure. Bamba had to go out in person and guard under the tree. The absence of the tree spirit is another problem, as there is no way to know its status. Bring Baba with you. Baba will monitor and report the situation at any time. Bamba placed a large bag of raw stones next to him, ready to crush them at any time to replenish the original force for the Thuja god-given seed. In addition, there are several clever combat soldier ants waiting with their ant colonies, ready to irrigate with swamp water at any time. Chapter 378. We've got it all. The growth and transformation of the Thuja god-given seed lasted for about half a month. One night, the fluctuations of the force began to stabilize. Baba, is it done? It's done. Calculate the quality of the Thuja seeds. With the dual reinforcement of the plant gene fluid and the remains of the world tree, it can barely reach the lower middle grade. This is very rare for the force plants that have not been nurtured by the insect warrior's life capsule. Hee hee. Bamboo smiled proudly. A total of 2 large cabinets and 160 boxes of plant gene fluid that matched the wild Thuja god-given seed were found. Over the years, only 19 boxes have been used, and there are 141 boxes left. Baba saw what Bamba was thinking and reminded him, it has just completed a breakthrough, and will naturally enter a rapid growth period. You should wait for a few years until it passes this stage before considering using gene fluid to strengthen it. Bamboo asked, Baba, how is the yield? The thuja seeds condensed from the wild thuja seeds strengthen the nerve reaction speed and strengthen the brain nerves, which is a popular strengthening effect. Now that the quality has improved, the thuja seeds produced are more valuable. Baba said, its yield is very high. The current yield should be around 8,000 seeds, and it will increase year by year, and soon exceed 10,000 seeds. Arbor plants continue to grow, and the yield continues to increase, and it should eventually reach 20,000 seeds. Bamboo calculated in his mind, one thuja seed can earn about 4 raw stones, and 10,000 seeds can earn 40,000 raw stones. The yield reaches 20,000 seeds, a considerable income. After paying so much, it finally started to generate income. In mid-February, Chonglu and Yuzhu caravans arrived, according to decades of old rules. After a few simple greetings, the two sides began to trade. The goods sold by Liz Yufeng to the two caravans were worth 240,000 raw stones. In turn, Liz Yufeng would purchase goods worth 200,000 raw stones from the two caravans. This transaction was relatively stable and always growing in a positive direction. Occasionally, sales would increase due to increased output of Liz Yufeng, or because there were new warriors in Jinping mountain range, or a warrior broke through and was promoted. The purchase of goods increased slightly. The transaction was completed, and daily chats were carried out. Looking at Liz Yufeng, which was full of seeds given by God, Princess Chonglu said with emotion, Master Bamboo, your Liz Yufeng is gradually becoming as majestic as Chiwu Mountain. Before, Bamboo had never been to Chiwu Mountain, so it was a bit vague, and he had no idea. Now, it is obviously a compliment using exaggeration. Bamboo still knew how much he was worth, and shook his antennae and said, not even close. Not even close. Yuzhu was honest and asked directly, Master Bamboo, how is the wild thuja God-given seed? I heard a few years ago that it was about to complete its first metamorphosis and growth. Standing in the trading square on the southeast side of Liju Peak and looking up the mountain, the wild thuja God-given seed with a trunk height of more than 80 meters is particularly conspicuous. At present, it is the tallest tree in Liju Peak. It is already an extraordinary performance for the thuja to grow to this height. Chonglu and Yuzhu's caravan have been talking about wanting to obtain the purchasing rights for the wild thuja God-given seeds. It just happened that it just completed its transformation and growth a few days ago. Bamboo said, the quality can probably reach the lower middle level, based on the pattern of condensing thuja seeds in previous years. The output should be able to reach 8,000. Yuzhu praised, for wild God-given seeds. The quality is very high. Princess Chonglu immediately said, this batch of thuja seeds, Yuzhu, and I can eat all of them. Bamboo, I heard that you made a fortune in Chiwu Mountain. You must thank me for this. You have to take care of our caravan for the distribution of thuja seeds. Make a fortune? Lose a thunder bamboo God-given seed. Okay. Thinking about it, Bamboo felt blocked in his heart. Then he thought, if it weren't for Chonglu, this guy who talks too much, and told Chiwu Mountain that he could freely shuttle through the fantasy maze, he would not have the opportunity to find the dragon bamboo, and would not have the opportunity to obtain a giant dragon bamboo God-given seed. This is a small business with low profits. The thuja seeds will be divided equally among the 4 caravans. You can use them to enrich the variety of goods. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Princess Chonglu, Yuzhu, let's go. I'll take you up the mountain and show you some real good stuff. Yuzhu asked, are there new God-given seeds? Princess Chonglu asked, better than the God-given seeds of thuja? The two of them had witnessed the continuous increase in the number of God-given seeds in Liju Peak and had long been accustomed to it. The first thought was to compete for the purchase share. The caravans are getting richer every year, now that the large denomination hard currency force crystal has appeared. The caravans have reduced the burden of carrying raw stones, and can carry more goods instead. There is no such thing as too much good stuff. Yuzhu said, Bamboo, you can divide the thuja seeds equally among the 4 caravans. The output of this God-given seed will be fully covered by Princess Chonglu and I. That's right. You have to pay attention to the first come first served when it comes to trading. Our 2 caravans have taken care of everything. Princess Chonglu agreed and asked, Master Bamboo, what kind of God-given seed is this time? Bamboo? Or rice? It won't be bellflower. Bamboo? Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, this time it's not ordinary bamboo. I'm afraid your 2 caravans can't eat it. What kind of bamboo is it? Bamboo deliberately kept it a secret and refused to say. Chonglu and Yuju were full of doubts, and at the same time secretly delighted with the current financial resources of the two caravans. The goods worth millions of raw stones can be easily taken. Can't eat it? It must be a good thing. This is belly bamboo? Holy sound bamboo? It doesn't look like thunder sound bamboo. The characteristics of these three bamboo species, belly bamboo, holy sound bamboo, and thunder sound bamboo, are too obvious. The holy bamboo also inherited the big belly bamboo joint characteristics. Princess Chonglu and Yuju were able to identify some of them at the first time, but they were not sure which two bamboo species were hybridized. Bamboo explained. A new bamboo species was obtained by hybridizing the belly bamboo and the holy bamboo, which bloom and bear fruit every year. It was named holy bamboo. This is the holy bamboo God-given species. Holy bamboo, holy bamboo. Chonglu was nitpicking, feeling that he had discovered something incredible. According to the inherited memory, the holy bamboo breeds life-giving plants, and the bamboo fruits condensed have the effect of extending life. Yuju asked uncertainly, could it be that this holy bamboo God-given species? Chonglu said, it was just planted this year and is still in the growth stage. I'm not sure. Right? Bamboo said with certainty. It can be confirmed that the bamboo fruits condensed from the holy bamboo God-given species have the effect of extending life, and the flowering and fruiting cycle is about 3 years. The seeds are bred by the belly bamboo and are currently in the growth period. Judging from the smell, the quality should be below the best quality. When the bamboo forest is formed, we will also use the remains of the God-given seeds from outer space for irrigation, which can slightly improve the quality and approach the standard best quality. In the future, when the belly bamboo is promoted to the princess, the quality should be able to reach the standard best quality. After saying this, Bamboo made up a lie and explained, I learned a lot about the God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain, which are all valuable experiences accumulated by their ancestors. These conclusions are based on the experience of Chiwu Mountain, which is roughly the case, and there will be no major errors. Bamboo certainly couldn't tell the caravan that this information was calculated by Baba by analyzing the force genes of the holy bamboo God-given seeds. The reputation of Chiwu Mountain is more reliable than Baba's scanning and calculation. After saying this, Chonglu and Yuju caravan believed it about 80%. The bamboo fruit of lower quality than the best, which can extend life. That is the best thing after the longevity peach. Right? I dare not disbelieve it. If I miss something, I will regret it. Yuju asked, Bamboo, can we get closer to check it out? The seeds of the holy bamboo god are too precious, and they are currently in the growth period. Bamboo dare not get close, for fear of disturbing the holy bamboo tree spirit that is still in the growth period. So he took the caravan to stand 100 meters away and watch from afar. You can see the appearance clearly, but you can't clearly feel the breath of the holy bamboo's original force. Bamboo called out, Duju. Duju was guarding the bamboo forest of the holy bamboo God-given seeds. Knowing that Bamboo was starting to sell the holy bamboo fruit to the caravan and was ready to collect a deposit, he immediately ran over after hearing the news. Bamboo asked, what's the temperament of the holy bamboo tree spirit? Duju thought for a moment and said, not bad. Very cute. Very friendly to me. Likes to communicate with me. And doesn't have the bad temper you say. Bamboo thought for a moment and said, Duju, take the master of Yuju Mountain closer to check. Chapter 379 Infrastructure Project. Generally speaking, the elemental God-given species have a bad temper and dare to confront even the insect warriors who gave birth to them. The physical God-given species are slightly milder, but they also don't like strange force creatures to approach. The holy bamboo tree spirit is pretty good. When it found that the strange breath was approaching with the belly bamboo, it was a little scared. It first asked the belly bamboo, and confirmed that there was no danger before it got angry and ran away. It went smoothly. The belly bamboo took Yuju and Chonglu to check carefully. It was useless to just look at it. It can only be roughly determined that it is a physical enhancement effect. The quality is very high, and there is absolutely no problem with the lower quality products. After satisfying curiosity, the next is the crucial issue of share distribution. Princess Chonglu asked politely, Master Bamboo, how do you plan to sell the holy bamboo fruit? Bamboo said, before I am promoted to a princess, I will give some to the caravans. In addition, I will sell it to the surrounding kingdoms, such as the Flower Blatella Kingdom and the Down Mantis Kingdom. which I am more familiar with. There will definitely be exchanges with Chiwu Mountain in the future, and some should be sold to Chiwu Mountain. Bamboo continued. The current forecast is that the flowering and fruiting cycle is 3 years, and the output is 584 per period. From experience, it can extend the lifespan by up to 50 years, and it is necessary to eat at least 50 bamboo fruits, or even more, and it may take 100. I plan to list the number of bamboo fruits that extend the lifespan by 50 years as one share and sell them by share. Each of your 4 caravans has a permanent purchase share. As for the price, it is a unified price. The current selling price of each share is temporarily set at 500,000 raw stones. 500,000 raw stones for 50 years of life. A fair price, right? There must be a lot of warriors rushing to buy it? Very fair. Sure. Yuju and Chonlu simply answered and fell into thought. With years of experience as merchants, they immediately thought of the key to the transaction. Bamboo fruit has an advantage over longevity peaches. That is, it is made up of many pieces. If it is split and sold, the profit will definitely be higher. Only a fool would sell it separately. It must not be split. The right to purchase a holy bamboo fruit that can extend life by 50 years is not a matter of direct profit, but capital. Capital to make friends with those prosperous families like Chiwu Mountain. The wealth of the Chonlu caravan today comes partly from Liju Peak, and partly because it has established a connection with Chiwu Mountain and obtained the qualification to enter Chiwu Mountain for trade. Price is not a problem. Princess Chonlu asked, Master Bamboo. Only one? Yuju asked, Bamboo. Can you give us one more? Princess Chonlu said, one more is fine. There are 3 in total for my and Yuju's 2 caravans. Tentatively, one will be determined. If there is a surplus, I will consider giving you one more. Bamboo asked, deposit? Is it convenient for you to pay it this year? The deposit of 250,000 raw stones is not too much for the Chonlu caravan, but it is a bit difficult for the Yuju caravan. However, the relationship between the 2 caravans is getting better and better, and it seems that they have merged. The Yuju caravan is short of funds and should ask the Chonlu caravan for help. Bamboo was too lazy to ask, as long as he could get the deposit 3 years in advance. According to Baba's calculations and predictions, the output of the holy bamboo fruit is 584 pieces, 50 to 100 pieces per piece, and in a compromise, it can be divided into 6 to 10 pieces. In early March, Xianghuan and Zijing caravans traveled together and arrived at Liju Peak. Bamboo gave them 1 share of purchasing rights each. In fact, no matter whether the production will increase in the future, it will never be possible to give more to the caravan. Bamboo plans to imitate Changshan County in all aspects. Use the bamboo fruit condensed by the seeds of the holy bamboo god as a diplomatic bargaining chip. Win over the relationship with the tribes of the neighboring kingdoms. Raise the reputation and status of Liju Peak in the Wanzhou continent, and strive to achieve both fame and fortune. There are also troubles that come with it. The production of the holy bamboo fruit is so small that it is destined to be in short supply. Who to sell and who not to sell? Those who buy will be happy, and those who don't buy may be offended. This is a headache that needs to be carefully considered. Duju is only the L3 mountain master now. Low production is the best excuse, and it is still a long way from being a headache. The benefits have been reflected, and 1 million raw stones have been obtained in advance. This amount of raw stones has a great use. Bamboo plans to invite a group of county-level warriors from the Hornblatella tribe to help this winter. The price of the Dalmantis tribe's county-level warriors is too high and not cost-effective. The Hornblatt tribe warriors also have earth and stone abilities, and have the closest relationship with the Fire Lotus Kingdom. Asking the Fire Peach Black King to be a labor intermediary should be cheaper in terms of salary. There are 3 main tasks. The first one is that Bamboo plans to build a more formal square on the southwest side of Liju Peak. After the earth and stone abilities are solidified after the flat land is opened up, rows of temporary living nests like tombs will be built. The second one is to open up and build a trade route and a plank road within the planned Bamboo Sea. In the future, warriors outside Liju Peak will not be allowed to fly randomly when entering the Bamboo Sea. According to the rules of the various tribes on the mainland, the caravans will walk along the trade road and the visitors will walk along the plank road, and the end point will lead to the trading square. The third is the reinforcement of the mountaintop reservoir. Many rock fragments can be used after digging out the remaining parts of the reservoir. The soil and stone can be solidified into pieces of stone with a length of 0.8 meters, a width of 0.4 meters, and a thickness of 0.2 meters. If they are not used for the time being, they can be stacked and stored for the construction of ponds and culverts in the future when the bamboo sea is expanded. In addition, the roads of Liuzhifeng also need to be solidified, and the caves where the Liuzhifeng warriors live can also be properly reinforced with soil and stone. Bamboo's budget is to spend 1 million raw stones to complete various primary infrastructure in the territory. Bamboo set out in early summer and went to Zhejiang County to ask the Zhejiang Cockroach King for help and visit the Fire Peach Cockroach King. The Fire Peach Cockroach King received a benefit fee of 100,000 raw stones and talked to the Horned Cockroach Kingdom. Invite 10 county-level warriors to come and help. The salary is calculated on a daily basis. 60 raw stones per day. After calculation, the monthly salary is only 1,800 raw stones. This is the friendship price that the Horned Blattle warriors offer to help Changsheng County, which is much cheaper than the Dao Mantis Kingdom. It takes about 4 months from the end of autumn to the end of winter. Due to the large amount of work, it will take about 5 years to complete it completely. The biggest project is the construction of trade routes and plank roads. In order to improve efficiency, Big Bear took action in advance, using his iron sand palm to clear the way, and first knocked down and dragged the tall trees along the way. When the winter work starts, Big Head also needs to send a large number of soldier ants to participate in clearing the weeds along the way. In this way, the Horned Blattle warriors only need to use their earth and stone abilities, which is slightly more efficient. Time is trance, and it is the annual Liju Peak Autumn Harvest Dinner again. The Red Blattle warriors who attended the dinner this year. Where are the intermediate junior warriors? Most of them are young senior warriors, with a small number of older senior warriors. After the dinner, the young warrior said goodbye. We are going back to the territory, and we will go into the jungle to look for the seeds given by God in the season. After many years, most of the young warriors of the Red Blattish tribe have used yuzu bamboo rice to strengthen their force-sensing ability. In autumn and winter, when there is no farming season, search the jungle. If you find it, you will become rich overnight and change your fate. Although there is a salary for working for Li Zhifeng, how can that salary compare with the seeds given by God? The news that Li Zhifeng dug a large reservoir on the mountain has spread among the tribe. This is a big event that symbolizes the prosperity of the tribe, and they have to help. The older warriors took the initiative to stay and work. The intermediate young warriors must not dare to come. Last year, all these young warriors were invited to help, and they were not paid. At last count, there were only 56 senior warriors, and the labor force was a bit insufficient. About a month later, the warriors of the Horned Blattish tribe will arrive. They will come from a long distance. Whether there is work to do or not, the salary must be calculated. Bamboo went to Zhejiang County urgently to ask for help from the king of Zhejiang cockroaches, and invited 44 warriors from Zhejiang County to make up a whole 100 warriors. The Iron Blade Mountain Master of the Iron Blade Mountain Range, the Cliff Cypress Mountain Master, and the Bitter Citrus Mountain Master of the Red Orange Mountain Range, etc. A total of 6 Mountain Master level warriors came to help. Mountain Master level warriors are large in size, strong in strength, and have hard and sharp forelimbs. They are most suitable for this kind of hard physical work, which also relieves some of the pressure for the excavation work. They can barely keep up with the expected progress. Chapter 380, Dragon Bamboo Mutant. A busy winter. On the southeast side of Liju, the trading square on the mountain was completed, and 2 roads were built, leading to the foot of the mountain and Liju Peak respectively. The trade road was only about 2 kilometers long, and the plank road has not yet started. The road is long and the task is heavy. The progress of the mountaintop reservoir is quite good. This year, 4 steps were dug down, and the depth increased by 2 meters. The trapezoidal structure. The lower you go, the smaller the volume of rocks that need to be dug for each step, and the lower the level, the lower the water level is. At the bottom, there is only a water trough with a length of 900 meters, a width of 2 meters, and a depth of 0.5 meters. The digging speed is faster and faster. The quality of the sacred bamboo God-given seeds is high, and the growth rate becomes slow. A large amount of world tree debris is used. It still took 2 springs for 584 bamboo poles to grow completely. In the summer of the 27th year of bamboo, the dry season arrived on time, and the sacred bamboo bloomed. There is still more than a year of fruiting season. The belly bamboo did nothing else but guarded the bamboo forest. Without the important labor force of the belly bamboo, Bamboo couldn't sit idle. He had to go to the fields and work with the dragon bamboo. Busy, tired, but very happy. The flowers of the sacred bamboo god withered, and the bamboo fruit was just beginning to grow. Baba tested it once and gave Bamboo the data that he was most concerned about. It can extend life by up to 58 years. And it takes 90 bamboo fruits to reach the limit. Extend life by 58 years? 90 are needed? In this case, it can only be split into 6 parts. Even if the price is raised, the price of each bamboo fruit is set at 600,000 raw stones. And only 3.6 million raw stones can be sold. Bamboo quickly thought of a solution. The life-extending effect of bamboo fruit decreases. If the number of consumption exceeds 30, the effect begins to decline. And it will seriously decline if the number exceeds 60. It can be divided into 9 parts according to 64 bamboo fruits, which can strengthen the lifespan by about 50 years. The selling price is still set at 500,000 raw stones. So 4.5 million raw stones can be sold. For things in short supply, the number of parts increases, and more can be sold to more stores, and more good relationships can be made. The dry season is about to end. Since the bamboo sea has not been built yet, the water storage in the reservoir on the top of the mountain has not been used. Bamboo took Guanli, Xueli, a little warrior who likes pear trees set by Qijing County, and Baizu to teach them how to open and close the water valve, and at the same time drain the water and convert it into electricity. Guanli is now a L2 senior warrior, and Xueli is 1 year younger, and is now just a L9 intermediate warrior. Guanli is a direct descendant of Bamboo, and has the experience of studying abroad in Chiwu Mountain. Naturally, Xueli became his little follower. In recent years, the mountain has been too busy to spare other soldiers to guard. Guanli Peak is only 5 kilometers away from Liju Peak. Bamboo sent Baizhu, the deputy captain of the combat team, to protect the two of them. Busy. Bamboo. Bamboo. Big Bear ran over and shouted from a distance. Big Bear is relatively stable. This is the first time I have seen it so flustered and fussing. What's wrong? Bamboo asked. Dragon Bamboo. Big Bear stopped where he was, pointed in a direction, and said, Bamboo, didn't you ask me to pull out the dragon bamboo over there? I didn't have time before, but I have time today, so I'll go over. I found that one of them seems to have borne fruit. Isn't this abnormal? Fruit? Bamboo was stunned, and then ecstatic. The dragon bamboo forest that Big Bear pointed to is located at the foot of the mountain, hidden in the Ma bamboo forest. Those were the more than 300 dried seeds that he brought back at the time. They were sown, cultivated in the nursery, and 50 of them germinated and survived, and then transplanted. Originally, it was Duju who was responsible for taking care of it. It grew very poorly. After observing it in the first and second years, and confirming that it did not bloom, it was abandoned. Duju needed to take care of the seeds given by the holy bamboo god, and he had no time to take care of it. Bamboo also told Daxiong to pull out all the inferior dragon bamboos when he was free. Bamboo asked Daxiong, I remember that those dragon bamboos were planted by the pond. Right? Daxiong said, yes. Growing by the pond. It would definitely not be because of the lack of water in the dry season that it bloomed and bore fruit. It should be a mutated dragon bamboo. My luck is too good. Right? Bamboo was a little bit unbelievable, flapped his wings and flew into the air, and ordered Baizu, bring Baba over. After that, he rushed to the bamboo forest not far away. Beside the pond, a small mountain of newly pulled bamboos had been piled up. The branches and leaves of these bamboos can be sent to the biogas tank, and the bamboo poles can be dried and sent to the thermal power plant. In front of him is a dragon bamboo that is growing very poorly. Nearly 3 years have passed, and only 8 bamboo poles have grown in total. The tallest one is only about 20 meters high, and the shortest one is only 4 meters high. It is still bent and deformed and has just been pulled out. There are only 4 or 5 bamboo fruits hanging on this somewhat deformed dragon bamboo pole. Daxiong must have seen the bamboo fruits after pulling it out and helped in time. Bamboo looked at the remaining 7 bamboo poles again. There were a few to a dozen green fruits hanging on each of them, and they were all intact. Daxiong's brain was not working well, and his eyesight was not very good. Fortunately, he had a bright idea at the critical moment. Big Bear followed and ran down the mountain. Crown Pear and Snow Pear fell to the ground soon after, and they were overjoyed to see the fruiting dragon bamboo. Soon, Baiju ran over with Baba in his arms. Baba, help check the genes of this dragon bamboo. Baiju held Baba forward and scanned it, and soon came to a conclusion. Baba said, "This is the dragon bamboo mutant you defined. But its condition is extremely poor, with various congenital disabilities. The surrounding bamboos blocked the sunlight and robbed it of nutrients. It is a miracle that it can survive. After all, after the grass plants bloom and bear fruit this time, they are probably not far from death. Dragon bamboo needs to like heat and sufficient light. This mutant is inherently weak, and the nearby bamboo forest and the dragon bamboo next to it have taken away too much sunlight and nutrients, making it more difficult to grow. Big Bear, you start now and clean up the nearby bamboos. Baiju, you dig up the several dragon bamboos next to it." "Okay." Big Bear immediately took action. "I understand." Baiju put Baba on the ground and started to work. The hydropower station was initially put into use. There was a heavy rain season in summer, which generated a lot of electricity. Baba couldn't help but feel a little floating again. She started the anti-gravity engine, took off shakily, and landed on Banbu's forehead. "Banbu, it's another mutant. Why are you not happy at all?" Banbu said, "There is no God-given seed. What is there to be happy about?" Baba said in surprise, "Hey, your little brain is still quite fast." Banbu shook his head and shook Baba off. When he heard the news, he was indeed instinctively happy at the first time. And then he figured it out, and immediately cooled down 9 points. The dragon bamboo mutant was cultivated into Dragon Bamboo 1, which can only pollinate Ma Bamboo. In essence, it is still a hybrid of Dragon Bamboo and Ma Bamboo. No matter who pollinates who, the giant dragon bamboo is obtained. According to the trigger mechanism of the stars in the sky, it is impossible to give birth to the seeds given by God. Since the mother plant is Ma Bamboo, it is not as strong as the seeds cultivated by Ma Bamboo 1 pollinating Dragon Bamboo. What is the use of Dragon Bamboo mutants? 2 years ago, Shueli bred an ordinary giant Dragon Bamboo live seed. After sowing it, it has not bloomed and borne fruit for 2 years. Baba scanned and calculated that the flowering and fruiting cycle of ordinary giant Dragon Bamboo live seeds is as long as 4 years. The condensed bamboo fruit has a relatively good effect of strengthening strength, and comes with the basic ability of the Cockroach tribe. That is, the effect of strengthening vitality. What Banbu can think of now is to cultivate the Dragon Bamboo mutant into the Dragon Bamboo 1 restoration species, and use Ma Bamboo 1 and Dragon Bamboo 1 to hybridize each other. In this way, the flowering and fruiting cycle of the giant Dragon Bamboo seeds obtained may be shortened. The specific details need to be verified by some experiments. Otherwise, it seems that there is no trick to play. Chapter 381 50 years for 50 years. The bamboo fruits are ripe, and the master of Huabai Mountain arrives on time. As they are familiar with each other, the master of Huabai Mountain is not as polite as the caravan, and lands directly in front of Banbu's living cave. "Banbu, how many cockroach warriors did you hire to build the trading square so quickly? You must have spent a lot of raw stones?" "Not much. It's cheap." Banbu was vague. Leisure Peak is getting richer and richer, while the Yabai Mountains on the other side are still poor and backward. "Master Huabai, you are already in the 9th age? That means you are only 1 step away from becoming a princess. Congratulations. Congratulations. What is there to congratulate? You are almost in the 9th age." "Right," Master Huabai said, sighing, "I am not far from the aging period. Princess Qiufeng knows my situation, so she provided additional raw stones. Under the command of Datu, 2 combat ants brought 2 bags of force food, 1 bag of freshly picked bamboo fruits and 1,000 bamboo rice, and 1 bag of barnyard grass seeds produced by the deep-water barnyard grass God-given seeds in the red rice territory. Master Huabai also brought 2 bags of force food, which he purchased from the Huaklaw Kingdom. There are many types, which strengthen the ability of fire and metal. The trade between the 2 sides has become a form of barter. A simple count of the number of goods. The transaction is considered complete." Banbu asked, "How has Princess Qiufeng been doing in recent years?" The Lord of Huabai Mountain said, "As always, Qiufeng County has had bad luck in recent decades and has not produced an outstanding younger generation who can take on the responsibilities of a princess." The Lord of Huabai Mountain suddenly became curious again and asked, "Banbu, why are you suddenly concerned about this?" Hee hee. Of course, I have other purposes. Bamboo waved his antennae and said, Master Huabai, let's go down the mountain. I'll show you something good. Good stuff? Another God-given seed? Master Huabai asked. Bamboo? Or a tree? Could it be that bastard Hongdao has cultivated a God-given rice seed again? Similarly, Master Huabai was accustomed to the increasing number of God-given seeds in Liju Peak. When Hongdao first came to Liju Peak, Master Huabai was poisoned by him. Master Huabai was very vengeful. More than 30 years have passed, and he is still angry with Hongdao. Hongdao cultivated rice in paddy fields under Liju Peak. Master Huabai laughed at him earlier. What he didn't expect was that Hongdao actually cultivated a God-given rice seed. This was a fatal blow. Bamboo flapped his wings and glided down the mountain. Master Huabai followed and took off into the air and landed. In the distance was a bamboo forest that looked a bit weird, and there were faint fluctuations of the force. Is this a cross between belly bamboo and holy sound bamboo? The master of Huabai Mountain's mind is indeed faster than that of Chonglu and Yuzhu. Bamboo. This brand new bamboo God-given seed is not simple. It has already borne fruit, but it is not ripe, which means that the fruiting period exceeds 1 year, and the quality is not ordinary. Holy sound bamboo. Don't tell me that the strengthening effect is the extension of life in the inherited memory? It is not certain now. Right? It is obtained by the cross between belly bamboo and holy sound bamboo. I named it holy bamboo. At present, it can be confirmed that the holy bamboo fruit has the effect of extending life. Bamboo said, in the past few years, I have seen a lot of good things in Chiwu Mountain and learned a lot about the God-given seeds. Judging from the experience of Chiwu Mountain, it should extend life. Huabai Mountain Lord is smart and not easy to fool. Bamboo added one more thing, saying, in addition, I have visited the king of longevity cockroaches and personally saw the seeds of the longevity peach God-given by myself. The smell is similar, so it should be correct. Huabai Mountain Lord thought about it, combined with Bamboo's previous and subsequent words, understood Bamboo's meaning, and simply said, I will go to Chiofeng County now and ask Princess Chiofeng to come in person. 584 bamboo fruits? How many do you plan to sell? How much deposit do you want? Bamboo waved his antennae and said generously, the deposit is a small matter. I will unify the price after the fruits are ripe. Huabai Mountain Lord. Don't worry. Based on our friendship for so many years, no matter what, your black and white cockroach tribe will have a share of bamboo fruits. That's a must. Huabai Mountain Lord said, this matter is too big. I still have to ask Princess Chiofeng to come in person. Let's discuss it in advance. After that, he flapped his wings into the air, went up the mountain, picked up the spider silk bag, and left in a hurry. 4 days later, Princess Chiofeng arrived at Liju Peak in person. She arrived alone, probably because she was dissatisfied with the slow flying of the mountain master Huabai, and got rid of him. Bamboo used the same rhetoric, and personally took Princess Chiofeng down the mountain to visit. Duzhu took Princess Chiofeng to observe closely, and verify the smell of the holy bamboo fruit. The smell is very similar to the longevity peach. It should be correct. Princess Chiofeng gave a positive answer, and could not suppress her excitement, saying, top quality. The single bamboo fruit is small, but there are a lot of them. 584. The yield is not low. Now we can't be sure when it will mature, and we can't be sure how many years it can extend its life. It should not be less than 50 years. Princess Chiofeng is about to enter the aging period, and extending her life by 50 years is too important for her. With an extra 50 years of life, she will have more time to wait for the birth of a qualified successor to Chiofeng County. Being 50 years younger, she can still try her last attempt to reach the level of Cockroach King. In recent years, Princess Chiofeng has been looking for life-extending force food everywhere, and she is quite knowledgeable. She calmed down and said, Master Bamboo, you should be planning to sell the bamboo fruit in portions. Right? Bamboo replied. Indeed. I plan to sell it according to the number of portions for 50 years of life extension, with a unified price of 10,000 raw stones for 1 year of life, which means 500,000 raw stones for 1 portion. Princess Chiofeng moved her tentacles and said, that's a deposit of 250,000. I will send a soldier to deliver it to you after I go back. Bamboo shook his tentacles and said, Princess Chiofeng, Li Zufeng is not short of raw stones now. I hope we can change the way of trading. Princess Chiofeng's breath stagnated. Bamboo said directly, "Help me to give birth to 2 wild God-given seeds." Fair trade. 50 years for 50 years. A county-level warrior can give birth to wild God-given seeds. It takes 2 years to give birth, and 1 year of life is shortened. This transaction means that another warrior in Chilphin County will lose 25 years of life. Chilphin County hesitated, and finally shook her tentacles gently, saying, "No, I can't harm other warriors for my own life." Chilphin County changed the subject and said, "Sell 2 bamboo fruits to our Chilphin County. 1 for exchange, and 1 for purchase with raw stones." Bamboo thought about it and agreed, "Okay. We can start next spring." "I actually bought 2. Chilphin County was very happy, and a little bit uncontrollable. She asked, "Bamboo Mountain Master, are you still giving birth to that wild cypress God-given seed? How far is it from the first transformation and growth?" Bamboo said truthfully, "It completed a metamorphosis and growth last spring. And after 2 years of recuperation, it entered the peak growth season." "It has completed a metamorphosis and growth?" Chilphin County Lord was surprised for a moment, shook his antennae vigorously, and said, "It is not advisable to overproduce during the peak growth season." Bamboo said, "It only takes 10 years to accelerate the growth season. There is also a special wild God-given seed at the foot of the mountain. I found the seeds from the debris that fell from the sky. I plan to promote it for 40 years. From the sky? What's special?" Chilphin County Lord was very curious and said, "Bamboo Mountain Lord, please take me down the mountain to see it." "Okay. Please follow me." Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, to the south of the mountain. Tata's growth is too slow. The free investment of the world tree debris is still too slow to make the insect despair. Bamboo plans to give birth to it for 40 years. Cultivate it for 3 to 5 years. And then grow naturally for 10 years. It will almost complete the first metamorphosis and growth. The number and quality of the condensed fruits will be greatly improved. And the benefits will definitely exceed the cost. The wild Thuja God-given seeds. Bamboo is just a little impatient to wait. Give birth once. Cultivate it for 1 or 2 years. And continue to use plant gene fluid to strengthen and improve. In the future, it can also consider continuing to use the holy bamboo fruit to exchange with the black and white cockroach tribe. 50 years for 50 years. Give birth to Tata and wild Thuja God-given seeds. And help them complete the second metamorphosis and growth as soon as possible. Chapter 382 Dragon Number 3. Bamboo now really regrets giving such an important thing as the holy bamboo God-given seed to Duju for nurturing. If it were him, he would be promoted to L9 Mountain Master, and not far from the princess. Duju cannot be trained, and can only grow step by step. Even if the best resources are provided, it will take about 30 or 40 years to be promoted to princess. The quality of the holy bamboo is already very good. But the poor thing is the yield. The holy bamboo fruit can only be divided into 9 portions at most. 4 portions for the caravan. 2 portions for Chilphin County. And Li Zhufeng plans to keep 1 portion for himself, so that the members on the mountain can share it and taste it. The remaining 2 portions, 1 for the horned bladder tribe, and 1 for the blade mantis tribe. Li Zhufeng will definitely have infrastructure projects in the future, so he will first win over these 2 races that have mastered the ability of earth and stone. After the annual autumn harvest celebration dinner, the mountaintop reservoir continued to be excavated. In winter, infrastructure projects are in full swing. Princess Fengyan came from afar. "Master Bamboo, how did the seeds grow last time?" "Not very well." Bamboo knew that this guy was here to ask for his salary. So he asked, "Princess Fengyan, what about the seeds you brought back? How are they?" Princess Fengyan sighed. "They are not cold resistant. Most of them froze to death in the first winter. Those that survived were half dead, and their growth was very poor." Princess Fengyan shook her tentacles and said, "It's mainly due to the climate and a little bit of soil. The kingdom we live in north of Xinjiang is not suitable for sowing these seeds." Bamboo sighed. "Yes, it's not suitable." Princess Fengyan added, however, "Master Bamboo, I have found the seeds for you. And the salary. Of course your salary cannot be left out." Bamboo readily agreed. Fengyan County Lord has been busy in dangerous environments for more than 2 years, and indeed collected many tree seeds, so she cannot refuse to pay her salary. Collecting tree seeds from Mongzu continent is simply a gamble. Chiwu Mountain gambled 100 million yuan, and Bamboo gambled 200,000 raw stones. This is still a free ride. During this period, the forced food consumption was provided free of charge by Chiwu Mountain. it is not a complete loss. At least Bamboo knows that the trees in the tropical areas of the western region of Longzhou continent and those close to the tropics cannot be transplanted to Lizhu Peak for future development. If he needs to find new high-quality plantings, he will go directly to the north. Bamboo brought back the big head who worked on the mountain, took out 2 force crystals, and gave them to Fengyang County Lord. Fengyang County Lord was not in a hurry to leave. She chatted with Bamboo and learned that Lizhu Peak was doing infrastructure construction. She took the initiative to stay and help with the work for free until the end of winter, when she left with the Hornblatella tribe. Time flies, and it is the autumn of the 28th year of bamboo, and the holy bamboo fruit has entered the ripening season. All members of Lizyufeng entered a state of alert. The 3 tribes of black and white cockroaches, knife mantises, and horned cockroaches came in groups, arriving more than 10 days in advance, and stopped at the trading square at the foot of the mountain to wait. The holy bamboo fruit is of high quality. The size of a single fruit is not small. It is shaped like a plump round with a diameter of about 4 centimeters. The cost of operating a single fruit is as high as 40 raw stones. Of course, the value of the holy bamboo fruit lies in its strengthening effect. After calculation, the price of a single fruit is 7 or 8,000, and the cost is almost negligible. Bamboo also knows some business methods. If you sell expensive things at a sky-high price, the packaging must be exquisite. The bamboo poles of the giant dragon bamboo are used to cut the thickest part to make bamboo barrels, tubes. After drying, the bottom and mouth of the barrel are hooped with colorful metal rings plated with metal ability of the gorgeous Jintang tribe, which is both decorative and reinforced. Bamboo also carefully designed a colorful barrel cover with a buckle opening and closing. The barrel cover and the barrel body are engraved with bamboo patterns. The appearance packaging is gorgeous without losing the natural simplicity. And exquisite. There are 8 layers inside, and 8 holy bamboo fruits are neatly distributed on each layer, which are poured and sealed with blended amber juice. One barrel is exactly 64 pieces. If a county-level warrior over 200 years old eats such a portion, he can extend his life by about 50 years. Imitating the form of Changsheng County, the tribes at the foot of the mountain go up the mountain to trade in turn. The holy bamboo fruits are all mature on the same day. On the day of production, 4 barrels are sold, and the other 4 barrels are sent to the mountain peak cold storage for storage. The remaining 72 bamboos were eaten by all members of Lizyufeng, and several more were sent to Taidao Mountain Range, Hongju Mountain Range, Qingang Mountain Range, Chuerong County, and Shijian County for tasting. The emergence of the dragon bamboo mutant was a major surprise. It was the first time that 2 bamboo species that could hybridize with each other gave birth to mutants. There were many things that needed to be tested. Bamboo personally took the cattail, belly bamboo, dragon bamboo, small fire bamboo, and light bamboo, and used the dragon bamboo mutant next to the pond to cultivate the dragon bamboo No. 1 restoration species. Select high-quality dragon bamboo No. 1 species for sowing. A total of 3 hybrid breeding experiments were designed and carried out in the same year, in order to facilitate distinction and comparison. The earliest bamboo species obtained by hybridizing the Maju No. 1 species with the dragon bamboo was renamed Giant Dragon No. 0. In the first and second experiments, pollen from the dragon bamboo No. 1 species was collected and given to the common Ma bamboo and Ma bamboo No. 1 species. The pollination experiment was successful, and the seeds produced were named Julong No. 1 and Julong No. 2 respectively. The third experiment collected pollen from Ma bamboo No. 1 species, gave it to the dragon bamboo No. 1 species, and the seeds produced were named Julong No. 3. The seeds produced were essentially Julong bamboo, but there were very small differences, which allowed the 3 little guys, Guanli, Xueli, and Danju, to be bred into live seeds. After the live seeds were bred, they were first sent to Lizyufeng and handed over to Baba for inspection. It was similar to what Banba guessed. The flowering and fruiting cycle of Julong No. 1 was also 4 years. After being bred into a live seed, the growth of the plant and the quality of the condensed fruit were not as good as Julong No. 0. Julong No. 2 is similar to Julong No. 3, but the overall quality is not as good as Julong No. 3. Dragon No. 3 is very interesting. First of all, even though it has been bred into a live seed, the plant growth is not as good as Dragon No. 0. The average height of Dragon No. 0 bamboo poles exceeds 70 meters, while the average height of Dragon number 3 bamboo poles can only reach 55 meters, which is a big difference. The quality of the condensed bamboo fruit is also inferior. But Dragon number 3 has another advantage. It blooms and bears fruit every year. It takes 3 years for the fruit to grow. In other words, on the same plant, you can see bamboo flowers and fruits of different years at the same time, which means that it can bloom and pick fruits every year. It is quite troublesome to operate. It requires a lot of light and nutrients. If it is outside Leisure Peak, the natural force is insufficient, and it often needs to use raw stones to supplement its force. Dragon number 3 is a high-yield variety. Dragon number 0 is a low-yield, high-quality species. Bamboo plans to cultivate 2 bamboo species at the same time, both of which are listed as the iconic plants of Leisure Peak, for his own use, and not to sell bamboo species to others. The output of Dragon number 0 is kept for his own consumption. The output of Dragon number 3 can be sold to others to make money. A little warrior was born in Hungni's territory. He likes bamboo, and is named Fangzhu. He was sent to Huizhou Mountain to settle down. A little warrior was also born in Xiangju Peak. But unfortunately, he did not like bamboo and stayed in Xiangju Peak. Qijing County will send 2 more little warriors. And the number of insects in Jinping Mountain finally reaches 20. The predecessors laid the foundation. And the 4 little guys born later are much happier. When they are intermediate little warriors, they can choose top-quality bamboo species, such as Dragon Bamboo number 0 and Dragon Bamboo number 3, as their life species. In the future, when they are promoted to senior warriors, they can also choose Holy Bamboo as their life species. Bamboo used Yuzu bamboo rice to exchange with Changsheng County. They also have high-quality tree species that produce fresh fruits in summer, such as ordinary longevity peaches, blood peaches, fire peaches, and nectarines. When they grow up in the future, even without the seeds given by God, the territory income will be considerable, and they will live a relatively wealthy life. Chapter 383 Dragon Tree Spirit. The second batch of holy bamboo fruit was produced. 4 portions were fixed for the caravan, and the other 4 portions were sold within the Fire Lotus Kingdom. 1 portion to the main tribe, the Flying Bloodtella tribe, 1 portion to the neighboring Fey Bloodtella tribe, and 2 portions to the Red Bloodtella tribe. Li Zhufeng kept 72 pieces for everyone to share. He specially took out 10 pieces to give to the Lord of Huabai Mountain. The Lord of Huabai Mountain was a little older, and Bamboo was really worried that it would die when it was promoted to the princess. 3 years later, the next batch of holy bamboo fruit will be produced and sold to the outside, alternating between inside and outside. In the winter of Bamboo's 30th year, the mountain reservoir was completed as scheduled. The planned business road and plank road were completed early last year. Cheap labor, super low project cost. More than 200,000 of the budgeted 1 million raw stones are left. Due to the large number of foreign members during the construction period, Bamboo slowed down his growth slightly. And when the project was completed, he immediately fell asleep. This time the evolution interval was long enough, and he had been eating and drinking well in Leisure Peak. Baba tested that the probability of failure was less than 0.1%, and he was in excellent condition, and the evolution was relatively smooth. L9 Mountain Master, only 1 step away from becoming a princess. The seed of the God-given dragon bamboo has been bred, and it is planned to be sown again in early February when the weather warms up completely. The maximum bamboo pole diameter of the Dragon 0 seed is more than 60 centimeters, and the height is generally more than 70 meters. Baba calculated and preliminarily estimated that the bamboo pole diameter of the God-given dragon bamboo seed will reach 1 meter, and the height will exceed 100 meters. The God-given dragon bamboo seed also has 584 bamboo poles. How magnificent will it be to form a bamboo forest like this? It's hard to think about it. Leisure Peak can't accommodate this thing. In addition, due to climatic reasons, dragon bamboo and giant dragon bamboo like sunshine and heat are not cold resistant and are not suitable for planting on the mountain. After comprehensive consideration, Bamboo decided to open up an open space of 800 meters by 800 meters on the south side of Leisure Peak. The action started in early spring. Bamboo went to the field himself, and Baba supervised beside him. He dug out all the soil with a depth of 1 meter, mixed it with an appropriate amount of sludge, ordinary sawdust, a small amount of plant ash and powder ground from the remains of the boundary tree, and then backfilled the soil. The average daily temperature exceeded 18 degrees Celsius. Bamboo dug a small pit in the center of the open space, and sowed the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god. The seeds entered the soil, as if waking up from a deep sleep, greedily absorbing water vapor, and growing roots and sprouts. Sowing in the morning, breaking through the soil at noon. The tips of the shoots are green, absorbing light and natural force, and entering a rapid growth mode. The underground rhizomes swelled and transformed into bamboo baskets. The bamboo shoots also thrived, growing taller and thicker at a noticeable rate. The connection between souls. Bamboo quickly felt that the natural force at the foot of the mountain was not enough to support the growth of the seeds given by the dragon bamboo god. Big Head replenished the force. Okay. Big Head waved his tentacles. And immediately, the ant colony carried a large piece of raw stone forward, ground it into powder, and sprinkled it around. The force that overflowed from the raw stone powder was directly absorbed. The ability to absorb and release the force is more exaggerated than that of the blood thorn. Corresponding to this is the faster development of bamboo shoots and underground stems. The soil is a little dry, and the soil fertility has dropped sharply. Bamboo used his claws himself, carefully avoiding the underground stems of the plants, and dug 3 pits. Big Head, swamp water, and swamp residue. Okay. The Big Head waved his antennae, and a large number of worker ants brought buckets of sludge forward, poured them into the pit, backfilled the soil, and then transported buckets of sludge water up for irrigation. In the evening, the bamboo shoots grew to 10 centimeters thick and more than 1 meter high. It stopped growing, but it was still absorbing the force. Bamboo felt that this was far from enough. The dragon seemed to grow fiercely, but it was actually much slower than other bamboo-like divine seeds. The next day, the bamboo shoots suddenly jumped to a height of 3 meters and a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. The next day, the bamboo shoots were more than 4 meters high and more than 30 centimeters in diameter. On the 10th day, the bamboo shoots turned from green to gray and began to peel off, revealing emerald bamboo poles. A whole spider silk bag. 10,000 raw stones were used up. Then it sprouted branches and leaves, and the rate of photosynthesis and absorption of the force increased significantly. The main pole of the bamboo is where the tree spirit hides. When it grows, it has the greatest demand for nutrients and original force. It consumes a lot of sludge every day, and needs to invest at least 2,000 raw stones. On the 20th day after the seeds were sown, the first bamboo pole finally grew completely. It was a solitary pole, standing proudly, with a diameter of about 35 centimeters and a height of about 40 meters. The corresponding bamboo basket finally grew, and the giant dragon tree spirit awakened. The mood was not very good. The giant dragon tree spirit hated the busy ants around it. Bamboo quickly asked Data to remove the ants. From the experience of the first 7 God-given seeds, it is best to spoil the tree spirit at the beginning of its birth. No matter what its natural temperament is, the relationship will definitely not be bad in the future. If you go against it from the beginning, just like the tree spirit of the purple gold God-given seeds, it has always been against Bamboo. Now it has grown into an old fly who is proficient in all kinds of abuse. It is hard to swallow, and can't be changed no matter what. The ants withdrew, and the tree spirit's mood improved. Bamboo picked up a piece of raw stone, shaved off the powder, and dried it around. The tree spirit had a kind thought. It needed the force to grow now. Bamboo tried to communicate with the tree spirit. My name is Bamboo. Bamboo. Your name is Dragon. Dragon. This is raw stone. It contains a lot of force. Raw stone. Force. The dragon bamboo God-given seed showed various extraordinary things when it was still in the seed state. Now it has been nurtured into a life seed, sown and grown into a plant. And the awakened tree spirit is even more extraordinary. Unlike the other 7 God-given tree spirits, the dragon tree spirit is born with a strong soul, showing a memory ability and primary thinking ability that is no less than that of a newborn insect warrior. Bamboo taught it to recognize various things, and it only needed to be taught once. And it could remember immediately. And sometimes it could draw inferences from one example. It soon formed independent consciousness and self-thinking ability. Bamboo told the giant dragon tree spirit that the workers of the big-headed ant colony were helping it grow. It immediately understood that these big-headed guys would not threaten its safety, and it no longer rejected them. Bamboo introduced Big Head to the giant dragon tree spirit, telling it that this was the king of the ant colony, and that all the workers were commanded by Big Head. The tree spirit immediately recognized Big Head and allowed Big Head to approach it. Bamboo introduced his territory to the giant dragon tree spirit, explained the Red Blatten tribe, introduced Liju Peak, introduced Jinping Mountains, and taught it some basic knowledge. Soon, the giant dragon tree spirit had a preliminary understanding of this world, and also got to know all the members of Jinping Mountains and remembered every member. It does not have that kind of blind exclusive nature, and can allow every member of Jinping Mountain Range to approach its territory. The giant dragon tree spirit can be said to be a complete intelligent life, with the increase of various common sense and knowledge. Its mind quickly matures. The plant growth consumes a lot of energy and is slow. From the beginning of February to the middle of March, more than 100,000 raw stones were consumed. The first bamboo basket finally accumulated enough nutrients, derived 8 underground stems, and pulled out 8 bamboo shoots, generating 8 bamboo baskets. From the beginning of April to the beginning of May, it took a whole month for the 8 bamboo shoots to grow into 8 bamboo poles. The pole is about 1 meter thick and more than 100 meters high, with the main pole where the tree spirit is located as the center. It is about 40 meters away, and the octagonal position is neatly distributed in 8 directions. The branches and leaves are lush, which protects the main pole that seems a little slim and short in contrast. Baba has been following Bamboo and observing him. According to a rough estimate, it takes about 20,000 raw stones to continue to derive underground stems and grow bamboo poles. It takes a year of accumulation before the underground stems can be derived in the spring of next year. The natural force outside Lizufeng is seriously insufficient, and each bamboo pole needs to consume about 10,000 raw stones to replenish the force on average. Next year, 64 bamboo poles should be derived. Baba suggested taking it slow and investing 640,000 raw stones every month. It should be about the same for 5 months. What makes Bamboo feel painful is the growth in the year after next. The year after next is to derive 512 bamboo poles, which requires about 5 million raw stones. Liz Yufeng has just earned less than 7.5 million raw stones from selling holy bamboo fruits. His savings have just increased a little. After this expenditure, there is basically no surplus. The slightly better news is that the seeds of the dragon bamboo god will bloom in the year after next. The flowering period is as long as 1 year. The petals will help absorb natural force and breed embryos. A small amount of raw stones is needed to replenish the force. After the fruit is born, it takes another 6 years to fully mature. During the ripening season, a large amount of raw stones is needed to replenish its original power. Then there is a 3-year recuperation period. Chapter 384 Best of Both Worlds. The reservoir was finally dug. The Bamboo 31st Autumn Harvest Celebration dinner was particularly lively, and the intermediate young warriors, who had not appeared for several years, appeared at the dinner again. The stars in the sky are increasing year by year. As a whole, the number of insects in the Red Blatten tribe has also increased significantly. The most direct manifestation is that there are a lot of intermediate young warriors attending the dinner this year, as many as 87, most of whom were born the year before last or the year before last. Bamboo estimated that the entire Red Blatten tribe can produce at least 100 young warriors every year. It would be great if we could get them all to Liju Peak. Bamboo could only think about this kind of thing. The luck is not good. In the past 2 years, no young warriors have been born in the entire Jinping Mountains. On the other hand, there is constant good news from the Bluebell Peak. The 2 guys, Fengling and Lanling, have been mixed together for nearly 10 years and have really cultivated the second Fengling God-given seed. Fengling also wanted to cultivate the third one, and completely settled in Lanling Peak. He came back once in spring and autumn every year, took a look at his territory, and left in a hurry. Lanling successfully promoted to the Mountain Master, and now he doesn't need Bamboo's help, and he can have enough food and clothing. In the spring of this year, a little warrior was born in the territory, and he also likes wind bells. According to the agreement, Shijin County will send 2 little warriors, and the number of warriors in Lanling Peak will reach 6. After the Autumn Harvest Celebration dinner, the Shijin Cockroach King came alone. This time it was very sensible and deliberately arrived a few days later, so as not to disrupt the banquet. Bamboo led the way and landed directly in front of the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god at the foot of the mountain. Giant dragon. This is the elder of the Red-Black clan, and it's called the Red-Black Clan King. Oh! The Red-Black Clan King. The Dragon Tree Spirit already knew the Red-Black Clan, and was not surprised or repulsed, and said, "Bamboo. Is this the Black Clan King?" The aura feels different. The king-level warrior is basically the highest combat power on this planet. Bamboo likes to teach the Dragon Tree Spirit. He can learn everything and solve any problem at once. He is a qualified student. Bamboo added, however, it is only a 1-year-old Cockroach King, which is the lowest among the king-level warriors, and it is impossible to grow. The 1-year-old is of course the weakest, and the 9-year-old Cockroach King is the strongest. The Dragon Tree Spirit knows the age division and asked, "Bamboo, why can't it continue to grow?" Bamboo said, "There are no resources to continue to grow." Oh! The Dragon Tree Spirit suddenly realized and said, "The Cockroach King must need a lot of resources to grow, and its God-given seeds are not enough to support its continued growth." Smart. Bamboo couldn't help but praise. The Dragon Tree Spirit continued, "Bamboo, I am the best God-given seed. I can help you continue to grow after you are promoted to the Cockroach King." Haha. That's right. Bamboo found that the Dragon Tree Spirit was even smarter and more sensible than the warriors on the mountain. This is the seed of the giant dragon bamboo god. The Red Cockroach King looked at the bamboo pole with a diameter of 1 meter, looked up, and was really shocked by the lush branches and leaves that stretched as far as the eye could see. There are only 8 bamboo poles now, and 584 bamboo poles will be generated in the future. Bamboo. Judging from the breath it shows, the condensed bamboo fruit should have reached the standard of top-grade quality. Right? In the future, when you are promoted to Princess, there should be an improvement. When you are promoted to Cockroach King, it will be fully grown and reach the quality of the godly product. Yes, that's roughly the law of growth. Bamboo couldn't help but feel proud, and said, "I use a lot of God-given seeds from outer space, and the quality will be slightly improved. Among the God-given seeds, the quality is slightly higher. Then it will be more valuable." The Red Blatten King couldn't hide his envy and asked, "Bamboo, do you plan to sell the bamboo fruit produced? Or?" The Red Blatten King came here this time, on the one hand, to observe the God-given seeds of the God-given at close range and broaden his horizons, and mainly to ask about the treatment of the bamboo fruit produced by the dragon bamboo God-given seeds. Sell or not? You must think it over as soon as possible. Once it is sold publicly, it will set a precedent. Once the news spreads, there will definitely be a lot of insects coming to buy it. Every time it is produced in the future, it will be sold. Just like the holy bamboo fruit. The news of the sale spreads. And now every autumn and winter, warriors from various kingdoms visit Li Jufeng. It's not forced buying and selling. They all come with valuable gifts produced in the territory and enthusiastically try to build relationships with you. Every time you refuse, it's very difficult. Some people who were rejected in Liju Peak went to Taidao Mountain Range and Qijing County, trying to get in through the back door, which made the master of Taidao Mountain and Qijing Cockroach King very embarrassed. The bamboo fruit condensed from the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god must be more popular. For this type of thing, the common way to deal with it on the mainland is to block the news as much as possible and not sell it to the outside world. The big tribes with a slightly larger number of insects will digest it internally. However, not selling it to the outside world is something that only the big tribes that are rich and have no shortage of raw stones will do. The Chi Cockroach tribe is poor. Liju Peak is barren and very short of money. Bamboo wants to make money by selling giant dragon bamboo fruits. But he doesn't want to cause trouble. The best of both worlds was thought out before the birth of the giant dragon God-given seed. Bamboo said confidently, "Red Blatten King, don't worry. I will handle it properly." Red Blatten King asked, "Not for sale?" Bamboo said, "Block the news as much as possible and don't sell it. The giant dragon bamboo God-given seed is too eye-catching. The caravan passes by here every year, and they should have noticed it long ago. First of all, you should tell them not to talk nonsense everywhere." Red Blatten King thought for a while and said, "The development of Liju Peak requires a large amount of raw stones. You can contact several nearby kingdoms privately and sell some. As far as I know, the 2 kingdoms of Wolf Scorpion and Down Mantis have the God-given seed of the divine grade. You could also exchange it with the giant dragon bamboo fruit and exchange what you have with them." Bamboo of Down Mantis Kingdom knew that there was a spruce God-given seed in Yunshan County, which was also a divine product, and it strengthened the original force veins, with 2 functions, mainly increasing the amount of original force stored in the original force veins, and incidentally strengthening elemental abilities. For any force creature, Every time it evolves in sleep, the force vanes will change to varying degrees. And this change largely determines the success or failure of the evolution. Strengthening the force vanes also has the potential benefit of increasing the probability of successful evolution. In fact, almost all types of divine seeds, including the giant dragon bamboo, have a certain incidental effect of increasing the probability of successful evolution. When building a mountain reservoir, the warriors of the Dalmantis tribe asked for a very high price. But Bamboo still took the initiative to sell the holy bamboo fruit to them. In fact, he was circling around to build a relationship, get on the line of the Spruce Mantis King, and find a way to buy or exchange a batch of spruce pine seeds. The Spruce County, Spruce Mantis King, and spruce God-given seeds of the Dalmantis tribe are very famous on the mainland. So Bamboo knows. Red Bladdish King. What kind of God-given seed does the Wolf Scorpion tribe have? Bamboo asked curiously. Red Bladdish King said, in the ice and snow mountain city, there is a wild cedar God-given seed that has survived for thousands of years. It is said to strengthen the ability of water elements. If consumed in large quantities, it can derive ice and snow abilities. Red Bladdish King said, didn't red rice awaken the ability of water elements? Red rice is a worm with great wisdom like you, and it is worth cultivating. You can try to find a way to exchange one for it, which will be of great benefit to its promotion to the King of Bladdish in the future. Red Rice managed the rice fields with red rice and cultivated rice. 2 years ago, it produced another God-given rice seed. This made the Red Bladdish King look at it with new eyes. One can be said to be a coincidence, and the natural true God favors it. 2. Then it must have the ability of a worm. Bamboo tapped his antennae and said, I understand. I know how to deal with it. The Red Bladden King said, you have seen the Changsheng Mountains. In addition to the Changsheng Longevity Peach, there are many other good things, but most of them are one level lower. You can consider exchanging less for more, and exchange some back. In addition, the Horned Blatten tribe seems to have divine seeds of God. The Fire Peach Blatten King must know about it. I will help you find out later. If there are any and they are useful, you can consider exchanging with them. Understood, Bamboo said gratefully. King Red Blatten. Then I'll trouble you. Before, there were no divine seeds of holy bamboo and giant dragon bamboo. Bamboo only felt that there were many good things in this world. Now that there are, and with the capital to trade, he found that there are more than he imagined. However, these races are also thieves. They are only willing to spend raw stones to buy holy bamboo fruits, and never mention exchanging the good things produced by their own tribe. Chapter 385. You have many choices. The infrastructure related to the bamboo sea is completed, and the next step is to open up and expand the bamboo sea in a big way. The first thing is to transplant the Ma bamboo and water bamboo originally planted in the south of Liju Peak, and replace them with dragon bamboo and holy sound bamboo. The most important bamboo species must be planted in the nearest position of Liju Peak to facilitate guarding and prevent theft. Bamboo plans to plant the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds near the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds, forming a large lush bamboo forest, so that the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds will not appear so abrupt. After being busy for 5 consecutive years, it's time to take a break. Bamboo simply stopped working. The other members of the mountain just need to go out early and come back late. And there is no need to work overtime. Work for 3 days. Rest for 2 days. Eat and drink well, and speed up the growth rate appropriately. A quiet and comfortable winter. The only drawback is that this winter has a lot of rainy weather, and it is rare to encounter a warm sunny day. Bamboo doesn't like getting wet in the rain, and is bored and shrinking in the cave. Baba is also in Bamboo's cave. On the contrary, she is in a good mood, nagging endlessly. In summary, it is, let the rain get heavier. Bamboo. Let's release all the water in the reservoir. Bamboo. I designed some diversion ditches. When it rains heavily, the rainwater near the reservoir can be diverted into the reservoir, so that more electricity can be generated. Don't let the Rat King and others sit idle. Dig for me. After filling a reservoir with water, draining it all and converting it into electricity, Baba can start the anti-gravity engine and fly and play for most of the day. She and Bamboo have similar tastes. Bamboo thinks about how to spend money when he has it, and he feels uncomfortable if he doesn't spend it all. Baba has to use up the electricity she has. If she doesn't use it up, she will feel like something is missing, and she will feel uncomfortable. Excuse me, Is the master of Bamboo Mountain here? The strong spiritual power penetrated the rain curtain and transmitted the mountain peak from a distant distance. Wax Apple Ghost King. Yes, Bamboo replied. And as soon as he thought about it, a drawer opened, picked up Baba, threw her in front of him, closed the door, got out of the cave, and went down the mountain to greet her. It has been 7 years since the birth of the dragon bamboo God-given seed. It has not come until now. The insects of Chiwu Mountain can also tolerate it. Bamboo knew that they were calculating the time for their promotion to L9 Mountain Master, and came here at the right time. The Wax Apple Ghost King carried the Crab Apple Butterfly King on his back, with his wings folded and his antennae drooping. It can be seen that he also doesn't like rainy weather, especially traveling on rainy days. Wax Apple Ghost King. Crab Apple Butterfly King. Bamboo greeted. The Begonia Butterfly King raised his antennae and complained, Bamboo, is the winter in your eastern continent like this? We walked all the way here, and it was raining all the way, cold and damp, which was almost killing the insects. Bamboo said angrily, the south is much better. The weather is almost the same north of Jinjiang. The Wax Apple Ghost King sympathized and said, further north of the Fire Lotus Kingdom, there will be snow in winter, which is even more deadly. Bamboo agreed, yes. The insects in the north are more unlucky. It's better in the south. The stronger the original force creatures are, the stronger their ability to adapt to the climate. The cold and hot temperatures have long been unaffected by the Insect King level warriors. What the Begonia Butterfly King showed was just a habit of likes and dislikes of the race. Chatting on the way. Passing the trading square. You rebuilt the trading square? It should have been repaired a long time ago. The Begonia Butterfly King said, Wax Apple Ghost King. Let's rest at the foot of the mountain. Liju Peak is so small. There is probably no place for us to take shelter from the rain. Okay. The Wax Apple Ghost King was a little helpless about the Begonia Butterfly King's temper. So he agreed directly, then used his earth and stone abilities to expand a grave nest chamber, and slowly drilled in. The Begonia Butterfly King struggled, and hung upside down on the top of the nest chamber. The Wax Apple Ghost King drilled into another nest chamber next to it to take shelter from the rain. Bamboo also drilled into the nest chamber opposite, and lay down. Unintentionally. They were silent for a long time. The Wax Apple Ghost King asked, Master Bamboo, did the seeds given by the giant dragon bamboo god fall on your Liju Peak? Bamboo said, yes. It fell on our Liju Peak by luck. The Wax Apple Ghost King asked, calculate the time. It was completed last year or this year. And it was sown. Right? Bamboo said, yes. It was just sown this year. The Wax Apple Ghost King asked, did you sow the high-quality Ma bamboo seeds in other places? Bamboo said, Ma bamboo likes humidity and heat. And the high-quality seeds have been cultivated on another mountain near the river. The Wax Apple Ghost King was depressed for a while, and then asked, is there another holy bamboo God-given seed? It is said to be a hybrid of belly bamboo and holy sound bamboo, with high quality and can prolong life. Bamboo said, that's right. The Wax Apple Ghost King said, the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed strengthens the power. It should be correct. But I don't know the yield. Bamboo said, the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed flowering and fruiting cycle should be about 10 years. This kind of divine God-given seed is destined to have a low yield. The holy bamboo has condensed 584 bamboo fruits. And the giant dragon bamboo should also have this number. However, the bamboo poles of the dragon bamboo are tall and strong. And the weight of a single bamboo fruit must be very large. The Begonia Butterfly King said, according to our Chiwu Mountain speculation, the output of the dragon bamboo God-given seeds should be the highest among all the God-given seeds of the divine products. You guys, don't be hypocritically modest. Finding dragon bamboo costs us the most money in Chiwu Mountain. But the biggest benefit is taken by you. Li Zhufeng. Bamboo said faintly, Begonia Butterfly King. The last time we traded the thunder bamboo and the heavy-eyed magnolia God-given seeds, our Li Zhufeng suffered a huge loss. The heavy-eyed magnolia God-given seeds are for strengthening the eyes, and they are almost useless. We in Chiwu Mountain didn't force you to exchange. The Begonia Butterfly King would respond, but his mood was obviously better. It is normal for both sides to have gains and losses in dealings. The Wax Apple Ghost King said, Master Bamboo, the Begonia Butterfly King and I came here this time. In addition to confirming the whereabouts of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed, we mainly want to ask, how do you Li Zhufeng plan to deal with the bamboo fruit output? The Begonia Butterfly King added, you can bring a few more holy bamboo fruits. There are a lot of old guys in Chiwu Mountain who are engaged in the God-given seeds. Sure enough, if you have a God-given seed, other good things will come to you. Banbu said, I don't plan to sell the giant dragon bamboo fruit to others. Lijufeng may not have enough for itself. However, good things of the same level can be exchanged, such as the blood-red longan, the snake scale fruit. Banbu paused and said, Wax apple ghost king. Don't mind that. The ghost mist lotus strengthens the soul. It seems that it is not very useful. One ghost mist lotus can be exchanged for one holy bamboo fruit. It would be strange if he didn't mind. There are 7 large forests in Chiwu Mountain, under the Chiwu Ghost King. Each forest has a Ghost King who specifically manages it. The Wax Apple Ghost King is in charge of the Wax Apple Forest that belongs to the Ghost Fog Lotus God-given seeds. To deny the Ghost Fog Lotus is tantamount to denying the Wax Apple Ghost King. The Wax Apple Ghost King had a good temper and was slightly angry. He said angrily, the Ghost Fog Lotus strengthens the soul, but the effect is too small. I will not participate in the exchange. Banbu quickly smiled and apologized. Wait, Apple Ghost King. Don't be angry. I'm just saying it to try. We can discuss the price. The Wax Apple Ghost King said, no need to try. For one Ghost Fog Lotus, you need to bring 1 dragon bamboo fruit and 1 holy bamboo fruit to exchange with us. As for the use of Ghost Fog Lotus, you won't understand it even if I tell you. Just agree. If you don't agree, I won't force you. The Begonia Butterfly King said, Banbu, you and our Chiwu Mountain are quite compatible. We have a deep friendship. If it were other tribes, no matter what they brought, they would not be able to exchange for Ghost Fog Lotus. Okay. Banbu really wanted to test it. From the tone, it was clear that Chiwu Mountain had figured out the benefits of strengthening the soul, and could not take advantage of it. The Begonia Butterfly King continued to add, the blood-green longan has never been exchanged with others. Now that its purpose has been figured out, we in Chiwu Mountain will not take it out for exchange. Of course, Banbu, you can exchange a batch appropriately. Banbu said, then we can only exchange a large number of snake scale fruits? The Begonia Butterfly King said, that's not the case. There are a fixed number of 6 wild God-given seeds in Chiwu Mountain. And there are 2 God-given seeds that have been nurtured by warriors to become live seeds. A total of 8. You have many choices. Chapter 386 Flame Crown Pear. Among the 8 divine seeds of Chiwu Mountain, the most precious ones are the blood-green longan and ghost mist lotus. Snake scale fruit strengthens the strength of bones. Animal warriors have internal skeletons, while insect warriors have external skeletons. When it falls on insect warriors, it strengthens the comprehensive strength of the shell, including toughness, hardness, high temperature resistance, severe cold resistance, and other abilities. Fire scale seeds, born in the sea of scale leaf cypress trees, are divine seeds that strengthen the ability of fire. They are only suitable for warriors who have awakened the ability of fire. The specific effect is that when a certain amount is consumed, the shell force pattern changes after molting and evolution, and the flame ability is qualitatively improved. The seeds of Tianmu Magnolia God are very mysterious and strengthen the perception of the soul. A small amount of consumption will have obvious results, if it is divided into several molting growths. A large amount of consumption will give birth to an eye-shaped Tianmu force pattern on the forehead, which is said to be able to directly see the soul. This Banbu had long guessed that many warriors in Chiwu Mountain had an eye-catching Tianmu on their foreheads. Chiwu Mountain wanted to use snake scale fruit and Tianmu Magnolia fruit for long-term exchange with Liju Peak, only in exchange for dragon bamboo fruit. Fire scale pine nuts were slightly inferior, and Chiwu Mountain could not use them, so it gave in and exchanged them with holy bamboo fruit. It was a very cost-effective exchange for the Chikok warriors. In addition, Chiwu Mountain also had rhubarb longan and green star fruit, which strengthened the 2 elemental abilities of earth and stone and grass and wood respectively, similar to fire scale pine nuts. Wax Apple Ghost King and Begonia Butterfly King were only willing to introduce 7 kinds, and did not introduce the 8th kind. So naturally they did not intend to take it out for exchange. Divine product is a relatively general and vague definition. While divine products, the quality of the seeds bestowed by God is definitely inferior to that of the seeds bred by warriors. Different plants have different yields. Different types of enhancements have different requirements. As for the specific exchange, Bamboo and the Wax Apple Ghost King negotiated for half a day and could only reach a preliminary agreement. For the specifics, they still had to wait until the seeds bestowed by the giant dragon bamboo gods blossomed and bore fruit, and the fruits were ripe for picking, and finally finalized the deal by looking at the real thing. Rest for a night. The next day, the rainy day finally ended. In the early morning, a ray of golden sunlight projected from the eastern sky to the mountain peak. Bamboo took the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Crabapple Butterfly King to visit the seeds bestowed by the giant dragon gods. The two of them were not as shocked as the Red Cockroach King. They simply took a look, felt the breath of the force, made a professional quality analysis, and symbolically praised it. Master Bamboo, can we take a look at the common bamboo and dragon bamboo? Of course. Bamboo knew that there was another important thing for them to come this time, which was to check the quality of the common giant dragon bamboo cultivated by Liju Peak. The best bamboo and dragon bamboo seeds were planted in the lower layer of Liju Peak and the foot of Liju Peak respectively. It was just right. Wandering around and slowly going up the mountain. Master Bamboo, we in Chiwu Mountain hope that Liju Peak can provide us with 5,000 giant dragon bamboo seeds starting next year. The Wax Apple Ghost King pointed out the purpose of the visit. The Begonia Butterfly King said, Bamboo, the dragon bamboo was found by you, and the Chiwu Ghost King thinks that the previous agreement can be appropriately changed, and the term and quantity remain unchanged. For each seed, Chiwu Mountain and the Lighting Tribe will pay 3 raw stones as a reward. For our generation, the Chonglu Caravan will do it for us and help transport it. 1 seed is sold for 3 raw stones, which is a very high price. Unfortunately, the total demand is only 5,000 seeds, and the total price is only 15,000 raw stones. Thank the Chiwu Ghost King for me, Bamboo said formally. 15,000 raw stones. Just a small amount of money. Bamboo Mountain Master, is that also the giant dragon bamboo cultivated by your Liju Peak? It grows a little different. After going up and down the mountain and wandering back and forth twice, the Wax Apple Ghost King finally noticed that there was a bamboo forest that was a little different. The height of the giant dragon bamboo pole number 0 is about 60 meters. The height of the giant dragon bamboo pole number 3 is about 50 meters, which is about the same as the dragon bamboo. If you are not particularly familiar with the bamboo species, it is easy to mistake it for the dragon bamboo at first glance. Bamboo introduced, this is a new bamboo species that has just been cultivated. The experiment was just completed this year. This bamboo species uses the dragon bamboo mutant species that can bloom and bear fruit every year. Bamboo took them around repeatedly, just to find an opportunity to sell the dragon bamboo mutant species to Chiwu Mountain. He had already prepared a draft in his mind, and explained the dragon bamboo mutant species, dragon bamboo 1 restored species, and various hybrid tests of hybrid breeding of giant dragon 0 to 3 species in a simple and clear manner. After listening to the breeding experiment report, the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King were a little confused. How could the dragon bamboo species that can bloom and bear fruit every year be cultivated so quickly? The Wax Apple Ghost King thought for a long time before he fully understood it, and murmured, deformed species, dragon bamboo mutant species, Ma bamboo mutant species, dragon bamboo 1 restored species, Ma bamboo 1 restored species. Bamboo Mountain Master, your way of naming plants is very special. The Begonia Butterfly King said, this is a new naming rule, which seems to be more useful when used on bamboo species. We can unify the naming rules of Liju Peak and Chiwu Mountain to facilitate communication. The Wax Apple Ghost King agreed, yes. The naming rules of Bamboo Mountain Master are more useful, according to the numbering of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Everyone will no longer have to rack their brains to name a new variety. Bamboo reminded, based on the dragon bamboo mutant, the cultivated giant dragon number 3 has the characteristics of high yield, which can make up for the defects of giant dragon number 0. The Begonia Butterfly King said, Bamboo, the key is the dragon bamboo mutant. Are you going to sell the giant dragon number 3 seeds? You are not going to charge extra money, right? Bamboo said, of course not. If you need it, I can send a batch of appropriate proportions every year. The Begonia Butterfly King and the Wax Apple Ghost King are both old insects who have lived for hundreds of years. They all noticed that Bamboo's tone of voice was not normal. The Wax Apple Ghost King asked tentatively, Bamboo Mountain Master, do you intend to share the dragon bamboo mutant with Chiwu Mountain? The raw stone is in place. It is not impossible to consider. Bamboo explained. Liju Peak is in great need of raw stones for development. Chiwu Mountain can cultivate the mutant species of Maju. So it is certain that they can also cultivate the mutant species of Longu. It is just a matter of time. Luck plays a big role. If you are lucky, you will succeed immediately. If you are unlucky, you may have to go through countless failures. Make a fortune before they can be cultivated. How much? The Wax Apple Ghost King asked. Bamboo did not dare to ask for a sky-high price, and asked tentatively, 5 million raw stones? The raw stones of Chiwu Mountain are not so easy to make money. Bamboo bargained with the Wax Apple Ghost King for a long time, and finally settled on 3 million raw stones, and refused to add another one. After all the things were done, the Wax Apple Ghost King said goodbye and left first. The Begonia Butterfly King came here specially this time for another purpose. To visit Guanli. Guanli was working with Baizu and Xueli in the territory of the Taidao mountain range on the north side of the mountain range. Guanli planned to open up neat pear orchards at the foot of the mountain, since a bamboo sea was to be built on the south side of the mountain range. It moved to the north. It happened that if the scale was slightly larger in the future, it could also connect with the rice fields of red rice and red rice. Bamboo led the Begonia Butterfly King to land on Guanli Peak, shook his antennae, and communicated wirelessly to notify Guanli to go up the mountain. More than half of Guanli's current life seeds came from Chiwu Mountain, all of which were not very cold-resistant trees. So a special territory was opened up at the foot of the mountain for sowing, and Baizhu helped to guard it. Fortunately, Guanli's life seeds are growing well. The Begonia Butterfly King checked and moved his antennae with satisfaction. It helped to select the seeds, and was always worried that there would be problems if the seeds were sown in the north of the eastern region. Hey, this is... The attention of the Begonia Butterfly King was quickly attracted by a pear tree seedling planted at the entrance of the cave where Guanli lived. The leaves were light red and had the power of flames, which looked extraordinary. Bamboo explained, "This is the pear tree seed I exchanged from the Horned Blattle tribe with Yuzu bamboo rice. It is a derivative of the cave crown pear, named Flame Crown Pear. The Horned Blattle tribe is a large tribe that has existed for a long time. There are 7 counties that manage the sea of pear trees. The detailed time of managing the sea of trees is unknown. There are more than 200 high-quality derivatives of the cave crown pear alone. No worse than any tree species in Chiwu Mountain. Guanli likes pear trees. If possible, you should exchange some for it." The Begonia Butterfly King cares about Guanli as if he were his own direct descendant. This time he came all the way to visit Guanli. After receiving the news, Guanli flapped his wings and rushed to the mountain, shouting in surprise from afar, "Begonia Butterfly King! Guanli!" Begonia Butterfly King was also delighted, calling out affectionately and praising, "I haven't seen you for a few years." The little guy back then has become a 5th-year high-level warrior and has started to manage his own forest. Chapter 387 A Pure Wild Little Warrior. The Wax Apple Ghost King set off in advance. The Begonia Butterfly King should not stay. Under the leadership of Guanli, he wandered around the pear orchard that had not yet been built for half a day, and then said goodbye and left. Guanli continued to be busy at the foot of the mountain with Xueli and Baizhu. Bamboo began to prepare, eating a lot of force food to speed up his growth. Next year, the Ghost Fog Lotus and Fire Scale Pine nuts of Chiwu Mountain will mature. As soon as they are picked, the Wax Apple Ghost King and the Begonia Butterfly King will lead the team to send 1 Ghost Fog Lotus and 2 Fire Scale Pine nuts to Bamboo, and send 3 million raw stones to complete the transaction of Dragon Bamboo mutants. This is a disguised support from Chiwu Mountain for Bamboo's growth and the development of Liju Peak. The Ghost Fog Lotus and Fire Scale Pine nuts both have the effect of accelerating growth and greatly increasing the probability of successful molting evolution. Bamboo must be promoted to a princess before the dry season of the year after the big year. Chiwu Mountain didn't help Bamboo for no reason. The year after next, all 584 bamboo poles of the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo will grow up. The year after next, Bamboo will be promoted to the lord of the county, and the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo will be able to transform and grow. After the transformation and growth, it will take about a year to recuperate. That is, it will bloom in Bamboo's 25th year, corresponding to Bamboo's strength at the level of the lord of the county. The quality of the bamboo fruit produced by the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo will be slightly improved, and the output will double if nothing unexpected happens. Bamboo is the direct beneficiary. And Chiwu Mountain, which is in exchange with Bamboo, is the indirect beneficiary. With the development of Jinping Mountain Range, there will be more and more Chi blatant warriors. As the Lord of the Mountain, Bamboo will definitely not be able to take care of everyone. And the phenomenon of partiality will definitely appear. In Bamboo's opinion, Guanli is most like himself. Diligent and down-to-earth. Planning before acting. Acting decisively. And must think with his brain before speaking. He inherited all the advantages of himself. And has no obvious disadvantages. The most important thing is that he is born with a kind of insect charm, and is born to be a leader. If Li Zhufeng opens up a second forest in the future, it must be pear trees. If Li Zhufeng needs a successor, it must be Guanli. Seeing that the members on the mountain are a little restless, Bamboo simply organized them all to help Guanli dig and build ponds and cultivate nurseries, preparing to help it build a small pear orchard at the foot of the mountain next year. In the future, other little warriors, who like pear trees, will be born in the mountains and sent to the pear orchard to manage pear trees with Guanli. Bamboo 32nd year. February. The temperature is stable above 18 degrees Celsius. And the 8 bamboo baskets of the dragon bamboo god's seeds begin to produce underground stems. Each bamboo basket produces 8 stems, generating 8 bamboo baskets and 8 bamboo shoots. As expected, 64 new bamboo poles will be generated. After accumulating for a year, the development process is relatively smooth. Bamboo spent most of his time by the bamboo forest, guiding the ant colony to replenish its original force, water and fertilize at any time, and also taught the dragon tree spirit some human knowledge such as mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, genetics, etc. It is very interesting that the dragon tree spirit has a much stronger learning ability than the insect warriors. It can learn many things that red rice cannot learn. There was also a big bear following him, staring with eyes wide open, not knowing what he was saying. The big bear only had brute force, and there was no work suitable for it in spring, when Bamboo was not around. It protected the seeds given by the dragon bamboo god. Bamboo. Bamboo. From a distance, Baba turned up the volume to the maximum, shouted loudly, rushed over and suddenly slowed down, and landed accurately on Bamboo's head. There is more rain in spring and early summer. After repeated requests from Baba, Bamboo agreed to drain the water from the reservoir. And it also had the power to fly and play. Once it has electricity, it jumps and flies everywhere. What's wrong? As a qualified instructor, Bamboo was imparting knowledge enthusiastically, and was suddenly interrupted and a little annoyed. Little warrior, Baba said, I just found a little warrior. Ah! The big bear roared, stood up, and rubbed his hands. Little warrior. Bamboo was surprised and said, Big bear, you sit down and stay here to protect the dragon. Baba. Where is it? Lead the way. Baba didn't say much and took off directly. Bamboo quickly flapped his wings and took off, flying low, heading southeast, and following quickly. Soon he passed through the existing bamboo sea and entered the vast mountains and forests. Finally, Baba stopped by a pool under a solitary peak more than 40 kilometers away from Liju Peak, scanned the area, and said, Hey, it's gone. Bamboo also used his mental power to scan and check. Where is the little warrior? He asked Baba. Are you sure there is a little warrior here? I'm sure. Red Cockroach tribe? Yes. What age? 7-year-old primary little warrior. 7-year-old? That must be a little warrior born last year. Bamboo asked, What are you doing here? Taking a bath. Bamboo flew up the mountain, searching carefully with his mental power, and at the same time quietly sensing the fluctuations of the force. Soon, a small number of wild common cockroaches were found on the mountain. In an environment with sufficient food and a lack of natural enemies, the reproduction ability of common cockroaches is extremely strong. In recent decades, common cockroaches have been constantly drifting out of Liju Peak and into the jungle. There is definitely a possibility that a little warrior was born in the wild jungle. Without the protection of the elders, it is basically impossible for them to survive. Any small or medium-sized predator can take their lives. Baba has no reason to lie. This little warrior is not simple to survive in the wild jungle for a year. The concentration of the force on the mountain is not good. The little warrior is not stupid and will definitely not settle here. Moreover, its force plants must have been planted. Bamboo searched for it hastily and found nothing, confirming that it is not here. It should be that Baba happened to pass by and found it. Baba, what was the little soldier doing when you found him? It was hiding on the mountain and watching me secretly. Bamboo asked patiently, is it passing by? Baba thought for a while and said, I didn't notice it. When I found it, it was hiding on the mountain and watching me secretly. I greeted it, and it ran away directly. It was stupid and didn't understand human language. I couldn't communicate with it, so I went to find you. Bamboo thought for a while and said, it should be nearby. Let's go back first. Baba immediately landed on Bamboo's head and said confidently, I'm out of power. Returning to Liju Peak, Bamboo immediately mobilized all members on the mountain to search separately with that mountain as the center. Soon there was a result. It was Long Zhu who used wireless communication to transmit the message. As guessed, less than 3 kilometers away, there was an inconspicuous flat jungle with abundant force. Bamboo arrived at the first time. A 7-year-old red cockroach soldier was communicating with Long Zhu. It should be Yu Cha who found it. There was also a Caracal warrior who was pinned to the ground by Yu Cha's single claw and could not move. There are 2 God-given seeds. One is a wild capsule God-given seed, which has grown into a large area. The other is a seedling of the Fagus God-given seed, which is more common in this jungle. Bamboo asked, Yu Cha, did you mention this Caracal warrior to me? Yu Cha replied, that was a long time ago. It has been relying on this capsule to survive. It was indeed a long time ago. 30 years ago, when Yalma was reclaiming and expanding land. Yu Cha once wandered the entire Jinping Mountains, searching for beast warriors, and once mentioned that there was a wild herb God-given seed, guarded by a cat beast warrior who was more similar to it. Bamboo looked down on the herb wild God-given seeds, and for Yu Cha's sake, he did not touch the Caracal warrior. Anyway, it was not a threat to Li Zhufeng, so he simply left it alone. Yu Cha is a stone-patterned Siddha cat, and obviously did not have much affection for the Caracal warrior, his close relative, and did not pay any attention to it. 30 years later, the Caracal warriors barely reached the level of advanced warriors, and were not far from the aging period. Bamboo understood what was going on. It turned out that they were not self-reliant. The little warrior born in the wild was found by the Caracal warriors, taken in, and survived. The amazing thing is that they actually found a seed given by God. Long Zhu explained, Bamboo. This little warrior is called Qi Gang. It named itself according to the inherited memory. It is considered a wild little warrior born in our Jinping Mountains. The Caracal warrior is called Capsule, which was named by Qi Gang. Qi Gang has just been promoted to a 7th age primary warrior. It collected plant seeds in the autumn, and dug a small cave on the mountain to dry and store them. When Baba found it, it went there to take the seeds to breed the seeds of life. I understand. Bamboo waved his tentacles and said, Yu Cha, let it go. Yu Cha pressed even tighter and asked, why didn't it send the little warrior to Liju Peak when it found it? Bamboo looked at the Caracal warrior capsule. The grass stuttered and explained, I'm afraid danger. Long Zhu explained, Li Zhufeng has cleared out jungle beast warriors several times, and there are big bears guarding, so it doesn't dare to get close. The little warrior named Qi Gang was a little afraid of Bamboo's breath, and shrank behind Long Zhu, saying, I'm afraid too. Chapter 388 Tata Evolution. The next step in the Jinping Mountain Range development plan is to continue northwest along the mountain range and occupy a peak about 20 kilometers away from Torreya Peak. Bamboo directly named this peak Qi Gang Peak. The little soldier Qi Gang survives in the wild, and the situation is similar to that of Bamboo at the beginning. There are 6 live seeds, namely 1 raspberry, 1 angry fruit, 1 cliff cypress, 2 cypresses, and a water beech God-given seed. All of them were just sown in the early spring of this year, and they have not sprouted for long, and are still seedlings. Currently a L7 junior soldier. He was discovered by Li Zhufeng, and of course, he had to choose Dragon number 3 as the life plant. Qi Gang moved to Qi Gang Peak to live, and the soldiers of Tea Oil and Torreya Peak went to help guard it. The Caracal soldier capsule moved there. Water beech is a God-given seed of tall trees after all, and it helped to find it. So it is not easy to give up. A little older, but not a problem. He is a senior warrior. He uses several longevity force foods that remove impurities from the body. Next year, the seeds of the holy bamboo god will mature. If he uses 20 bamboo fruits, he will have no problem extending his life by 20 years. As for the seeds of the wild capsule god, The annual output value is only about 100 raw stones. Bamboo originally planned to give up directly. He was reluctant to give up the Qing and capsule. There was no way. He spent some effort and planned to transplant and move them over in the late winter of this year. After the matter was settled, everyone returned to the mountain and patrolled the territory to find out if there were any little warriors missed. But found nothing. The ordinary little cockroaches in the jungle all drifted away from Liju Peak. And the wild little warriors were also considered members of Liju Peak. The message was passed to Qijin County. The Qijin Cockroach King could send 2 little warriors next year. And the number of warriors in Jinping Mountain Range would reach 23. Since most of the warriors are at the level of mountain masters, the statistical probability is preliminarily estimated that an average of 3 to 5 years can give birth to a young warrior. At the end of April, all 64 new bamboo poles of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds have grown up. Because they were sown on the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. The bamboo poles are distributed in a regular octagonal shape. The big bear is fixed next to the giant dragon God-given seeds. Bamboo has nothing to do, and spends most of his time guarding the bamboo forest at the foot of the mountain. Guanli is occasionally called over. Bamboo teaches knowledge to the giant dragon tree spirit, Guanli, and Qinggang at the same time. It rains a lot in summer, and the bamboo poles, cut down for transplantation, and bamboo seed are burned to generate electricity. Baba often has electricity, and always comes to pick on Bamboo. It is very sure that Bamboo is not a good person when he is a human, and he is not a good insect when he is an insect. There are few birds, sparrows, and animals in the bamboo forest. In the hot summer, it is quiet, peaceful, and warm. Bamboo brings the big bear, Guanli, and Qinggang with him, mainly to teach the giant dragon tree spirit. Big Bear stared, confused. Qinggang just played with them, lived in the wild, and was wild. It thought that learning addition and subtraction was enough, and refused to learn more, and it was useless to force it. When it came to the knowledge of the second-level technological civilization, Guanli's little brain was not good enough and began to feel sleepy. Bamboo felt very accomplished. Many of the knowledge that he could not understand, and was forcibly recorded by inherited memory, the giant dragon tree spirit could understand. Was this a good teaching? For this idea, Baba despised it countless times. The second-level technological knowledge stumped you? What about the knowledge of the seventh-level technological civilization? In the entire Liju Peak, only the giant dragon tree spirit has a normal IQ. Outside the bamboo forest, Baiju sneaked out. This guy was born with sneaky eyes, and he liked to stop every 3 steps when walking, looking around, and tiptoeing. He looked like a thief no matter how you looked at him. Bamboo. What? Tata just told me that it might evolve. Baiju guarded Guanli Peak most of the time, but insisted on returning to his nest every day to chat with Tata and take care of Tata. Tata, the seed given by the tree god, not only fell in strength, but also seemed to have suffered a blow of reduced intelligence. He was confused and didn't know many things. He was like a child, and was very dependent on Baiju. The tree grew, but its wisdom seemed to be regressing. Now I couldn't even figure out whether it had evolved. Is Tata finally going to evolve? Bamboo stood up, waved his tentacles, and ordered Guanli. That's it for today. You go back to work. Big Bear stood up. Big Bear, you stay here and protect the dragon. Qinggang, you stay too. Play with Big Bear. Don't run around. Bamboo asked again, Baiju, where is Baba? Baiju shook his head and said, it ordered Xueli to drain the reservoir last night, and I don't know where it flew to play today. Bamboo was speechless. Contrary to Guanli, Xueli is so stupid that anyone can command it. Even an intelligent robot can command it. Baiju, you go up the mountain to inform Datu to send down 2 bags of raw stones. Okay. Baiju ran away quickly. Bamboo flapped his wings and flew into the air, landing directly next to the Tata tree. It took 4 years for the black and white cockroach tribe to accelerate the growth of Tata for 40 years. The height of the tree quickly exceeded 150 meters. After 2 years of recuperation, it basically recovered from the weakness of the acceleration. In the past 2 years, there are indeed signs of transformation and evolution. Tata. Bamboo. Look quickly. Am I going to evolve? Tata is very anxious. Tata knows that he was once a world master, and has lost a lot of memories. He is anxious to restore his original strength and regain those lost memories. Tata. Don't be anxious. Bamboo comforted him. Calm down. and scanned with his mental power, sensing the force fluctuations of the Tata tree. Finally, he looked around. I didn't pay much attention to the growth of the Tata tree, and I couldn't see any different changes. Bamboo asked, Tata, are you short of force? Tata said, yes. I have always been short of force. Bamboo paused and asked, do you feel particularly short of force now? Tata thought for a while and said, I have always been particularly short of force. Bamboo thought for a while and said, Tata, don't worry. I will let Data replenish your force of 1,000 raw stones every day. Baizu carried a large bag of raw stones, with 2 combat soldiers behind him. The combat soldiers brought 100 soldiers and 300 workers, carrying various labor tools down the mountain. Baba said to Waterless. Tata immediately reminded Bamboo that he was most afraid of these big-headed ants and always liked to water. Dry soil is very comfortable. Wet soil is a bit uncomfortable. Dig some sludge and bury it under the soil. Bamboo turned to the combat soldiers and gave orders. The combat soldier ants corresponding to the main level of detuition can receive and fully understand the information transmitted by mental power, and immediately shake their antennae to command the actions of other ordinary soldier ants and worker ants. Baizu dug a small hole under the tree, took out a metal tool, took out a piece of raw stone, and put it into the round groove, grabbed the handle of the metal tool, pressed it hard, and the whole piece of raw stone was crushed into powder and poured into the hole. This is a raw stone crushing tool specially designed by Bamboo to facilitate the replenishment of the original force for the God-given seed. 1 piece of raw stone is the weight of 100 raw stones. Data dug 10 holes in succession and buried 10 pieces of raw stones. Then he stopped and started to communicate with Tata. Bamboo. Tata said it still needs the remains of the world tree and sludge. Tata trusts Baizu more. Bamboo touched his tentacles and said, Baizu, go to the warehouse and carry a few bags over. The original force, sludge, and the remains of the world tree were replenished. By the evening, Tata's breath began to change significantly. It happened that Baba returned to Liju Peak when the battery ran out, and Baizu brought it over to help check. It was confirmed that it had entered the first metamorphosis evolution, and it was in good condition. If nothing unexpected happened, the evolution could be completed smoothly. Some preparation is needed. After Tata completes its evolution, the underground root system will expand wildly, so the soil near the tree needs to be dug out. Sand and soil are collected from the bottom of the mountain, mixed with a large amount of world tree debris and sludge, and backfilled to improve the soil quality. Tata tree is also considered a divine product. The God-given seed will take 1 month to evolve, and the original force demand is large, requiring at least 3,000 original stones to be invested every day. After completing the first metamorphosis evolution, the quality of the fruit condensed by Tata will be greatly improved, probably above average, and the strengthening effect can be upgraded to a higher level. The key is that the number of fruits will increase accordingly. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the God-given seed of Tata tree is 3 years. The previous output has always been digested internally by the members of Lizufeng. After metamorphosis and evolution, the output will be fixed at 3,000, and the output will not change. In the future, growth will only improve the quality. 300 pieces or 1 portion, and the members of Lizufeng can reach the ultimate enhancement without 1 portion. At most, it will bloom and bear fruit twice, and all members of Jinping Mountain Range will not need Tata fruit. And there will be some surplus that can be sent to Taidao Mountain Range. There are too few warriors in Jinping Mountain Range. How to deal with the next output? It can increase the energy level by about 0.26, which is equivalent to the L1 Mountain Master level, and the body can store the physical energy equivalent to the L5 Mountain Master Warrior. It is second only to longevity, and is as popular as the strengthening power of the giant dragon bamboo. Selling at a clear price? That's asking for trouble again. It has set a precedent. It will be bad if it is not sold in the future. With the development of Jinping Mountain Range and the increase in the number of insects in the future, there will be a day when it is not enough for itself. The strengthening effect of Tata fruit is too great. Bamboo was reluctant to publicize the existence of the Tata tree God-given seeds from the beginning. The Red Blatant King didn't know yet that another wild tree in Liju Peak was also a divine product. Baba gave a good suggestion, since Liju Peak is not short of raw stones. Let Tata stop flowering and fruiting and focus on growth, so that it can complete the second metamorphosis and evolution as soon as possible. Chapter 389: The Drawbacks of the Soul-Stealing Secret Technique. The evolution of the seeds bestowed by the Tata tree continued until the end of the dry season. The dry season to mid-autumn is also the busiest season for Li Zhufeng. With pollination, loosening the soil, irrigation, harvesting, seed selection, and other things to do, the bamboo fruits condensed by the seeds bestowed by the holy bamboo are ripe again. And the important labor force of the belly bamboo needs to be guarded at all times. Bamboo has to do many things himself. The holy bamboo fruit is the last to mature and harvested. The third batch of output is still 8 portions for sale, of which 6 portions are sent to the mountaintop cold storage for storage, and 2 portions are sold to the Cockroach tribe and the Wolf Scorpion tribe respectively. After the holy bamboo fruit is sold, Li Zhufeng begins to have some free time. Today, all kinds of ordinary life species are produced in large quantities in the territory. Bamboo fruits are not suitable for long-term storage. All members open their stomachs and eat them as soon as possible. Bamboo rice, cypress seeds, pine nuts, and grass seeds are dried and stored in the cold storage on the top of the mountain. They are eaten slowly in winter, and almost all of them are eaten in one winter. Led by the wax apple ghost king and the hibiscus butterfly king, and led by the thunder bamboo princess. A team of 30 princess-level ghost locust warriors, loaded with spider silk bags, crossed the continent and rushed to Liju Peak in a mighty manner, stopping at the trading square at the foot of the mountain. 3 million raw stones of the dragon bamboo mutant species were purchased. A total of 300 bags. Xiang Pu commanded the combat bees to transport them to Liju Peak, and Data commanded the worker ants to count the bags one by one and put them into the special raw stone warehouse. There are also 3 spider silk bags, which Bamba personally carried to the cold storage on the top of the mountain. A portion of Ghost Fog Lotus fruit is stored in 10 force food storage boxes. The boxes are also valuable. Chiwu Mountain bought them at a high price, and Bamboo had to supply them with 10 boxes. There are also 2 portions of fire scale pine nuts, which are exchanged with holy bamboo fruits in a 1-to-1 ratio. The Chiwu Mountain team stopped at the Liju Peak Trading Square for half a month. The Wax Apple Ghost King and the Hibiscus Butterfly King each ate a portion, and then ate the holy bamboo fruit directly. They went lightly and continued to travel around the continent. Lei Zhu led the team and returned the same way. A portion of fire scale pine nuts was sent to the master of Taidao Mountain. It is really old. It has eaten the longevity peach and holy bamboo fruit that extend its life. It must be promoted to a princess as soon as possible. Bamboo is worried that it will grow too fast and fail to evolve. In addition to promoting rapid growth, fire scale pine nuts also have the effect of increasing the probability of successful molting growth. The remaining portion of fire scale pine nuts, Bamboo ate it himself. 30 pieces are 1 portion, and the name pine nut is not appropriate. The length of a single nut is 25 centimeters, and the kernel is shaped like a mango, and the size is larger than that of an ordinary mango. The original form of the small scale leaf foreign shirt is the scale leaf foreign shirt. Small grain seeds are selected for cultivation from generation to generation. After countless generations, a small seed tree species that can be easily accommodated by the life capsule is finally selected. But the seeds of the God-given seeds are several times larger. The seeds are too large, and the life capsule cannot hold them at all. This plant is destined not to be bred into a life seed, so it is a wild God-given seed. The Ghost Fog Lotus is an advance payment from Chiwu Mountain, because it is too valuable. The specific exchange has not yet been determined. After the bamboo fruit condensed by the dragon bamboo God-given seed matures, it is tested to confirm the strengthening effect. Most of the time, it is not enough, and a portion of the holy bamboo fruit must be taken out to compensate for the price difference. The Ghost Fog Lotus fruit is flat and round, slightly smaller in size, and 500 pieces are 1 portion. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the Ghost Fog Lotus God-given seed in Chiwu Mountain is 6 years, and only 6 portions are produced each time. No matter how much they tried to persuade him, they were only willing to exchange 3 with Li Zhufeng. In the future, Duzhu and Guanli could exchange 1, but the other members of Li Zhufeng might not have 1. Bamboo regarded it as a treasure. When the tuition team left, he took Baba up the mountain as soon as possible. Baba, this is a good thing I just got. Can you help me take a look? It is indeed the force food that strengthens the soul. Wow! It is indeed a divine product. Why would you exchange it for this? The insects of tuition are so stupid. Baba's attention was first attracted by the ghost Miss Lotus. She explained and carefully checked it. After a lot of nonsense, She then checked the fire scale pine nuts. This thing is not bad. If you are still a human, you can use it to cultivate a magical power. Now it is a bug, which is more convenient. Just eat it directly. According to my analysis, if you break the shackles of genes and advance to the cosmic life level, the force veins on the shell will naturally transform into magical powers due to your racial talent. Now it is strengthening the force veins, and in the future it will strengthen the magical power. Bamboo asked, how to eat it. Can you help calculate it? Baba asked, this is called fire scale pine nut? The size of each nut is a bit big. You are only a 9th-year mountain master now. And it is a bit. I can't handle it. I must prepare carefully before each consumption and adjust to the best state. Eat once and rest for 5 days. The force contained in the fire scale pine nut is too strong. Bamboo instinctively feels that this thing is not easy to deal with. From the tone, Baba has no other good way. Without hesitation, she asked, what about the Iron Blade Mountain Master? He was also the 9th Age Mountain Master? Iron Blade Mountain Master? Baba said casually, he is old and has no training method to assist. It is best to eat one every half a month. If it doesn't work, eat it every 20 days. Anyway, be careful. Bamboo asked again, what about the Ghost Fog Lotus? How to eat it properly? This time, Baba pondered and began to calculate. Bamboo, your soul is stronger than ordinary Mountain Master level or even County Master level insect warriors. Right? If I'm not mistaken, you have used the soul-stealing secret technique to improve your soul? Bamboo replied, yes. Baba said, you are lucky. The soul absorbed and fused is highly compatible with you. I haven't found any hidden dangers for the time being. Many years have passed. Right? There is no problem now. So there should be no problem. However, the soul-stealing technique has both advantages and disadvantages. You'd better use it with caution in the future. Bamboo asked, does this have anything to do with eating Ghost Fog Lotus? Yes. Baba said, your current soul strength is 0.54 levels higher than your strength, which is already far higher than your strength. Spectrum. This portion of Ghost Mist Lotus can originally strengthen the soul strength by about 0.42 levels. But for you, it may be halved. Baba took the initiative to explain, this is a comprehensive physical limitation. Your body cannot carry a soul equivalent to the level of the Cockroach King, and can only approach the soul strength of the Cockroach King level. Baba continued to say, in an educational tone, basic physical fitness is the foundation of strength improvement. To strengthen physical fitness, force food is a shortcut, and there should also be proper exercise to exercise the body. Look at you. You are lazy every day. Don't work, and sooner or later you will be useless. Bamboo said seriously, Baba, let's talk about business. How to eat Ghost Mist Lotus best? Baba said, for you, the best effect is 200 pieces, which can increase the soul strength by 0.2 levels. Then the strengthening effect will be greatly reduced. Wasting such a good thing. Bamboo asked, shall we share it with other members on the mountain? Of course. Baba said, I suggest sharing it with Duju, which is now the second most valuable insect in your Liju Peak. There is no need for Rat King and Baizu. They also use soul stealing to forcibly absorb and improve their souls. Right? And the Big Bear and the 5 Bamboo Rat Warriors. They have used it before, but the improvement is small. I can still exchange a portion of Ghost Mist Lotus for Duju in 6 years. Bamboo explained and asked, 150 cattails and 150 big heads. How about that? Baba said, whatever you want. Anyway, the limit of this thing to strengthen the soul is 0.42 levels. And you can only eat 500 at most. In fact, it is most cost-effective to eat 350. Since the quantity is limited, you can consider dividing it and giving it to other members on the mountain. Let's decide it for now. I will find a way to exchange more for it later. Bamboo continued to ask, Ghost Mist Lotus is not suitable for long-term storage. How much should I eat every day? Baba simply said, you can eat 30. And Bighead and Cattail can only eat 10. Chapter 390 Princess Bamboo. Qi Gang was born in the wild and can survive in the wild. Bamboo thought it was a smart little guy, so he took it with him and prepared to teach it more knowledge. However, the facts were not as expected. Qi Gang didn't like to study at all. He liked to go into the rice fields to catch rice locusts, look for bamboo leaf worms in the bamboo forest, and learn to pick up toad eggs in the ditch to add food to himself. Advantages include greed, ability to eat, strong strength, and ability to work. His life is just farming. Banbu was about to improve his strength. Seeing that Qin Gang was promoted to an intermediate warrior and had a little self-protection ability, he sent him to Guanli Peak and asked Guanli to teach him some knowledge about managing and cultivating arbor plants. Banbu used soul stealing to absorb a large amount of the masterless spiritual power emitted by the metal core of the master realm. His soul has always been much higher than that of warriors at the same level. After eating 200 ghost fog lotuses, the soul strength is comparable to that of the L9 princess. What Baba said was right. At this time, the soul growth encountered a bottleneck and could not continue to improve. The force contained in the fire scale pine nut is more ferocious than it feels. After eating one, you have to lie down and rest for a long time. You can't even eat other force food for the next 2 days. This thing is worthy of being a divine product. In terms of accelerated growth, eating one is equivalent to a month of growth with good food and drink in the past. Without Baba's inspection, Banbu can feel that the force genes related to flame ability are increasing significantly. After molting and evolving once, the shell force veins will change, and the corresponding flame ability will be enhanced accordingly. In the spring of the 33rd year of Banbu, the seeds of the dragon bamboo god continue to produce 512 bamboo poles. The caravan received the news that Banbu was going to be promoted to the county lord last year, and this year sent a large number of high-quality force foods. They mastered the trading capital of the holy bamboo fruit and connected with some rich counties. God quality could not be obtained, and various top-quality force foods became significantly richer. In early April, 30 fire-scale pine nuts were eaten, and Baba checked and was in very poor condition. According to Baba's requirements, Banbu no longer stayed idle every day, participated in labor, and regularly carried out some high-intensity physical exercises. It took a month to adjust his physical condition to good, and Banbu continued to eat a large amount of high-quality force food sent by the caravan. The spring of the 34th year of Banbu, the luck was particularly good, and a little warrior was born in the territory of Danju in Huizhou Mountain. If you like bamboo, stay in Huizhou Mountain and manage the bamboo sea together. If you don't like bamboo, you will be sent to another small mountain about 20 kilometers northwest of Qingang Peak to survive. Good news came from the Iron Blade Mountains. A young warrior was born in the spring, and the number of warriors in the mountains officially exceeded 50. The Iron Blade Mountain Lord plans to be promoted to a county lord this autumn. However, even if it is promoted to a county lord, the Iron Blade Mountains are still far away from the county. First of all, the number of warriors is not enough, and it is still far from the lowest 200. The same is true for the Jinping Mountains. Together with the Bluebell Peak of the Jinping Mountains, there are less than 30 red cockroach warriors. Banbu has already felt the signs of molting evolution. His condition is extremely poor, and he needs time to recuperate. So he has reduced the intake of force food and strengthened exercise. The insect life is too valuable to make mistakes. Until March, the probability of evolution failure was controlled within 10%. So he could enter the deep sleep with confidence. Liju Peak was put into a state of high martial law, and no mistakes could be made during this process. The Taidao Mountain Range received the news, and the Taidao Mountain Master brought Yabai and Haizang to help guard. It is very dangerous for the Mountain Master to break through and be promoted to the County Master. That is for the poor warriors. Banbu has eaten too many high-quality force foods, but he doesn't feel much. Very familiar. The weakness of long sleep. Rat King woke up and called with telekinesis. The Rat King, who was guarding outside the cave, flashed into the cave, and Ginger ran in immediately. No nonsense. The metal ability was activated. The cabinet door opened, and 10 bottles of energy drinks and 5 boxes of compressed biscuits fell to the ground. Jinju opened them one by one and fed Banbu. The Lord of Taidao Mountain was also guarding outside the cave. He poked his head inside, took a look, and said happily, "It seems that it is not that difficult to be promoted to a princess. Banbu, you take a rest. I will go to the jungle to hunt some fresh food and bring it back. Now, I have to call you Princess Banbu in return." The Lord of Taidao Mountain made a rare joke, but did not leave immediately. He shook his tentacles and communicated wirelessly to inform other warriors on the mountain of Banbu's awakening. Banbu recovered some physical strength and asked, "Rat King, how long have I been asleep this time?" The Rat King replied, 51 days. Less than 2 months. This can be regarded as a successful evolution. Banbu asked again, "Where is Baba?" The Rat King replied, half a month ago. It was sure that you could successfully complete the evolution. So it left. It is summer now, with lots of rain. And the hydroelectric power station is always running. It always has electricity to fly and play, and rarely returns to the mountain. Bamboo continued to ask, "Are my life plants okay?" Rat King replied, "They started to transform and grow half a month ago, and they have all gone smoothly." "But," Rat King said, "so far, more than half of our reserve raw stones have been consumed. And they are still being consumed. Mainly the dragon bamboo God-given seeds. It has consumed 2 million raw stones." Jinja took over and said, "The second is the bloodthorn, which has also consumed hundreds of thousands of raw stones. The dragon bamboo and bloodthorn were both planted outside Liju Peak, so the original force was naturally insufficient, and the large consumption was expected." "I understand." Bamboo felt relieved. In the insect tribe, the number of God-given seeds bred by ordinary warriors would not exceed 3. There was no phenomenon of bred a God-given seeds like bamboo. With a large number of God-given seeds, every molting evolution would cause a big commotion, and the concentration of natural force in Liju Peak began to decrease. The consumption of raw stones increased sharply. Before the evolution, there was preparation. 30 of the remaining 36 force crystals were exchanged for 3 million raw stones, plus the 3 million sold for the dragon bamboo mutant. In total, for this breakthrough, Sean, there are 2 warehouses for storage at the top and bottom of the mountain, with a total of 6 million raw stones. The preparations are very thorough, and there will be no major problems. Bamboo was successfully promoted to the Lord of the County, and the mountain members came to visit one after another. They celebrated for a short time, and then dispersed one after another. The master of the Iron Knife Mountain also left in a hurry, and he also had to prepare for his promotion to the Lord of the County in autumn. Seeing that Bamboo succeeded smoothly, he became much bolder. He had basically eaten all the good things that Bamboo had eaten. Bamboo took risks and grew quickly, while he had been dragging his feet and growing steadily. By comparison, my chance of success is even greater. There is no reason to fail. When Bamboo was the L9 Mountain Master, he nurtured a giant dragon bamboo life seed. When he was promoted to the L1 County Master, he chose an ordinary longevity peach seed as his life seed. After recovering a little, he took Big Head and Rat King to patrol the territory and check the changes of various life seeds. The transformation and evolution of ordinary life seeds also consumed raw stones, but the amount was relatively small. All in all, only 50,000 pieces were spent. The 4 God-given species of fire oil tea, dark bamboo, rain bamboo, steel bamboo, green bamboo, and purple gold consumed a lot of raw stones, among which fire oil tea consumed the most. And 200,000 raw stones have been used up so far, and will continue to consume in the future. The current height of the fire oil tea tree is about 70 meters, and the next step should be the growth of the tree body. The same is true for the blood thorn. In recent years, the thorn vines have almost stopped growing. This time, bamboo has broken through and evolved, and it has also broken through. Next, it will enter a period of vigorous growth. The bamboo God-given species, led by the giant dragon bamboo, are completely different. The bamboo poles have not changed much. They are frantically accumulating nutrients and transporting them to bamboo baskets and underground stems. The changes of the Bauhinia God-given species are somewhat similar to bamboo. The underground rhizomes have long been woody, and they are also accumulating energy and transferring it underground. All God-given species have something in common. After evolution and metamorphosis, there is a long growth period that not only requires a large amount of nutrients, but also requires force. They are brewing this big change. The giant dragon bamboo consumes 50,000 raw stones every day, and it can barely meet the demand under the premise of thriftiness. Bloodthorn consumes 8,000 per day. Kerosene tea consumes 5,000 per day, and the other God-given species have different numbers. The lowest demand is the purple gold God-given species and green bamboo. As the natural force concentration of Liju Peak recovers, 3,000 per day is enough. The demand for raw stones after metamorphosis and evolution has actually intuitively shown the quality of a force plant. The Rat King led 5 bamboo rat warriors, and did nothing but replenish the original force for the 8 God-given seeds. Big Head directed the ant colony to irrigate and fertilize the God-given seeds, grow the underground rhizomes, and occasionally loosen the soil. Bamboo was relatively relaxed, patrolling once every morning and evening. and most of the time he lay at the entrance of the cave to bask in the sun. After being promoted to a princess, the week period after the breakthrough was a bit long, and it was estimated that it would take a month to reach the peak state. Chapter 391. After being promoted to the Lord of the County, and waking up from a deep sleep, Bamboo also received some bad news. The little warrior born in the Danju territory of Waju Mountain this year actually likes peach trees. Not bamboo as everyone guessed. There is no choice but to send him to other mountains to survive. The little warrior is named Peach. About 5 kilometers northwest of Qingang Mountain, there is a large mountain named Peach Peak. In the spring of next year, Peach will move there to live and be neighbors with Qingang. Peach trees are a very popular tree species, widely spread, and more or less cultivated in many races. There are many peach trees planted in Qingang County, and many little warriors who like peach trees are born every year. Bamboo specifically asked the Red Blattle King to pick 2 little warriors who like peach trees for him. Bamboo is also optimistic about the development potential of peach trees. He made a special trip to communicate with the Fire Peach Blatton King. He used a piece of holy bamboo fruit to exchange 5 native peach species from Changsheng County, namely green peach, hairy peach, longevity peach, clear peach, and 1,000-petal flower peach, as well as 20 derivative species that are not particularly excellent cultivated in Changsheng County. If there are enough little warriors who like peach trees in the future, they can open up a small-scale peach seed for them. If they are lucky, they can cultivate a top peach tree species similar to Changsheng Shotao, blood peach, and fire peach, and then they can use this as a basis to open up a formal peach seed, including Wanli Peak, Torreya Peak, and Qingang Peak. Bamboo will also pay some price to exchange a batch of high-quality tree species for them from other mature counties, to help them open up a small-scale tree seed prototype. During the 1-month-week recovery period after Bamboo was promoted to the county lord, he was not idle lying on the mountain. He was always thinking about the future development of Jinping Mountain Range. The bamboo sea under Liju Peak now has 3 iconic bamboo species: Dragon Number 0, Dragon Number 3, and Holy Bamboo. The foundation of the bamboo sea has been laid, and the next step is to expand the scale of the bamboo sea step by step. At the same time, there is another problem. That is, the time I moved to Liju Peak to settle down is too short, and there are not enough warriors who like bamboo and can manage bamboo together. So the expansion of the scale of the bamboo sea is not so urgent. The bamboo sea is designed to be a small bamboo forest of 300 meters times 300 meters, with a small pond of 30 meters times 30 meters in the middle. In the future development, 3 small bamboo forests can be opened up every year. The strength of the Big Bear and the 6 bamboo rat warriors continues to grow, and their ability to open up wasteland increases accordingly. There is a surplus of labor, so Bamboo thought of helping other peaks to establish the prototype of the tree sea. This is to give the younger warriors a space to play freely. Bamboo is now accustomed to considering the long-term development of the race. The number of insects is steadily increasing, and the bamboo sea will be built sooner or later. Bamboo is not satisfied with just a bamboo forest. He also wants to build a pear forest and other forests, imitating the development and management model of Chiwu Mountain in all aspects. At present, the forest managed by Chiwu Mountain is one of the most successful examples in the Wanzhou continent. It can be directly copied and used with a little modification according to its own situation, and it will be very practical. Bamboo has considered a more long-term key issue: what will happen to Jinping Mountain Range if he is not in charge? This is an inevitable problem. Bamboo has 3 endings. The first is to die suddenly during a sleep evolution, with Baba watching. The possibility is close to 0. The second is that after being promoted to L9 Cockroach Queen, he cannot break the genetic shackles and dies of old age after 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, Bamboo has developed Jinping Mountain Range to a level of prosperity similar to Chiwu Mountain. The final step is to be promoted to L9 Cockroach King, break the restriction of gene lock, break through the level of force life, and be promoted to the level of cosmic life. At that time, I will definitely consider leaving this planet. Bamboo is very young and rich now. The time required will be less than 500 years. This time is not long enough. There are many things that need to be arranged as soon as possible. Bamboo hopes that if he is gone one day, Jinping Mountain Range can continue to develop. After most warriors are promoted to county lords, if they do not have high-quality God-given seeds, they will give up growing. Even if they do not grow, They simply eat ordinary force food to maintain the current state. The annual consumption is still as high as 8,000 raw stones. The force food condensed by ordinary force plants has little effect on the growth of county lord level warriors. If they want to continue to grow, they must be the force food condensed by the God-given seeds. According to financial resources, it can be roughly divided into 3 grades. Low grade. About 100,000 raw stones are consumed each year. It takes about 20 years for L1 Princess to evolve to L3 Princess once. L4 to L5 Princess needs about 50 years. 100,000 raw stones cannot sustain the growth of L6 Princess. So princesses whose territory's annual income is less than 100,000 raw stones cannot be promoted to Cockroach King. Medium grade. About 100,000 to 200,000 raw stones are consumed each year. Use less in the early stage and more in the later stage. There is hope to grow to L9 Princess before entering the aging period, without the assistance of the divine product God-given seed condensed force food. The success rate of promotion to Cockroach King is very low. As for the high grade, bamboo must have grown in this way. At present, they have eaten ghost mist lotus, fire scale pine nuts and tata fruit, and will soon eat dragon bamboo fruit, snake scale fruit, and blood longan. If they operate properly, they can also exchange spruce pine nuts from the knife mantis tribe. More than 6 kinds of divine products. The strengthening blessing of the seeds given by God. First of all, the probability of success in the future promotion to Cockroach King will be very high. As for the annual raw stone expenditure during the growth period, bamboo is different. The first heart is fused with the metal core of the master realm, and the second heart position is fused with the original heart. Continue to light up and activate their magical veins. They transform their physique. If nothing unexpected happens, they can maintain a super fast growth rate without eating a lot of high-quality force food. Bamboo lay in Liju Peak for a month. After thinking about it, he decided to start with the magical veins in the second heart position. There is no need to rush for the time being. After one promotion, Liju Peak's raw stone reserves are almost exhausted. Moreover, since the ordinary life plants and the 8 God-given seeds have grown and metamorphosed, they have stopped flowering and fruiting this year, and the income is 0. Next year, they may have to purchase force food on credit from the caravan. After a year or 2, the life plants of their own will resume production, which can basically maintain the balance of income and expenditure of the entire Jinping Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range. The 4th batch of holy bamboo fruits will be produced and sold, and 4 million raw stones will be received, and Liju Peak will become rich again. There is no other expenditure in the short term, so you can consider taking some out to light up and activate the magical veins at the second heart position. This year, the God-given seeds in the bamboo territory have stopped flowering and fruiting. After the dry season, Data began to have some free time. In early August, the Iron Blade Mountain Lord fell into a deep sleep and was successfully promoted to the L9 Mountain Lord. Bug. The previous chapter has been changed, and plans to be promoted to the princess within 8 to 10 years. Baba helped check on the status of the Iron Blade Mountain Master. He has been doing well. If he keeps steady, he should be able to succeed. The Bloodthorn God-given seeds have 0 output, and the Autumn Harvest Celebration dinner has been cancelled. The expansion of the bamboo sea was completed in the autumn. In winter, the members of the mountain all went into the jungle to look for God-given seeds. In late winter, the ground grass plants of the purple gold God-given seeds began to wither, followed by the bamboo God-given seeds. The nutrients stored in the bamboo poles were completely transferred to the underground stems, and the bamboo leaves turned yellow and withered. From top to bottom, the bamboo branches and bamboo poles began to wither. When the spring of the next year came, the purple gold God-given seeds took the lead in sprouting again, cut off the dead old bamboo poles, and new bamboo shoots of various bamboo species emerged one after another. The number of leaves of the new grass plants of the purple gold God-given seeds has become 18, which is thicker, taller, and stronger. It looks a bit like sorghum, and the stems have signs of lignification. Obviously, it can condense more bamboo rice this year, and the quality will be slightly improved. The same is true for bamboo species. The power accumulated for a year bursts out completely in spring, and the new bamboo shoots grow rapidly into taller bamboo poles. The changes of the dragon bamboo God-given species are the most significant. The new main pole is the same height as the 584 branch bamboo poles, all of which are more than 120 meters high. All bamboo poles are neatly arranged in an octagonal shape. covering an area of 640,000 square meters. The branches and leaves are lush, covering the sky and blocking the sun, forming a dense bamboo forest, which is magnificent. Not only the redbud and various bamboo God-given species are changing, but the firewheel tea and bloodthorn God-given species are sprouting and growing rapidly after entering spring. The less than 1 million original stones left in Leju Peak have been consumed. It is almost the same as planned. This year, the purchase of original forest food can only be credited from the caravan. The richness of Leju Peak has long been famous among the caravans, and the news of Bamboo's promotion to the princess has also begun to spread. This spring, more than a dozen caravans, large and small, deliberately made a detour to come here. Unfortunately, they were destined to leave disappointed. The output of the God-given seeds had long been divided up by the 4 caravans of Chonglu, Yuzhu, Xianghuan and Zijing. There were few red cockroach warriors in Leju Peak, and there were only 10 beast warriors. The output of ordinary life plant species could barely maintain self-sufficiency, and there was no surplus for sale. Chapter 392 White Force Veins. Purple Gold, Green Bamboo, Rain Bamboo, Mysterious Bamboo, Steel Bamboo, Firewheel Tea, Bloodthorn, Dragon Bamboo. 8 God-given species have successively put on ears and blossomed. The number of flowers in each ear of purple gold God-given species has increased from 3 to 9. Surprisingly, its yield has not doubled, but tripled. The yield changes of bamboo God-given species are completely in line with the experience of predecessors. All of them have doubled, including the giant dragon bamboo. Each bamboo pole has 2 ears, 2 flowers, and 2 bamboo fruits. The total yield has increased from 584 predicted by Baba to 1168. However, the yield of herbaceous plants will not change after growing to this point. Each transformation and evolution simply improves the quality. Different from trees, trees have higher development potential. It takes about 50 years for the size of the firewheel tea tree to grow completely. During this period, the number of flowers and fruits increases every year. In the future, when bamboo is promoted to Cockroach King, the quality and yield will increase significantly. The changes of the bloodthorn God-given seeds are similar to those of trees, but it also has the advantage of growth speed. It only takes about 10 years for the bushes to grow completely. It is currently estimated that the yield will at least double. Bamboo roughly estimates the income from his God-given seeds, excluding the Yuzhu bamboo rice and Julong bamboo fruit that are not sold to the outside world, and the part of the purple gold, rain bamboo, steel bamboo, kerosene tea, and bloodthorn that are left for their own consumption after production. The annual sales to the outside world can bring in about 550,000 raw stones. This income alone can almost cover the annual expenses of all the warriors in Jinping Mountain Range. Li Zhufeng's God-given seeds are not limited to this. In addition to the most popular holy bamboo God-given seeds, there are also cattail and small fire bamboo God-given seeds of cattail, deep water barnyard grass and green rice God-given seeds of red rice, mud bamboo God-given seeds of pyracantha. In fact, dragon bamboo's heavy eye magnolia God-given seeds can also be sold for money, but the price is low. In addition, there are wild thuja God-given seeds, which generate income every year. These seemingly unsuccessful God-given seeds, when added together, can sell about 250,000 raw stones every year. Seed trade has a fixed income of 55,000 raw stones every year. And this is the income after bamboo did not want to work hard for cattail and reduce the breeding scale. Yuzhu bamboo rice has long started to generate income. At present, bamboo can get about 150,000 raw stones in return every year. And it is still growing, and will only increase. Everyone is almost eating the holy bamboo fruit. Bamboo plans to sell 9 batches of it from the next batch. The annual income is 1.5 million raw stones. In summary, Li Zhufeng has a surplus of about 2 million raw stones every year. At the second heart of bamboo, there are 9 magical veins. The first tree-shaped pattern has a total of 600 magical veins, divided into 4 small magical powers, each of which consists of 5 groups and 150 magical veins. Bamboo has currently activated the first small magical power. For the second small magical power, all 30 magical veins in the first group are activated. In the past 10 years, intermittently, the first small magical power has been used to produce the original force and absorb the original force of ordinary life plants. The second group has activated 14 magical veins, and there are still 16 to go. Each magical vein requires about 90,000 raw stones. Compared with the current annual income of Liz Yufeng, the difference is not that big. The annual dry season ends, and the flowers of the bamboo species of God's gift gradually wither. But the bamboo flowers of the giant dragon bamboo God's gift are still blooming. The flowers are shaped like peach blossoms. White, unusually large, about 5 centimeters in diameter, and have 10 petals that are contrary to the norm. The petals have force veins and continuously absorb natural force. The giant dragon bamboo fruit slowly breeds, lasting for a year, until the 36th year of bamboo. The flowers withered in the dry season, and the bamboo fruit began to mature. In the late autumn of the same year, the holy bamboo fruit matured, was harvested, and sold. Among them, 3 bamboo fruits were sold on the same day, and 1 was exchanged for peach seeds with Chaosheng County, with an income of 1.5 million raw stones. Bamboo did not hesitate and directly asked the 2 big eaters, Giant Dragon Bamboo and Bloodthorn, for help. The raw stones were ground into powder, absorbed by the god's gift, and then fed back to Bamboo. Bamboo injected all the force into his heart, and the second group of the second small magical power was lit up and activated, and the first magical power pattern of the third group was also lit up and activated. Now it is basically confirmed that the second small magical power absorbs visible light and ultraviolet rays and converts them into the force. It changes very regularly, and it can be speculated that the third small magical power should absorb X-rays and convert them into the force. The fourth small magical power is lit up and activated, corresponding to the absorption of gamma rays and conversion into the force. This is the most common and most abundant natural over-frequency electromagnetic wave in the universe, which can be said to be inexhaustible. When all 4 small magical powers are lit up and activated, the 600 magical power patterns that make up the first magical power tree all come alive, connecting them together, forming a complete magical power, which is to absorb all frequency bands of electromagnetic waves and convert them into the force. Bamboo doesn't have the original stone to activate the second minor magical power now, so he will wait for 4 or 5 years before considering it. Every time a minor magical power is lit, it will continue to generate and release special force transformation genes. At that time, it is almost time to consider L2 Princess. In late autumn, the regular development of the bamboo sea, Daxiong has to go to work. Bamboo has nothing to do, so he guards the seeds given by the dragon bamboo god. The bamboo fruits hanging on the tree are so valuable that it is difficult to measure them with original stones, and there is no room for error. The fruit growth period is 6 years, during which time it must be guarded by warriors day and night. Bamboo, have you noticed? My bamboo fruit has derived force veins. Yeah, Bamboo answered casually. The dragon bamboo tree spirit is simply a freak, with an incredibly strong learning ability. He has also learned human language and asked Baba for knowledge. Just like a dry sponge directly absorbing water, he has already learned all the perfect 4th level scientific and technological knowledge, and unknowingly surpassed Bamboo. Perhaps because he was ridiculed too much by Baba. Bamboo always felt that his IQ was ruthlessly crushed when he stayed with the dragon bamboo tree spirit. He just wanted to lie quietly, and didn't want to communicate with the dragon tree spirit. The dragon tree spirit was very interested and said, Bamboo, the fruit condensed by the God-given seed, the derived force veins, and the additional strengthening effect are directly related. This is common sense. Of course I understand. Bamboo felt that the dragon tree spirit was showing off his knowledge in front of him again, and he was very dissatisfied and said, I know that you were bred by me, and generally you have the basic talent ability of cockroach warriors. That is, vitality enhancement, which is very weak. I am now a princess, and I probably have some fire element enhancement ability. If it is weaker, it doesn't make much sense. The dragon tree spirit said, the force veins corresponding to vitality are dull red, and the force veins corresponding to fire ability are bright red. Why? The bamboo fruit I condensed derives white force veins? Huh? Bamboo's mental power swept. It's true. The bamboo fruit was condensed not long ago, and it is still very small. At present, only a needle-sized pure white spot has grown at the bottom, and I haven't noticed it. White? Why is it white? What kind of innate ability does white correspond to? All over my body, inside and out. Only the magical veins at the second heart position are white. Bamboo was shocked and jumped up directly from the ground, flapped his wings and flew into the air, rushing to the mountain reservoir. Baba should be by the reservoir, waiting for rain. Find it to come and see. To make a confirmation. Chapter 393 God-Level Gene Inheritance. Baba, take a quick look. Is there something wrong with the force veins produced by the dragon bamboo fruit? Bamboo flew low, holding Baba, and approached a bamboo fruit. Don't worry. I'm watching. Baba was very confused and said, Okay. The data collection has been completed. Go down. Bamboo quickly landed. The dragon tree spirit was also curious about what type of strengthening effect the bamboo fruit condensed by it had. Baba began to scan the bamboo poles of the dragon bamboo God-given seeds. After a while, she exclaimed, Bamboo. Look! The dragon tree spirit's bamboo basket. What? Bamboo's mental power scanned the ground, checked carefully, and soon found something unusual. On the dragon tree spirit's bamboo basket, 150 white force veins appeared at some point, 30 in a group, and 5 groups formed a small and inconspicuous bamboo-shaped branch pattern. Article 151 is evolving. Compared with the magical veins of his second heart, there are some similarities. Baba said, Bamboo. This is the magical power of the original heart. Bamboo ignored Baba's shouting and asked the giant dragon tree spirit, Giant Dragon, when did the white veins on your bamboo basket appear? The giant tree spirit said, White force veins. It has always been there. It was a small white dot before. When you were promoted to a princess, the Rat King gave me a lot of raw stones. After absorbing the force, these force veins grew up. It also needs the force to grow. When Bamba heard this, his heart sank a lot. No wonder the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds have such a great demand for the force. Who can afford it? The dragon bamboo tree spirit asked, Bamboo, what is the original heart? Is my white force vein inherited from you? Well, it's one of my innate abilities. Bamboo asked, Dragon, can your force vein automatically generate force? The dragon tree spirit hesitated. It seems. It can. Baba immediately affirmed, it can. But the speed is slow. The dragon tree spirit started from scratch. And it has force veins, not magical veins. Currently, the efficiency is still very low, and it can only generate about 20 original stones of force every day. It is too weak, so it doesn't even notice it. Baba analyzed, Bamboo. You merged the original heart and gained its ability, which is equivalent to your innate ability. When you breathe life seeds, the life capsule will replicate and graft some of your force genes into force plant genes. The original heart carries the power of God, which other ordinary plant seeds cannot bear. Perhaps only the divine God-given seeds such as the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds can do it. The giant dragon tree spirit asked, Baba, what is the original heart? Bamboo was reluctant to explain this question. It was too complicated, and he couldn't explain it clearly. So he said to Baba, Baba, the giant dragon tree spirit asks you, what is the original heart? Baba made a brief calculation and explained in the simplest and clearest words. The original heart is the life core of a certain God-level life form, carrying the power of God. For some reason, this God-level life form fell, and the original heart fell into Bamba's hands, and was melted by it, with a mouthful of fire, and then eaten and fused. Barba was also a little confused. However, the dragon tree spirit quickly understood and said, Bamboo used some means to merge the original heart and obtain the power of God, which became his own innate ability. And I, because I was born by Bamboo, inherited this ability. Barba could not communicate with the dragon tree spirit. Bamboo's toothache. This sounded so awkward. The fact is that the insect warriors did pass on some of their own force genes to the life seed in the process of nurturing the life capsule. Baba continued to analyze. Now the dragon God-given seed itself has just arrived 150 force veins, and its ability is still very weak. Then, the bamboo fruit it condenses must have a weak strengthening effect. If you put in the original stone, let the dragon God-given seed derive the first tree-shaped pattern, that is, 600 force veins, to form a complete ability to transform the force. The efficiency will be qualitatively improved, and correspondingly, the strengthening effect of the dragon bamboo fruit can also be improved. The dragon bamboo fruit has a fruiting period of 6 years. You'd better help it derive 600 force veins within 5 years. In this way, the first batch of bamboo fruits can have a complete strengthening effect. It should be so. The key is, Where do so many original stones come from? Bamboo didn't say anything. The dragon tree spirit asked, Bamboo, did you absorb so much force last time to improve the ability of the original heart? You are so smart, Bamboo said perfunctorily. The dragon tree spirit understood that Bamboo was worried about the lack of raw stones, and comforted him. Bamboo, I started from scratch. I have the veins of the force, which cannot be compared with your magical veins. The raw stones required are relatively less. Bamboo asked, Dragon, how many raw stones do you need to derive a force vein? The dragon tree spirit thought for a while, and said, about 10,000 raw stones. Not much indeed. Bamboo felt a little helpless. 10,000 for one vein. That's millions. Within 30 meters of the bamboo forest formed by the dragon bamboo god seeds, the natural force is always in a vacuum state. The natural force can't support its growth at all. The way to absorb the natural force is definitely not feasible, and it can only rely on raw stones to supplement. Baba also knew that Bamboo had exhausted his savings in the past 2 years, since he was promoted to the princess. He used up all the 1.5 million raw stones he had just obtained recently. Now he can't take out a single raw stone. Baba suggested, Bamboo, the kerosene tea tree spirit is still guarding hundreds of thousands of raw stones. Go get them, and let's try it for the dragon bamboo tree spirit. The kerosene tea tree spirit has been scraping together nearly 100,000 raw stones for decades, and has been placing them under the tree. However, with its miserly character, taking its raw stones is the same as asking for its life. Bamboo said seriously, Baba, the kerosene tea tree spirit has worked hard to save up such a small amount of raw stones. And you have the heart to do this? Baba said contemptuously, forget about not trying. There is nothing else. Right? Send it back to the hydropower station quickly. It will rain. The sky was gloomy, and it was indeed about to rain. Winter is often cloudy and rainy, and the rain is a little light, but it is long-lasting. If it rains for several days in a row, it can also generate a lot of electricity. There is something else. Bamboo asked, Baba, analyze it again now. How many dragon bamboo fruits are in one serving? Baba said, 64 pieces in one serving, and the maximum power is increased by 0.35 levels. I understand. Bamboo picked up Baba and said, I'll take you back. The dragon bamboo produces 1,168 bamboo fruits, 64 per portion, which means it can be split into 18 portions, 16 of which can be sold separately from the first batch of production. For portions will be taken out and exchanged with Chiwu Mountain for Ghost Mist Lotus, Blood Red Longan, Snake Scale Fruit, and Magnolia. The 16 single portions will be given to the Lord of Tidal Mountain to help him become a princess. There are 14 integer portions left. Bamboo decided to slightly change the way of dealing with the dragon bamboo fruit. You can sell 2 portions privately and exchange them for raw stones for emergency use. Sell to Chiwu Mountain? It is true that Chiwu Mountain is rich, but there is no fool in it, and raw stones will not be spent casually. The last time, the 100 million raw stones were also a major decision made after careful consideration for the development of the tribe. You will spend a lot of money only when you do big things. From the several transactions with the Wax Apple Ghost King, it can be seen that Chiwu Mountain is very tight on the raw stones. It is difficult to get more than 1 million raw stones from Chiwu Mountain. Selling to Chiwu Mountain will definitely not get a big bargain. There is another local tyrant right under their noses, Princess Chiofeng. They also have mines, and they are mining without restraint and squandering them. They want to use the raw stones to pile up and quickly develop and expand the tribe. Many mature and large tribes look down on their practices, now squandering everywhere. It seems to be a great success. In the future, when the raw stone veins are dug up, the race will immediately fall into poverty and decline. At present, the number of insects and the area of territory of the black and white cockroach tribe are sufficient, and they urgently need a second cockroach king to take charge. Princess Chiofeng has always been the best choice. A portion of dragon bamboo fruit can increase the success rate of Princess Chiofeng's promotion to cockroach king. Chapter 394, Terrifying Operating Costs. In the Yabai Mountains, Yabai Peak, in front of the cave where they live, the master of Huabai Mountain is leading 2 intermediate young warriors to screen the scale leaf cedar seeds harvested this year one by one, without ants or bees as vassals. The young warriors are more suitable for delicate work, such as seed selection. Very particular. They all use a straight wooden stick with line marks to measure the length, width, and thickness of each seed. stored in different categories. Divided into 3 categories: large grain seeds, regular sized seeds, and small grain seeds. Regular sized seeds will be destroyed. Both large grained and small grain seeds will be left, sown, and continue to be cultivated. They spent a lot of money to buy scale leaf cedar seeds, spread them throughout the tribe, and gathered the tribe's strength to breed. The breeding direction is polarized: scale leaf cedar with large grain seeds, scale leaf cedar with small grain seeds similar to the small scale leaf cedar of Chiwu Mountain. Generally speaking, large grain seeds have a greater probability of producing high-quality tree species, and then obtaining God-given seeds. The seeds are too big to be nurtured in the life capsule. But it doesn't matter. Just sow them directly, and the racial innate ability will be used to promote growth, which will serve as the foundation for the tribe to stand firm in the future. Small seeds are more useful. Once successful, they can be used to nurture live seeds and promote them on a large scale. When tribal warriors choose live seeds, they will have an additional high-quality tree species to choose. The black and white cockroach tribe is not stupid. They are working hard to transform the mineral wealth into racial heritage. Seeing Bamboo coming, the master of Huabai Mountain jokingly greeted him. "Hey, Princess Bamboo, why are you willing to come to my remote mountain range as a guest? Master Huabai, are you going to be promoted to a princess soon? Stop teasing me." Bamboo was very depressed. He worked hard, worked overtime to grow, and took risks to be promoted to a princess. Now, it seems that he has become the object of teasing. Master Huabai, Polygonatum, cliff cypress, black mulberry, and especially flame-clustered spotted grass. When these guys meet, they must deliberately emphasize princess in the title, and they must use honorifics. In fact, there is no respect for the princess-level warriors. It is pure teasing. Of course, in Bamboo's view, this does not rule out that they are jealous of his youth and success. Princess Bamboo, Princess Bamboo. The 2 intermediate warriors are very smart and greeted him. 2 clever little guys. Bamboo praised, and then said with emotion, "Master Huabai, the number of warriors in your Yabai mountain range has exceeded 50. Right? It has exceeded 50 a long time ago." Yabai mountain master asked, "Bamboo, you never take the initiative to visit me. You came all the way here. Is there something?" Bamboo said, "Master Huabai, please go to Chiofeng County and ask Princess Chiofeng to come to Liju Peak. I have something very important to discuss with her." Master Huabai's tentacles twitched and asked, "Very important?" Bamboo emphasized, "Especially important." Master Huabai asked, "Is it urgent?" Bamboo said, "Not particularly urgent." Master Huabai didn't ask what it was, but nodded his tentacles and said, "It's just right. I need to send a batch of scale leaf foreign shirt seeds to Chiofeng County in a few days. Is it okay to do it a few days later?" Bamboo said, "Yes. But you must ask Princess Chiofeng to come in person. Only she can make the decision on this matter. The ability to convert electromagnetic waves into the force is too strong. To obtain strong abilities, it often means that a great price must be paid." Bamboo keenly felt that the cost of operating the dragon bamboo fruit would far exceed the budget. Pull Barbara over and let her carefully test the dragon bamboo God-given seeds, and calculate and analyze all the data clearly. The transaction with Princess Chiofeng is crucial. Before that, Bamboo must have a clear number in mind. Barbara spent half a day and finally gave a relatively detailed data. Not very wonderful. The dragon bamboo fruit hardly grows in winter, grows slowly in spring and autumn, and only grows significantly in the hot summer. The white force veins grow with the growth of the bamboo fruit, and the number also increases. It also consumes raw stones, but the number is relatively small. One vein only needs about 20, and it is scattered over several days. There are 1,168 bamboo fruits in total, which is not a big or small burden. Natural force can meet most of the demand. Only about 2,000 raw stones are consumed every morning and evening to replenish the force, and these white force veins can be derived smoothly. Bamboo's guess is correct. To obtain the heaven-defying strengthening effect, there must be a corresponding price. This is the unchanging law of the force universe. When the fruit of the God-given seed matures, there is a maturity period that consumes a lot of force. Baba estimated in the early stage that each dragon bamboo fruit needs to consume about 500,000 raw stones. Now, it is discovered that the dragon bamboo inherits the innate gene of the original heart. For this reason, The total operating cost of each dragon bamboo fruit will increase by about 500,000 raw stones, which is directly doubled. The investment cost of a single dragon bamboo fruit is as high as 1 million raw stones. If 18 bamboo fruits are produced, that is 18 million raw stones. The dragon bamboo God-given seeds need 4.5 million raw stones to derive the force veins, which is about 22.5 million raw stones in total. The income from the holy bamboo fruit produced this year has been squandered by bamboo, and only the remaining payment from the caravan has not been received, which is only 2 million raw stones. According to the time, in the next 6 years, the holy bamboo God-given seeds will bloom and bear fruit twice. Even if the caravan and the buyer pay the full amount in advance, they can still only receive about 9 million raw stones. In addition, Li Zhufeng operates other God-given seeds, and has a surplus of about 500,000 raw stones each year. There are still 5 years left to earn 2.5 million. All in all, only 13.5 million raw stones have been received, and there is still a huge gap of 9 million. Cold winter. Bamboo began to think calmly, figuring out how to perfectly kill the delayed Princess Qiufeng. The Lord of Wabai Mountain was smart. He saw that Bamboo was in a hurry, and was sure that there was something that needed Princess Qiufeng's help. So he was not in a hurry. It took half a month for Qiufeng to arrive at Liju Peak. Bamboo took the initiative to go down the mountain and meet at the trading square. Princess Qiufeng. Princess Bamboo. When they met and greeted each other, Princess Qiufeng's eyes involuntarily glanced in the direction of the Tata tree God-given seeds. The Tata tree grew more than 150 meters, which was an incredible height for the wild tree God-given seeds that had grown for less than 50 years. Princess Qiufeng was 100% sure that the Tata tree was the legendary divine product. After completing a metamorphosis and evolution, the condensed fruit would be of great help in the promotion to the Cockroach King. The huge Qiufeng County has not yet produced an outstanding junior who can take over the position of the county lord. Time waits for no one. Qiufeng County wants to take the risk of being promoted to the Cockroach King, but is worried about failure. Qiufeng County is leaderless. Very urgent. Now he can't take his eyes off the God-given seeds that are suspected to be helpful for the promotion to the Cockroach King. Bamboo saw the other party's loss of composure and guessed the other party's thoughts, and said, Princess Qiufeng, you should know more about the Tata tree. Thanks to the help of your Qiufeng County, it has completed its first metamorphosis and growth ahead of schedule. This is an equal exchange. Princess Bamboo, you don't need to be polite. Qiufeng County asked, Princess Bamboo, why doesn't the Tata tree bloom and bear fruit? Is it in the resting period? Bamboo said, it has just matured once, and our Jinping Mountain Range members have basically eaten one portion. Next, we plan to let it rest until it completes the second metamorphosis and growth. It is indeed a divine product. Often, only divine products and divine seeds will be hidden, not advertised to the outside world, let alone sold. Liju Peak has many God-given species, especially the holy bamboo fruit that can be sold at a high price. There is no shortage of raw stones, so it is extravagant to let this wild God-given species stop flowering and fruiting. What a waste of resources! Princess Qiufeng's mind suddenly brightened, and she felt that she might have guessed the reason why Bamboo invited her here. Asked, Princess Bamboo, do you plan to continue to promote the growth of the Tata tree? Bamboo said, no plan for the time being. I will consider it in a few years. Guessed wrong? What's the matter? Princess Qiufeng didn't want to think about it, and continued to ask, Princess Bamboo, the Tata tree is a physical enhancement, right? Can you reveal the specific enhancement effect? Bamboo said truthfully, physical strength is enhanced. To put it bluntly, you can eat the same amount of food as the Cockroach King at one time when you are in the 9th age, and have the same physical strength as the Cockroach King. I understand. This will be of great help to my promotion to the Cockroach King. Princess Qiufeng said, Princess Bamboo, can you delay it a little bit at Liju Peak, and save a portion of the fruit for me when the Tata tree blooms next time? Princess Qiufeng immediately changed her words and said, Exchange. Exchange the Tata fruit for the time of birth. The Tata tree cannot bloom and bear fruit by itself. The so-called resting time is to cut off all the spikes when the flower spikes just have a little bud. The Tata tree has just completed its metamorphosis and evolution. It is growing fast enough now. There is no plan to accelerate its growth for the time being. Bamboo said sincerely with great emotion, Princess Qiufeng, our red cockroach tribe and the black and white cockroach tribe live next to each other and have friendly exchanges. I must do my best to support you in your promotion to the Cockroach King. I will keep one tot of fruit for you. I will make an exception and sell one to you. Bamboo emphasized, Princess Chiofeng. We are close friends. I will make an exception for you once and only once. I hope you can keep the secret and don't leak it out. Li Zhufeng sells the holy bamboo fruit. I have to spend a lot of time and energy every year to deal with the distribution of shares. Thank you. Princess Chiofeng asked, What's the price? Bamboo said, 500,000 raw stones per piece. The price is very expensive. Princess Chiofeng understood that Li Zhufeng must be in urgent need of raw stones. So he came to her. No problem. Princess Chiofeng readily agreed and asked, Princess Bamboo, has the sales share of the next batch of holy bamboo fruit been finalized? Do you want to give our black and white cockroach tribe a share? I will pay the full amount of raw stones in advance. It has been finalized this year, and there is no extra share. Bamboo shook his antennae and said, Princess Chiofeng, I asked you to come here this time because there is something more important. More important? Princess Chiofeng asked. Bamboo waved his antennae, pointed to the direction of the bamboo sea in the distance, and said, Princess Chiofeng, I will take you there to have a look. Chapter 395 How did you run so far? The large bamboo forest to the south of Liju Peak has been replaced by dragon bamboo. And there are a few dragon species number 0. They are all towering bamboo species. They gather together and look at the vast green, standing at the mountain trading square. It is impossible to visually identify the existence of the dragon bamboo God-given species from a distance. Bamboo led Princess Chiofeng to crawl on the ground, along the plank road, and came to the dragon bamboo God-given species. This is... Princess Chiofeng looked around and was shocked. The dragon bamboo is already very tall. I have heard that the dragon bamboo species was obtained by hybridizing the ma bamboo and the dragon bamboo. Along the way, watching the dragon number 0 species up close, it feels incredible. However, compared with the bamboo forest in front of him, the dragon number 0 species is still much shorter. There is no doubt that this is a God-given seed. At close range, without the need for mental power to scan, the breadth of the force released by the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed is already very clear. It is definitely not an ordinary God-given seed. Princess Bamboo, could it be that this is a divine God-given seed that you have nurtured into a life seed? Yes. It is called the giant dragon bamboo. I am now at the princess level, and the quality of the bamboo fruit produced by this giant dragon bamboo God-given seed is infinitely close to the longevity peach. Several insect kings of Chiwu Mountain have personally seen it, and confirmed that it can enhance the overall strength and greatly increase the probability of success in being promoted to the Cockroach King. Chiwu Mountain, Princess Chiofeng murmured. And there was news of the comings and goings between Li Zhufeng and Chiwu Mountain a long time ago. It was originally strange that the largest clan in the southwest region would be so close to Li Zhufeng. So that's it. The warriors of the black and white cockroach tribe are quite flexible in their thinking. Princess Chiofeng quickly guessed that Bamboo was able to be promoted to princess so quickly and smoothly because he must have used the giant dragon bamboo fruit to exchange for the same divine product from Chiwu Mountain in advance. Princess Chiofeng found that the giant dragon tree spirit had no rejection of her. She couldn't help but expand her mental power and scan the bamboo pole. Then she was surprised and shouted in a bit of a loss of composure, Princess Bamboo, the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds are bearing fruit. Giant dragon bamboo is bearing fruit. Bamboo specially invited her here, saying that there was an important matter to discuss. Li Zhufeng is now in short supply of raw stones. Princess Chiofeng understood after a little thought that she had a share of the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Chiofeng County, and even the entire black and white cockroach tribe could not come up with something of equivalent value to exchange. So it must be purchased with raw stones. Princess Chiofeng took the initiative to propose, Princess Bamboo, I can buy a share of the giant dragon bamboo fruit for 5 million raw stones. It turns out that the worm is stupid and has a lot of money. Bamboo was secretly delighted and said, Princess Chiofeng, don't worry. I invited you here. You will definitely get a share of the giant dragon bamboo fruit. I have something else to tell you. Princess Chiofeng was even happier after receiving a positive answer and said solemnly, Princess Bamboo, please speak. Bamboo said, Princess Chiofeng, are you wondering where the extinct dragon bamboo and the inherited memory came from? Of course I'm curious. The inherited memory can't be wrong, Princess Chiofeng said. The Chiwu king commissioned a caravan to search for giant dragon bamboo all over the continent for hundreds of years. I didn't expect you to find it. If the dragon bamboo was found by Chiwu Mountain, Li Zhufeng would definitely not have a share. On the contrary, it must have been found by Li Zhufeng and then sold to Chiwu Mountain. Bamboo said, in fact, I did not find the dragon bamboo alone. You also know that I have the ability to shuttle through the colorful maze freely. Right? I saw it with my own eyes in the Orchid Mountain range. Princess Qiufeng paused and said solemnly, I heard that there is another colorful maze to the west of the western region that even caravans cannot pass through. Could it be that you found the dragon bamboo on the opposite continent of the colorful maze? That's about it. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and said, we named the opposite continent Dragon Bamboo Continent. In fact, the dragon bamboo was not found on the Dragon Bamboo Continent. I crossed the Dragon Bamboo Continent, shuttled through another colorful maze, and found it by chance on another continent farther away. Princess Qiufeng was shocked again. How far have you run? How many continents are there in this world? Princess Qiufeng then became curious again and asked, Princess Bamboo, what is west of the western region? Insect tribes? Or beast tribes? Are they hostile to us? Or can we communicate in a friendly manner? No. Nothing. Bamboo said solemnly, there is no natural force there. Not even a trace of force. It is impossible for warriors to be born. And our insect warriors can hardly move forward. No natural force. Princess Qiufeng's interest suddenly fell to the bottom. Thinking about it, she was a little terrified and asked with difficulty, no force. This is unlikely. Right? Bamboo said, that's the fact. The biggest function of the fantasy barrier is to isolate the force. Princess Qiufeng pondered for a long time, nodded her tentacles, and said, I understand. This news must not be spread randomly. Princess Qiufeng didn't understand what Bamboo meant by telling her this. Bamboo continued, except for the lack of the force. The Dragon Bamboo Continent is extremely similar to our 10,000 races continent in all other aspects, including various plants and animals. Especially in the western region, the geographical environment is the most special, and contains many species that are not recorded in our inherited memory. Tortoiseshell vine. Princess Qiufeng said it immediately, without any doubt about Bamboo's words. Tortoiseshell vine seems to be able to survive well in any environment. There are 2 of them planted in front of Bamboo's cave. A few years ago, the Lord of Huabai Mountain saw it as a rarity and asked for a few seeds. The strange plant that was not recorded in the inherited memory was sent to Qiufeng County to honor Princess Qiufeng. Yes, the tortoiseshell vine was collected from the Dragon Bamboo Continent. What I gave to the Lord of Huabai Mountain were the original seeds, and there are also high-quality derivatives, which are planted in other places. Bamboo pondered for 2 seconds and said solemnly, there were Zerg warriors living in the Dragon Bamboo Continent. Later, the force was exhausted, those races declined and died. This, Princess Qiufeng shook her tentacles and felt the natural force. Suddenly, she felt a little panic. It was hard to imagine the exhaustion of the force, and she couldn't accept it. Bamboo said, our 10,000 races continent still has abundant original force, so we don't need to consider things that are far away. I seem to have heard a little bit that when we are promoted to Cockroach King, it seems that we will awaken new inherited memories. And it seems that there is something related. The true God of nature will guide us to find hope. Princess Qiufeng spoke slowly and heavily. After she finished speaking, she fell into complete silence. After a while, she continued, Princess Bamboo, what do you want to say? Just say it. Bamboo said, Chiwu Mountain once spent a huge amount of resources and mobilized a large number of warriors to enter the Dragon Bamboo Continent to find Dragon Bamboo. Princess Qiufeng, you can imagine how difficult it was. Princess Qiufeng said, I can imagine that the ghost-faced locust warriors are not good at flying. They must have established supply stations on the ground and moved forward bit by bit. Indeed. Bamboo nodded his tentacles and said, in the end, I found the Dragon Bamboo from another continent. Princess Qiufeng was surprised and asked, Princess Bamboo, without the original force of nature, how did you run so far? Chapter 396 Double Reinforcement. Doubled. How did you run such a long distance? Finally getting to the point. Bamboo said, because I was born different. I also awakened a special talent that can generate the force on my own, so I can walk freely in an environment without the force. This ability is too strong. Only the divine God-given seeds can inherit it. Banba pointed to the God-given seeds of the giant dragon bamboo and said, "The giant dragon bamboo fruit mainly greatly increases strength. And the accompanying strengthening effect is my natural ability to generate the force." Princess Chiofeng. You look carefully at the bamboo fruit. Its force veins are white. After a short conversation, Princess Chiofeng received too much incredible information at once. But her emotions calmed down. Scanning with mental power. Indeed, the force veins of the giant dragon bamboo fruit are bright white. Banbu continued, "We have many pear trees in Liju Peak. After the bamboo sea is opened up, I plan to build another pear sea. I am short of a high-quality native pear species. I plan to go to Longzhou continent to look for it in a few years. The vast jumble over there is all unowned land. We have basically everything we have on Wanzhou continent. We also have everything we don't have on Wanzhou continent. Buy the giant dragon bamboo fruit, and you will be given a free shuttle through the fantasy maze to enter and exit Longzhou continent." Princess Chiofeng understood that Banba went around in such a big circle and said so much. The ultimate goal was to raise the price. Princess Banbu. The additional strengthening effect is generally not very good. I understand. So the tentative price is as you said before. 5 million raw stones per piece. Banbu said, "Let's make it clear in advance. If the attached strengthening effect is good enough, then I have to sell it as a double strengthening. And the price. I'm afraid it will double. My expected effect is that after strengthening, it can support Mountain Master level warriors to walk freely in an environment without the original force." Princess Chiofeng moved her tentacles seriously and said, "If it really works and is worth the price, how many dragon bamboo fruits are sold? Our black and white cockroach tribe will buy as much. I can guarantee that the news of the dragon bamboo God-given seeds will be strictly blocked." Princess Chiofeng knew that Li Shufeng was in short supply of raw stones. So she would sell the things. After passing this hurdle, there would be no chance in the future. Banbu said, "Dragon bamboo fruit. Flowering period 1 year. Fruiting period 6 years. Rest period 3 years. Flowering and fruiting period up to 10 years. Each output is only 18 copies. The quantity is extremely limited. The first batch of production. Chiwu Mountain has already reserved several copies. I can only take out 2 copies at most. Sell to your black and white cockroach tribe." 2 copies. Princess Chiofeng was surprised and said, "Then 2 copies. The tentative price is 5 million raw stones. 2 copies is 10 million raw stones. Then I will send the raw stones over first." Princess Chiofeng pondered for a moment and said, "It is not appropriate to let too many soldiers know about this matter. The number of raw stones is too large. Plus the 500,000 tata fruits. I will send reliable soldiers. And they will be divided into 21 batches. Divided into several years. And sent in sequence. The amount is too large. And they, the black and white cockroach tribe, may have to work overtime to dig from the veins." Banba tapped his antennae and said, "No problem. It's best to send 2 batches as soon as possible. I need them urgently." Princess Chiofeng said readily, "No problem. I'll go back and arrange it now." If the force food condensed by the divine seed of God is sold for money, it is undoubtedly equivalent to a vein of raw stone. Overall, the yield of the giant dragon bamboo divine seed is quite high among the known divine seeds of God. The flowering and fruiting cycle of the longevity peach is 9 years. And the output is only 33. Eating one is only the highest utilization efficiency. And it cannot reach the limit of strengthening. Strictly speaking, 5 can be counted as 1 portion. And the maximum life extension is 300 years. The divine seed of God with the lowest known yield is the blood red longan, which has a flowering and fruiting cycle of up to 13 years, and only produces 999 each time. Chiwu Mountain lists 333 as 1 portion, which means that only 3 portions are produced in 13 years. According to Baba, this thing has no limit. Banbu needs to eat at least 300 to feel the effect. If you keep eating, it will be useful all the time. It is no problem to eat 10 portions. The more the better. According to Banbu's understanding, the yield of the divine seed of God is generally between 5 and 10 portions each time it blooms and bears fruit. The specific amount is determined by the scale of the tree species and the type of strengthening. The confidentiality measures taken by the Chiofeng County Lord were indeed in place. Half a month later, the Chiofeng County Lord Hongfeng led a team of 5 county-level warriors from the black and white cockroach tribe, walking on the ground, and carried 500,000 raw stones to Liju Peak. After the raw stones were obtained, Bamboo immediately gave them to the dragon bamboo god to use. It was almost as the dragon tree spirit said, consuming 10,000 raw stones to derive one force vein. It started from scratch, and the growth rate was not fast enough, and only one vein could be generated every day. The Chiofeng County's raw stone reserves were not sufficient. First, 2 batches of 1 million were delivered in succession, and then it became a batch every 2 or 3 months, which was not very impressive. Time finally came to the spring of Bamboo's 37th year, for caravans arrived one after another, and the holy bamboo fruit was sold. In addition, the production of the other 7 God-given seeds increased sharply after the promotion to the princess. After paying off the debt, there was still a surplus of more than 2 million raw stones. Bamboo gradually invested all of it in the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed. It took a year and a half, and the second, third, and 4 small magical power veins on the bamboo basket were derived one after another. The number was exactly the same, a total of 600, forming a complete bamboo-shaped pattern. This is different from the tree-shaped pattern at the position of Bamboo's second heart. Bamboo couldn't recognize what kind of tree it was. Let's call it Magic Power Tree. As expected, the first magical power tree of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed was completely derived, and the rate of absorbing electromagnetic waves and converting them into force was qualitatively improved, reaching the level of 200 raw stones per day. The magic power tree of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seed is still at the level of force veins, which is relatively good. The second heart of bamboo is the fusion of the original heart, directly obtaining the magical veins. The cost of lighting and activating is high, but the efficiency should be 5 times that of the original force veins. That is, it can reach the efficiency of 1,000 raw stones per day. The planet is protected by the atmosphere and the geomagnetic field. There are no X-rays and gamma rays. When entering the universe, the efficiency is definitely different. The original heart is 8 magic trees. The dragon bamboo God-given seed stagnated after the first one was derived, and it was impossible to continue to derive the second one. Ask Baba. Baba couldn't figure it out, and could only give 3 guesses. The first one is that the dragon bamboo God-given seeds only inherited the first magic tree. The second type is that due to the connection of souls, bamboo is restricted by bamboo, and bamboo needs to first open the second divine power tree. The third type is that the strength is insufficient, and bamboo needs to be promoted to the level of Cockroach King before he can continue to light up and activate the next divine power tree. Without the original stone for the time being, bamboo's magical veins at the second heart position cannot continue to light up and activate. In Jinping Mountains, another little warrior was born on Blue Bell Peak. The Jinping Mountains have bad luck, and no little warriors have been born for several consecutive years. Nothing to do. Too idle. In Bamboo's 38th year, the dry season has just ended, and Bamboo set out alone to Chiwu Mountain. The magnolia fruit condensed by the Tianmu magnolia God-given seed matures this year. According to the agreement, he needs to go there to eat it himself. Each God-given seed has a different flowering and fruiting cycle, and the ripening years sometimes overlap, and sometimes they are scattered. The subsequent snake scale fruit and green blood longan matures separately, and Bamboo has to cross the continent to Chiwu Mountain. Similarly, when the giant dragon bamboo fruit matures 4 years later, the warriors of Chiwu Mountain also need to rush to Liju Peak by themselves. The journey is long and the fruit is precious, so they can eat it directly after getting it. They come empty-handed and return empty-handed, saving the trouble of escorting back and forth and keeping the fruit fresh. Chapter 397, Can't Wait. Bamboo was promoted to princess, and his flying speed and physical endurance were greatly improved. He rushed on the road, and it took only more than 20 days. Less than a month. It was late summer, and not yet autumn. Some longan trees in the sea of longan trees had matured, and the warriors of Chiwu Mountain began to be busy and on martial law. Same plot. Outside the sea of trees, at the entrance of the plank road, the warrior of the butterfly tribe named Ingxia intercepted Bamboo. But this time, he didn't let Bamboo wait, but took Bamboo directly through the sea of longan trees. After entering the bamboo sea, Bamboo hurried on his own and arrived at Chiwu Mountain. After receiving the news, Princess Lei Zhu rushed to the trading square to greet him and led Bamboo up the mountain. When they met, they greeted each other, as usual, and put out some food to entertain him. The Begonia Butterfly King first asked about the situation of Guanli in recent years, and then changed the topic and asked, Princess Bamboo, you should know that magnolia is a tree species that matures later among the trees in the south. It is still more than 100 days away from maturity. Why did you come so early this time? The Chiwagos king asked uncertainly. Princess Bamboo. You are not planning to enter the Dragon Bamboo continent? That's what I'm planning. Bamboo said, I'm going to go to the northern region of the Dragon Bamboo continent to take a look. The Chiwagos king trembled his tentacles and asked, looking for planting? Bamboo said, exploring the way. We can look for it along the way. Exploring the way? The begonia butterfly king was puzzled. Bamboo explained, in the vast sea of trees, tree species are too difficult to find. And even if you find them, the benefits will come slowly. I plan to let the bamboo rat warriors of Leju Peak enter the northern wilderness of the Dragon Bamboo continent to see if there are any missed raw stone veins. Bamboo rat warriors are naturally good at finding and mining. And Chiwagos king and Haitang butterfly king know this. Chiwagos king asked directly, how can they survive in an environment without the force? Chiwagos king thought quickly and immediately thought of a possibility. And asked, are you planning to find a tribe in the north of the western region to cooperate with? That's right. Our ghost locust tribe's close relative, the grass locust tribe, lives in the grassland in the north of the eastern region. And the territory of the grass locust kingdom also borders the fantasy barrier. I can help you introduce this matter. No need to be so troublesome. Bamba paused and said, Chiwagos king. Don't I have the ability to survive in an environment without the force? Haitang butterfly king immediately asked, promoted to a princess. The ability is improved. Can I share the force with other warriors? Bamboo shook his tentacles and slowly said, this is a natural ability. After awakening, it happened to be the time to breathe the dragon bamboo God-given seeds. And then, before he finished speaking, the second half of the sentence was easy to guess. Haitang butterfly king and Leju princess both jumped up. The dragon bamboo fruit has that incredible strengthening effect? Wouldn't it be possible to gain a certain ability to survive in an environment without the force after eating it? The Chiwagos king calmed down a lot. He was very dissatisfied with the reaction of Leju princess. He tapped the food plate with his toes, making a clanging sound, and scolded, Leju. You are not young. And you are about to be promoted to Ghost King. You don't see any progress. And you are still so impatient. How can you take on the responsibility of Mountain Master in the future? Yes. Leju princess was annoyed and lay down again. Haitang butterfly king directly ignored the majesty of the Chiwagos king, flapped his wings and flew into the air, and said hurriedly, I want to go to Leju Peak to see it with my own eyes. Haitang. Wait. The Chiwagos king said in a low voice. Wait for Princess Bamboo to finish her words. Not only Bamboo, but also the Chiwagos king did not have time to finish his words. The Haitang butterfly king had already turned into a purple light and disappeared into the sky. The Chiwagos king said awkwardly, Princess Bamboo, you should be familiar with the temper of the Haitang butterfly king. It has always been so impatient. I know. Bamboo said, the Haitang butterfly king should still want to visit the little guy Guanli on the way. Princess Leju agreed. The little guy Guanli is very smart and sensible. I want to go and see it. Yeah. The Chiwagos king simply agreed and asked, Princess Bamboo, please tell me about the dragon bamboo fruit in detail. The giant dragon bamboo fruit has been growing for 2 years. The fruit has reached the size of an apricot, and about 1/3 of the peel is covered by the derived white force veins. Bamboo has been guarding it, and Baba often scans and detects, continuously observes, and records data. As the fruit grows, some previously uncertain data can be gradually determined. Bamboo knew what the Chiwagos king was most concerned about, and said directly, preliminary estimates show that the ability gained by using one dragon bamboo fruit to strengthen can produce about 100 raw stones per day, which can barely meet the needs of Mountain Master level warriors to move freely in an environment without the force. The Chiwagos king asked, how many bamboo fruits are needed for one portion? Bamboo said, based on the aura, I guess it is about 60 to 70. I plan to synchronize with the holy bamboo fruit and also use 64 as one portion. That's 18 portions. It's a lot. The Chiwagos king couldn't help but exclaimed, a bamboo tree can form a forest, and its corresponding yield is higher than any other divine God-given species. Things are precious because they are rare. High yield is not necessarily a good thing. The Chiwagos king seemed to be praising, but in fact, he was setting an ambush for the next transaction negotiation. Yes, the yield is indeed gratifying. Bamboo agreed, not to be outdone, and then said distressfully, my original plan was to invest 500,000 raw stones for each dragon bamboo fruit. As a result, the dragon bamboo God-given seed passed on my most powerful innate ability, which is directly equivalent to a double enhancement effect. The more powerful the ability, the greater the consumption. This is the law set by the true God of nature. It is currently estimated that 1 million raw stones are required for each dragon bamboo fruit. Not only does the dragon bamboo fruit have a high yield, but the quality has also doubled now, which is really killing the insects. The Chiwu Ghost King has heard that the location of Leju Peak is almost the most barren area of the continent's original force. He is not surprised by this and said bluntly, "The biggest disadvantage of the borderland is that it takes more investment to operate life-saving plants. It's normal. It's like this. There is not much left after deducting the cost from the income." Bamboo stopped talking. The Ghost King Chiwu asked, "Princess Bamboo, are the raw stones stored in Leju Peak enough?" Bamboo said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern, Ghost King. The raw stones are enough for now." "Barely enough." "Enough?" "A small mountain that has just risen for less than 50 years relies on selling a sacred bamboo seed given by God. Where can it get so many raw stones? The wealth of the entire Red Blatten tribe combined cannot make up the amount." "Right." The Ghost King Chiwu immediately understood that the giant dragon bamboo fruit must have been sold, either to Changsheng County in the north, or to the Black and White Cockroach tribe in the south. Bamboo said, "Chiwu Ghost King, our previous agreement may need to be slightly adjusted." "It does need to be adjusted." Chiwu Ghost King asked, "Princess Bamboo, what do you propose?" Bamboo said, "The dragon bamboo fruit is double enhanced, and its value is doubled. One is worth two. The ability to generate the force is enough to exchange for Ghost Mist Lotus and Blood Longan. Right? The strength enhancement is enough to exchange for Snake Scale Fruit and Tianmu Magnolia. Right? After calculating, the number is just right. 2 dragon bamboo fruits can be exchanged for 1 each of Ghost Mist Lotus, Blood Longan, Snake Scale Fruit, and Tianmu Magnolia." Chiwu Ghost King did not respond immediately. Princess Lei Zhu did not dare to interrupt. The ability of a Mountain Master level warrior to walk freely in an environment without the force is indeed worth as much as Ghost Mist Lotus and Blood Longan, or even more valuable. Chiwu Mountain is next to the Fantasy Color Barrier, so the value of this mountain can be even higher. Snake Scale Fruit strengthens the shell, and Tianmu Magnolia strengthens the soul perception. In terms of use value, it is actually much lower than the strengthening power of the dragon bamboo. In terms of value, Chiwu Mountain must have taken a big advantage in the exchange proposed by Bamboo. But in terms of quantity, Chiwu Ghost King said, "Princess Bamboo, you know very well that 2 dragon bamboo fruits are not enough for our Chiwu Mountain." Leiju Princess said, "In Chiwu Mountain, there are 6 warriors who need to be promoted to Cockroach King like me, and 3 of them will be in charge of the Sea of Trees. Only success can be achieved, and failure is not allowed. The more dragon bamboo fruits, the better." Bamboo said, "That's okay. The ratio remains unchanged. We can exchange a few more. And it doesn't matter if you miss the ripening season. The first batch of dragon bamboo fruits can be advanced to you in advance." The Chiwu Ghost King did not answer, but asked, "Princess Bamboo, excuse me, how many dragon bamboo fruits did you sell?" Bamboo said truthfully, 2. The Chiwu Ghost King said, "Then there are 16 left? We want all of them in Chiwu Mountain. You have just been promoted to the first-year princess, so you are not in a hurry to use them. Right?" Bamboo said, "Chiwu Ghost King. 16. I'm afraid you can't afford it." The Chiwu Ghost King said, "We have better things in Chiwu Mountain. We can take them out and exchange them with you." The fish took the bait. Chiwu Mountain has 8 divine products, God-given seeds, but they only told Bamboo 7 of them. Now, they are finally willing to take out the best one. Chapter 398 Twin Stars. Any large tribe that is qualified to be promoted to the Insect King must breed at least 1 extremely valuable God-given seed. These Insect Kings cannot die easily. There is an example right now. The Wax Apple Ghost King and Hibiscus Butterfly King in Chiwu Mountain are about to enter the aging period. They travel around the continent, visit prosperous counties, and experience different customs before they enter the aging period. In the future, when they enter the aging period, they will stay in Chiwu Mountain, enter a semi-dormant state, reduce life activities, and reduce body metabolism to the minimum. In this way, they can extend their survival time as much as possible. If they live 1 more year, The God-given seeds associated with them can bring more wealth to the tribe. There are many such insects hidden in Chiwu Mountain. The existence of Chiwu Mountain has been so long that it is impossible to trace it. The experience of our ancestors has been passed down to the next tradition. The main responsibility of each generation or several generations of Chiwu Mountain Masters is to choose a species, lead a group of people, and cultivate and open up a new sea of trees. I chose bamboo. In the future, Lei Zhu will take over the position of the Master of Chiwu Mountain and inherit the title of Chiwu Ghost King. It will continue to guide the people to develop and expand the bamboo sea and manage it to maturity. The previous generation of Chiwu Ghost King in our Chiwu Mountain did not choose bamboo, nor any of the 6 existing seas of trees, but the very common apricot tree. Since we cannot find the original species with excellent quality and cannot cultivate high-quality derivative species, it is a failure, and we have to give up, the Chiwu Ghost King said. Bamboo listened and gently moved his tentacles. Chiwu Mountain is surrounded by bamboo forests and apricot orchards, but they are not large in scale. Last time, he did not find the dragon bamboo and shoveled away a large number of bamboo species. It seems that he plans to replace them with apricot trees. It can be imagined that Chiwu Mountain had not completely given up, and at that time, it was still wavering between bamboo and apricot trees. Chiwu Ghost King continued. Although the previous Chiwu Ghost King did not cultivate an excellent apricot tree species that could be used as a symbolic plant, he accidentally obtained a divine apricot tree God-given species, named Double Stars. Unique strengthening effect. Specific. Princess Bamboo. You have seen it. Seen it? Bamboo was confused and looked forward to the following. Chiwu Ghost King said, Double Stars is not a gift from the gods, but a natural birth. Unique and unique. The tree is short, blooms once every 22 years, and condenses 22 apricot fruits, 11 mixed yellow, 11 silver white, in pairs, and 2 are combined into 1. It must be used by warriors who have awakened elemental abilities at the Mountain Master level or above. After using it, there is a certain probability that a second elemental ability will be awakened on the original basis. Chiwu Ghost King said, for example, I originally awakened the ability of metal, and later gained the ability of earth and stone. Princess Bamboo. You should have seen other warriors who mastered both metal and earth and stone abilities in Chiwu Mountain? Yes. Bamboo tapped his tentacles and asked, I have also seen warriors in the Jade Butterfly tribe who mastered both lightning and water elemental abilities. I thought they were gifted like me, born this way. But I didn't expect. Chiwu Ghost King said, that's all the effect of the double star apricot. Bamboo asked, is it specific? Your Ghost Locust tribe will awaken both earth and stone and metal abilities, while our Chilad tribe only awakens the ability of fire. Chiwu Ghost King said, we have tried with other tribes and divided them into 2 categories. For tribes like our Ghost Locust tribe that have awakened 2 elemental abilities, the ability is fixed and has a high probability of success. In addition, for tribes like the Butterfly and Red Blatty tribes that have only awakened 1 elemental ability, the second elemental ability is randomly generated, but the probability of success is slightly lower. Bamboo looked at Princess Lei Zhu. Princess Lei Zhu said embarrassedly, you can only eat it once. I was unlucky, and it didn't work. Bamboo asked, what's the probability? The Red Crow Ghost King said, the output is very low. It has always been eaten by the Ghost Locust and Butterfly warriors of our Red Crow Mountain. On average, the success rate of the Ghost Locust warriors is 80% to 90%. And the success rate of the Butterfly warriors is 50% to 60%. Probability is hard to say. The Chiwu Ghost King will definitely exaggerate a little. 9 out of 10. That is, most likely 8, which is an 80% success rate. 50 or 6 out of 10. That is, most likely 5, which is a 50% success rate. It shouldn't be too low. Otherwise Chiwu Mountain wouldn't have kept things so secret, and wouldn't even tell you at the beginning. The Chiwu Ghost King said, 1 double star apricot for 1 dragon bamboo fruit. This is a fair exchange. Apricots will ripen once next summer. If you agree, Princess Bamboo, we can exchange all the output this time. Bamboo hesitated and said, this. I have to think about it carefully. Awakening 2 elemental abilities. There are undoubtedly various benefits. Exchange it back, and give it to the members of Liju Peak to try. If one succeeds, it's a profit. But if one fails, it's a blood loss of 10 million. The last time, the Thunder Bamboo God-given seeds and the Chengmu God-given seeds were exchanged. And they had suffered a big loss. Bamboo was a bit scared. The Chiwu Ghost King asked, Princess Bamboo, is there anything else you need to know? Bamboo asked, can the princess-level warriors eat it? Or is it specifically the Mountain Master-level warriors? The Chiwu Ghost King said, only the Mountain Master and princess-level warriors. High-level warriors definitely can't. And Insect King-level warriors can't either. Bamboo asked again, can the Beast warriors eat it? The Chiwu Ghost King said, I haven't tried it. I understand. Bamboo said, no problem with the rest. I hope to exchange a few more. Ghost Mist Lotus. The Chiwu Ghost King said, there is a long time to come. The giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds of Liju Peak have produced bamboo fruits more than once. And the God-given seeds of Chiwu Mountain are not the last time. We can slowly exchange them. Shuangxing Apricot is different. The flowering and fruiting cycle is as long as 22 years. If you miss this time, you may not have so many opportunities in the future. Bamboo heard from the caravan that the Chiwu Ghost King in front of him lived for more than 500 years and was about to retire. It can be inferred that the previous Chiwu Ghost King has a short lifespan. When the insect dies, the life seed will also die. Like the longevity peach, the production of Shuangxing Apricot has entered the final countdown stage. Bamboo said, I understand. I will consider it. I will give you an accurate answer before leaving Chiwu Mountain this time. Okay. The Chiwu Ghost King agreed and said, if Li Zhufeng is willing, we can also spend some raw stones to buy the giant dragon bamboo fruit. Bamboo said directly, 10 million. The Chiwu Ghost King said, then let's exchange. It can be seen that Chiwu Mountain has 9 large mineral veins, but is extremely reluctant to circulate raw stones. Not only do they not dig for mineral veins, but they also use the surplus raw stones from their territory every year to fill the mines dug by their ancestors. They seem to be rich and generous, but in fact they are very stingy with the raw stones, and are unwilling to use them easily. Bamboo is sure that they will not offer too high a price, so he simply does not ask any more questions. Chiwu Ghost King said, Princess Bamboo, forgive me for being blunt. It is a bit unrealistic for you to bring bamboo rat warriors into Longzhou continent to look for raw stone veins. I have a suggestion to earn raw stones. Bamboo said, Chiwu Ghost King, please speak. Chiwu Ghost King said, help build a plank road to penetrate the colorful maze. You and the bamboo rat warrior named Rat King come to help. Chiwu Mountain will do its best to cooperate, no matter how long it takes. I will pay you 10 million raw stones as a reward. This, Bamboo said, I can't seem to refuse this. The plank road that penetrates the colorful maze. Chiwu Mountain intends to treat Longzhou continent as its own backyard, with a group of warriors who can move freely in Longzhou continent. They can enter and exit as they please and slowly find the plants they want. There are many warriors in Chiwu Mountain, with the deformed species of bamboo and dragon bamboo. It is only a matter of time to build a bamboo sea based on bamboo and dragon bamboo. And it will be built soon. They are planning to choose the 8th tree species and build the 8th tree sea. The Wanzhou continent has been searched countless times, and the precious tree species have been almost dug up. The Longzhou continent is completely different. It is possible to find precious native species, or even directly find high-quality derivative tree species that have been cultivated by warriors. Especially in the western region of Longzhou continent, there are many new tree species that are not available in Wanzhou continent. Chiwu Mountain needs southern tropical plants. Li Zhufeng needs subtropical and temperate plants. There is no conflict of interest between this and Li Zhufeng. If you don't make money, you're a fool. Bamboo readily agreed. Chapter 399 The Last Warrior. 10 million raw stones are not so easy to earn. The plank road to be built in Chiwu Mountain is different from the temporary plank road used during treasure hunting in Lanhua Mountain Range. They are going to use this thing for hundreds or thousands of years, so it must be solid and cannot be perfunctory. Bamboo designed it for them personally, all of which are material structures. He specially designed the model, and spent a full 5 days to explain the various preparation materials needed before starting the work. The plank road is mainly made of metal materials. The project is huge. It is impractical to use metal power to transform metal. It can only be mined and iron smelted. Bamboo also passed on the method of blast furnace iron smelting. Various preparations need to be prepared, discussed, and divided into several steps. It is expected to be completed within 5 years. Bamboo was bored in Liju Peak, so he came to Chiwu Mountain in advance. He came here in advance not to work for Chiwu Mountain. He explained the preparations for building the plank road clearly, and set off directly to pass through the fantasy maze. Very annoying. The second hard position only produces 100 raw stones of force every day. After being promoted to a princess, it is not enough to walk on the dragon bamboo continent. As expected, only high-quality force food produced by the God-given seeds can be used for supplementation. It happened to be the season when the caravan came to Chiwu Mountain for trade, and the Chiwu Ghost King paid to help purchase a large number of them. The carapace carried 3 large bags, and the forelimbs also carried a large bag. It was impossible to fly in the air, and could only walk along the ground. There was no grass within a few dozen meters near the fantasy barrier, so Bamboo ran along the edge of the fantasy barrier. After 7 or 8 days, he ran out of the southern tropical area. After another 5 or 6 days, the mountainous terrain turned into an endless plain. This is through the subtropical area and into the northern plain area. The plain jungle was not as dense as the one in the south, and could accommodate Bamboo's body to shuttle freely. So he left the illusion barrier and went deep into the continent. After eating a bag of force food, Bamboo slowed down, flying high in the sky from time to time, looking around, and every time he found a lonely peak or mountain range, he would get close to check and search around. Bamboo was indeed exploring the way, but his goal was not only the raw stone veins and precious tree species, but also the remains of the most likely God-given species. He had long observed that the south was hot, and humid. Over the long years, everything decayed and turned into dust and mud, or was buried deep underground and could not see the sun. The subtropical region must be similar, judging from the climate on the 10,000 races continent. There is little rain in the temperate and cold zones, and the hardness of trees growing in the north is generally very high. Some trees with particularly hard materials have a certain probability of being preserved. After several days of fruitless results, Bamboo moved horizontally westward for about 100 kilometers and turned directly north. The plain jungle seemed to have come to an end. In the distance, the outline of the towering mountains loomed. Mountain range. Bamboo, who was swaying on his way, accelerated again. A large mountain range rarely seen in the north, with ups and downs. The overall height should be more than 300 meters. Looking from the sky, he found another peak in the distance. Bamboo immediately moved towards the peak, not in a hurry to go up the mountain, but carefully observed the plants in the jungle below the mountain. The most common trees were Platycladus orientalis, followed by Pinus sylvestris, Populus, Pinus tabuliformis, Cinnamomum campora, Fraxidus chinensis, Fagus sylvatica, oak, and Sephora japonica, which were also common trees on the Wanzu continent. The various plants were cross-distributed according to the laws of nature, and there was no trace of previous management. Go up the mountain. The same is true on the mountain. The mountain is majestic and tall, higher and larger than Leju Peak. It can accommodate more than 100 warriors at the maximum. It is now the Mid-Autumn Festival in August. There is snow on the top of the mountain. 1/5 of the north side of the mountain is covered with snow. It is early in the morning and cold at night. The grass and leaves on the ground are frost-covered, and there is a thin fog that is slowly dissipating under the morning light. Standing on the top of the mountain and looking north, there are sparse trees and more grass. Bamboo spreads his mental power and starts from the top of the mountain to search carefully. Soon, a cave with traces of excavation and well-preserved was found on the top of the mountain. This mountain used to be inhabited by warriors, and they lived a relatively wealthy life. They had endless force food, which was sent to the top of the mountain and stored in the cold storage. The rock of the mountain is solid, and the geological changes in the north are not big. Continue to go down and soon find another well-preserved cave for living. It is empty, and there is nothing. There are ordinary wild vegetation in front of the cave. This mountain range divides the north and the south. The vegetation on the south side is more lush. Starting from the south side, continue to search downwards. One after another, 17 well-preserved living caves were found, and 6 caves were somewhat collapsed due to age. Occasionally, some caves still have wild animals living in them. Nothing was left. Bamboo came to the north side of the mountain and searched from bottom to top. There are more insect warriors living on the north side, and the caves are more densely distributed. Finally, in a cave in the middle and upper part of the mountain, fragments of black shell fragments were found. They were very fragile and would break with a little force. There were too few of them to piece them together, so there was no way to identify the species. This place was once prosperous, but it declined and died as the force was exhausted. It should be the last warrior on the mountain. And it should be a senior warrior, Bambu thought, feeling a little sad. He was not in the mood to continue searching. He took off the 2 bags of forest food on his back armor and hid them in the cave. He planned to hunt some food on the mountain, rest and repair before continuing to go north. The remains of the warrior were buried. He found a flat place in front of the cave and prepared to dig a pit to bury it. Just after digging less than half a meter deep, the toe touched a hard object. It was not a stone. He dug up the soil to check, and it was black wood. There is something. Bambu was happy, and his mental power was expanded. He scanned deep into the soil. It was indeed a tree. Very big, buried deep underground. After a long time, it was rotten and only the trunk was left. There was no force fluctuation. The surface was very hard and showed signs of petrification. After peeling it, the wood inside was of average hardness and extremely tough. Bambu roughly judged that it should be some kind of oak or oak tree. And it is very likely a special species of cycad. It is not as tough and strong as ordinary trees should be. And it is undoubtedly a seed given by God. The trunk is about 8 meters in diameter and fell obliquely on the mountain peak. The part that was originally exposed outside the soil disappeared, leaving only a section of about 50 meters in length. Considering the remains of the warriors in the cave, it is impossible for a high-level warrior to grow a tree so tall. It can be further inferred that this is a wild tree of the God-given species. Bambu continued to dig and found many fragments in the soil. It is certain that this is a wild God-given species that has completed 3 metamorphoses and growth and survived for a long time, and finally withered and died due to exhaustion of the original force. Without force fluctuations, it is impossible to analyze its quality and force enhancement type. Ignore it for now. You can come here when you return, collect a small amount of samples, and bring them back for Baba to check. It is too difficult to work in the force environment. If it is the remains of ordinary wild God-given seeds, it is not worth mobilizing a large number of troops to move. It must be a divine God-given seed to be worth cooperating with Chiwu Mountain and mobilizing a group of warriors to bring the remains back. Rest for half a day, cross the mountains, enter the grassland with a wide view, and run north all the way. The originally cold temperature gradually turned cold. After 10 days or so, the ground gradually accumulated snow, and almost no trees were seen. 3 days later, Bambu encountered a not-so-small snowstorm, and the front was a vast forest covered with ice and snow, mainly fir, spruce, red pine, birch, oak, and other cold-zone trees. The tree structure is similar to that of the 10,000 races continent. Bambu guessed that if he continued to go north, he should be in the northern wilderness area that is completely unsuitable for the survival of insect races. There was not much force food left. In the icy environment, cell metabolism intensified and force consumption increased. He did not dare to continue heading north. He wandered in the snowy jungle for 2 days without any gain. So he turned around and returned the same way. Chapter 400 Plank Road. In the southwest of the Wanzhou continent, the lowest temperature of Chiwu Mountain will not be lower than 20 degrees Celsius. Whether it is a violent storm or a bright sun, it is still comfortable to be exposed to the scorching sun. Magnolia fruits mature in winter, and the Tianmu magnolia God-given seeds mature later. With more than 30 days left, under the leadership of the Chiwu Ghost King, the Chiwu Mountain Ghost Locust warriors are very efficient, and some materials for building plank roads have been prepared. Bambu rested in the square at the foot of the mountain for 2 days to relax his mood. Since he had nothing to do, he simply started to work and first finished the most difficult section of the plank road. The most difficult section of the plank road in the fantasy color barrier is the steep cliff. Vertical climbing is too troublesome. So Bambu designed to simply pull the iron chain from the mountain, stretch the iron rope, and build a suspended plank road that tilts to the cliff. Very complex design. Huge project. In the colorful maze, because the external mental power was isolated, only the release ability could be used, and the manipulation ability could not be used. First, Bambu had to do it himself, clearing the rocks on the top of the mountain, leveling the land, and digging 3 circular pits with a diameter of 3 meters and a depth of 3 meters. The stones in the colorful maze were too hard, and this simple project took half a month. Then, with several county-level Ghost Locust warriors, they transported the smelted steel blocks to the mountain. The steel blocks were placed in the pits, And then Bamboo had to do it himself, trying his best to use the flame ability, releasing it continuously, burning the surrounding colorful maze, and at the same time using the metal ability to melt all the steel blocks, forming a giant steel column with a diameter of 3 meters, 3 meters underground, and about 0.5 meters above the ground. After the 3 steel pillars were built, the next step was relatively simple. The warriors who had awakened their metal abilities in Chiwu Mountain had already made steel chains that were 5 meters long and 3 centimeters thick, with buckles at both ends of the chains. One end was hung on the steel pillar on the top of the mountain, and then connected one by one. Finally, 50 county-level warriors were dispatched to pull the chain to make it straight. The other end was hung on a thicker steel pillar outside the colorful barrier. All 3 chains were straightened, connected horizontally with a small chain in the middle, and laid with lighter aluminum alloy plates. A sloping suspended plank road from the outside of the colorful barrier to the top of the cliff inside the colorful barrier was built. This was the first step in building the plank road, which took 2 months. During this period, the fruits of Tianmu Magnolia matured. Bamboo worked every day and ate 2 during his rest, and soon finished 1. The soul perception ability was significantly enhanced, and the soul fluctuations about 500 meters away could be sensed without using mental power. The soul fluctuations of each biological species are different, and the soul fluctuations of different individuals of the same species are also different. Within 300 meters, the soul fluctuations can be used to make a relatively accurate distinction. Next, we simply built the inclined plank road from the cliff to the inside of the fantasy maze in one go, which took another month and a half. Continuing forward, it is a line of about 80 kilometers, with undulating hills in the middle area. The difficulty is relatively small, but the amount of work is too large, and the consumables are relatively large. The specifications are the same, with a 2-meter-high metal stake set up at an interval of 3 meters, connected by a 3.3-meter-long metal chain. The visual distance inside the fantasy maze ranges from 3 meters to 5 meters. The width of the plank road is designed to be 8 meters. When a soldier walks on it and slightly moves to the side, he can basically see the metal piles on both sides and walk along the plank road. Even if he can't see clearly and walks off the track, he will be stopped by the chain, and there will be no problem of getting lost. The Lord of Chiwu Mountain slowly mined and smelted by himself, and made a sufficient number of metal piles and chains according to the specifications given by Bamboo. After months of consideration, Bamboo agreed to exchange 11 pieces of giant dragon bamboo fruit for 11 pieces of double star apricot. In the second round of negotiations and bargaining with the Chiwu Ghost King, Chiwu Mountain compensated Liju Peak with 5 million raw stones in one go. In addition, Chiwu Mountain also had to pay in advance for the 10 million raw stones used to build the plank road. Set off, and returned to Liju Peak. Bamboo did not go on the road alone. There were also 150 Ghost Locust Tribe warriors following him, and 2 Ghost Kings and 2 Butterfly Kings escorted him. 15 million raw stones were too eye-catching, so he did not dare to cross the kingdom and walked on remote roads. Each Ghost Locust warrior carries 10 large bags of raw stones on his back armor, which is 100,000 stones. It is okay for short distances, but it is a big burden for long journeys. There is also the problem of hunting along the way, so the speed is very slow. When the team arrived at Liju Peak, it was already the end of spring in the 39th year of Bamboo. Bamboo spent 2 days to inform the Rat King in detail about the construction method of the plank road. The Rat King left with the Wushan transport team. It can be busy first. Bamboo plans to go there when the snake scale fruit matures next year. After sending off the Chuishan team, Bamboo immediately found Baba. Baba, help analyze what quality of the remains of the God-given seeds are these. I found them in the Dragon Bamboo continent. Bamboo placed several pieces of broken wood in front of Baba. This should be a native species of yellow oak or rock oak, and then an unknown derivative species formed through cultivation, and then a God-given seed was born. Baba thought about it and understood Bamboo's intention, and said, the quality is good, but it is not the divine product you want, and because it has been too long, its original forced properties have long been destroyed. It can only be regarded as a high-quality fertilizer, and the gene enhancement effect is almost completely lost, so it is not worth much. Okay, I just happened to come across it and picked it up. It's not worth much, so forget it. Bamboo was a little disappointed and continued to ask, Baba, your inheritance. Is there such a type of God-given seed in my memory? After eating, It can randomly generate a second elemental ability. Yes, Baba said, O-type. Similar to the blood red longan. But it mainly coordinates elemental genes, with the ability to transform the soul and physique, and belongs to the complex genetic modification type of force food. This kind of thing cannot be used casually, and there are often strict restrictions. Baba asked, you didn't exchange this type of force food again? Or Chiwu Mountain? The database has relevant information. Which is the best? Listening to Baba's tone, it can be confirmed that choosing to exchange is roughly correct. Bamboo said, there is another God-given seed in Chiwu Mountain, named Double Star, with a flowering and fruiting cycle of 22 years, condensing 22 fruits. 2 pairs of 2 for 1 portion. I used 11 portions of bamboo fruits to exchange them all back. Baba said, I need to scan the real object to make an accurate judgment. Bamboo asked, I now have the 2 abilities of fire and metal. Theoretically speaking, is it possible to master the 3rd elemental ability? Baba said, theoretically, it is impossible. Chiwu Mountain is a divine seed given by God. Right? Things on this planet are always unnatural. Maybe. Perhaps. It is possible. Bamboo was promoted to a princess. When he entered the Dragon Bamboo continent again, it became more difficult to walk. He urgently needed to activate the 2nd small magical power in the 2nd heart position. The 1st and 2nd groups of the 2nd small magical power had been completed long ago. The 3rd group had already activated 1 magical power vein, and there were still 29 to go. The raw stones of Chiwu Mountain arrived at one time, most of which were earned by hard work, so they could be spent at will. Call the giant dragon bamboo and blood thorns for help. Mobilize the members of Liju Peak to crush the raw stones together. In just 5 days, 2.5 million raw stones were used up, and all the 3rd groups were lit up. In another 10 days, the 4th and 5th groups were lit up and activated one after another, and 5.5 million raw stones turned into dust. The 5 groups are connected. The force is flowing, and the 2nd small magical power is completely activated, starting to gather the force and transforming bamboo's genes. The essence of the growth of force creatures is the increase in the number of force genes. When the number of force genes reaches the critical value, it manifests as a breakthrough evolution. The stronger the strength, the more force genes are needed for breakthrough evolution. For L1 Princess, evolution and growth are not as simple as when she was at the level of Mountain Master. The power of transforming genes released by the 2nd small magical power can promote the rapid growth of bamboo, but it is not as violent as before. Baba helped to check and gave the exact data. The entire transformation process will take 1 year to complete, and bamboo needs to eat high-quality force food worth 500,000 raw stones to meet the standard for promotion to L2 Princess. After being promoted to L2 Princess, the 2nd minor magical power completes the genetic transformation, molts and evolves, and the new carapace has the ability to absorb visible light and ultraviolet rays and convert them into force. The efficiency depends on the time, high during the day and low at night, and also depends on the weather. It is efficient on sunny days and not very efficient on rainy days. On average, it is estimated that the force equivalent to 100 raw stones is still generated every day. The 1st and 2nd minor magical powers add up to the force equivalent to 200 raw stones every day, which is enough to support bamboo to walk freely in the Dragon Bamboo continent. It takes 13.5 million raw stones to light up and activate the 3rd and 4th minor magical powers. And because there are no X-rays and gamma rays on the planet, the benefits are almost zero, so it is not considered for the time being. The raw stones are hoarded. In the next 10 years, the seeds of the giant dragon bamboo god will bloom and bear fruit, and a large amount of raw stones will be needed. It is always a good thing to enrich the inventory. Chapter 401 Little Money Lovers. Bamboo doesn't care. Fengling is getting more and more greedy, basically settling in Lonling Peak. In the past, he would return to the territory in spring to take a look, but now he doesn't even bring it back in spring. Fengling's territory has always been taken care of by Datu and Longlu. This spring, a little warrior was born unexpectedly. It has been insect-free all year round and is considered a wild little warrior. Fengling returned after hearing the news and wanted to take the little warrior away, but was stopped by all the members of Liju Peak. Now Lonling Peak is full of those broken things, and this little warrior will definitely be corrupted if he goes there. Bamboo was not polite and took it for himself. On weekdays, there is not much work to do. It's quite boring. But playing with a little warrior is not so boring. Entering summer. The snow-peaked golden fence has entered the mature period and can be picked in 2 days. The morning sun is particularly beautiful. The little warrior woke up from a deep sleep in Bamboo's cave. He had just completed the molting evolution and was promoted to L4 primary warrior. He is recovered at this time. Let's go. I'll take you out to play. Bamboo waved his tentacles to greet him. It's almost time for the little guy to choose a favorite plant. I plan to take him to play in front of the giant dragon bamboo God-given seeds to cultivate his feelings for bamboo first. The little warrior is very well behaved. He flapped his wings and landed on top of Bamboo's head. Daily patrol of the mountain territory. Ordinary plants are just a glance. And the God-given seeds are just a few words with the tree spirits. The territory of the fire oil tea. The oil tea lazily lies on a pile of spider silk bags. At present, the fire oil tea can condense about 6,000 tea fruits every year, which can bring Bamboo nearly 100,000 raw stones of income every year. The output is still increasing. And the income is increasing year by year. The oil tea tree itself has saved more than 110,000 raw stones, and is about to reach 120,000. Oil tea. Good morning. Oil tea. Good morning. Bamboo greeted them one by one. Oil tea gently wagged its tail, raised its eyelids and glanced at it as a greeting, and continued to squint its eyes to enjoy the morning light. Bamboo. The oil tea tree spirit responded indifferently, perhaps because of the improvement in strength. The little soldier was not as afraid of oil tea as before. He stared at it curiously, pretended to be brave, flapped his wings, and flew onto a spider silk bag. He shook his tentacles and gently touched the oil tea. Oil tea was too lazy to pay attention. The little soldier was even more courageous, and he looked up hard to watch the God-given seeds of the oil tea. He lowered his head and opened a spider silk bag with a swish. A large bag full of raw stones. Wow! 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 The little soldier exclaimed repeatedly, gathered all his strength, picked up a piece, faced the morning sun, smacked his lips, and looked at it with a bit of obsession. Raw stone. The little soldier faced Bamboo again, summoned his telekinesis and shouted. Bamboo was shocked. What kind of reaction is this? Normal soldiers like some plants. You don't want to like raw stones, do you? Quickly calm down. Thought about it. The possibility is not great. At most it is like kerosene tea. Greedy for money. A greedy little cockroach soldier? This is not impossible. The little guy seems to be really greedy for money, and wants to drag the raw stone down the spider silk bag. Bamboo! The kerosene tea tree spirit allowed the little soldier to touch his raw stone, which was already very respectful. Seeing that the little guy wanted to move his raw stone away, he immediately exploded and roared. Bamboo! Get it away! Yucha! Get it out of the way! Feeling the fury of the kerosene tea tree spirit, Yucha also got angry. The spider silk bag was a bit slippery, and the little soldier lost his balance and rolled to the ground with the raw stone. He climbed up and tried to pick up the raw stone, but was pressed down by the cat's claws that fell from the sky. The tip of the Yucha claw flicked lightly, pushed the little soldier away, picked up the raw stone, put it back into the spider silk bag, and closed the bag. The little soldier was scared, turned around, ran quickly towards Bamboo, climbed up Bamboo's carapace along the middle leg, and then climbed up to his forehead. Bamboo! Raw stone! The little soldier was excited and a little scared. He shouted twice in a row, and then he ran out of strength and lay silently on top of Bamboo's head. It really is a little money grubber. Bamboo found it a little funny and explained, that's the original stone of kerosene tea. You can't take it. Take it away. Take it away. Hateful guy. Bamboo. I hate it. Don't bring it to my territory in the future. The kerosene tea started to run away and said angry thoughts to Bamboo crazily. Okay. Okay. I'm leaving now. And I won't bring it here in the future. Bamboo replied angrily, turned around, and walked away slowly. The little soldier turned around, looked up at the God-given seeds of kerosene tea, and then looked down at the piles of original stones, shaking his tentacles. When Bamboo walked down the mountain and entered the bamboo forest, the little guy recovered his strength, suddenly encouraged his telekinesis, and shouted, Oil tea! Oil tea? Bamboo was frightened by the sudden telekinesis and jumped up. The little soldier flapped his wings, flew into the bamboo forest, peeled off a bamboo leaf, caught the green caterpillar inside, ate it, and lay on the bamboo leaf. brewing for a long time, and shouted with difficulty, "I like the oil tea tree. It's not a bamboo." Bamboo wanted to die. Early in the morning, he ate too much, so he took it to the tea oil territory. Before the annual melon tasting party at Leju Peak, the little soldier had chosen his favorite plants in advance. The tea oil plant is not very good, according to the classification of plants by humans. It is a group of the subgenus Camellia under the genus Camellia. The tea oil group. There are very few varieties of tea oil. At present, Bamboo knows only 5 native species and 2 derived species, and the selection is narrow. It is only a small and medium-sized tree with little development potential. It is not easy to cultivate. It has strict requirements for sunlight, temperature, and humidity. It is difficult to plant on a large scale, and is not suitable for opening up a large sea of trees. In general, the tea oil tree is a tree species with a worrying development prospect and low cultivation value. Bamboo named the little soldier tea. The tea oil tree is a rare and particularly greedy red cockroach soldier, and it is also quite smart. Bamboo likes it very much and spends more time to consider its future development. At present, Leju Peak has expanded to the northwest and has successfully developed 4 peaks: Guanli Peak, Torreya Peak, Qingang Peak, and Bita Peak. Qingang Peak is the most powerful, with a tree-like God-given seed with good potential. Whether or not he likes Qinggang's character, Bamboo has to do his best to support its growth. It's hard to say about other warriors, but Qingang will definitely be promoted to princess. Born in the wild, when he was weak, he knew to seek shelter from the Caracal warrior capsule and cooperate for development. When Qingang was young, he looked greedy, playful, and a little reckless. As he grew up, he gradually showed his extraordinary qualities. Like Bamboo, he was very active in dealing with things. A little slick and fierce. Very good character. In the future, Qingang Peak will become another mainstay besides Leju Peak. Where should Shansha be arranged? Bamboo thought about it for 2 days, and took Shansha around the mountains. After careful consideration, he decided to arrange it at Yumu Peak, which is the junction of Jinping Mountain Range and Jinping Mountain Range. Yumu Peak is a famous towering mountain in the east region. There is a turbulent river crossing the mountain stream and merging into Jinjiang River. In many places, there is abundant water vapor and sufficient sunlight, and many oil tea trees grow naturally. There was once a wild oil tea tree, but it was destroyed by beast warriors. The only drawback is that the mountain is slightly steep and the concentration of the original force is average, so it is not a very ideal place to settle. Bamboo has 2 considerations. First, Lonling Peak has developed very well in recent years. The number of warriors has reached 9, plus Fongling who stays there all year round, which can be counted as 10. In the future, when the county is promoted, the 2 mountain ranges will merge, so it is better to get in touch as soon as possible, interact more, and get familiar with the relationship. Second, next, warriors were born in Jinping Mountain Range, and began to develop from Yunwu Peak to Leju Peak. The purpose of doing this is very simple. Bamboo intends to give warriors from Qingang, Bitao and other peaks some time to develop. The bamboo sea of Leju Peak only retains warriors who like bamboo. Similarly, warriors who like Qingang trees are sent to Qingang Peak. Warriors who like peach trees are sent to Bitao Peak. Warriors who like pear trees are sent to Guanli Peak. Warriors other than these tree species are sent to other peaks to continue to develop the peaks. If a certain peak develops and finds or cultivates particularly high-quality tree species, it is necessary to consider opening up a slightly larger sea of trees, and a large area of land needs to be reserved for long-term considerations. At present, Bamboo is most optimistic about Qingang, followed by Guanli.